If you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Fall grilling is in full swing, and the grilling experts at Omaha Steaks are putting even more sizzle into your September. Head over to omahasteaks.com and type garden in the search bar for 50% off all steaks. September is now Steak-tember with mouth-watering deals on all your favorite tender, juicy, extra-aged steaks. Plus, get 2 free 10-ounce bone-in New York strips with select packages like the Guaranteed Perfection Grill Pack, the perfect sampling of everything that makes Omaha Steaks unforgettable. Omaha Steaks offers endless possibilities, endless flavor and value on incredible entrees, scrumptious sides, decadent desserts, and more. And right now, during Steak-tember, all mouth-watering Omaha Steaks are 50% off, and every bite 100% unconditionally guaranteed. Go to omahasteaks.com, type garden in the search bar for exclusive Steak-tember packages, and get those 2 free 10-ounce bone-in New York strips. Hurry, order today. This exclusive offer expires soon. Stay fired up for fall grilling with 50% off all steaks during the Steak-tember event. That's omahasteaks.com, keyword garden.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-898-6155 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-898-6155. That's 800-898-6155. What do you have to lose? Call 800-898-6155. Again, 800-898-6155.
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Diving stab, Crawford throws to first. He got him. What a play.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
Backing up into the gun is Goff. Shotgun snap. They rush 4. Cocks his arm. Throws a pass. Cross catch at the 5. Angling in. Touchdown. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Mahomes looking. Sidearm sling for the touchdown. Mahomes goes to Blake Bell, who rings it up. And the Chiefs take the lead.
Mahomes throws a pass, bobbled, intercepted on the ricochet and pulled down the near side. It's Branch, the rookie. He's down the sideline, 40, 30, 20, 10. He's in for a touchdown. Detroit second down and 4. Receiver in motion under center. Goff. There's the snap, the spin, handoff and a burst, and it's Montgomery over the guard. The 5, touchdown! David Montgomery bursting over the right guard for 6. 4th and 25. Mahomes gets the snap, backpedaling, winding up, long throw down the middle. It is deflected and incomplete at the 45 of Detroit, and the Lions will take over on downs. And we've reached the 2-minute warning, and jubilation on the sideline for the Lions. Another snap, another kneel down, and that'll do it. The sidelines will empty, the clock will tick down, and the defending Super Bowl champion Chiefs have lost.
And that should do it.
Oh, the Detroit Lions start off the NFL season with an upset on Thursday Night Football against the defending Super Bowl champions. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday morning, and it's a special one because it's a football Friday. The NFL season is officially back, and so are Overnight Dave and the Waterboy this morning, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning, where the Murph and Mac Show gets you ready for the 49ers matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers this weekend. Great guest list ahead of us. I know John Lynch is stopping by the program at 8:15 today to talk about number 97, Nick Bosa, being back in the building and being on the field this weekend, taking on Kenny Pickett and the kid out of Antioch, California, Najee Harris. So we'll have a complete breakdown for you on the Pittsburgh Steelers hosting your San Francisco 49ers in week 1. The 49ers having a 2-point spread and discussing whether or not Brock Purdy, in his first real game action back in the same state where he dealt with that injury, where he tore his UCL against the Philadelphia Eagles in Pennsylvania. Well, he'll be back in Pennsylvania this weekend, taking on TJ Watt, Minkah Fitzpatrick, and the steel curtain that is the Pittsburgh Steelers defense.
Sorry for the scare.
Yeah. But here's the thing. If I'm the Steelers offense right now, maybe I am starting to have scares of Nick Bosa showing up. And maybe we will see some of that production this Sunday. I guess the only question with Nick Bosa is now, how many snaps is he going to play? And Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert Copes and discussed some of those game plans for not only Nick Bosa, but for some of the other 49ers who are currently dealing with injuries. There's been question marks this weekend surrounding George Kittle, surrounding Charvarius Ward-Mooney, who apparently missed practice yesterday with a heel injury. That's not great news when you got to go against George Pickens and Deontay Johnson. There's also injuries with Jake Moody and whether or not the rookie kicker will be available this weekend, which could be a huge factor, especially when you are looking at Las Vegas setting the line at 2 points. We all know field goals are worth 3, so maybe this is a game that might be low scoring and could come down to one possession or one kick. So we'll make sure to give you injury updates on everybody from George Kittle to Jake Moody to Charvarius Ward and let you know who's going to be on the field this weekend squaring off against the Steelers. But before we get to our 49ers and Steelers matchup preview, we got to talk a little bit about the first game of the season, Thursday Night Football, and the Detroit Lions marching into Arrowhead and taking a 21-20 victory. Now, Arrowhead, the last couple seasons, has seen a guy like Joe Burrow, the guy that just got paid the biggest quarterback contract in NFL history yesterday, walk into that stadium and claim it as Burrowhead. My question is, when are we going to start calling it Goffhead? Because Jared Goff won again against Patrick Mahomes. And I probably should have done this research before I hopped on 50,000 watts, but there was somebody up in the crowd yesterday who had a sign that said, Jared Goff is undefeated against Patrick Mahomes. And if that's true, maybe we found the kryptonite. Maybe Jared Goff should be quarterbacking for the 49ers or quarterbacking for a team like the Raiders or the Broncos or the Chargers. All these teams that have been trying to take down Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. And trust me, I would love to come on air this morning and talk about how Jared Goff outplayed Patrick Mahomes and how Patrick Mahomes is a bum and he doesn't fit in a system where he doesn't have Travis Kelce or Tyreek Hill or even Eric Bieniemy calling some of his plays. But I think we all watched the same game last night. We all saw Kadarius Toney with his hands made out of bricks, literally dropping balls left and right. That might have been one of the most egregious drops I've ever seen in my life. The pick six that the rookie Brian Branch had for the Detroit Lions literally went right into the hands of Kadarius Toney, and it ricocheted into the hands of Brian Burns. Brian Branch, who took it back 50 yards to the house and tied up the ball game 14-14. And here's the thing about that second half of football last night. There wasn't a whole lot of offense. The Kansas City Chiefs, focusing on those drops, were 0 for 7 on third down conversions last night. 0 for 7. So whether it was Kadarius Toney, whether it was Sky Moore, whether it was Rashee Rice, the rookie who actually caught a touchdown pass in the first half, the only guy who could put his hands on the ball. The Kansas City Chiefs offense was struggling yesterday. But again, I'm not going to point the blame at Patrick Mahomes because even without Travis Kelce, he started the game by completing passes to 7 different wide receivers. His first 7 passes. And I'm sitting back thinking, all right, here we go. Patrick Mahomes is going to do something special on Thursday Night Football again. But apparently you need wide receivers to catch the ball. And last night, he just didn't have any. And so whether it was leading up to that 4th and 20 play that they tried to go through on 4th down, right before that, Kadarius Toney had another drop. Sky Moore had a drop, put him in a bad situation. I know they converted a 3rd and 17 earlier in the game, but interesting choice to go for a 4th and 20 before the 2-minute warning when you have all 3 timeouts. But yesterday, there was a lot of interesting decisions to go for it on 4th down. Whether it was Dan Campbell on the first scoring drive of the NFL season, going for the fake punt within his own 20-yard line. You want to talk about the cojones on a Dan Campbell. This is the same guy that introduced himself to the league saying that he was going to come out and bite people's kneecaps off. Well, yesterday he bit off the kneecaps of an Andy Reid. And after converting that fake punt, they marched down the field on a 14-play, 91-yard touchdown drive and really set the tone from the game. But as I mentioned, Patrick Mahomes was creeping back-to-back touchdown drives. Next thing you know, they're up 14-7 at halftime. And we're thinking, all right, this is going to be another Patrick Mahomes success story. No, not so fast. And it actually came down to the where's the help for Patrick Mahomes story. Whether it was the wide receivers, whether it was the lack of Travis Kelce, or if it was the Kansas City Chiefs missing their best defensive player, Chris Jones, who just happened to be up chilling in a suite last night, watching the game with a couple wise guys. I mean, you want to talk about 2 guys plunked straight out of The Sopranos. This was the guys that Chris Jones was chilling with last night. And apparently those are his agents. Well, they still haven't got him a deal. And last night we saw on one of those final drives of the game, as the Detroit Lions were trying to kind of draw out the clock, the Kansas City Chiefs cannot stop that rushing game. And man, oh man, it would have been nice to have Chris Jones in on that drive. But man, oh man, I'm never going to sit here and cry over a Kansas City Chief loss. Whether you are a 49er fan or a Raider fan, I think over the past decade now, you've gotten a little too much Patrick Mahomes in your life. So it's always good when he does get humbled and he can't just say blanket Tyreek Hill's down there somewhere, I'm just going to throw up the ball. No, last night he was throwing up the ball a lot and almost had a 50% completion rate. So not the best showing in the world from the defending Super Bowl champions. Again, I'm not going to overreact too much and say, oh, the Kansas City Chiefs are going to miss the playoffs this year. They're no good. No, they're still going to compete. They still have the best quarterback in the league. And on the other side of the coin, I'm not going to overreact too much for the Detroit Lions getting the win yesterday. It's fantastic. They marched into Arrowhead. I saw the Detroit Lions fans march into the building last night with those Lions faint paints all over them. And it's a great story. But again, it's week 1 of the NFL season. I've seen their Super Bowl odds now drop in half. They've been sliced completely in half. And now people are picking them to maybe win the NFC Championship game. Hell, Dave, on the show yesterday, we picked them to win the NFC North. So I'm not super surprised by this performance. We talked about Aiden Hutchinson, who was whipping out spin moves left and right against that left tackle or right tackle from the Chiefs that kept on lining up 5 feet in the backfield. They called him off saying he was a slot wide receiver, and then they finally gave him a flag on like the final play of the game, which pushed him back from like 4th and 15 to 4th and 20 or 4th and 25, whatever the hell it was. But regardless, it was a great showing for the Detroit Lions to come out and kind of tell the world that they will be a contender this year in the NFC. And it kind of gets back to what we were talking about earlier and yesterday when we were picking our division winners. The NFC is wide open. To me, it's a 2-horse race. It's the 49ers and it's the Eagles. Yeah, we can throw the Lions into that conversation. You can throw in the Seahawks. You can throw in the Cowboys. But from a sheer talent perspective on a roster-to-roster basis, I put the Eagles and I put the 49ers ahead of all those teams. And we broke it down for you yesterday after Nick Bosa got paid. just how much talent this 49ers team does have. Whether it's with Bosa being the highest paid defensive end, Christian McCaffrey being the highest paid running back, Kyle Juszczyk being the highest paid fullback, guys that are top 3 paid at their position like Trent Williams, Fred Warner, George Kittle. Hell, even the guy they bring in this offseason, Javon Hargrave, is a top 10 paid defensive lineman. Deebo Samuel, a top 10 paid wide receiver. And now we're looking down the road, maybe that Brandon Ayuk will be a top 10 paid wide receiver also, and whether or not the 49ers will be able to balance all that under the salary cap. But a big reason for that is because Brock Purdy is the lowest paid starting quarterback in the entire NFL. He'll be getting paid less than $1 million this year. How about that? How about putting that in comparison to Joe Burrow, who's now going to be making $55 million per year? Yes, you heard that correctly, folks. A lot of people are up in arms about a Nick Bosa getting $34 million. Again, look at the market. Look how this happens every single time a quarterback gets paid. We were just talking about Justin Herbert's contract. We were just talking about Deshaun Watson's contract, who, oh, by the way, still holds the record for the only fully guaranteed contract in football. Joe Burrow got close. I believe $219 of his deal is guaranteed, but it's not fully guaranteed like Deshaun Watson is. And it's actually pretty funny that the two of them are squaring off this weekend. That should be a good game between the Cincinnati Bengals and the Cleveland Browns. But circling back to how teams are built and how rosters are built to win a championship, the 49ers are doing it with talent surrounding their rookie quarterback. That's the difference. If you want a quarterback like Joe Burrow, it's going to cost you $54 million more than what you're currently paying Brock Purdy. And that's not saying Brock Purdy's going to be on this $1 million salary for the rest of his career, because he'll eventually get paid, and then the 49ers will have to face some decisions when that comes down the road also. But those are things that we could talk about next offseason in 2024, 2025. Right now, we're focusing on the window right now that is the Super Bowl window for the San Francisco 49ers, a team that has been to the Super Bowl, a team that's been in multiple NFC championship games, but has still yet to bring home that 6th Lombardi, going all the way back to when I was like 2 years old in 1994. So it's been a while, folks, and maybe this season is the season where they bring it back. They started off in Las Vegas for their first preseason game, and I think a lot of them have hopes to end in Las Vegas, where they'll be hosting the Super Bowl this year. And hey, maybe they'll be facing off against the Las Vegas Raiders and Jimmy Garoppolo in the Super Bowl as well. I'm sorry, Dave. I couldn't contain myself. I had to riff there for just a second.
I don't see any scenario there.
I don't see any scenario either. Hell, I don't even know if I see a scenario where the Raiders beat the Denver Broncos this weekend as a 3.5-point favorite, or should I say a 3.5-point underdog. But stay tuned. Maybe that will be one of our bets in Bobby Boucher's Best Bets, which makes its return to the airwaves today. We did it every Friday at 5:45, 5:50 last year, and had a phenomenal record of 34, 17, and 3 against the spread. You can go back and check the files. It's all documented. We podcast it every episode. The numbers don't lie. And last night, we might have not hit on the Kansas City Chiefs, but that's Thursday Night Football. So we'll give you our official picks for this weekend, look at the top games from around the NFL schedule, and get you ready for week 1 of the NFL season. Hell, it's also week 2 of the college football season. Big game between Bama and Texas tomorrow. I'm getting pretty hyped up to watch that. And how about this matchup between Stanford and USC taking on Caleb Williams? Fun college football around tomorrow, and also a big fight night tomorrow. Sean Strickland taking on Izzy Adesanya, the style bender down south of the border. Pretty deep south of the border, down in Sydney, Australia. We can get into a little bit of UFC 293 talk as well if you guys want to get into it. But I know today's going to be a lot of football talk. We didn't even mention the San Francisco Giants in their weekend series against the Colorado Rockies. Kyle Harrison's pitching tonight, so that's good news. Logan Webb is pitching on Saturday, so that's great news. But the Giants have TBD scheduled for Sunday for their big Sunday night baseball matchup against the Colorado Rockies, which A, brings up the questions in my mind of where the hell is Alex Cobb and why isn't he scheduled to pitch this weekend? And B, it leads to the conspiracy theory that I was thinking of ESPN and the reason why they put the Colorado Rockies and the San Francisco Giants on Sunday Night Baseball. I think they might be trying to trick some people who maybe aren't the brightest bulbs into maybe clicking to watch the San Francisco Giants instead of the New York Giants taking on the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. Well, you'll have 2 Giants to choose from. baseball or football on Sunday night, and we'll break down both of them and all of our picks for this weekend and the best things to watch on TV. I know Murph's got his couch potato guide coming up on the Friday football forecast, and we'll continue to forecast this weekend with our picks for the Steelers and 49ers game coming up next. Let's break down this matchup, and let's get into week 1 of the NFL season. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
With the 262nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Purdy, a quarterback from Iowa State.
Backup quarterback Brock Purdy is in the game now. Hits McLeod. So Purdy gets a chance for San Francisco. His first NFL pass.
With the 20th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Kenny Pickett, quarterback, Pittsburgh.
Pickett has yet to throw the ball. Takes the snap, play action, rolls to his right, looks back to the left. Heaves a bomb into double coverage, jump ball, and it is Terrence, and I think intercepted. Jordan Whitehead picks it off.
You found the leadoff spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
You can do it. Okay, I see you, Boucher.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
How about that? The matchup between the first rounder, Kenny Pickett, versus Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy. But I think for anybody listening this morning in the San Francisco, Northern California Bay Area, knows that Brock Purdy is much, much more than just Mr. Irrelevant. Now he is probably the most relevant man in our lives here in San Francisco. Once the, whole Nick Bosa contract situation got figured out as well. But
sorry for the scare.
But what a story it has been. Since the scare in the NFC Championship game where Brock Purdy tore his UCL, and we were worried about whether or not the kid would be out for the entire next season if he had to go down the road of getting Tommy John surgery. Well, luckily, Brock Purdy did not have to go down that road. Instead, had the internal brace surgery, makes it back to Santa Clara in time for 49ers training camp, and now he will be the starting quarterback this weekend for your San Francisco 49ers, taking on Kenny Pickett and the Pittsburgh Steelers. So there's tons of angles to get into for this game, whether it's talking about the past injuries of a Brock Purdy or the current injuries that the San Francisco 49ers are currently dealing with. And I know everybody's had their mind wrapped around the Nick Bosa contract situation, but there's a lot of things that we probably should have been focusing on more this week that maybe we haven't because of the Nick Bosa distractions. But now's the time. Now it's a Friday. Now we're getting ready for this matchup. So let's dive into some of those injuries, whether it's a guy like George Kittle, whether it's a guy like Jake Moody, or Charvarius Ward, who was the latest 49er to pop up on the injury report. Now, yesterday, he did not participate at 49ers practice. It's an injury that's being described as a heel injury, which is something you never want to hear related to heels, ankles, Achilles, legs, anything with a defensive back who's backpedaling 90% of the time. But Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes and not only provided an update on Mooney, Charvarius Ward, but also Moody, Jake Moody, who, of course, is the rookie kicker out of Michigan this year that the 49ers selected in the third round and who has had an up-and-down preseason, to say the least, for the 49ers, whether it's him getting iced out in Las Vegas and missing field goals or him missing extra points against the Chargers or him hurting himself and missing the third preseason game, I believe it was. Well, Kyle Shanahan's got injuries on both of them. Here's the latest updates on Moody and on Mooney.
Jake, we haven't made him for sure yet, which I think I'll do tomorrow. But, I feel he's going to be real good. And Mooney, which it's really close with Moody and Mooney.
Sorry.
It's all right. He had a little thing that came up yesterday, but I think we're feeling pretty confident he's going to be all right.
A little thing that came up yesterday, but we're feeling pretty confident that he'll be all right. Well, I hope he's out there, because when you're taking on Deontay Johnson and you're taking on that 6'4" freak George Pickens, you're going to need Charvarius Ward out there. I think everybody knows that he's your best corner. Hands down, it's not even close. And there are question marks in that backfield with the departure of a Jimmy Ward. So whether it's Diamondor Lenore, who needs to step up, and Isaiah Oliver, seems like Ambry Thomas has kind of been lost in the wash. Sam Womack, I know they're kind of going to rotate their nickel back corner position, whether or not they'll be facing a tall wide receiver or a short wide receiver. But I got to say, the life of all these DBs just got made extremely easier with Nick Bosa playing this Sunday. Like, you want to talk about the impact he has, not just for himself, not just for the other defensive linemen who now can't get double-teamed, but also for the defensive backs who have to go out there and cover for 4 to 5 seconds. And we'll get into Nick Bosa's actual playing time in just a few seconds. But before we get to Nick Bosa, I did want to check off another injury that people have been paying attention to, and that's George Kittle, a man that has dealt with quite a few injuries throughout his 49er career. And I do want to give a tip of the cap to George, who restructured his contract alongside Trent Williams to save the 49ers $23 million after signing Nick Bosa. Pretty funny audio from George Kittle yesterday talking about how he has not gotten that $10 million signing bonus, still waiting for that check to hit his bank account. But here was another update from George Kittle yesterday, providing an update on his health, whether or not he's dealing with a groin injury and an abductor injury, and whether or not he's going to be on the field this Sunday.
Wonderful. I get to practice, get to play football, have the best job in the world besides you guys, and just excited to play on Sunday, honestly.
Excited to play on Sunday. And to me, that means that George is going to be out there, which is absolutely fantastic news. I think arguably you can make the argument that George Kittle is one of, if not the most important person on this offense. You want to talk about what he does as a run blocker, establishing the edge. You want to talk about what he does as a receiver and what he does with the ball in his hand after. Now, of course, you can argue guys like Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, or Trent Williams as well, but I think George Kittle is in that conversation. And last season with Brock Purdy, we saw him put up career highs, catching more touchdown passes than he ever did with Jimmy G or C.J. Beathard or Trey Lance or any of these other guys. Now he's got that connection, the Iowa State to Iowa connection with his boy Brock Purdy. And here's that update on Brock Purdy that I was talking about, just kind of giving a reflection of his path from being in Pennsylvania last year and tearing his UCL to being in Pennsylvania to start the season against the Pittsburgh Steelers this year.
Man, I'm just so thankful, to be able to go through what I've done just in terms of the rehab, have all the help that I've had with, all the physical therapists, my surgeon, the strength and conditioning staff, and everyone here, medical staff with the Niners. They've all played a huge role, and so it wasn't just me, and so I had a lot of help, and I'm very thankful for everyone that played a part in that. But yeah, it was a somewhat of a long 6 months, but at the same time, it's like, man, I felt like that Eagles game was just yesterday. So here we are getting ready for game one, and I'm really excited about it.
And here's week one on Sunday. And now Brock Purdy's got a chance to maybe silence some of the doubters who's saying, yeah, this guy didn't prove it last year. Maybe he is headed towards a sophomore slump. But I'm one of the guys who came on air last year and said, yeah, Brock Purdy elevated this offense. Look at the stats. Look at the numbers. Now, trading for Christian McCaffrey was a big part of that as well, but the 49ers averaged damn near 30 points a game once Brock Purdy took over as quarterback, and last time I checked, they didn't lose a game until that NFC Championship game where he obviously got injured. But I know there's some people out there that are concerned about potential interceptions for Brock Purdy, and I know that was a storyline in training camp this year. Well, there's already one man who's calling out for an interception this weekend, and that's Patrick Peterson. Of course, the former Arizona corner, now has played for like 5 or 6 different teams, was bouncing around for the Vikings, and I just found out a couple weeks ago he's playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Well, he went on a podcast earlier this week and said that the 49ers have tail signs in their offense, and they know what the 49ers are going to do in certain situations. And he also said, when I get my pick on Sunday, we'll talk all about it. Well, of course, those comments made it back to Brock Purdy, and here he was at the podium yesterday responding to the reports that Patrick Peterson is calling out for an interception this weekend.
I don't really know what to say about that. I mean, he's a good player. Patrick Peterson's a great player. I grew up watching him and everything. I was obviously from Arizona. He played for the Cardinals and stuff. So, yeah, it's the competitive nature, I guess, of football. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what happens this weekend with Patrick Peterson. To be honest with you, I'm more worried about a guy like Minkah Fitzpatrick. To me, he's more of a ball hawk. That's a guy that has absolutely changed that Steelers defense since being traded from the Miami Dolphins. And that's a guy that's going to have a lot of one-on-one matchups against George Kittle. So that's a guy I'll be paying attention to over the middle. Even a guy like Keanu O'Neal stepping up and playing in the box, too. That's a nice hard-hitting safety. He used to play for the Falcons. But I think we all know the number one guy we're paying attention to on this Pittsburgh Steelers defense is T.J. Watt, the man that used to be the highest-paid pass rusher before Nick Bosa cashed in this past week. And now we're talking about a guy that almost exclusively lines up on the left side, which means it's going to be a lot of one-on-one matchups against Colton McKivitz, who's now the 49ers starting tackle, taking over for Mike McGlinchey. And I got to say, I'm not really looking forward to this matchup. I don't know if Brock Purdy and the entire 49ers are either. But here is the 49ers offensive coach, Chris Forrester, talking about the big task for Colton McKivitz this weekend, knowing how difficult it's going to be against TJ Watt, but how guys like Trent Williams can maybe help out and give him some advice.
Well, I'm sure he's like any other guy would be. You know, you get a lump in your throat. You know it's going to be a challenge. You know it's going to be a full day of work, and you know it. You know it. I've seen Trent Williams get it. I mean, and Trent didn't think he can't. I remember Trent's first game. He didn't think he was going to get that feeling. Then he met DeMarcus Ware on opening day and realized, holy crap, this is a whole different thing than what I thought. And for the whole game, he hung on, and his eyes were as big as could be, and like, I am so far out of my element right now. And that was Trent Williams, day one. And you asked him about it, DeMarcus Ware in Washington, and Trent was like, holy crap, this is something else. So I can imagine Colton. Now, the good thing for Colton is Colton has played that Week 17 game, Von Miller. And yeah, there were some not so good plays, but there were some really good plays down the stretch as well. And he has had some meaningful reps for us over the first part of his career. So while it's going to be a challenge as a starter, and I know it's a great player on defense, and we give him all props, and Colton obviously I'm sure is going to feel it. I'm going to feel it for him if he's not feeling it. And but I know he's, you know, we prepare for things like this, and we go against really good players in practice all the time, and we talk about guys like this, and the guys spend a great deal of time studying and looking at, you know, what is it? How do we best manage a player like this, and then how do we help them as coaches as well?
Great breakdown there from 49ers offensive line coach Chris Forrester, and you heard him talking about how he's going to feel nervous for Colton McKivitz. I feel nervous for him, and I'm sure a lot of 49er fans are also, because, yeah, it's great that Colton McKivitz got some valuable snaps last season in Week 17 and has been working as a starter throughout training camp. I'll also remind you, Colton McKivitz was cut from this team 2 years ago, and now he's your starting right tackle going into the season. And as much as he talks about going against good players in practice, you know who wasn't there in practice? Nick Bosa. And those, to me, are valuable reps that Colton McKivitz could have got. Because I went out there to Henderson, Las Vegas. I was at the 49ers and Raiders joint practices. And I saw those one-on-one matchups from Max Crosby going against Trent Williams. And as soon as Max Crosby flipped to the other side against Colton McKivitz, guess what? Max was eating. Even Chandler Jones, who's in the headlines right now for being locked out of the facilities in Henderson, he was eating against Colton McKivitz also. Straight up dominating with the spin move. And that's just what I saw in practice. And I don't know if we're going to see that this weekend against TJ Watt. I wouldn't be surprised if we do. That's going to be one hell of a matchup. And I think the 49ers are going to be relying on a guy like George Kittle to get in there with some extra chip blocks. As long as it's not Tyler Kroft trying to block Haason Reddick on the outside, I think the 49ers should be all right, but maybe not. Maybe TJ Watt getting some pressure could turn to some turnovers, and we know how important the turnover battle is for 49er football. But that's also going to be on the 49ers defense to create some turnovers. And as we were alluding to earlier with the 49ers defensive backfield, this defense improves overall with Nick Bosa being on the field. Now the only question is, how many snaps is number 97 going to play this weekend? Well, Kyle Shanahan was asked about that yesterday with Tolbert and Copes on the afternoon show. And let's see if we can decipher his answer and whether or not he really does give us an answer here.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it a lot. And today, you know, was our first time seeing him out there on the field, and I can't wait to go discuss it with people, but I'm forced to do a TV show and a radio show as soon as practice ends. So as soon as these are over, I'm gonna go in and watch it with the guys, and we'll start discussing this right away.
Just pull off Greg, dude. That's no big deal.
It's funny because they all sit in there and wait on me, and they're all annoyed with me, but hey, it's obligations.
All right, well, we're still waiting for an answer from Kyle Shanahan on how much Nick Bosa is going to play. We know, just like with every other defensive line in football, that no defensive line really is going out there and playing 100% of the snaps. Even when Nick Bosa was fully healthy last year, they would rotate him in and out. But it is an interesting wrinkle this year with D'Amico Ryans being gone and Steve Wilks taking over as the play caller. And maybe one of the biggest differences is that D'Amico Ryans was on the field. So he was able to look Nick Bosa in the eye and make those calls, whether or not to rest him or to rotate in somebody else. Steve Wilks is going to be up in the booth calling plays. So I don't know if that's going to have an impact on how many snaps he does play this weekend. I'd assume he'll be out there for probably at least 50, 60, maybe 70% of the snaps. But as long as he's able to get Kenny Pickett on his back, it should improve the entire 49ers team, whether it's a guy like Javon Hargrave, who could be lining up next to him, making his 49er debut this weekend, Really looking forward to see what he's able to do against Najee Harris and Jalen Warren in that Pittsburgh Steelers run game. I think if there was a weakness last year in that 49ers defense, it was up the middle. And it's when they got ran on in the NFC Championship game against the Eagles. Well, guess what? The 49ers plucked away Javon Hargrave from the Eagles. Now he's in the middle of their defensive line. And this is a defense that, again, was the number one defense in the NFL last year. A big reason was Nick Bosa. A huge reason is Fred Warner. But I also think a big reason is Talanoa Hufanga, who has quietly been in the news the past couple weeks with dealing with a Baker cyst behind his knee, which has put his status in question for this weekend. Now, Talanoa Hufanga was not on the field yesterday, but from the 49er injury reports, they are saying that this was a personal matter and it was not related to that cyst, or it was not related to any injuries. So it sounds like Hufanga should be ready to go this weekend, and I'm sure it's a game that he wants to play in because his mentor could be in the building, Troy Polamalu. We've talked a lot about the relationship between these two. Obviously, their Polynesian background, both playing at USC. And now Talanoa Hufanga is kicking off this season in Pittsburgh. And yours truly, the water boy, actually had the opportunity to ask Hufanga if Troy Polamalu was going to be at this weekend's game. Here's my interaction with Hufanga a couple weeks ago, talking about the Week 1 matchup against the Steelers and whether or not his boy Troy Polamalu would be in the building.
Oh, no, we know about your relationship with Troy Polamalu. I was wondering if you've talked to him at all ahead of the Week 1 matchup against the Steelers, and if you know if he'll be out there in Pittsburgh for the game.
We've talked about it. Obviously, I think it would be cool for him to be there. I don't know truly because, he does have kids and, his kids are starting to play football and stuff. So it could be a busy weekend for him as well. But if he's out there, it would be awesome. I think it's a pretty cool matchup. Somebody that I think he was a part of that organization for about 12 years. And for me to just go into my year 3 here and kind of first time beginning to play Pittsburgh, it was kind of a cool talk this offseason, especially when we saw the release of the schedule. But for me, he'll tell me like every other game, just go in there and do your 111, do your job, and the best team is going to win at the end of the day. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity I have and having Troy by my side for sure. And so we'll see Week 1. So
do your job and the best team will win at the end of the day. I mean, how cool is it the fact that you got a Hall of Famer as your mentor, a guy that you can rely on? And oh, by the way, he's also got another Hall of Famer as his GM, John Lynch. So you want to talk about the resources that this kid Talanoa Hufanga has? That's why I'm looking forward to seeing him progress and develop and maybe become one of the best safeties in the NFL. Looking forward to seeing him on the field this weekend. Fingers crossed that he's playing and everything's good with that knee, dealing with that cyst. And fingers crossed that everything's good with guys like George Kittle, Jake Moody, and everybody's on the field ready to go. Because it's going to take a full effort to take down this Pittsburgh Steelers team. I know there hasn't been a lot of hype. Actually, it seems like the Steelers have gone from underrated to overrated over the last couple preseason games. Kenny Pickett, a lot of people are expecting a step forward. Mike Tomlin has never had a losing record in his life. And playing out in Pittsburgh is a tough task. But overall, I think the 49ers are a better roster. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. The over-under is set at 41.5. I see the 49ers squeezing this one out, and I do think they cover that 2-point spread. If it got up above a field goal or more, maybe I was thinking about throwing on the Steelers. But this weekend, I'm riding with Nick Bosa. I'm riding with Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey back on the field this weekend. We're taking the 49ers minus 2 points on the road Week 1. And if we're talking bets, you know what time it is. It's time for Bobby Boucher's Best Bets on the other side. We'll take a look at all the top Week 1 matchups and give you some of our picks for Week 1 of the NFL season. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Football Friday on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. All right, welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Friday morning, and that music means one thing and one thing only. It's time for Bobby Boucher's Bets, a staple of the leadoff spot, something that we did each and every week during the NFL season last year, and a record that I think maybe might have been above any other radio host, not only on these airways, but we'll go across the country. Let's go head-to-head. Because last season, we went 34-17-3 against the spread, picking 3 games every single week. Sometimes we'll get spicy and throw a 4th game in there. But to start it off this week, let's keep it simple, and let's give you our 3 best bets for week 1 of the NFL season. And last night, the Detroit Lions kicked it off with an upset win over the Kansas City Chiefs. So maybe I will give you a couple upsets this morning, or maybe I'll just go straight chalk. Because that's the thing about betting on week 1 of the NFL of the season. The lines make no sense because there's really not any data to go on. Now, you could say, hey, well, this team did good during the preseason. That team did great during the preseason. That's practice. That's not a game. That's practice. Now we talk about practice. Thank you, Dave. Now we're talking about the real games. And now we're talking about the action this weekend. And I already told you last segment, I'm riding with the San Francisco 49ers, -2 points over the Steelers. But I'm not making that one of my best bets because I do think that's going to be a close game. But my first bet best does still have to do with the NFC West. And I'm looking at the matchup between the Seattle Seahawks and the LA Rams. And the Seattle Seahawks are a 5-point favorite on the road down in SoFi. Now, we all know about SoFi Stadium and their lack of a home field advantage. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more Seahawks fans in the building than there are Rams fans, especially after the news came out earlier this week that Cooper Kupp will not be playing this weekend. So you take away the number 1 offensive piece on that roster. You got Matthew Stafford out here who doesn't even know the names of his other wide receivers. I think it's going to be a bad season for the LA Rams. Meanwhile, the Seattle Seahawks, who were led to the playoffs last year by Geno Smith, Mr. Comeback Player of the Year, went out and drafted Jackson Smith and Jigba in the first round, added a really good wide receiver at Ohio State. And on the defensive side of the ball, they went out and bring back Bobby Wagner, who's now back in the middle of that Seahawks defense. I still think they could have addressed the defensive line in the draft, but they went out and drafted a first-round cornerback also to pair him with Tariq Woolen. So maybe that turns into one of the better defensive backfields in the NFL. But again, you really don't need too many DBs when Cooper Kupp is not on the field. I don't got any faith in the LA Rams, so I'll take the Seahawks on the road. That number 5 is an ugly number, but I'll take it. I think the Seahawks win by at least a touchdown, maybe double digits. That's my first Bobby Boucher bet of the week. Now, my game number 2 involves the man that got paid yesterday. And no, I'm not talking about Nick Bosa because he was paid on Wednesday. Last night, the news came out that Joey Burrow, a.k.a. Joey Bags, will be getting the bag, the biggest bag in NFL history. He signed a 5-year, $275 million extension. That means he's going to get paid $55 million per year. And we mentioned it earlier. Brock Purdy's getting paid less than $1 million per year. So if you want a quarterback like Joe Burrow, you're going to have to fill up that $54 million pay gap in between. And here's the thing, Joe Burrow, I know he had a little bit of an injury scare during the preseason. He's good. He's healthy and ready to go. And he's got his boy Jamar Chase with him this weekend out in Cleveland taking on the Browns. Coincidentally, playing against the quarterback who has the higher guaranteed contract in Deshaun Watson. Now, we all watched Deshaun Watson play last year, and he really didn't perform. But this is a Cleveland Browns team that has a lot of talent. Whether it's at the running back position with Nick Chubb or on defense with arguably one of the best defensive players in the league, Myles Garrett. There's a lot of talent on this Browns team, and that's why I think a lot of people are paying attention to the AFC North as one of the best divisions in football. Well, this weekend, Cincinnati's going into Cleveland and are a 2-point underdog. And again, this is a game that's being played in the state of Ohio. Joe Burrow loves the state of Ohio. I really have no problem with the spread at all. It's only a 2-point spread, so I'll lay the points with the Cincinnati Bengals and the man that just got paid out yesterday. Give me Cincy -2 to go on the road and take down the dog pound in Cleveland. Now it's time for our third best bet of the week. And I thought about going with a dog of the week. I always love taking underdogs. I thought about taking the Miami Dolphins +3 against the LA Chargers, but I think the Chargers are going to come out hot after blowing that playoff game last year. What was it, a 27 or a 28-point lead against the Jacksonville Jaguars? So I'm staying away from the Chargers in week 1, but I'm actually going with that team that made that comeback in the playoffs, and I'm going with Trevor Lawrence this weekend, taking on the Indianapolis Colts. A Colts team that I don't think anybody really has high expectations for this year. We saw what happened with the Jonathan Taylor fiasco. They've now placed him on the PUP injured list, and nobody really knows if the guy's even injured. And nobody really knows if he's going to play a single snap for the Colts this year or if he's going to get traded. So now you're looking at like Deion Jackson leading that rushing attack. But the man who's really leading the rushing attack is Anthony Richardson, a guy that I've had question marks about since he was drafted out of Florida, a guy that I wasn't convinced is the greatest thrower of the football. Now he'll have a chance this weekend against the Jacksonville defense that is a little underrated, but we know he's going to be running a lot. But we know with rookie quarterbacks, there's always the chance for turnovers. I think Anthony Richardson's going to turn over the ball this weekend. I think the Jaguars take advantage of that. And this is a Jags team that's pretty much dominated the Colts each and every year, even when they were bad. Like, do you remember a year or two ago when the Jacksonville Jaguars only won one game? I think it was the year before they drafted Trevor Lawrence. Guess what? That one game was week 1 against the Indianapolis Colts. They're 13-2-1 against the spread against the Colts since 2015. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm going with the Jacksonville Jaguars as a 4.5-point favorite this weekend in Indianapolis. A couple ugly numbers, but those are our 3 Bobby Boucher's best bets. We're going with the Seattle Seahawks -5 against the Rams. We're going with the Cincinnati Bengals -2 against the Cleveland Browns, and we're going with the Jacksonville Jaguars -4.5 against the Indianapolis Colts. I will remind you, we went 34-17-3 against the spread last year. We'll try to top those numbers, and eventually we will get you some of those underdog bets. Dave, I was tempted to take the Raiders +3.5 against the Broncos this weekend. Raiders have recently dominated the Broncos, but with the circus that's going on with Chandler Jones, Josh McDaniels, Dave Ziegler, and Jimmy Garoppolo now in town, I'm staying away from that game because I want to see what the Broncos look like with Sean Payton taking over. I mean, the Broncos can't be any worse than they were last year, right? We'll see what Russell Wilson and the Broncos have in store for the Raiders this Sunday.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Yeah, hopefully they're riding straight into an L. We'll see what happens with Jimmy G, and we'll see what happens with Brock Purdy facing off against Kenny Pickett. We'll continue to get you ready for the 49ers and Steelers this Sunday with Murphy Mack on the other side. It's the Waterboy, a.k.a. Bobby Boucher, on a Football Friday on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the sports leader.
Back on the leadoff spot on a Friday morning, getting you ready for week 1 of the NFL season. Shout out to my guy, Overnight Dave, behind the glass. And also shout out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, checking in this morning saying, hey, Waterboy, one of your Bobby Boucher's best bets by picking the Seattle Seahawks is a game that's actually being played in Seattle. So I want to make sure to correct that. We're taking the Seahawks at home -5 against the Rams. We're taking the Bengals -2 in Cleveland against the Browns. And we're taking the Jags -4.5 against the Indianapolis Colts. And those, my friends, are your Bobby Boucher's best bets. But it's all previewing you and getting you ready for the football Friday forecast, baby.
Let's blanket a show of such good cheer and good vibes. But should we create a rivalry between the forecast and Bobby Boucher?
Yes,
yes, we should.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. Yes. I've got receipts because Bobby Boucher's best bets last season
like Dion.
went 34-17. And 3.
Well, you don't think my man tabulates
I know you guys were in the green, but
my guy's got his notebook.
Hey, man, I think
34-17-3 is bonkers.
It's ridiculous, and it's all documented on KNBR.com.
Are those numbers fluffed up in any fashion? I'm just wondering.
Go back, check the tapes. I got receipts pulling back.
I'm going to go ahead and say you're in the wrong line of work, buddy. What are you doing here?
What are you doing? Why aren't you in Vegas with Stefan?
I don't know why Bobby Boucher's best bets doesn't have like 5 or 6 different sponsors with all the money I'm winning for people.
My God.
I got to talk to the sales team. What's going on here?
You are tempting the gods here.
100%.
Yeah, okay.
I'm having that record's going to be flipped this season just because I'm talking about it so much.
What's dangerous for you is that you, in the pool I'm in, I had all 3 of the same picks, and that's dangerous for you.
Oh, no.
That's dangerous for you.
Oh, no. Am I going to fade my own picks now?
Yeah, you're going to have to fade.
Boys.
There's still time to switch. Just ask Copes, who switched the rules of our fantasy league after the draft.
Commissioner Copes, one of the biggest no-nos in fantasy football.
Dude, he changed the rules of our league after the draft.
Well, what's going on?
It's like outrageous.
Maybe you guys need to overthrow the government.
All of a sudden, we're a PPR league.
Which is a big deal.
But I drafted my team based on it being not PPR.
I was going to say, hey, man, Commissioner Rob Manfred and Roger Goodell called and said, good job, good effort.
We thought they were bad commissioners. Copes is out here running a dictatorship.
Anyway.
No vote, no message to the people, nothing.
I know, crazy, man. So anyway, point being is that I'm impressed, and we'll see how it goes, and then the forecast will be here.
And the forecast is coming, and so are the 49ers. And here comes Bosa, baby, playing this Sunday, taking on TJ Watt and the Steelers, boys.
Yeah, 10 a.m. My schedule is clear. I'm ready to go. It's on the leader. It's not on one of the satellite stations.
Right here on the leader.
You know what my plan is this weekend? Is to glue my ass to the couch, kind of like that guy glued his feet to the floor last night at the U.S. Open. Did you boys see any of that?
Oh, my God, I did not. I thought I was prepped for the show.
There was a climate protester last night at the U.S. Open, and he glued his feet to the floor.
Didn't a woman do that in the Timberwolves game?
I think she tried to glue her hands to the floor, and they just picked her up and dragged her away.
You know what? Because of these acts, the climate will get better. That's it. Because of these acts.
Yeah, Nick Bosa's not going to take that PJ, that private jet, into San Francisco because of that guy.
I did see that the match was delayed for 49 minutes by a climate activist, but I didn't know a guy glued his feet to the floor.
He glued his feet to the floor, Murph.
Paulie, is there anything you would glue your feet to the floor for?
Not necessarily, but my first thought on this is somebody get a hold of Shannon Kaler, because I bet you he's
hey man, I supplied the glue,
I'm going to glue myself
here.
And
glue, man.
And no horses were killed making that glue.
It's vegan glue, man. What are those rackets made of, man?
By the way, so when I was a freshman...
gorillas and gorilla glue.
I remember when I was in freshman civics class, there was a poster of Martin Luther King, and it said, if a man hasn't found something he will die for, he isn't fit to live.
Wow.
I was always like, damn, that's heavy.
That's deep.
So now I'm going to change that to, if a man hasn't found anything he would glue his feet to the floor for, he isn't fit to live, dude.
Well, I'll tell you what. Everybody listening should glue themselves to the radio right now because we got 4 hours of Murph and Mac getting you ready for the 49ers and Steelers this weekend. Dave, great job as always, and appreciate everybody checking in this morning on the leadoff spot. But now it's time for the Murph and Mac Show, and you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, and the Murph and Mac Show on a Reggae Friday and a Football Friday starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
See, these are the vibes we're looking for, Paulie. My first glance at the text line this morning, it's already popping, and 510 says, I'm here for the forecast. I listen every morning, but it's the forecast that brings me to my knees.
Is that right? Is that what the
That's
text
why
said?
he didn't do the
Well,
but
I
he did
appreciate you warming it up.
He did say to his knees, though. Yes,
That's what it's all about. Well, like he said, he's committed to the forecast. We're all committed to the forecast. The triumphant return, and how great was it seeing competitive NFL football last night? And what a game we were treated to. Go Lions.
By the way, can I just start immediately with a bad riff, bad take?
I guess so.
And I'm going to steal it from our friend down the hall who texted me. Said, Dan Campbell's nose, he said, that's a great, big old red nose. See that thing?
He's a large.
Does that mean he enjoys an after-dinner pop?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, like gin blossom type nose. Yeah, well, I'll take another look.
It's a bad take. It's an irresponsible
I
take.
hadn't been studying it that way.
I shouldn't have gone down that road. I apologize to
That
Dan
just
Campbell.
might be a testosterone nose is what that is.
He might come and bite my kneecaps
That's an alpha male nose.
Yeah, man, the Chiefs look fat and lazy and out of shape.
You know
in
what I'm
the Super
saying?
Bowl, they spend the whole summer on the
See
banquet
what happens? You
circuit.
take away Tyreek Hill, you take away a Kelsey. Next thing you know, what do you?
Chris Jones.
You take away a Chris sitting up there
away
with
Eric Bieniemy.
How about Chris
Was
Jones?
he really the brains behind the operation?
Well, we're going to find out this year. Yeah.
So it's kind of fun to see them flailing. But I really, right now, the Lions are riding that honeymoon high, man. I don't know anybody in the country right now who's down on the Lions. Like, everybody's enjoying the Lions.
The amazing thing is last year they started their season 1-6 before they turned that thing around.
Yeah.
I mean, most teams are going to throw their season away at that point and just say to hell with it, just hoping I'm not going to get hurt for the rest of the game. These guys turned it around and started playing competitively, and now you got to actually consider the Detroit Lions, like in the 2023 landscape. They're going to be part of it.
Told you there was in Mike Sando's athletic anonymous survey of NFL executives. There was one guy who was brazen about it. He goes, the Lions are the second best team in the NFC. They're better than the Niners. How about that? I'm saying that on KNBR.
That's a little far-fetched. I'm not going that far because the Niners
if Dan Campbell comes down into Santa Clara, he'll be like, let's go.
No, he fears nobody, but I'm just saying the Niners have more talent. Like, they have good, hard-nosed, like, they have a great offensive line. As Collinsworth was telling us last night, probably the strength of their team. And in the fourth quarter, they just started pushing the Chiefs around. So I think that's where their strength is. It's up front. And the Niners just have weapons all over the place. I don't see the Lions have. But point taken. And I'm glad the Lions are here, and I'm glad they're going to be part of this.
I have to say, the aesthetic is very welcome. Like, you get used to the same helmets over and over again. It's the Chiefs.
Give me that
it's the
Honolulu
Chiefs, it's the
blue.
Patriots, it's the Patriots, it's the Cowboys, it's the...
And since when did the Lions have, like, a traveling pack of fans, dude? They had fans at Arrowhead by the end of the game in the fourth quarter, dude. Like, Goff was, like, firing up.
Will we find out if Lion Nation exists?
They've probably been waiting to do something like this for years.
Do we know any? You and me?
Overnight Dave. He's the guy. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
He's a big Raider guy, but he loves his Lions, too.
I don't know, though. Dave, is Dave still here?
No, because he was texting me last night. He was all excited.
Okay, does he ride with the Lions?
He does. He's got love.
I mean, I know he has, like, sentimental, nostalgic love, but the Raiders are, like, here and the Lions are, like, here, though,
Dave,
right?
give us... I'm sure Dave is listening. Give us a breakdown.
He's right there.
Oh, he is.
Am I right in saying the Raiders are way ahead of the Lions for you, or are you with the Lions? Yeah, your Raiders. Okay. All right. Wait. Whoa. Come on, man. What's that?
See, now...
He took a shot at the Bruins.
Right. He took
on his way out. All right, Dave. Enjoy your weekend, buddy. Enjoy your weekend. There he is.
See, now you apologize.
Have a great weekend, bud. There he is.
See you, Dave.
Anyway, well,
Dave's
listen,
my guy.
He's not the only guy taking shots at the Bruins. I'm still waiting.
Yeah, you're taking shots at the Bruins.
I was thinking about picking against him in the forecast today, but stayed away from it.
I'll be listening either way.
We'll see how it goes. So anyway, it was fun. It was great not to have the Giants in your life.
It was nice to have a day off. Let's be honest.
And I also want to say the aesthetic of the Lions. Like I'm just like loving the Honolulu blue is back.
I feel you, man.
And there's really never been a time in our life when they were a factor. Never. Like, they have made the playoffs before.
But they were never taken like, oh, watch out.
Never taken seriously.
Yeah.
Never.
No.
Never even with Barry Sanders.
Nope.
You didn't take them seriously.
Nope.
They were like, yeah, whatever. They'll fade. They'll go away. I mean, the last playoff game they won was January of 93.
That's ridiculous.
30 years ago.
Is that right?
Yeah.
God.
And then prior to that, the last one they won was 1957.
They got some balls charging that fan base for anything, any prices at all.
And those Thanksgiving Day games were so depressing.
I know. They serve them up.
Yeah, it was like, come on,
here come the Lions.
Again?
I know. Now it'll be something to watch, though.
Excited. Just like we're excited for the Niners and the Steelers. Feeling pretty good about this one. Feeling pretty good. I don't know if you're going to go down that road in the forecast.
Well, there's a tradition on the Friday football forecast where every year, because you're right, I generally stay away from Niner games. I just don't like having
Why is that?
I don't want to get too close. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to have my fingerprints on something that goes wrong, or I don't know. I just don't like getting in there. But
Is it a
it's-
lack of courage, probably?
Maybe.
All right.
But it is a tradition, though. On week 1, I always take the Niner game, so we'll explore that one. And then a bonus game for your head.
I got a feeling you're not taking the Steelers in
Well,
2.5.
we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, and college football is going to be great tomorrow, although we got other things going on tomorrow, and just want to remind everybody, if you want to come hang with your boys.
Yes.
Your boys Paul and Brian will be
You're
up
right,
on the
Brian.
mountain.
Yeah.
We'll be on Mount Tan tomorrow.
Yeah.
For what is always one of the great days, Sound Summit. Michael Nash, the great producer, has put together yet another wonderful afternoon on the mountain, and I think tickets are still available.
Yeah, I think you can grab a ticket or two, so go over to
And it's-
soundsummit.net.
Have you checked the weather?
I was going to ask you, actually. I'm expecting it to be on the chilly side, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, generally we get...
By the end of the day, it starts to cool down, and this has been a kind of a cool stretch anyway, so it's
Yeah.
probably going to be on the cool side.
Historically, we had some smokers up there.
Well, you
man.
remember the year that Bob Weir and Phil Lesh were out there with Jim James, and Jim James of My Morning Jacket, he had an ice towel over his head while he was playing.
Absolutely
yeah, it was
brutal.
really hot that year.
And but then last year we had it later in the season. We had it in October, so we had a little chill.
Oh, that's
Remember that
right,
little
yeah.
chill? Okay, I got Mount Tamalpais State Park on
Hit
my
me.
iPhone.
Yeah, what are you saying?
So it's going to peak at 72 degrees right around 3:30. But dude, by the time 6 o'clock, 67. When Lord Huron is doing their thing. Not to be confused with Lord Superior, Lord Michigan, Lord Erie, or Lord Ontario.
Or the Aerosmith track, Lord of the Thighs. It's a great track, by the way.
So it says maybe by the time that we're spilling out of there, it should be around 65, 66 degrees. But it'll be a little shady, though.
Point is, come on up and have a great time with us. We'll be there all day,
Dude,
bringing the
band-
bands on. Yeah.
Listen, vinyl obviously going to be something I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, local boys made good.
But the one I'm really looking forward to is Broke Down in Bakersfield.
Same here. That to me might be the highlight of the day. I can't speak to the other artists. I've never seen any of them, but I am looking forward to the Bakersfield set too.
Big story in the IJ this morning about Tim and Nikki Bloom. I believe our listeners would be mother hips type people.
Yeah, they're like household names in the Bay,
Mother Hips
man.
is one of
yeah,
those bands
been
with like a
around forever.
local cult following up and down the West Coast.
They used to
particularly
play
in the Bay Area.
in the '90s when I moved back. They used to play on Clement Street almost every weekend at the Last
and they
Day
had their
Saloon.
people.
Big time.
They have their people.
Oh, big time.
And anyway, Tim Bloom, who was the front man there, eventually wound up marrying the lovely Nikki Bloom. And I didn't realize she grew up in Lafayette. She's a local gal. And they made beautiful music there. They got famous for a cover, an a cappella cover of Hall & Oates' I Can't Go For That in their car.
Oh, that was great. That's right.
That thing got millions of views.
Yeah, that was a great
Millions
jam.
of views. And
Yeah.
she's got the voice of an angel.
Yeah.
And he's got the guitars, and they were a great couple. Then they split up.
Yep.
As happens.
Well, it does. I mean, rock and roll and romance, that's a tough trick to pull off.
And then there was
That's Fleetwood Mac, they'll tell you.
I just read, so they're reuniting for this gig today.
I know, it's
and
a big
I read
deal.
in the IJ they haven't seen each other since the divorce, and they didn't rehearse together.
Wow,
either.
this is going to be like a Star is Born kind of thing. We're going to get some of that tension. Yeah. You know what I
You
mean?
and I are going to be up on stage.
Yeah.
Like, hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Anyway, they're great, and it's a tribute to the Bakersfield sound
It's
of
gonna
like
be killer.
of Buck Owens and the whole crew down there, which is maybe my favorite.
You do.
Country
You like
music.
your Bakersfield.
Yeah, my Bakersfield country.
Yeah.
In fact, I will listen to channel 349 on Sirius XM, the Bakersfield beat. Don't you know?
Other guys falling into the demographic of Bakersfield fans would be probably a Bruce Bochy. Digs that Bakersfield country
big time,
sound. Yeah.
big time.
Well, Murph, I'm just getting my Bakersfield on.
My only problem with Bakersfield is that it's traditionally an LA Dodgers town because they used to have a.
Oh, yeah?
For years, that was their AAA. That was their AAA
Bakersfield.
team. Yeah, Bakersfield. It's kind of funny there. So Merle Haggard and Buck Owens would be the main guys from the Bakersfield. Anyway, we'll be there tomorrow. That's the point. And I'll be checking my college football scores.
Oh,
when I'm up
I
there.
know, me too.
But the good news is that a couple of the biggest games will be at night, so we can see them when we come home.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. All right, guys. It's a great Friday. It's
Let's go.
Football Friday.
Let's go.
We're going to be doing this forecast from now until 2024.
This is only the beginning.
2024.
Yeah, you're right.
Are we supposed to be wearing, tin foil and flying in Jetsons?
Pretty soon.
2024?
Yeah, pretty soon. They're working on it.
All right. We got 49er talk coming your way. A great guest list on the other side.
Let's
and
go,
the
baby.
forecast and the 49ers on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. If you missed the forecast, baby,
Yeah.
you're going to die.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the playing time for Nick Bosa this weekend against the Pittsburgh Steelers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
The tight end is in motion. He looks into the nickel. It's a 5-man rush. Mahomes throws a pass. Bobbled, intercepted on the ricochet and pulled down the near side. It's Branch, the rookie. He's down the sideline 40, 30, 20, 10. He's in for a touchdown. Patrick Mahomes has thrown a pick six. The Lions have picked off Mahomes. And now within a point of tying the game. Holy smokes. Branch, the rookie out of Alabama, forcing his way into the starting lineup, got the ricochet and takes it to the house.
Kevin Harlan and Bob Marley. Name a more iconic duo.
I can't.
than Kevin Harlan and Bob
I'm afraid
Marley.
I can't.
Is this love for the Detroit Lions? It is.
It is love.
And they're having some fun, man. And go Lions.
I think everybody can kind of rally around. Like a lot of football fan bases, we don't like, Niners don't like Cowboys. We don't like the Giants. Giants don't like the Eagles. Dallas doesn't like the Giants, et cetera, on and on. I think most football fans can kind of rally around the Detroit Lions as kind of a...
Then when's the backlash?
Great question.
It's coming.
Maybe
it's
by
coming.
week 7, something will happen. Yeah.
Sick of the Lions.
Yeah.
I've heard enough about the
Lions.
They're right now peaking. I think they're peaking right now.
Well, probably the biggest win for that franchise, and I can't even say how long.
Some would say, yeah.
Honestly, I can't even put a finger on it.
The biggest win, one of the 5 biggest wins in franchise history.
I know they felt good about the way they finished because they got to knock out Green Bay on their own field. That was a big one. But that's
a good one.
This is even bigger, though, because you're talking Super Bowl champs, opening night, national TV.
With some hype coming in. Literally, they have not, obviously, they've never reached an NFC championship game.
God.
So you can't say any of those, right? They made the playoffs as recently as 2016, believe it or not, which is kind of weird. And weird to think that they made it as recently as 2016. They went 9-7 under Jim Caldwell with Matt Stafford, and they lost in the wild card game to, I'll give it to you right here, Paulie. They lost to the Seahawks 26-6.
All right.
They just went out quietly and meekly. And then they made it in 2014 also. They went 11-5, actually.
Nice year. Nice year.
If you put a gun to my head and said the Lions go 11-5 in the last 20 years, I'd say, hell no. But they did. And that year they lost to the Cowboys 24-20 in the wild card. To Jason Garrett and the Cowboys. Then they made it again in 2011. So they did make it 3 times. We're making them out to be this poverty franchise, but they did make it 3 times in the last 15 years. They lost to the Saints in that game, 45-28. Oh, that was right before the Alex Smith Saints game, right?
Wow,
so we would have faced the mighty Lions. Prior to that, they lost a wild card game in 99, lost a wild card game in 97, lost a wild card game in 95, 94, 93. They did make the conference championship in 91. My bad. They played the Washington Redskins and lost 41-10.
Wow.
So they did make a conference championship that year, 91. So, and then prior to that, well, they lost a division game. Well, 83.
That's a big one, yeah.
That's your squad.
Yeah.
82, they lost a wild card game. 70, they lost in the division.
70.
And then 1957, they won the NFL championship. They beat the Cleveland Browns 59-14.
Well, I felt like when Dan Campbell dialed up that fake punt so deep in their own territory, that set the tone. That was it. That had the Chiefs. You could see how off balance the Chiefs were from that point on. And for the rest of that drive, they were looking around like, what the hell's going on? And give the Lions some credit. They methodically got down the field. That was a 91-yard drive. It was very impressive.
And this is for Overnight Dave, Butch Berry, and the late, great Sam Spear, and my buddy Scott Stollers. The Detroit Lions won 3 championships in the 50s with Bobby Lane at quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
Waterboy Marcus Boucher, that would be the name of the Detroit Lions of the 50s, Bobby Lane.
There it is.
I don't know how many of the kids today know Bobby Lane.
Not really.
But I have a story about Bobby Lane, believe it or not.
Break it down.
Do you guys remember the great Art Donovan used to go on David Letterman?
Of course. Great guest.
Waterboy used to be a guy for the, and good morning, Marcus.
What do you say, Waterboy?
Morning, boys.
So David Letterman, obviously the iconic talk show host of our generation.
Yeah.
The man who introduced dry, ironic wit to an entire generation.
That was my guy.
He used to have a regular guest, a former NFL player named Art Donovan, who was a big, burly, joke-telling,
old school
Baltimore Colt lineman.
Yeah,
he used to come on and just play like the average Joe with the one-liners and the crew cut and all that.
Very funny, very likable. Yeah,
it's kind of crazy that Letterman had Art Donovan.
Well,
on
he was
it.
Dave loved. He was TV gold.
Like the hipster audience of the '80s, like going to Dave for edgy comedy, and we're getting crew-cutted Art Donovan from the Baltimore Colts.
But he transcended the generations. We embraced him.
He
we
made
loved
Letterman
him.
laugh all the
That's
time.
what I'm saying. That's why
did.
Dave kept having him back.
He told the story of Bobby Lane. He goes, one time, Dave, I sacked Bobby Lane. He goes, Dave, the alcohol breath coming off him so strong. I said, geez, Bobby, as I was picking him up from the ground, I said, geez, Bobby, you really went after it hard last night. He said, last night, Art, I was drinking at halftime, is what he said. Big laugh line, Marcus.
Yeah, nice.
That was the NFL in the 50s.
Well, that's back when they were smoking butts in the middle of halftime.
No question.
So Bobby Lane, the blonde bomber, won 3 championships for the Lions back in the 50s, and that's the last time they lived.
Way cool.
Last time they existed. In your life, of your generation, I mean, what's your...
Nothing. Calvin Johnson putting up stats on Thanksgiving.
Megatron.
That's pretty much it.
You have arguably two of the greatest position players of all time in Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson.
And they both retired early.
Yeah, they're like, I got to get out.
They were playing for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah. Matt Stafford said, I got to get out, right?
Yeah.
And he left and won a Super Bowl.
Which is insane, by the way. I still can't even...
I don't even acknowledge it.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rams to me, they were like just some aberration. I don't know how to...
just not acknowledge
No, I'd rather not.
just not acknowledge it. Just like the 2020 Lakers.
Oh, please.
Oh, don't forget the 2020 Dodgers also, Murph.
Please. What, did they play 60 games? Yeah, you're world champs. Yeah, sure.
Sometimes you look at the text line in the middle of a show, you get knocked for a doozy.
What do you got?
First of all, 408, yes, Night Train Lane, great Detroit Lion. When I was in 6th grade, my parents gave me an NFL Hall of Fame calendar. So every month was a new guy, and it was all old school guys because this was like 1979. So it was mostly people from the 50s and 60s. And Night Train Lane was like April. That's there to him for a month. So
Great name.
Yes,
Yeah.
he was a linebacker. Also, the legendary KPIX sports anchor and 49er color man Wayne Walker.
Yeah, man.
He's a great Detroit Lion.
Nice.
But dude, look at this one, 650. My great uncle was killed in a street fight by Art Donovan. That's what 650.
Well, wait a minute now.
That's
Wait.
It's right there. Look at it.
What?
He says it's in his book. So
Okay.
that's why I told you.
Where do you go from there?
Sometimes you look at the
Killed him in a
text line.
street fight.
They were good friends. They had a brawl, and he died.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry to tell you, man.
I mean, this is what happens.
Oh, man. Anyway, sorry to bring everybody down.
Yeah, no, I wasn't ready for that.
209 says, don't forget great moments in Lions history. The Jim Schwartz, Jim Harbaugh fight over the handshake.
Oh, the ass slap, too. And he slapped him right on his ass. Yeah, that was nuts. Schwartz wasn't having it.
Do you remember that one, boy?
I do.
Yeah,
it's a legendary moment. Yeah.
That was that Harbaugh's first game?
They had to be separated by players. We had some of the biggest 49er defensive guys. I think Patrick Willis might have been in the middle of that, breaking that up. Because Schwartz wanted a piece of Harbaugh after the slap to the rear.
Yeah.
That was nuts.
Yeah. So it wasn't their first game. It was their first year in 2011.
Yeah.
Lions were 5-0. The Niners are 4-1. A listener's bringing it back. So we stopped the Lions' Super Bowl dreams that day. All right, well, listen, it's Lions fever. It's Lions fever.
It is. Right now it is.
Why don't we do this, though, because I know today is 49ers fever. We got to get into it. And, of course, it's Friday football forecast
Thank
fever.
you. Yep.
Anybody up for the Giants and Rockies tonight? Anybody?
I am. I'm going, Murph.
Nice.
Kyle Harrison's on the boat.
There you go.
Nice.
I actually know who's pitching tonight.
Yeah, that's good. And, by the way, they announced Webb for Saturday. So there you go.
Yeah, so where's Cobb?
They said they had no announcement.
Yeah, nothing for
I
Sunday.
don't know what's going on there.
Interesting.
By the way, how about Tripoli just printed out a Greg Papa wiki bio for me. You know, did you see Papa on TV last night with Matty Mayoko and Jennifer Lee Chan? See that?
They did a post game, right? I missed it. Sorry, Papa.
I didn't see it either.
They're standing up. They're all standing, and it's these long one shots of them standing. And the big question is, what do you do with your hands?
Great question.
Matt Mayoko goes with the fingertips on fingertips.
You see that? You see guys do that? Yeah, the fingertips.
Papa does the right hand clasped over the left wrist.
I clasp it, John.
We had a big debate in our living room asking the family, who's doing the better look, the Matt Mayoko fingertips or the Greg Papa wrist grasp?
Right. So, yeah, you got to watch how people handle their hands when they're
put
giving
your hands in your pockets there?
Well, you can. I think sometimes, for example, Don Draper, I used to study his body language. He'd be doing one of those things, and this is what he used to do. He'd go one hand in the pocket, then he'd take it out and gesture, but this is the big thing he would do. He'd have the one hand in, and he would take his index finger. I don't know if you remember this, Murph, and he would wipe the bottom of his chin. He would say, "Gentlemen, I'm so glad you're here today. We're going to show you some new slides for Coca-Cola." And then he'd go like this, Murph. He'd go, We've got some ideas.
Okay.
He'd wipe the bottom of his chin. He did it a bunch, and I used to watch it and go like, dude, nice move. Looks like he's collecting his thoughts.
Because you're big on the higher you go on the head, the more annoyed you are.
Yeah, and you're probably lying. The higher on your head you go. You're telling some kind of lie.
415 is getting your bits, Paulie. 415 says, I clasp it, John.
No, totally.
I
clasp the free hand, John.
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah,
buddy.
yeah.
He's doing your bit.
Yeah.
All right. And by the way, Lions Nation's coming out saying, can I get an Alex Karros, a Lem Barney, a Chris Spielman? We're getting great Lions now. We got to remember, the Niners are playing the Steelers on Sunday.
Nobody shouting out Billy Sims. What do you don't like the end zone glide? Remember the end zone glide, Murph? Yeah.
Eric Hippel's getting some love.
Yeah, shout out Hipple.
Eric Kramer. I remember his football card back in the day. Yeah. Oh, man.
What was that coach they had? Wayne something. He always looked sad.
Wade Fonts,
dude.
Famously once.
The saddest looking head coach in history.
He defiantly said one time at a press conference when he was on the ropes, he's like, we're not going anywhere. And he said, Wayne Fonts is alive. And I was covering the Niners at that time. I must have said that to my fellow writers.
Wayne Fonts.
Every day.
Yeah.
Every day. There would be some point in the press room when we were all bored or something, I would just say, Wayne Fonts is alive.
I'll tell you this right now. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more downtrodden-looking coach. He was the saddest-looking dude I've ever seen.
I have a vivid memory of covering a Niners-Lions Monday night game in 95 at the Silver Dome, Paulie. And this is when I realized the East Coast was so jacked up. It was 9:15, Waterboy, and they hadn't kicked off yet. 9:15.
It's a tough life. It really is.
And I was waiting, and on the sideline, either Leslie Visser or Lisa Guerrero, whoever was the sideline reporter at the time, was doing the right before kickoff interview with Fonts because the big Klieg light was on him down, and we're like, kick off already. And there's the big Klieg light down on the sideline. I was like, Wayne Fonts is getting interviewed by freaking Lisa Guerrero right now. And I was like, kick it off. And so that's my memory of Fonts, and he was looking downtrodden and chunky.
Fonts, dude. Yeah.
That was the game Doug Bryan missed the field goal. And then they I think they gave him the Ziggy. And then they went to the Colts and lost, and then he got the Ziggy.
Okay.
Also, Detroit is where Steve Young crawled off the field.
He did. That was a big win.
Post Eagles 94.
Big win from Steve, yeah.
And William Floyd scored a big touchdown.
Nice.
Anyway, all right, guest list going here on a Friday, September 8th, 2023. All right, here it is. It's big.
All right, let's get into it.
Waterboy, take a deep breath.
Well, boys, it's a football Friday, so it's time to remind everybody where the hell they are.
You know where you are? You in the forecast, baby.
It's the Friday football
I don't know
forecast.
if I can ever replicate that.
Make it a return to your life this morning and every Friday morning at 6:50 a.m. this morning, boys.
So every Friday at 6:50? Mm-hmm. Unless we have some great guest.
Unless we have a guest, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So
Sometimes
that's the
we have
plan.
to move it around.
That's the plan. This Friday, next Friday, every Friday throughout the football season, you'll get your Friday football forecast.
All right.
And then, of course, with the remainder of the baseball season going on, we'll have Mike Krukow on Fridays at 7:35.
I got the Giants 2.5 behind Arizona for the third wild card.
Kyle Harrison on the hill.
That's where you're at right now.
Kyle Harrison going tonight, and hopefully the Giants make a postseason run. If not, Greg Papa will shift into that 7:30 slot for your Power Hour on a Football Friday. But he's coming on at 9:15 this morning. Just wanted to give a tease on Greg Papa. But in our Power Hour, we're going Mike Krukow, cooler of content at 8 a.m., and then 49ers GM at 8:15 a.m.
That's
this
a little
morning.
twist.
Mm-hmm.
It's that little twist.
It's like they pulled a
twist.
stunt on the defensive line.
So Lynch is 8:15.
Lynch is at 8:15.
Okay.
Usual time will be at 8 a.m. on Fridays.
Good
but
deal.
today he's coming on at 8:15.
Good deal.
After that, we'll hop back to do some Giants baseball with Susan Slusser at 8:35.
Yes, sir.
Then we'll go back to football with Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM and now currently with the Athletic.
Yeah.
We'll talk to him at 8:50 this morning.
Good.
As I mentioned earlier, G-Pop, Greg Papa at 9:15. And then Mooch, Steve
Speaking
Mariucci,
of Lions,
joining us at 9:35
Former
today.
Lions head coach
Great
Steve
call, buddy.
Mariucci. Yeah, got Tom Rathman there. By the way, he has everybody on here except for Sluss, who's the best looking of them all.
What do they have? Some kind of beef? Yeah.
Why wouldn't he have Sluss on
I
here?
don't know. Must be personal.
Where is she?
Tripoli.
Yeah, where is she?
Tripoli, get you going. All right, Niners, Steelers previews and Friday football forecasts coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I'm not sure what to do with my hands.
Be good just to hold them down by your side. Yeah, great.
Well, we're real happy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Man, I'm just so thankful, to be able to go through what I've done just in terms of the rehab, have all the help that I've had with, all the physical therapists, my surgeon, the strength and conditioning staff, and everyone here, medical staff with the Niners. They've all played a huge role, and so it wasn't just me, and so I had a lot of help, and I'm very thankful for everyone that played a part in that. But yeah, it was a somewhat of a long 6 months, but at the same time, it's like, man, I felt like that Eagles game was just yesterday. So here we are getting ready for game one, and I'm really excited about it.
Well, there it is. Brock Purdy on a Reggae Friday. Thank you, Waterboy. Instant reactions, like putting a quarter in a juke. And, so I told you so. We'll get into Brock in just a second, but of course we have to get our music take out first. So in the whole weekend in Encinitas, my buddy Malcolm, who's the ultimate white boy reggae fan, just was playing The Movement all weekend. So I can't get it out of my head. So here it is. The Movement, with a little help from Slightly Stupid on The Sound of Summer.
And Murph, this is The Sound of Summer, and The Sound of the Summer on KNBR Radio was talking about Brock Purdy's recovery process.
Yes. Very good. Listen to this kid.
That's how we tie it all together, Murph.
Yeah, he's very good. He's got great rejoins, man. Probably the best in the building.
So, and now I think I ride with The Movement. I think I like them. Yeah. It turns out they're from South Carolina, of all places. I know.
For reggae,
I know, right? So, but don't tell Tony that we played it.
He wouldn't like that.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Very good. By the way, I can't get over the text line's explosion on Lions culture. They're all chiming in.
Who knew?
They're all chiming in.
They've been waiting.
Somebody chimed in with George Plimpton, the book, The Paper Lion.
Okay, good.
Did you forget that? I read that book when I was a kid. How about that? A lot of people checking in on Alex Karros in Blazing Saddles, Mongo just pawned in Game of Life, Mongo like candy, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Somebody bringing up the fact that former Cal coach Mouse Davis was their coach up there. That's some deep pulls. So thank you guys for your Lions culture contributions.
I appreciate it.
We think the Lions are peaking right now. There's going to be a backlash soon against the Lions. So, there he is, Brock Purdy, man. And he said it seems like the Eagles game was yesterday. And that was kind of wild to me because I was thinking, God, that Eagles game, it's hard to even, like yesterday, yes, but also like 100 years ago at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, how do you, like, when you think of that Eagles game, does it feel like it was yesterday?
In a way it does. Yeah, in a way it does. And in other ways it seems like a while ago. But no, it does. It seems on the shorter side to me. How about you? Does it seem like a lifetime ago or 5 minutes ago?
It's sort of one of those, it's a game that
I've blocked it out, too. It was so distressing. It was like,
I think I blocked it out.
We all just sat there like, what?
Yeah.
What is this? What are we going to do? We got 3/4 of this?
We were so hyped for everything.
Yeah, I know.
God darn it.
And you remember how the players were talking? They were talking so confidently about the game plan that after the game, they were saying that they had brought something in. They were very confident about their chances in Philly. And we'll never know what that would have looked like, maybe until December when the rematch happens.
Yeah, we do have some sound to get to here, but the one that jumps out at me, Waterboy, is you asked a question? Were you down in the scrum?
Oh, you talking about my interaction with Talanoa Hufanga?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was down at Levi's last week, and I decided to just hop in the media room.
That's what you should do.
Hufanga was up at the podium, so I hopped in and I asked a question, Murph.
Are we going to get your question here, too, involved? Look at this.
Oh, yeah, get the full thing right here,
I love this. We're getting Marcus, little Scoop Boucher.
Bring it.
Scoop Boucher down there doing his thing. All right.
No, we know about your relationship with Troy Polamalu. I was wondering if you've talked to him at all ahead of the Week 1 matchup against the Steelers, and if you know if he'll be out there in Pittsburgh for the game.
We've talked about it. Obviously, I think it would be cool for him to be there. I don't know truly because, he does have kids and, his kids are starting to play football and stuff. So it could be a busy weekend for him as well. But if he's out there, it would be awesome. I think it's a pretty cool matchup. Somebody that I think he was a part of that organization for about 12 years. And for me to just go into my year 3 here and kind of first time beginning to play Pittsburgh, it was kind of a cool talk this offseason, especially when we saw the release of the schedule. But for me, he'll tell me like every other game, just go in there and do your 111, do your job, and the best team is going to win at the end of the day. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity I have and having Troy by my side for sure. And so we'll see Week 1. So.
Nice job, Waterboy. You know what? Can I get some applause?
It's a good question. Good answer too. Good answer.
And it is. I was watching one preview of the game, and one of the angles somebody said is, if Hufanga's out there making plays, Steelers fans are going to be like, how does Troy Polamalu's basically protege escape the Steelers in the draft.
We got him. He's with us. He's with us.
Because now you took him in the 6th round, or what was it, 5th or 6th? I forget. 5th, 6th? Anyway, like the Steelers had ample opportunities to take this guy.
Hey, you don't want him, we'll take him.
Yeah. And so if he's out there making plays, that would add a little extra zing to the Steelers.
Dude,
there.
and he turned into a dude last year. He was second-team All-Pro. And how about him just having those resources, whether it is Troy Polamalu, the Hall of Famer, or even the guy that's calling the shots up top, John Lynch, being a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Like, how can you just reach out and take tidbits away from those two guys?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
He plays fearlessly. He really attacks. He did tail off a little bit in the second half last year. But
he did.
But I'm looking forward to him exploding, although he did have the little knee thing all week.
Yeah. He did. That's something to keep an eye on tomorrow or Sunday.
I know. So two other ones I want to get into here. George Kittle. It's been quiet. He's been sitting out a lot. Is he going to play? This is actually from the man himself, George Kittle.
Wonderful. I get to practice, get to play football, have the best job in the world besides you guys, and just excited to play on Sunday, honestly.
Okay.
That's a good sign. Yeah, he'll be out there.
All right, good man.
Tough SOB.
Looking forward to that. And don't forget, Purdy loves him.
He had 11 touchdowns last year. Led the team in touchdowns, George Kittle. You know who was number 2 in touchdowns last year? It's a good question.
Hang on, let me think for just a second. Ayuk?
Yep.
Okay.
Brandon Ayuk came in with 8, and then way beneath that was Deebo Samuel.
Not CMC.
Nope. I think Deebo only had 2. So Deebo's going to be very fired up this year.
And then Shanahan on Tolbert and Copes. This is either before or after Copes changed our league to a PPR league.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the text line is reacting with outrage, as they should. But again, it's dangerous because the more you poke him, the more he's going to be like, blanket, I resign. You do it. So it's like, you know what I mean?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I mean,
right.
knowing Copes, he might make it like 5 points per catch if you keep poking him.
Just to do that. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, Copes. Another banger from the KNBR digital crew starring Copes.
Uh-huh.
Copes, a very funny one with him zoning out in front of the red zone yesterday. Did you see that one?
Did they do? Maybe
you know what made that? The famous Amos call. That's what made the comedy. So you got to like did you see it, Paulie?
I have not.
I'll have to show it to you.
Yeah, during the break I'll watch.
A bag of famous Amos.
A bag of famous. It's a great call. I mean, I did not see that coming. When's the last time you thought about famous Amos cookies?
Been a while.
Yeah,
been a little while.
And
Makes a good cookie though. It's a nice chocolate chip cookie.
And he says it in a totally zoned out state. It was very comic. It was unexpected.
Yeah.
Here's Shanahan on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday about the big guy, 97. Is he going to play?
Yeah.
This is 0907T.
Nicky.
0907T is what we call it. Here it is.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it a lot, and today, was our first time seeing him out there on the field, and I can't wait to go discuss it with people, but I'm forced to do a TV show and a radio show as soon as practice ends, so as soon as these are over, I'm gonna go in and watch it with the guys, and we'll start discussing this right away.
Pull off, Greg, dude. That's no big deal.
It's funny because they all sit in there and wait on me, and they're all annoyed with me, but hey, it's obligations.
Well, that's blame Bob Sargent.
Once again, obligations.
Yeah. But we enjoy. But Kyle, you have to understand, you're bringing a lot of joy to a lot of people.
When he speaks to Copes and Tolbert, he's truly speaking to the Niner fan base. Is what he is. Yeah. Same with John Lynch.
As I just thought of it. The fans. The whole deal about the fans. We pay your salaries.
We
right?
do.
You know what I mean? I mean? So I remember one time on the golf beat. This is very obscure. I'll tell you anyway.
Go.
For 30 seconds. When I was on the golf beat, Davis Love III was playing really well. He was one of the best players on tour. And the big story was how he had just bought a really fancy RV motorhome, like one of those things like 100 feet long that has everything in it, like a water bed, a big screen TV,
all that stuff. Yeah.
Freaking satellite dishes and all that.
Yeah, got a little living space.
And that was like the big thing. Like Davis Love is traveling with his 10,000 square foot RV, whatever. And then one time I needed to talk to him about something, and he was denying me. Although I wound up having a good relationship with him, but he was like denying the interview. And I was saying to the media guy, I'm like, I can't get Davis Love. I can't get Davis Love III. He goes, you can't do it today. You can't do it. And I snapped. I go, hey, without me writing these stories, he doesn't have that freaking RV. All right, you know what I mean?
Wow. How was that received?
I was lashing out. I was like, they were like, dude, I'll talk to you later. So that's Kyle.
I built that RV for him. You just go tell him.
Without Kyle talking to us, there's no fans, right?
No.
So thank you, Kyle, for doing that. Was there another one, Waterboy, we forgot? It was, we had the Kittle. We did the Shanahan on Bosa. And Yes?
Should we give the people an update on Charvarius Ward and Jake
That
Moody?
came out of nowhere.
Yeah, heel injury missed practice yesterday.
I don't like hearing that.
That's not good.
Yeah, so here's an update on Jake Moody and Charvarius Mooney Ward.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I got to practice.
No. That's
That's Kittle saying, I like that wonderful, by the way.
Yeah.
That should almost be in the Niner victory montage.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
All right, well, here's that cut we were looking for from Kyle Shanahan.
Jake, I mean, we haven't made him for sure yet, which I think I'll do tomorrow, but I feel he's going to be real good, and Mooney, which it's really close with Moody and Mooney.
Sorry.
It's all right. He had a little thing that came up yesterday, but I think we're feeling pretty confident he's going to be all right.
Wait, a little thing that came up yesterday, but we're feeling confident he's going to be all right. It's so amazing, these injuries in the NFL, man. Things that would fail you and I, they're like, no, he'll play. He'll play, yeah. By the way, were Copes and Tolbert down there? Sounds like they were down there.
I don't think they were.
No, I think he was on ISDN.
Okay.
Coach, yeah.
It sounded like Copes was right there in the room with him.
like that one, yeah.
Another guy coming in saying blank, Copes making it a PPR league after the draft. I mean, it's outrageous. It really
Maybe he can make his next video about that.
It's
about changing the rules to your league.
It's outrageous.
Yeah.
And nothing gets Copes more fired up than you coming at him. Oh, man.
Who's going to be the guy to do it? Because you guys seem like
I started last night, but then I went to bed. I woke up to some text this morning.
Yeah, I think Murph will be the guy. Murph will take that on. He don't care.
Danny Dunn had a pretty funny gif of a guy holding a sign that says, "Flee from the wrath that is about to be unleashed." Because Copes, when he gets going, will start going.
Yeah, I've seen him.
He immediately went to my Dan Carlson pick, which is, by the way, I'll stand.
You're going to stand by that one.
Stand up. Like Niedermeyer in the parade when everything's going to hell, but remain calm.
Who's your defense, by the way?
I took the Jets.
Not a bad pick, dude. That's okay. They got a great D. They got a great D.
Ever since I make that pick, I've been dropping a lot of mother fathers around the house.
Did the amount of F-bombs he dropped on Hard Knocks have anything to do with that?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's that time. The Friday football.
Let me stretch out, man.
Forecast.
This is it.
The fabulous freaking. They were the fabulous furry freak brothers, Paulie.
I do.
That was the fabulous furry Friday football.
It's why I'm here, man.
Next on the Sports Leader. If you missed the forecast, baby, you're gonna die.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Okay, everybody, it's Paulie Mac saying good morning, happy Friday, happy Reggae Friday, and happy football season. So how many of you are looking for a great new way to win up to 25 times your money this football season? I have the answer for you. Test your skills out on Prize Picks, the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. You get to select 2 or more players. You pick or less on their projection for a wide variety of statistics, and then you go ahead and place your entry. It's about as easy as that. So if you have the skills, you can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and then the enormous selection of players and stat options that are available to you. That's what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. So if you're ready to test your skills out, go ahead and join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. And right now, Prize Picks is going to match your first deposit up to $100. You put $100 down, they put $100 down. Not bad at all. Visit prizepicks.com/leader, as in KNBR Sports Leader. And again, the code word is leader at prizepicks.com/leader. Again, the first deposit match is up to $100. It's Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy. Happy Friday morning, Paulie Mac saying thank you for listening to Murph and Mac. Steve Moskowitz rocking and rolling, ready to go, and ready to talk to our audience about apparently there's a new IRS program that's affecting construction workers and construction sites. So I'm going to let Steve break that one down for us today as we listen in. Steve, good morning to you. Happy Friday. And let's talk about this IRS program you were mentioning.
Happy Friday. Thanks, Paulie. The IRS is coming after construction companies, both criminally and civilly, for not paying payroll taxes, because they believe that there's a lot of people in the construction industry that are paying people under the table in cash, or treating them as independent contractors.
Right.
And this is a big deal. And before you panic and say, oh no, if that's you, there's another program where essentially we can just about get all forgiven for almost nothing if you come into it. But you have to apply to that program before the IRS comes to you. That's the big deal. And basically what happens in that program is essentially all's forgiven and you treat people as employees in the future. But you got to apply for it before the IRS comes calling. And now you get this big program where they're coming after people. You don't want to be a victim of it. You really don't.
Well, Steve, thanks for the heads up on this. I'm sure a lot of folks are going to be interested to have a conversation with you. And to do that, just call Steve at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. You can also visit Steve Moskowitz online at moskowitzllp.com.
You know what I said to him, Paul? I said, welcome to the forecast. I said, it's going to bring you to your knees.
KNBR presents
It's the Spoiled Kings, Maryland Diamond Rings.
Murph and Mac's Friday Football Forecast.
Football.
You know where you are? You in the forecast, baby. I can't say it any better than that, my friends. And in fact, I literally can't. I don't know if I can ever make my voice go to that place again. But it's true. Hey, sometimes when the forecast comes, it moves you to great heights. It moves you to an Axl Rose level of vocals. It moves you to... Yeah, and last year, let's be honest, guys, last year was a fruitful one for the forecast. So we'll call it the Fabulous Friday Fruitful Football Forecast. All right, buddy?
By the way, now Marcus was out here bragging about his numbers in our opening crossover today, the face-off segment.
His numbers are legit.
His numbers are legit. I wonder about the accuracy and legitimacy of them, though. On occasion, I'm just messing
what do you give
with
me
you.
for Paulie coming after Waterboy and me coming after Copes on the PPR?
I was going to say, it sounds like some of those texts we got on the text line this morning talking about Copes.
Actually, there's a big difference because in my case, I don't mean it at all. I love Marcus. But I think with your thing with Copes is a little more serious.
I got three things to tell you. Number one, how about Steve Young joining Papa and Lund today at 11:15? Number two, how about Marin Health, the good people, sponsoring us with top physicians? By the way, you need to play that more because my buddy who took me on that special trip back east, we would be eating and drinking at the dining room table, and he would say, he goes, you know what I love? That guy who goes, yeah! And I was like, oh, Scott, that's Nick Turturro. He got a big laugh, and the more the wine flowed, the more he kept doing it. Yeah! So anyway, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Paulie, I ain't done.
Okay, no,
you are listening to
do what you
KNBR
gotta do.
and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Housekeeping in order. The forecast is here. So what's the deal? Like, you're new to the show. First
Explain
of all,
it to me. Why am I here?
Thanks for dropping by.
Yeah.
We're honored to have your ears. We are. Whether you're streaming us or whether you're Alexa-ing us in your kitchen.
You speak the truth.
Or whether you're in your car.
We are honored.
Old school car radios.
Lots of folks, yeah.
Whether you bought a car that still has AM radio, we thank you. No, FM. People that... I talk to some people, they're like, hey, man, I just found out you guys are on FM. I'm like, dude.
Murph, what about the lost art? You saw Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder do this back in the movie Stir Crazy. What about the lost art of taking your tune box, putting it on your shoulder, and then just walking down like the Embarcadero?
Listening to the forecast.
Could you do that with the forecast?
Yeah. You can.
Okay.
You can.
Okay.
Boombox the forecast.
Yeah.
So what happened was, and we have no idea how this all started, but we decided that we needed some sort of Friday football
something
preview,
official, something important.
It was back in like 05, somehow, some way. We said, well, we'll make a couple of picks and we'll do like a TV preview. How's that? It was probably about a 15-second meeting.
We'll call it the forecast.
and then I said, Paulie, what do you want to do? He goes, well, Paulie said, I'm not a college guy.
Yeah.
I said, well, I'm a college guy. He goes, well, then it sounds like we got a plan.
Yeah, it sounds like you do college, I'll do pro.
So Paulie picks his two. I don't know how he picked two either.
Who knows?
We settled on two for some reason. I don't know.
I mean, that's just how it shook down.
There's really no logic to
no,
it.
zero.
Anyway,
I'll tell you what, I'll do a couple. You do...
yeah, you do a couple, I'll do a couple.
Yeah,
so Paulie does his two hottest, and I mean hottest NFL picks. Frickin' oven mitts.
Yeah.
So hot.
Hot.
And then I take you to Saturdays where it's innocent and, you're carrying your school books across campus while you hold hands with your best gal.
The Leave It to Beaver song is playing in the background.
Your Letterman's jacket.
Yeah.
On your way to get your NIL deal to buy a new Testarossa.
Thank you.
All right, dude? So I used to talk about the Friday football forecast being 2 straws and 1 milkshake down at the diner with Emmy Lou. Now it's about 2 Ferraris in 1 garage after your NIL agent, Sonny Vaccaro, lands you an NIL deal.
Oh,
You know
I
what
thought
mean?
you was going to say now it's about 2 kids parked in a car vaping. Forget the milkshake. Now they just vape.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Paulie, you have to, and for whatever reason, even though Saturday comes before Sunday, you always go first.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm happy.
So, after all that buildup, I'm ready for the 2023-2024 Paulie Mac picks.
Well, so listen, without further ado, we dive into the very first pick of the year registered on our Friday football forecast. Murph, I stay in the NFC West. I'll talk Niners in a moment, but let's start in the NFC West, a team you've mentioned several times, not only this season, but last season as we get ready for opening weekend. Murph will talk some Seahawk ball. Murph will talk about a fear of Seahawk ball. See, there it is right there.
You just sent a shiver down my spine.
I know. And so I would say by association, by proxy, like I'm close enough to Murph that I'm starting to pick up on some of that. Like,
Paulie, just 2 weeks ago, I was in a hotel room listening to Kate Scott call a Seahawks-Cowboys game, and I was getting the shivers.
I know, you know what I mean? And then you came back and gave me that report, and you said they were marching the streets and the 12s.
Dude.
They're waving flags.
Most hyped preseason game in the history of preseason games.
And so where are we with these Seattle Seahawks? Now, they've got a sound defensive side of the ball. We know that. Now, can Geno Smith pick up where he left off? I think
Former
that's
mid-segment read, Geno Smith, got me to the title game.
He's got a lot of guts, I'll tell you that much. I mean, the guy's got a lot of guts. He's got a lot of heart. So I believe he will pick up where he left off last year. They do have a very good secondary, the Seattle Seahawks do. They're kind of fancying it like Legion of Boom, 2.0. We'll see if it shapes up to be that. But the particulars are these. Seattle's at home. You got your opening day 12s. You got Geno Smith chomping at the bit, and speaking of chomping, there he is, Pete Carroll. He's 153, and he's walking around chewing gum at a very up-tempo pace, looking out at the sidelines, firing up his guys. Where are we with the L.A. Rams?
Oh, that's who they're playing, the Rams.
Bro, the Rams, listen, I don't care. You want to start with McVay? Go ahead. The voice, the elf, the whole thing that he does. Yeah, my guys around here, we're going to do this, and my guys are... I don't buy it. I've never bought it. I've never taken the Rams seriously under the Sean McVay era. I just don't see it. By the way, they got new Cooper Kupp out there either. He ain't going. He's got the bad hamstring, so no Cooper Kupp. Where is Matt Stafford at this point in his career? I don't think anywhere formidable.
He doesn't know the names of his teammates.
Thank you very much. You stole the line right out of my mouth.
Sorry.
He'd be well served to learn the names of the guys he's throwing the ball to, but no, that's what the Rams...
Other great moments in history where a guy doesn't bother to learn the names of the people around him. Was there like a mobster or a movie or a businessman or... Who is it? Like, there's something where a guy doesn't even know, like, he doesn't know their names.
Well, there was one, I hate to do this again, but I'll go back to Mad Men. There was an episode of Mad Men when Draper was going to give a presentation in the conference room. It was like early on, and he was meeting the clients, and he shook this kid's hand. He goes, "How you doing? I'm Don Draper, creative director." And the guy looks at him, and he goes, I work for you. I'm a junior copywriter.
Okay, right.
So he didn't even know the guy was on his team.
There's my example.
Okay, so Draper, but he got out of it because he's pretty slick.
Yeah, but Draper's way cooler than Stafford.
You're damn right. And on that note, the Rams ain't getting out of
What's the spread?
Well, the spread is Seattle giving the Rams 5 points.
Okay.
That's fine with me. Seattle's going to win this game by at least 7. I'm taking.
Now you're on board with the Seahawks.
Yes, at least this opening day I am at home against the lifeless Rams. 5 points, no problem. Rams win by at least 7. I'm going Rams in this one.
Rams
or
and
Seahawks rather. I'm sorry. So Seahawks are going to cover at home. They're going to take care of the Rams. Rams are set up for a really...
Who would take the Rams in 5 in that scenario?
I'm surprised it's not higher.
Is it just because it's like week 1 and they're divisional foes and it'll be close?
I don't see any scenario. I don't see the Rams even hanging around in this game. I think they win by a lot more than 5.
That's a decent number in the NFL.
Yeah, I think Seattle takes care of that. No problem.
All right.
On to the main event. Sunday morning. Sunday. We're waking up. We're drinking our OJ. We're making eggs. Maybe some of us are having a couple of adult beverages during the game. We'll see what happens. Your Niners, Murph, are traveling to Pittsburgh. We've been talking about it for a couple of weeks now. The spread that I pulled off ESPN is 2.5 points that Pittsburgh will be getting at home. So listen, it's like Nick Bosa said. He's sorry for the scare, but he's happy. The Niners are complete. Shanahan's happy. Kyle's boys, I think, are going to start this year off with a much more focused kind of execution with their game plans in terms of not giving away games early in the season.
Can I throw you this? Kyle's 2-4 in openers.
That's got to change. No, that's got to change, and it's got to start this weekend.
Mike Tomlin is 11-4-1 in openers.
Mike Tomlin has all my respect now. Mike Tomlin always has his teams ready to play. Great head coach. Longest tenured head coach, and he will have his guys ready to compete. It'll be a slugfest. I don't think this is going to be an easy game for the 49ers, but the 2.5 points is comfortable enough that I think the Niners go in there focused, prepared. They are complete now with Nick Bosa. They have enough weapons around them. I see this game being kind of low scoring. I think it will be close, but I'm feeling like a Niners 20, Pittsburgh 13 kind of thing. So I'm going to go ahead and give Pittsburgh the 2.5 at home. I'll take the Niners as road favorites on opening day, and I'll feel pretty good about it. So Murph, the picks are in the books. I'm going with your Seattle Seahawks, giving 5 to the hapless Rams. And I'm going to go ahead and take my Niners, giving the Steelers 2.5 points.
Oh, those were loud and proud, those picks.
Yeah, loud
you
and proud.
strode confidently into the room like
I got
Draper.
those long legs.
Like
I try to stride. Yes,
yeah.
I tried. Murph, I'll give you one of these two at the very end. I like the Niners.
Yeah, okay.
And I wipe the chin.
Yeah. You can see that on the Twitch.
Chin. That's for you guys on the stream.
Yeah. So Paulie Mack rides with the Seahawks -5, the Niners -2.5. What a shock. I thought you were going to take the Steelers
Not
in 2.5.
today, kid.
There,
Not today. No.
So, did Bobby Boucher touch the Niner game?
So I gave a pick for the Niner game, and I'm with Paulie Mack. I'm taking the 49ers -2.5. At least, as long as it stays underneath that 3 points, I think that's a good bet for the 49ers. But it was not one of my Bobby Boucher's best bets, because if it does come down to a field goal, Are we confident that Jake Moody's even going to be on the field on Sunday?
We're not confident in Moody at all.
No, that's the one thing keeping it out of my best bets.
Yeah, and I mean, I just chime in here and say that not to be the homer of homers, but I mean, the Niners have Purdy and the Niners. He scored over 32 points. He scored, it was like 32 points something a game. He went over 35 4 times. I mean, he figured
Niners
out that
have weapons,
playbook.
man.
So
They got weapons.
I know. So I'm with you guys.
Okay, buddy.
I mean, the Steelers. They came on in the second half. You know, Pickett went 6-1 in his final 7 games. He only threw one pick in his last 7 games.
Steelers are going to play hard. They always do.
Yeah, they will. But they're too many.
That's
So many.
the thing. There's
McCaffrey,
too much.
Kittle.
Too much.
The whole deal. So
You didn't even
Niners,
mention Ayuk. He's out there too. Maybe Juszczyk grabs one and stumbles in. You never know. It could come at you from anywhere.
I'll go 27-20.
Okay.
How's that?
That's close.
I just pulled that out of my
You
nether
got a
regions, by the way.
7-point win. I got him at
All right. To Saturday, the days of innocence, in which we got kids making what, 10, 15 mil a year with their NILs, man. No longer is it 2 straws in 1 milkshake with Emmy Lou and Bobby down at the diner. All right. The Saturdays are now heavily professional. So we look around, we see, what do we got? We got a pretty good slate this weekend, actually. I thought about going to the Bama-Texas game because I like to stick my head in the lion's mouth. I will go down that list, but I saw 2 other ones closer to home. You got to speak to your audience, and I got to make a gesture, Paulie. I got to make a gesture.
Okay.
Listen, I know there's a lot of tension in the air about Copes changing the league to PPR, and there's some lash outs going on and everything like that. And then we had Mike Silver come on, and he was in attack mode. Remember, he's calling me Benedict Arnold and the whole thing about UCLA and USC. And I just stood there and withstood the slings and arrows like a proud man. And I said, listen, and I felt their pain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to offer an olive branch to my good friends in the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Oh, jeez.
Cal and Stanford.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
All right?
The ACC.
To my good friends in the Atlantic
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Coast Conference. All right. So somebody's like, hey, man, how are you getting down from San Francisco to Malibu? Well, I'm going to take the ACH, the Atlantic Coast Highway. You know what I mean? That's what I'm going to do.
Right.
Because I'm from Cal and Stanford. That's what I do. You know what I mean? Somebody asked me, hey, dude, where do you live? I said, I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. They said, what time zone is that? I said, it's the Atlantic time zone is what it is. So, yeah.
According to my schedule.
This is where we're at. Okay, guys? So I'm going to stay in the Bay.
Okay.
The Atlantic Bay. And we're going to take both local teams this week games. I'm going to tell you their games. They both have intriguing games. We'll start, and they're both at 7:30, by the way, so you got your choice of which one you want to watch. Why don't we start with the Stanford game? Stanford started in Hawaii with a win. They defied me. I said, you know what, Stanford, they're using. Although I'll tell you this about Troy Taylor. I kind of like Troy Taylor. I kind of like that hire. Sacramento State, he's innovative. Listen, Stanford never has athletes. They got Emmitt Smith's kid. They got this kid, Ashton Daniels. By the way, you know you're a Stanford when your quarterback's name is Ashton, right? You know what I mean? So,
Ashton.
And they went down to Hawaii, which I always think is a weird game when you go to Honolulu.
It is.
And they not only won, they covered, which surprised me and impressed me. Now, here are they going. Where are they going? U blanking S blanking C. All right? Where's your boy, Lincoln Riley? Walking up and down with his visor. Caleb Williams threatening to not be an Arizona Cardinal. See that? That's a big story this week we didn't hit because we're just going Niners-Giants all the time. Is that Caleb Williams, who's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft, his dad fired shots at the Cardinals saying, yeah, if we don't like the situation, we'll go back to college.
Yeah,
Who's your daddy?
daddy?
Yeah, exactly. Just making this, it's further cementing the Cardinals as one of the sad sack
They
franchises.
just refuse to
of all time.
play for him, yeah.
And by the way, how about me just locking the Cardinals into the number 1 pick, by the way? right, Waterboy?
You're probably right.
Oh, guaranteed.
Yeah,
it might come down to them and the Rams. I mean, we're talking about the bottom of the barrel in the NFC
Well, if it
West.
is the Rams, Caleb Williams will go pro.
Yeah.
He'll go pro for the Rams.
But he ain't going to the Cardinals.
No, he ain't going to
Not
the
the team
Cardinals.
that's charging for snacks in the weight room.
You want to get? Do you have Gannon on short list there?
You got that fire in your belly,
Who
Murph?
drove here? Who took the bus? Do you have fire in your gut?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Not a good, yeah.
It was like getting a pep talk from the barista. You know what I mean?
Oh.
So, and by the way, I love the barista.
Me too.
Actually, the barista can get a little fiery.
I saw he can.
So anyway, Stanford is going to play USC, and this has a lot of history. You want to talk about private school rich kids, and they've been playing each other since 1905, and this is actually, a lot of people are sentimental that this rivalry is going to die out in the Big Ten Atlantic Coast Conference era. I got news for you guys. This is like the Berlin Wall just fell. It's crazy. the republics are breaking off and all that nonsense. The dust will settle, and I think we'll all be back together under some umbrella at some point in the next 10 years. So this is not the last time Stanford's going to play SC, but it is for the foreseeable future. And there's some nostalgia. They've had some great games through the year.
Yeah.
I was a kid. I went to the USC Stanford game where John Elway beat Ronnie Lott, or Ronnie Lott beat John Elway, but Elway threw I still can see it in my mind's eye. He scrambled 20 yards. We're sitting there, and he's scrambling, and he unloaded from his own 40 and threw a 60-yard laser to Kenny Marjoram, who had gotten open behind the defense because he scrambled so far. It's one of his signature plays. It's burned in my head. So this rivalry's been tremendous. You had Harbaugh, maybe the greatest win in the history of college football, when they were 48-point underdogs and beat SC. The famous "What's Your Deal" game with Harbaugh.
Yeah, totally.
Two rich boy schools, two pretty traditional West Coast rivals. Stanford is a 29.5-point underdog. 29.5-point underdog. You can't walk in to Troy Taylor and tell him that he's a 29.5-point dog. I know Caleb Williams is Caleb Williams. I know Stanford can score. USC is going to score 50 to 55 points.
Yeah, they do. That's it.
But Stanford can stay within 4 touchdowns. You give me 29.5 in Stanford.
It's a lot of points.
With my man Ashton and my man Troy Taylor.
My man Ashton's going to show up.
And SC's defense being very sketchy. I'll take a 51-28 SC win, and I'll cover that A.
Yeah.
I'll cover that A.
Okay.
So Stanford, my Atlantic Coast buddies, I'm taking you in the points.
Shout out great Stanford alums like Murph, I don't know, John McEnroe, and who else you got for me?
Well, we could go on and on.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Your boy down there.
How about our 8:15 guest, Johnny Lynch?
Great call. Thank you, John Lynch.
How about the man that will be in the backfield this weekend, Christian McCaffrey?
Christian McCaffrey.
How about your boy who just walked away from the Indianapolis Colts, Andy Luck?
Yeah.
How about
that was your guy.
How about new Cal basketball coach Mark Madsen?
Throw him on the pile.
How about our favorite, Platzi?
That's all I need to hear.
How about our 8:35 guest, Sluss?
They're all over the place. They're coming out of the woodwork now. This is Stanford weekend.
And then this is my big gesture because you know me and that school called Cal. Because you're Cal.
Here we go.
And you'll always be Cal.
Here we go.
How about this showdown? Do you know who they're playing this week in Berkeley on Saturday night?
I do.
Pecans War Eagle Tigers.
Isn't that crazy?
Little Pat. And I reached out to Pat this morning. I said, you going? He said, oh, hell no, buddy.
Oh.
He said, he goes, I don't need to be on BART with zombies. And he said, in Pac-12 after dark, Pat is against, he says college football is meant to play in God's sunshine. We need to be at Berkeley. Now, listen, I said to him, I refuse to go to Berkeley's Memorial Stadium unless it's 1 p.m. and my mom has made us fried chicken, cold fried chicken and potato salad, and my dad looking to save a buck, parked for free way down on the side streets off University, meaning we had to walk a long way up to campus.
Yeah.
And then my mom drops down the picnic basket and we have the cold fried chicken and potato salad.
That was like a good day.
We did. We had season tickets to Cal in the end zone.
By the way, I could use some potato salad right about now.
And
with a little pepper on there, that sounds good.
And that is where you should be. 1 p.m. You need to play under God's sunshine, but this game's at night, so Pecan's staying at home.
Interesting. All right. Well,
Auburn at Cal is one of the more unusual culture clashes of all time.
Big time.
All right. It's almost as unusual as Cal playing at, I don't know, NC State, their new in-conference rival. Right? You know what I mean? So anyway, Cal shocked the world last week. And I went against them in my pool. They scored 58 points down at North Texas. And North Texas isn't that bad. They're like a bowl team.
Cal's showing up to play ball.
So they got this quarterback. They had this kid, Sam Jackson, the fifth. He got hurt. They brought in this kid, Ben Finley from NC State, and he balled out.
Nice.
They also have this running back, Jaden Ott. He gained 178 yards.
Ooh, listen to Murph now, begrudging respect here.
Auburn is Auburn. They scored 59 points. But this is weird for Auburn to fly west, to go into Dumpster Muffin's building.
Damn. The house that Dumpster Muffin built.
It's 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 their time, and I'm Cal getting 6.5, and I'm going to make a gesture. I'm going to say that the California Golden Bears, the sturdy Golden Bear, will cover the 6.5 points.
Wow.
Against the Auburn Tigers.
Little respect for Murph right there.
Because it is going to be a weird game for Auburn in a weird environment at a weird time. And like Auburn is not what they used to be. Their quarterback's a little iffy. Cal had a really strong opening, and they have actually a tradition under Wilcox, of actually starting kind of fast. They fade late.
Yeah.
So they have started fast in the past, and you give me 6.5?
I like where your head's at.
I'll take the 6.5.
Okay. Wow.
Hey, Cal, don't let me down. You guys are Cal, and you'll forever be Cal. You want to let me down? Wait till my rant on Monday. All right? Wait till my rant on Monday.
Could be the last time you pick Cal ever. Yeah.
So, hey, Bay Area, that's my gesture to you. All right. And I know we got to get going. By the way, other people saying, don't forget Dave Fleming, Stanford man.
There's
And
another great
by the way,
one.
Fleming's doing the Cal-Auburn game.
Oh, nice.
On ESPN.
Nice.
And somebody says, how about that golfer named Woods?
He's another one.
Yeah, he's another one down
shout
there
out
too.
the last putt.
It's Tiger.
Nice.
Friday football, the couch potato guide.
That's why I'm waiting. Yes.
Five best TV games.
Give it to me.
Hey, I'm being so bold here. I'm leaving Texas and Bama out of this top 5.
Wow.
That's right. I'm doing that. You'll hear what are the 5 better games than Texas Bama, which is, by the way, honorable mention at 4 p.m. on ESPN. And I'm going to go with my one-star pick. Is that game Cal and Auburn? ESPN on the spread, 8-10. At 7:30, Cal and Auburn, my one-star pick. My two-star pick is the game right next to it, Stanford USC on Fox and on KNBR 1050 at 7:30. Those are 2 good Saturday night games, probably post-Sound Summit
That's
games.
when I'll tune in. Yeah.
Post-Sound Summit games.
Drive down from the mountain, get to my TV, flip that bad boy on with a cold beer. Yeah, that's the recipe.
Not wine?
Could be a little of each. We'll see how it goes.
Is it gummy or burn?
Well, it could be a little of each there as well.
Each?
Yeah, you mix it up. Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I understand.
So
Marcus
one-star
knows.
Cal Auburn at 7:30, 2-star Stanford USC at 7:30. My 3-star pick is my guy, my frickin' guy, James Garoppolo.
Yeah, Jimmy.
At Denver at 1:25 on CBS on Sunday.
Oh, good.
Country, let's rock.
That was a tough one for me on my pool, and I'm still waffling. I don't know. That's a tough pick. I think the Raiders are getting 4.5.
It is a tough game, yeah.
That's a tough one. I think the Sean Payton factor pushed me over to take Denver, but I think I'm going to switch back.
I like where your head's at. They say the Denver secondary is not good.
What are you thinking, Waterboy, as a Raider guy?
Well, I'm thinking I don't like the Raiders a lot this year, but one thing that they have done is dominated the Denver Broncos over the past 3-4 seasons.
And I got to ride with my Jimmy. I mean,
they're getting points on the road. I'm with you. I want to see how the Broncos do with Sean Payton. I'm staying away from this game, but if I had to pick, I would take the Raiders plus the points.
So Vegas, Denver, 125 on CBS on Sundays, my 3-star. How about my 4-star pick? Give me my theme music. Nebraska, Colorado, Saturday morning, 9 a.m.
Give me my theme music.
On Fox, and we have that game on 1050.
Yeah.
And I know I didn't pick that game. I probably should have.
I wish you
but
did.
I was making a gesture.
No, we appreciate it.
To my downtrodden friends who are on their way to play the Miami Hurricanes every year. All right. I'm making a gesture. But Nebraska, Colorado is a awesome game, and it's a 9 a.m.er. Now, we'll be at Sound Summit maybe so we can watch
I think we're supposed to be up there at about 7:30 tomorrow. So, yeah.
And then, of course,
Give me my theme music.
You know what? Let's do it.
That's Nebraska, Colorado is at 9 a.m. That's maybe the game of the. As big as Texas, Bama, maybe. That's on Fox and 10:50. And then, of course, the 5-star pick. Polymax 49ers.
Yeah, man.
Against who's Pittsburgh Steelers? Coach Mike DePippa. He's a Steelers guy.
Yeah,
although I'm way down behind Penn State, so I don't even assign that to him.
I understand.
10 a.m. on KNBR and Fox. Mute Fox. Listen to Papa and Ryan.
That's it.
And there is your inaugural Friday.
It went by so fast.
Football.
It was like a blur. I can't feel like we didn't. Wow, that was crazy.
People angry about the picks. They're
That's
lashing
it.
out.
That's the reaction. There's always a lot of emotions.
The forecast stands on its own.
It does. Speaks for itself.
Right. We'll get going with the Mike Kruko and John Lynch and the Cooler of Content and Susan Slusser and Mike Lombardi and Greg Papa and Steve Mariucci all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. If you miss the forecast, baby, you're going to die.
San Francisco. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union. Making you money, saving you money, and we got a limited time offer you from Provident Credit Union. You got to hear this one. This one's called the Pick a Term Certificate. Pick a Term certificate from Provident. So it's all about investing on your own terms with the flexibility to choose your own investment period. So with the Pick a Term certificate, you call the shots. You can select a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and enjoy an impressive annual percentage yield of 4.5%, one of the most competitive rates on the market right now. So whether you're saving up for a short-term goal or aiming for a long-term investment, this certificate offers you the financial freedom you need to take control of your savings. But remember, this incredible offer will not last forever. Don't wait. Grow your savings today. That rate is effective September 1st, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providentcu.org for terms and conditions.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
They play really hard for 4 quarters. They're a team that I feel like, last year they got really hot as a team. They have this like fire that they play with. And, obviously it starts with their front, their backers, their secondary. They're just well coached. And, when you watch the film, there's just guys that pop out. And, it's like, man, we got to play 4 quarters really hard against this team. So it's going to be a tough opponent, and we respect them. And, they're going to be a team that brings it every single play. There's no plays off, I feel like, from really anyone on their defense.
You guys getting to know that voice? That's your guy. You're trying to win a Super Bowl with that guy. His name's Brock Purdy.
Oh, I thought you meant Peter Tosh. He could probably throw it downfield pretty good, too. Rest in peace, Peter Tosh.
Do you think Peter Tosh ever watched a Super Bowl?
It's a great question. I have to look into it.
I froze you on that one.
I'd have to look into it.
Probably got this look on his face. He's
Well, you know why? Because, Bob Marley's son played, who's a linebacker at University of Miami, so you never know. There were some American football connections there.
So when did Tosh leave us? It was
Tosh? That's a great question. I'm not sure. In the 80s, I would say.
I'm looking right
That's
here.
my guess. Probably the 80s.
87, yeah. So I'm thinking, so he lived long enough to see Montana. He rolled one up and watched Joe win a couple.
You saw the best there ever was.
He probably said, I can't do a Tosh impression, but he rolled one up and said, yeah, I like this guy.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you for the time. I got something really embarrassing to admit. And this is like, I'm just going to go ahead and admit it. Just
that could be good radio, though.
Part of my deal is being the idiot. That's my deal. This weekend was all reggae down in Encinitas, and eventually, late at night, they wanted Burning Spear. So we were going to Burning Spear late at night, and somebody said, man, I loved seeing him at Reggae on the River. And the guy said, yeah, he's great. He's unbelievable, and he did this, and he did that. And I said, whoa. What do you mean him? They said, Burning Spear. Dude, I thought Burning Spear was a band. Not a dude. I didn't know that. I think just like Pablo Cruz forever, I thought was a dude, not a band. Okay,
yeah, nice. Well, I probably
did you know
too.
Burning Spear was just an individual? Did you know that?
See, that one I did know, but Murph, I've been in that situation before also. Because when I was growing up, there was this R&B group called Pretty Ricky. Okay. And I thought it was just one guy named Ricky. Apparently, there's like 4 or 5 Rickies in the group. So it was multiple Pretty Rickies.
It's a tough situation, yeah.
Yes, this guy's name is Winston Rodney, and he goes by the stage name Burning Spear.
Okay, fair enough.
That's embarrassing as hell.
Nah, you're fine.
That's like thinking like Elvis Presley was a group. You know what I mean? Or something.
Yeah.
Because Burning Spear is he's on Mount Reggae more, isn't he? I mean, isn't he?
Yeah, somebody's going to
in honor of that, can we get some Burning Spear later in the show?
Why don't we do that? Yeah. Why don't we do that?
All right. Anyway, that was the voice of Brock Purdy.
Okay.
And he's your guy. Can he win a Super Bowl? Can Brock Purdy win a Super Bowl?
With what he has around him, yes. Yes, and the defense on the other side, yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one thing. I heard Steve, it was so funny. I heard Young, and he's going to be on with Tolbert, with Papa and Lund later this morning.
Good.
I heard him on with Tolbert and Cubs, and I think he's so great, but I think he actually walked into a little bit of a mistake.
Like what?
And he was talking about what he goes, because we're at the point now where you need the dynamic, monstrous, athletic playmaker at quarterback to win a Super Bowl. And I was thinking, well, that's not really Brock Purdy, dude. You know what I mean? I started thinking in my car, like, can Brock Purdy win a Super Bowl? Like, and it's so unproven.
I know what he's saying. I don't know
he's saying Mahomes.
Exactly. But that remains to be seen. Listen, we're going to have to watch this story unfold. That's the thing. Like,
it ain't no guarantee, buddy.
No, there's not. And we can speculate on this, Marcus. But Murph, you've said this a bunch, and it's true. The overall body of work that Brock Purdy's shown us is rather small, but what we've seen has been very, very good and very encouraging. So you would assume that that's going to continue this year, but you're right. It's something we're going to have to watch. He's not Pat Mahomes. He's not.
Yeah. And we know he's not Patrick Mahomes, and we know he's not Joe Burrow. But the difference is Joe Burrow just got a contract for $55 million per year.
Joe Burrow going to bed on a mattress made of money.
You see the guarantee? Yeah. $219 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
By the way, how does Bosa feel this morning? He's like,
I should have played quarterback.
So much for my 122.
How does Bosa's agent feel, who represents both Nick Bosa, Joey Bosa, and Joe Burrow?
Oh my God!
Damn, that guy's got a nice little
Dude,
stable.
they were just hanging out ringside at a UFC fight earlier this summer.
Shout out to that agent.
Can I get his number? Asking for a friend.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah, me too. My negotiations are coming up.
Seriously.
But the point I was making is you look at those quarterbacks and you look at Brock Purdy, who is the lowest paid starting quarterback in the entire NFL. I mean, we're joking about the NIL deals. Caleb Williams, there's guys in college right now who are making more money, way more money than Brock Purdy.
Overnight Dave said Caleb Williams is making more than
guaranteed.
How about that?
Arch Manning as a backup at Texas right now is making more money
Mina
than Brock
Kimes
Purdy.
at ESPN just signed a deal double the size of Brock Purdy.
So again, I think that's what leads back to the question, can Brock Purdy win a Super Bowl? To me, it's can this 49er roster win the Super Bowl? Yeah. And with Brock Purdy at the helm, I think it's possible.
Yeah, I do too.
And can somebody get Purdy an NIL deal before the year's out? Jeez, man. My God. Speaking of which, another meaningless digression for the morning crew.
I like
here.
those, so that's good.
Yeah, right. Because Purdy, he's got to make some dough on the side because he's not making any. Did you guys see? We haven't even commented on this because it cropped up about a month ago during a Giants. Did you see Barry Bonds pitching these barbecue grills?
Now I see it all the time.
The Diablo grills.
He's thrilled. He's like overjoyed too. He's like, look at me. He's opening lids.
What do we make of this? First of all, I bet the guy who owns it's probably a buddy.
The best part is when he walks over to this one grill, opens the lid, and looks in there. I'm like, there's nothing in there, man.
Second of all, the guy's got $1 million smile. I mean, when he's on the TV, he's very telegenic.
He's very relaxed. You talk about what do you do with your hands? You open up lids to grills.
Yeah. It's very extremely, and it's just going to show you what he could have been. Like he could have been.
It was
Steph
his
Curry.
choice, though. You're right, but he chose to go that other way.
Did he choose that, or was he just genetically wired?
A little of both. Yeah, probably a little of both.
Just another story in the Chronicle to say Ann Killian wrote a story about Currys. The Currys did it again.
Making the world a better place.
They were over in Oakland on Thursday. It happened to break the same time Bosa's story broke, so nobody paid attention. They were doing their eat, learn, play, and just completely changing some school over in Oakland. The whole point of the story is that they have not forgotten Oakland at all.
No, Steph is all about Oaktown,
and
man.
he did it again, and it's like they're just, I mean, it's too many details in the story. I just recommend everybody go check it out.
But Steph just being superhuman once again in the community. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Like that's him on the court, and then there's what he does with the world and the community and people that need assistance.
The Oakland School District is one of the most needy, hurting school districts in the nation.
And Steph's like, you know what? I'll show up and help out.
Yeah, it's called Lockwood STEAM Academy.
Okay.
And they just pledged to raise $50 million for Oakland,
and he will
school district by 2026.
I don't doubt it for a second. They'll probably go beyond that, knowing Steph Curry.
We used to joke about it, but I'm now at the point where it's not a joke anymore. We need him in the Oval Office.
Oh, as soon as possible.
We need. him.
How about Curry as my ticket?
I don't need Curry. Just give me Curry.
Okay. Well, who's his VP? Draymond Green?
Brock Purdy. I don't know. Yeah. He's got to get the Midwestern vote. You know what I mean?
Yeah, good.
The swing states like Wisconsin or whatever. By the way, we're not going to have Kerr if they lose to Germany. Somebody texted in and told me that we're losing to Germany in the World Basketball. Anybody have an update on that one here? World Basketball FIBA. I don't have it on the TV right now. What is it about us on the World Basketball anymore? We can't go do it. I mean, maybe because we're not sending over Steph.
Oh, boy, I got a score for you here. This is not good. Germany's up, stand by 113-109 with 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter. What the hell's going on over there? Germany.
We're going down.
I mean,
yeah.
Germany?
Yeah.
When did they become a basketball force that can contend with the U.S.?
Dirk?
I got Anthony Edwards out here. What the hell's going on?
Shut it down. Let's go home.
Well, I'll give you Dirk.
Copes. Who else? Dennis Schroeder? You know
we want like a Franz Wagner?
Franz Wagner?
We're down to 14 seconds till this thing becomes an L.
So Kerr's no longer my VP.
Okay,
you know
he's out. Kerr's out.
Anyway, guys, there you go.
I got your VP, by the way. I got it. Ron Adams.
There you go.
Steph Curry is president. Ron Adams, VP.
This is like the me and my barber running from
Adams
San
can
Francisco.
speak to like the heartland.
Okay, this Power Hour begins. Kruko, John Lynch. Next on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Monday, September 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
All right, far away from the USA blowing it in Philippines, we have the North Bay, the beautiful North Bay. World-class beauty. We'll be there tomorrow on Sound Summit. Come see us. Also, the world-class secret that's very serious and can help your life, Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Go on.
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Score a great deal now at NorCal Honda Dealers Labor Day Kickoff Sales Event.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, the Giants come limping home after a really bad week that has the fan base grumbling. But guess what? In the new world, they are in the hunt. 2.5 out in the wild card. I know a lot of fans don't want to hear that right now, but they are. And they play the Rockies, who theoretically, you should get, but we know it's the big leagues. Kyle Harrison goes tonight. We'll talk to Mike Krukow about that and all other things baseball. Mike, good morning. I hope you enjoyed your off day. How you doing?
Hey, Krug.
Yeah, great. We went to the ballpark last night. Buster Posey, he and his wife, Kristen, they had the BP28 dinner that raises money for pediatric cancer research. And it was fantastic. It was it was really a very emotional, meaningful evening. I mean, I think they wound up raising about $1.5 million. It was a very powerful night. And a lot of the Giants players were there, coaches, and it was just it was a good night to get together and kind of refocus and it was great. And talking with everybody, I mean, it's remarkable how upbeat everybody is. I know it's not easy for Giants fans right now; they're disappointed and upset. But I tell you, last night was just, a lot of what happened last night was very, very good for the soul. And again, the money that was raised is certainly going to a good cause to try and find a way to end cancer for children. It's just, like I say, it was incredibly emotional. My goodness.
Wow, that is really heavy if you ever part of that situation. And we should say that Buster and Kristen inspired you and Jennifer, right? Don't you guys do stuff in Northern Nevada?
Totally. He started doing this. This was the sixth one, and they didn't do it last year. Buster was packing up and heading to Atlanta, and he has since sold his home in Atlanta, and he's come back to the Bay Area. But 6 years ago, they asked Kipe and I to be the MCs, and we did, and we got involved, and the night was so emotional, and we got to meet the researchers, the cancer researchers, the team over at the Benioff Children's Hospital. And we found, because when you hear, this is money's going to go to cancer research, you envision this great big tall building with 10, 15 stories and every room packed with scientists and labs. But the reality of it, the primary team in the country at Benioff that were researching cures for leukemia and blood disease, there's 4 of them. And we met the 4, and there was a dynamic around the group that was just amazing. And you couldn't help but walking out of that room that night, after all the things you heard and all the testimonies you heard, and all of the people that were giving and were seeking a way to raise monies to fight this horrible disease, you couldn't help but be moved by it. And Jennifer and I, we went home, we said, and we met a couple there from Reno who had lost a grandchild at 2 years old. And they had been involved in the Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation, NNCCF. And they said, well, we'd love to have you be part of it. So we did. We came up there and we became part of the foundation, and it's been unbelievable for what it's done for us. Yeah. Just the quality of people and the good that this foundation does, and so it became a very powerful thing in our family, and I'll always be in debt to Buster and Kristen, because when you have, and I'm getting a little long-winded about this, but it is Children's Cancer Month. And this is the month that they reach out and they look for donation. When Buster got involved, people don't know this, but the organization, Giants organization, and every baseball organization will go in the clubhouse and they'll look for the players to represent certain charities throughout the year, and they'll have Red Cross Day and ALS Day, et cetera. And for the most part, the player will be involved in one day with pictures and whatnot. And but with Posey, completely different. He and Kristen, they rolled their sleeves up, and they went right over to the Benioff Children's Hospital, and they were a regular visitor to the kids who were there and getting treatment. And they really invested their hearts and their time in this. And now, after last night, I think now in 6 years they've raised $7.5 million. And so it's a very powerful thing. It's powerful in our family, and last night is a night that we all look forward to. As hard as it is to address this, people are helping, and they're now saying that 85% of all children cancer is curable.
Wow.
Now they're not happy with that. They want it to be complete. They want 100%.
Yeah.
But it's gone just in the 6.5 years that we've done this. It's gone from 33% to 85%. So it gives you an idea of just how good, how much good they're getting from the donations that are being given. So I'm really giving a cry out for people who want to get involved and want to make a difference. Please, contact the Giants and BP28. You can make your donations there, because it's much, much needed.
It's incredibly important. The most important thing, it really is. And you're right about cancer treatments. I just recently had a very, very, very good friend die from cancer, but his life was extended by these incredible treatments that I think he told me weren't even available 4 or 5 years ago. Like, things are changing right before our eyes, Mike, right?
Oh, it is. It's remarkable. We lost my brother-in-law about 10 years ago. He had glioblastoma, which is a tumor in the head. And it was horrible. Once he was diagnosed, he lasted a little over a year. And now they have a pill that can dissolve the tumor, the glioblastoma, which had always been like pancreatic cancer, and the survival rate was not very good, and your life expectancy was not very good. But now, I mean, that's how far it's come. So last night we heard from the doctors, we heard from the researchers, and and they don't. I don't think they have the ability to say something that isn't true. you're hearing, hard data and life's cases that, people are surviving this now, and what they've done with research in cancer, it's just been remarkable. But, until it's complete, till it's 100%, we shouldn't relax and rest on our laurels.
Yeah, it's brutal. And every single person listening has been affected in some way or another. So thanks to Buster and Kristen and to you and Jennifer. And people get involved. Like you said, there's ways to do it. Go through BP28 and the SF Giants. So Giants now take the field tonight, Mike, far away from that real life stuff to the silly stuff of baseball. And man, oh man, it's going to be, there's an energy shift needed. We'll start with the kid on the mound, Kyle Harrison.
Good. Yeah.
I mean, this guy, I think most people are pretty excited. I think we talked to you a little bit about his start in San Diego with the Soto stuff and the home run to Cooper and all that. He gets the ball tonight. It's another chance for him. Now, again, I know you will always tell us, do not take any big league team lightly, but there is a theory that they got through the brutal part of their schedule, and now maybe they can get back on their feet. You give the ball to Harrison. He's facing the Rockies in San Francisco. What's your preview?
Well, I mean, the fact that Harrison's taking the ball, I sit up in my chair and I'm ready to go because of what he's shown us. And now he's coming off of a start where he gave up a bunch of home runs down at San Diego. I mean, he pitched pretty well outside of the home runs, right? Yeah. But home runs for a pitcher, it gets you thinking. And then home runs for a young pitcher, I mean, you don't get off that thought. I mean, that stays with you. There were a couple things that I liked after he had given up home runs. What he did on the next pitch, he came right back in the strike zone. Bang! Screw you! That's not me. I love that. I mean, and then I love the fact that he got into a little bit of a stank eye with Juan Soto. Loved that. So Juan Soto took him deep. And now it's personal for the rest of their career, which, this is all part of the makeup of this kid.
Yeah.
I mean, you take a look at the chemistry of how he's put together, and he's just a bull. And it reminds me so much of the big fella from North Carolina, Bumgarner.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking forward tonight. I want to see how he does after that outing where he gave up the big flies. And I look for him to go deep in the game now. I mean, I just feel that, he's got the talent to go deep and give his team a chance to win, and that's what they need. They need a stop job. He's looking at his first real big league stop job.
He is, and he's going against a Rockies team that, like we said, I mean, we tread lightly in terms of taking anybody lightly, but I think people were looking at that stretch of games from the Rangers series all the way through the trip to Wrigley as the gauntlet, and in fact, they didn't go well. They went 8-17 in that gauntlet. But you come home to face a Rockies team that it went 7-20 in August, 2-4 so far this month, and you got them out of San Francisco. You hope that they're on Cancun mode, but I don't know, Mike. At this point in time, the Giants can't really take anything lightly.
Well, no, and for the Rockies, this is their playoffs. They're playing a team that's that has a chance to go to the playoffs, and all they're doing right now is trying to ruin it for some other team. That's all they're trying to do. That's what their goal is, and believe it or not, that absolutely will unite the Rockies team. They're going to come out there and they're going to want to spoil the party. They're going to want to end the season for the Giants, and they basically can do that between the series that they're going to play starting tonight here in San Francisco, and in the series that they're going to play against the Giants in Colorado. So they're going to have a lot to say about where the Giants are now. From the Giants' perspective, a day off. Clean your brain, which is why I love to see so many of the Giants players there last night. It was a day off, and to get away from the field, because they've been losing. You don't leave the game when you're losing, and I think last night was therapeutic for a lot of guys, and hopefully it plays tonight behind Harrison, and I think it's essential. They get off to a good start, and that means for Harrison to throw up early zeros, and the first time through the lineup offensively, get something on the board.
For sure. I mean, of all the things that happened during this stretch, I mean, they weren't hitting it and they weren't pitching it. Was either one more alarming to you? Because the stats are bad on both ends.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and they didn't play good defense either.
There's that too. Yeah,
no.
Throw that in there.
Yep.
So, I mean, they're better than this. They know they are. And so, I mean, you just have to try and become a team again. And just the problem with going through a rough spell like that is everybody starts to become a soloist. Everybody's trying to hit the 6-run homer. Everybody's trying to be perfect on the mound when you don't have to be. But like right now, when you're not hitting, from a pitcher's perspective, from a defensive perspective, you can't make a mistake because you don't feel like you have enough clout with the bats to overcome the mistake. So it all just sort of feeds off one another, and then it turns into a big mess. And so that's why I think getting the offense going here this first time through the lineup early in the game would mean so much to them. Also, good news on the horizon. I think there's a chance that they're going to get Conforto back pretty quick, and possibly Luciano. So more bats coming in, and so hopefully they can take advantage of all those good things happening tonight.
And Joey Bart, we talked to you on Wednesday, and the theory was that he might get called up, and he did. He got called up. In fact, I think maybe it happened during our show, but you got to see him again, and he smoked a sac fly, and he didn't catch the team didn't pitch well, so he didn't have much great luck behind the plate. Did you see anything from Joey in that one game back that you noticed?
Yeah, he's definitely matured in the game. He's not overwhelmed by the moment anymore, and I think he's a good catcher. I think he's comfortable with the knee drop style of catching, which when we first saw him during the COVID was a disaster. Now, it's second nature to him. And with his at bats, I thought they were pretty good. So I don't know. I would imagine he's going to get more playing time when there's lefties on the mound. I don't know if he's going to be in the lineup when there's a right-hander out there, but with Sable being the other catcher and a left-handed hitter, that remains to be seen as to how he's used. But I think that he definitely is not trying to do too much when he's stepping in the box. That was something that he always fell victim to. He was always trying to justify his pick in the draft, and he was always trying to live up to the lore and the legend of Buster Posey, and I don't sense that anymore. You play long enough in the game as a pro, you develop your own confidence as to your own abilities, and I think he's getting to that point.
Yeah, it's going to be a big month for him. It's a tough deal with Andrew, with Patrick Bailey going on the shelf. You mentioned Luciano, Mike. That's a guy I think
love to see him again. Yeah,
right? Don't we want to see this kid back? At this point in time, listen, a lot of this is about 2024, right? A lot of this is getting your Schmitz and your Baileys and these guys ready. So I'd like to see more Luciano.
Oh, yeah, me too. I like this guy. He's as advertised. You can see so many good things as to where he's going to go. And, of course, he has to learn how to play here. He has to learn the speed here. We're watching it with Casey Schmidt. How about his bats? How good have they been of late? We're watching a guy who came in with a big splash, and then he just got overwhelmed by the big leagues. And then, he lost his confidence, and he's come back up. Now his at-bats are completely different than what we saw early in the year. Now he's got a plan. Now he's got a clue. In that one game against the Cubs, when he was facing that guy Steele, who has the left-handed cut, and he just struck out 12 guys and chewed up everybody. He had 3 great at-bats. Great at-bats. Mm-hmm. He had a hit, could have had 3 hits, but he hit the ball on the button all 3 times. And he actually had a good series in Chicago, one of the few that did. So, that's the thing about young players. You have to be patient with them. But, what we've seen with Matos, with Luciano, with Schmidt, with Bailey, these guys are going to be around a long time. They're going to be good players. The other thing, too, is, this is September for young players. This is the month their brain is on the brains are a bit fried.
Yeah.
And the first time you get to September as a rookie, it blows your mind. You figure out, how can guys stay sharp? How can they stay strong? You can't even imagine October. It's impossible. But then you learn how to do it, and this is what they're all in the process of doing.
Hey, question on Wade Meckler. He got sent down. So how would you evaluate his stay? Baby Gladden, right? We talked about, and
I love that speed he's got, man.
As we continue to search for pieces, what was your analysis of what did he do well and what does he need to get better at in the bigs?
Well, if you look at his numbers, they were pretty spectacular. He had 377, and he had as many walks as strikeouts. His on-base percentage was off the charts. You say, okay, this guy's ready to go. He's not a big guy, but he's got control of his bat head. Okay, let's see him play. Well, he was striking out almost half the time. That was blowing his mind. He's never, ever done that. It was a rude awakening. And but I saw enough in his at-bats to where I do believe he's going to be a big leaguer. In fact, I really, there's no question about that. The other thing I was a little more concerned about was the routes he took in center field. He's got like an arced route to everything. There's no straight route that he takes. His first step is, I would say, average at best, and then he's got this, this circular route that he kind of takes, and that needs to improve. He needs to work out there. And the other thing too, we didn't see a lot of aggressiveness on the base paths. I look at him, and he's built for bunts, and he's built for stolen bases, and we didn't see any stolen bases. So I do think that there's things that he has to learn if he's going to polish up an act that's going to play here at the big league level. But I am intrigued by his abilities, and I do think we'll see him again. I don't know if we'll see him again this year, but we'll definitely see him again in the future.
Hey, Mike, as we wrap it up here and the Giants get ready. By the way, I just noticed that Ty Block is the starting pitcher for the Rockies tonight.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of funny. A little old name, familiar name. Mitch Haniger. Like, if you had a chance to be in a clubhouse with him, be his teammate, it's just really been a nightmare year for this guy. Comes home to the Bay Area, so excited. Has this broken hand. It just completely derails his season. So he's not having anything go his way. He's hitting 214s. OPS is 622. Like, what do you this is a guy we know he can play, but it's just everything's gone wrong this year. It's a star-crossed year. So, if you're the Giants organization or you're his teammate, or if you're Mitch Haniger himself, how do you kind of keep your chin up?
Well, he's got to make some changes as far as I can see. Obviously, a lot of pressure around him coming back to his home and playing in front of friends and family, and that's an enormous distraction, and it at times can overwhelm players. But what I've seen from him since day one is reach in his swing, and he rolls over just about everything. And when he's a guy who's got power, he's got great bat speed. he's got good lower body strength, and teams are continuously throwing him off speed to the point where he's not seeing it. And when he's swinging at it, you see him extend and reach. And once you reach in your swing, you lose your lower body. And in most instances, you're going to roll over the ball and hit a weak ground ball to the left side. That's what he does. So I'm a little disappointed we haven't seen better adjustment from a veteran. And I think as he goes forward in a Giants uniform, which he's going to do, he needs to let that ball travel. He needs to receive it a little bit off his back hip, and he needs to use the right side of the field. He's strong enough to hit the ball on the right side of the ballpark. But right now he has fallen so victim to off-speed stuff that he just cannot maintain consistent balance in his swing. And that has to improve, because right now he is not an everyday player. He's a guy that if you're going to pitch him, he's best suited against a hard-throwing lefty with a bad changeup. And there aren't that many guys around. So he has really failed to make adjustments, which is unusual for a veteran hitter. He's a guy that I'm really rooting for obvious reasons. He's a Cal Poly guy, Bay Area guy. But he has to make big changes in his approach. And it may be that he sits on off speed exclusively for a while and just, let the fastballs go by, because he's on the fastball so much. He just hasn't made the adjustment when the league has made adjustments to him. So he needs to improve, and he knows it.
Well, all really interesting stuff. And yeah, tough year for him, and not what Farhan was expecting from him. And he's around next year. He's under contract, so he's going to have to make those adjustments. So, well, it'll be obviously if Kyle Harrison, a breath of fresh air tonight. And we'll see if he can kind of jolt the crowd. By the way, I just heard from Shayna Dom, the great Giants community relations head, who said that Buster will be at the game tonight. The Posies, Buster and Kristen, they're going to host more than 300 kids and families battling pediatric cancer.
Wow.
So you can go to bp28.org to learn more about their work. And tonight is officially Pediatric Cancer Awareness Night at the park. Buster and Kristen will be there with more than 300 kids and families battling cancer. So thanks, Shayna, for that. And, hey, let's use that positive energy. And Kyle Harrison on the hill, 7:15, Mike. And Lord knows what will happen the next 3 games, but we will talk to you Monday. Have a good one.
Have a bit.
Mike Krukow, as the Giants get ready for the Rockies. Ty Block going for the Rockies. That was a legendary old pecan Marty Lurie soundbite. Marty had when Ty was a minor league pitcher.
One of the greats.
Minor league pitcher, and he was going to be in the minor league all-star game. And Marty said, we have Ty Block ready to go. He's going to be in the minor league all-star game. And Pat was sitting right next to Marty. And then the line dropped.
Ty Block is with us this morning. And Ty, nice to have you with us. This all-star game is coming up. It's very exciting. You're part of it. Ty?
No. It ages beautifully. And it kind of leads me to this on a Reggae Friday, NFL opening weekend. Murph's already laughing. Can we go one step farther with Marty? Just tip our caps musically.
Brother, brother, brother.
Great job, brother. Brother. He's my brother. Great job. Great job, brother.
Just a little tribute, that's all. That's the way we do it.
It's orgasmic.
Oh, man,
It's orgasmic. Yeah.
And then I look at the text line in 209 Giants baseball. Tough deal. That's what he says. So there you go. Hey, Kyle's got the ball tonight, all right? And Baltimore's going. Marcus is going.
I was glad that Mike brought up Casey Schmidt, too. I wanted to ask him about Casey Schmidt in Chicago if he didn't bring him up, because he said after that last game in Chicago when Schmidt had a really good game at the plate, Mike said on the broadcast, he goes, he's never going back down. I was kind of cool to hear Mike say that. He goes, I don't think he's ever going back down. He's up here for good.
Gave my kid a Casey
now your
Schmidt
jersey's back. Yeah, dust it off.
He has a Casey Schmidt jersey and a Trey Lance jersey. He's the king of the defunct.
Just get him a Wiseman jersey, too, for Christmas.
Thank you, Paulie Max. Same riff for me.
Get
him the James Wiseman.
Or Jordan Poole.
Or
Jimmy
Jake
Garoppolo.
Or Jake Moody jersey.
Or
He has
wait a minute. He hasn't even played yet, dude. Slow your roll.
Hey, someone's got to move into that apartment, Paulie.
Yeah, it's true.
All right, Tim Ryan joins Tolbert and Copes today at 4:30. By the way, I listened to the driving home yesterday. I listened to the, what do they call it? The rush hour, the bull rush hour, or whatever they has. Dude, the Tim Ryan X's and O's.
I got some of that, too. It's the best.
Man. Because the linebackers are stacking, and he was just going on and on.
The more Tim Ryan, the better.
It was incredible.
Yep.
And then he'll throw in his little nicknames. He's like, linebackers are stacking. You got the A-gap here, the stunt, we're doing that. He goes, and then you got Purdy he goes, I call it the synthetic slingshot.
Oh, totally.
That's his big thing about this thing they put in his arm, the synthetic slingshot. Yeah. He goes, because they're going to have to deal with it. Because at that point in time, when you run that stunt, the grave digger is going to be there to make the play.
All day, Tim.
Dude,
all damn day. I got Jake the Heartbreak Moody kicking field goals.
Tim Ryan at 4:30, and you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Let's go, man.
So usually right now we have John Lynch, but he had to ask for a slight tweak. John Lynch is going to be at 8:15.
All good.
8:15. So, for the first time ever, a cooler of content before a big hit.
Nice.
Next on the sports leader.
Ty?
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
San Francisco Giants president and CEO Larry Baer stopped by the afternoon show yesterday to talk about the Giants' recent losing streak and their weekend series against the Colorado Rockies. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Crank up Murph and Mac's Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Mac's Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network World-Class Care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, so here's the deal. We usually John Lynch right now, but he asked to move to 8:15. So we said, oh, sure thing. No problem.
Okay.
So the cooler of content, which usually comes around 8:20, 8:22, is now here. So what sound is out there that is entertaining us and intriguing us in the world? And it starts with last night, but we started the show talking Detroit Lion football like you read about. We haven't mentioned the Lions in a while, but we all enjoyed the heck out of that last night.
Very much. Great game.
The Chiefs are dropping everything, and Kelsey's not playing. Chris Jones
wasn't a great night for the Chiefs. I mean, it really wasn't. And the Lions came in there with a nasty attitude, man. They just took it to them.
So here's Kevin Harlan with a funny read last night for Vicks cough drops.
Oh, this will be good. I can't wait.
I haven't heard this. This is during the game. Our guy Harlan having some fun. This was on 8:10 the spread.
Okay.
Start of the fourth quarter, sponsored by Vicks DayQuil Severe Honey Flavor. The daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head fever, Honeylicious. Power through the day medicine. Can you say that? Honeylicious. Honeylicious. Use as directed. Keep out of the reach of children because it is honeylicious. Honeylicious. See, they shouldn't put they know we're going to hit that stuff, right? I mean, like that when they write that stuff, they know.
That's good stuff.
I know. I love it too.
We can use that a lot, I think.
How about if we use it for a touchdown? Oh, that was honeylicious.
I'm going to text Brenda right now. Hey, honeylicious.
Totally.
It works. It works. It works.
Hey.
It's your boy,
I can speak to that. I'm feeling kind of honeylicious myself.
Oh.
Yeah, on a
Will
Friday.
you be, by the time the sun is setting at Sound Summit tomorrow night, will you be feeling
I'm
honeylicious?
going to make sure you're feeling honeylicious, too.
Yeah.
I'll have some in my-
Whatever Don Draper wrote, whatever Pete Campbell, who wrote that, is getting lots of love. And
It is honeylicious.
Honeylicious. That is good.
Power through the day.
And Kurt is so dominated by his wife, he had to work her in there, too. Yeah,
And
I got to text Brenda.
You can hear the chop going on in the background, too.
Well, Chop came up short last night.
Way short.
21-20. Maybe Kadarius Toney was using chops for hands. You know what I mean? So, meanwhile, Harlan wasn't done. So once he got the honeylicious ball rolling, Harrison Butker kicked a field goal.
Okay.
And Harlan was there.
What is the third gig one about?
I just got a text about honeylicious.
Oh, really?
Yes. Causing a stir, Kevin. You're causing a stir.
Should we, if he hits this, should we say honeylicious on this? Can we do that?
I think we could do that.
Would they like that? Would those VIX folks like that? Let's see if he gets it.
But I would like it.
All right. Well, if you like it, then I'm doing it.
All right. Hit it.
It'll be a 39-yard field goal try. Harrison Butker. The wind is picked up. This would give the Chiefs a 6-point lead. There's the snap. Ball put down. Right-footed kick is away, and it is good. Honeylicious 39-yard field goal by Chiefs place kicker Harrison Butker.
I love Harlan,
I mean,
man.
Vix is loving this.
They're getting more bang for their buck than they could have bargained for.
I'm thinking about going and getting some just for the afternoon.
Just to be a part of the community.
Yeah. Well, no, kids, do not do that. Come on, kids.
Well, it's because, what is it? Oh, it's cold medicine?
It's cough syrup. Didn't that get your boy, the quarterback for the Raiders, in a little bit of trouble?
Jamarcus Russell. We're not going down that path.
What was he doing? The scissor? Mixing it in?
On some
that was one where
scissor.
Pat whipped me soundly in a bet. Because he was anti-Jamarcus from the jump, and he said he will never make a Pro Bowl. I said, "What, are you kidding me?" I said he'll make a Pro Bowl within the first 5 years, and I bet him a case of Steinlager beer.
Ooh.
New Zealand's own.
Yeah, Jamarcus didn't last long.
Lost that.
It took me about 8 years to deliver, but I did.
Yeah.
I did deliver at some point. Okay, Chris Jones, he's the big D tackle, of course, for the Chiefs.
I saw him last night just sitting up there.
One of the top 10 players in the league. Yeah, how about that?
Did you see him flanked by his agents?
It was
and everything?
odd that he went to the game.
Yeah, no, one guy was on the phone. He looked like a tool. I'm like, what are you, brokering a deal
Like
during
Wolf
the
of Wall
game?
Street.
Yeah,
He had a couple wise guys up in the suite with him.
Yeah, but they were like hacks. They weren't like cool-looking wise guys.
Well, maybe they're doing the wrong thing for him because he's not playing and he didn't get his money yet.
Yeah, they're like, you sit up here with us. It's like, okay.
Well, anyway,
I don't know. It just looked weird.
Well, here's his take on people saying he's got to get playing instead of holding out.
Okay.
Chris Jones.
What can I say? Opinions are like everybody got them and they all stink, right?
Oh.
So, there's some going to like it, some going to respect it, and some is going to dislike it. That's just the way it is. You can't make everybody happy, unfortunately. As much as you try to do and as much as you try to appease people, you're not going to make everyone happy. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. And I'm just asking for a raise.
Well,
I'm just asking for a raise.
I mean, this is what happens.
By the way, so if you missed it, he said opinions are like a-holes.
Oh.
And he said everyone's got one and they all stink.
Jeez, that's yeah. Well,
so that brings to mind the great, gas station bumper stickers and like hats that you can buy.
Grass ass, that
There
whole
you
bit.
go.
Yeah.
And you start with the
you don't
standard.
see that one anymore, though.
Gas, grass, or A, no one rides for free. You got that one too?
Yeah.
I've seen the bumper sticker paw for like the RV, pause pad when Ma's mad.
Oh,
Seen that one?
okay.
Pause pad when Ma's mad for like an RV.
How about the one where you just see like Yosemite Sam, the cartoon character with his two pistols out, and it just says, back off.
Okay. How about, can I offer you, if this rig's a rockin', don't bother knocking.
That still works.
All
That's
right?
a good one. That's timeless.
This rig's a rockin', don't bother knocking.
Come a knocking.
And then, of course, opinions are like, there you go.
How about I'm with stupid? Is that still out there, too? I'm with stupid.
Paulie, I
with
once
the
was
arrow.
part of a
With the
road trip.
freaking arrow, man.
I was once part of a road trip where one of
Yeah.
my buddies bought the trucker. This is back in like late 80s, early 90s, so it was considered fresh at the time.
Right.
It was a trucker hat, and it had just a big marijuana leaf painted, and it simply said, This Bud's for you.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that one. I need one of those, actually. On that note, though,
Will you wear that tomorrow on Sound Summit?
If you can get the hat for me, I'll wear it. I guarantee I put that on. I guarantee it. I know you can photograph it. Back east, we used to say, like, you put a Grateful Dead sticker on your car at your own risk because then you'd become like a target. Like I'm not even kidding. They'd be pulling cars over with the steal your face, Marcus. So I had to go incognito under the radar.
See, that's smart. But I also had a buddy in college who had family members who knew people in the fire department and also in the police department. So he took a couple stickers from the PD and the fire department, threw it on his car, and he never got pulled over.
That's a good call.
Okay.
Probably, you can get me a couple of those.
Probably unethical, but yeah, pretty smart.
Hey, whatever keeps you out of the jail cell.
All right, we were talking about Steph Curry being just like he did it again. Ann Killian wrote the piece in the Chronicle about their pledging to raise $50 million for Oakland School District by 2026.
I bet you he's going to go beyond that.
And so Johnny Kuminga, who, by the way, a lot of people are like, oh, he's going to get traded. He's going to get traded. I'm like, no, he's not. I got that one right. He's still
dig you
here.
calling him Johnny.
Yeah, well, guess what? I'm looking forward to big things. You know what I mean? My man can hoop. He just needs a little refining, shall we say. You know what I mean? Anyway, he's still a kid. What is he, 20, 21 years old? My God.
Yeah.
So anyway, he was on a podcast, and I'm sorry I don't have the name of the podcast. But here he is, Kuminga, from Congo in Africa.
Okay.
We talk about Curry being a global phenomenon. This is a guy who comes from the continent of Africa. He's like, what's this guy Curry all about? Here's what he says.
Okay.
Steph Curry is like this one human being who is perfect. Like, he literally like perfect. He don't have any, it's nothing you can say about Steph.
That's crazy, though.
Like, he comes to the gym. He's the parents first. He comes to the gym the same way he act at home, same way he act on the floor, same way he act at practice. He don't get into any problem. He speak to everybody. Like, he's going to start a conversation, even if you don't want to. He's going to come find you and talk to you.
Listen.
So that's a lot of things that people don't see behind the scene, because all I see is him hitting threes and stuff like that. Like, he's the best human being I ever really been around.
That's a cut you're going to need to save right there. He's the best human being I've ever been around. Now, with urgency, Murph calling out for Steph Curry to throw his hat into the 2024 race.
There's no question. I'm not even riffing
and
anymore.
I'm telling you what, if you saw some of those polls yesterday that I saw, you better get Steph Curry up there because he's ready to lead. Yeah.
I mean, seriously. He honestly...
Oh, he would, and people would respond. The guy's a natural.
Shout out to the clarity of that soundbite.
Like, he's the best human being I ever really been around.
I don't dispute it. Me too. Marcus, same here. I know. It's like everything he said is true.
I understand. By the way, he goes, most people just see him hitting threes. How about when he says he'll force a conversation on you? He seeks you out to converse with you and make you feel included. So Johnny Kuminga, so that's a guy who comes from another part of the world, a different hemisphere.
But he recognizes the superhuman being that is Steph Curry.
Incredible. So you're saying rap for Lynch, but 8:15 is Lynch. It's 8:11.
Nothing better, too, than when Steph Curry addresses you personally.
What do you
Murph and Mac, Stephen Curry here. Just want to say thank you for the acknowledgement and the honor of the Bay Area Athlete of the Year.
Oh, man.
Been blessed to have won a lot of team and individual accolades. I won't burst your bubble and tell you where this ranks on my list, but I will say if there is a plaque or a trophy or something that I can display, it'll be front and center when people walk into my house. So thanks for the acknowledgement. Continue to represent the Bay Area and all of Dub Nation, and I appreciate it. Let's get it.
Let's get it, Steph. You're damn right. Let's get it. Whatever you need, man. You let me know what you need. I'll be there.
This guy.
No. You need heavy lifting? Give us a call. I got you.
How about Kerr Kuminga 2024?
Fine. Fine. We'll go global with this.
All right. Well, there you go. There's your call. Now they're telling me we got a wrap for John Lynch.
Let's go, man.
49er General Manager John Lynch. Next on The Sports Leader.
Like, he's the best human being I ever really been around.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about this weekend's matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers and how many snaps we could see played by Nick Bosa. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Hold it now.
This is Murph and Max. Big Hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper. Drive ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. He's humble.
Coach Walsh, without you, I'm not standing on this stage today.
He's a man of honor.
When we huddle up as a team and huddle up as a people, as a great nation.
He's lifted the Lombardi. He's earned the gold jacket. And now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful.
San Francisco!
Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Mac.
My sources tell me he was saying, listen to Murph and Mac.
Well, that's probably the smartest thing, yeah.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We love that intro Tony built for him. How about that? Yeah, Waterboy said he flosses every night.
No, totally.
We're talking about, well, based on that intro, we think that he should, maybe it's Lynch, maybe it's Curry Lynch.
Not a bad ticket at all.
2024.
Yeah.
So, thank you guys for getting me out on time because he's calling in right now.
Sweet.
We have made the connection on the UMA guest line with 49er General Manager John Lynch. John, welcome back to Murph and Mac. How you doing, man?
Hey, John.
I'm doing awesome, guys. I'm doing really, really good, and appreciate the audible this morning. We've got a different schedule flying back to Pittsburgh on a Friday, and my favorite meeting of the week each week is what we call the Friday run game meeting, but it's Kyle really kind of laying out what our game plan is offensively, and didn't want to miss that. So I appreciate the adjustment there.
Of course.
Sure. I thought you were going to, that was a lead in say your favorite meeting of the week is your hit on the Murph and Mac show.
Well, that's up there too.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
All right, John. Simple question, man. Cannot wait to hear your answer. How did you get it done with Nick Bosa and his agent?
Yeah.
Oh man, it was a journey for sure, and first of all, just elated to have Nick a part of Niners. I think he said Niner for life, and I love the sound of that. He's a tremendous young man, tremendous teammate, and what a player, really a special player. And I think the answer to that is, special player like that is going to deserve a special contract, and at times they get complicated. And this was our first holdout, so I wasn't used to it. We've prided ourselves on getting guys in camp. We had a feeling that it might go this way, but still tried to do everything to avert that. It didn't happen, but I think the silver lining here, and I don't like making exceptions for players, but I will tell everybody that, you're talking about one of the most uniquely conditioned athletes that I've ever been around. I've been around for a long time in the NFL, and he keeps himself in tip-top shape and even accelerated it this year, not being in camp. So the good news is he looks tremendous. We got him on the field yesterday. He kind of did some work to the side just to assess where he was at. We're able to get him in meetings and all, and then today he'll have what we think will be a full practice, and then we'll put a plan together as to how we're going to use him. But I'm ecstatic that we finally got there.
Yep.
So how big was the chasm? Who moved first? You guys or them?
I think it was collaborative. You wish it was moving faster, but there's a lot of things that go into that, and you're talking about a monumental deal. It made history, and so there were a lot of different variables to it, and we had to stay patient yet aggressive Was there frustration? Sure. But that's all forgiven. And, he's here. He signed this morning, had a big hug and just told him how proud I was of him. He's earned it, and excited to have him back in the fold.
And it was just such a fascinating contract. And I guess we were all like, why was it going so long? Why was it going so long? Why was it going so long? Would you say it was more about the number, or was it more about some language?
No, the language probably lasts 24 hours. You finish these things, and then it's like, okay, and everything gets leaked these days.
Yeah.
And I believe, I'm not throwing shade, but with that whatever happened, that got leaked, and you still have to go through the language. And like I said, on a historic contract like this, there's going to be some parsing through all that. And so there was a little delay there at the end on that. But prior to that, it was just everything. It was, they were going to be thorough. We were going to be thorough. And it took longer than we're accustomed to, but it's done, and we're very happy that that's the case.
I guess, I don't know if this is pertinent, but the effect on 2024, what's your philosophy on how the effect it will have on 2024? That meaning, and I guess I'll give you options here. One being like, I'll worry about that later, or no, we're already thinking about that.
Well, we're focused on Pittsburgh right now.
Right.
And that's where all our focus needs to be. But yes, in my job in Parag Marate, Brian Hampton, we always have to be worried about the overall health of our cap, of our cash, all those things. And that's not just a static thing where it's this year, this game. You have to take more of a holistic view, and so that's over time. And so, some of these conversions we've been doing are set up not just for this year, but for the next couple of years, and trying to put ourselves in the best situation. We've got a lot of highly paid players, a lot of tops at their position in the league, which means we got a lot of talented players. And one thing I'd be remiss to say, how thankful I am to the York family to continue to support us when, a lot of people, when they're fortunate enough to have this many good players, they have to cut ties with a lot of them. And we've been able to continue to try to make this thing work. And as a result, we got a really good team with an awesome opportunity. I will say, going against a very good, talented, well-coached, hungry team in the Pittsburgh Steelers. So it's going to be a big challenge.
Talk to John Lynch. We do it every Friday at this time. This one's special because they got Bosa done, and it was incredible that by the way, did somebody script his line on the tarmac? Because that's a line.
Pretty good line, John.
It's a legendary line.
Yes.
Sorry about the scare.
I'm going to get that on a T-shirt.
Yeah, you guys have had Nick on. You don't script Nick Bosa.
No.
There's that patient pause. I wish I were that cool, that much swag. I think his heartbeat never moves, and so he's got man, if I had that skill to sit there, digest the question, take your time, he just always seems to nail it, and so nothing scripted about that.
Oh man, and so and kind of wrapping up the Bosa questions here, but you've said a couple of times in this interview, and I think most fans feel the same way, that once it's done, everybody's happy. But is there a part of you that, because we know you're competitive and intense, so that's why you got to the Hall of Fame, but is there a part of you that had to shelve emotions in this one? Like sometimes there are bruised. They say it's nothing personal, it's strictly business. Sometimes it does get personal. Was that a challenge for you?
I'd be lying if human nature doesn't kick in. Yeah. And Nick's well represented by a very talented agent. He's tough. He's aggressive, and I would say that one day we were in here, and this is off that line of his agent, but a little shout out to Bob Myers, my good friend. There's one point we were at an impasse, and Bob called, and Prague happened to be in my office, and just had really good counsel on it. Sometimes you need some outside perspective, and I think it kind of kept us going. So there were so many people, and I don't want to undervalue the internal. So many people were working on this, but I don't know why I just popped out, but I'm very appreciative. You need friends when you're struggling, and from family, and that I thought about that last night, Bob, at a time where we were pretty frustrated, called and had some really nice perspective.
That's great, man. John Lynch is our guest on the UMA guest line. We'll do this every Friday during football season. And John, it was so eventful the whole summer with the Bosa watch and then the Trey Lance story. And then meanwhile, there's QB1. Brock Purdy comes in. I mean, going into this summer, it was not a guarantee he would be ready to go on opening day, yet here he is. He's healthy. He's ready. And I guess there are some people saying, can he continue where he left off last year? And, his teammates have named him a captain. That's very meaningful. But how would you answer that question, John? Can Brock Purdy continue what he started last year?
Absolutely. I think, if you want to kind of encapsulate his character, just watch his journey on this rehab. Wasn't easy, but he focused on each and every day and trying to max out that particular day. And that's what Brock has done since he's been here. I think when you do that, you have the requisite talent, which Brock does. You have the requisite mind, which Brock does, the competitiveness, the athleticism, all those things. And you attack each day like he does, it gives you an opportunity to be really good. He's got a lot of talented players he plays with, and he does a great job kind of playing point guard, distributing the ball. But then the thing people keep asking me is like, where were you most surprised? And it was, it was his ability to extend and make plays on his own as well. He's not just a guy who plays within the system, hands the ball to the Debos and the Christians and the Kittles and the Ayuks, and lets them do their thing. He's a playmaker as well. So, the thing in this league, and Brock knows this, you got to earn it every year. You start back at zero, and you got to go earn it. And I'm really proud of him, the way he attacked this injury. I mean, it's pretty miraculous that 6 months later he's back and without effect and without hindrance. He's ready to go into this season, and we're really excited to have him as our guy.
Brock Purdy, incredible stuff. Okay, micro stuff as opposed to the Bosa contract is like some of the guys going into this weekend. For example, your kicker, Jake Moody. Is he ready to go?
Very optimistic on Jake. He's had a real nice week, couple weeks really, and I think it was a good reset for him to kind of go back, get a little rest, go back to his fundamentals. And the early returns, you're always looking after, he kicked yesterday, for instance, and so you want to see how he responds today. But everything's been good, so we're optimistic there, and hoping that all is good, and he'll be the guy come Sunday.
So there we go. We expect to see the rookie do his thing. George Kittle has had a sort of a checkered. We talked to you about last week. You're a little concerned when these things linger. Is he okay?
He's had a really positive week. So same thing. See how he responds to yesterday, which was a tough practice. But he looks like George Kittle, and that's a good thing. He looked really good out there yesterday.
So Kittle probably. And then the one thing we were concerned, we hadn't heard about Mooney Ward having something. Is there any update on that?
Yeah, I think that was a minor deal. Kind of. Jammed up his foot or heel on the last play of practice on Wednesday. Was a little inflamed. Just needed to quiet down. But I know Mooney feels like he's fine and needed to give him that day to kind of let the thing calm down. But all accounts and reports, and especially talking to him, is that he's going to be good to go.
Well, those are all pretty good reports. So Moody and Kittle and Mooney, Ward, and then off you go to Pittsburgh. So obviously, I think, for you, you're a defensive-minded guy. You look at T.J. Watt. I know you're a safety. He's an edge rusher. Is for you the matchup of the weekend, T.J. Watt versus new right tackle Colton McKivitz, who hasn't been talked about a lot this summer. And, you guys put a lot of faith in him, and he's going to find out.
Got a big assignment, yeah.
Swimming with the Sharks right away, yep. John.
Yeah, TJ is one heck of a player. That family, like the Bosas,
right.
They're drinking the right water. I mean, the gene pool is good, and you see it on the silent tape. He just jumps off it. The thing I respect about that guy so much is the passion he plays with. He plays with the violence, with the passion. He brings it every single play. But I've played for Mike Tomlin for a long time. Mike's going to have their entire defense ready. And they've got, you're talking names like Minka Fitzpatrick and Cameron Hayward. So it's not just T.J. Watt and a bunch of guys. It's a lot of good players. They've infused it with some veteran presence like Patrick Peterson and Levi Wallace at their corners. They've got a lot of youth as well, so it's a good mix. I commend their organization for the offseason they had. And like I said, I played for Mike Tomlin, have a lot of respect for Mike Tomlin. I know we'll have his team ready. Pittsburgh's a tough place to play. Going to be really fun and a great way to start the season to go back there in that environment.
Yeah, he was the DB coach in Tampa when you were there, huh?
He was. Herm Edwards left as our DB coach to take the Jets head job, and I remember they interviewed like 30 people because filling Herm Edwards' shoes was a big deal.
Yeah.
And I was over in Hawaii, and I remember Tony Dungy calling me pre-cell phone. I got the phone lighting up, and when I came back and notes under, I thought they were cutting me in Hawaii. I said, I can't believe this, Linda. They're cutting me in Hawaii because I'm GM. And they said, we got good news, bad news. I said, what's the good news? They said, we found you a heck of a coach. His name's Mike Tomlin. I said, okay, what's the bad news? And they said, you're 2 years older than him. I said, all right, let's go. But, man, what a coach he was and has become.
Oh, yeah.
John, in your perspective, the Steelers, and we talked to Bill Hillgrove, their legendary play-by-play guy, and we were talking about he's been around Pittsburgh forever.
He was awesome.
So Noel, Cowher, Tomlin.
Incredible, isn't it?
This is unlike any franchise.
I mean, it's beyond stability.
I guess the Spurs, but it's not. No, because this goes way back to the 60s.
Incredible.
I'm wondering, is there a lesson there for you? Like, in terms of, like, I don't know, nobody does it that way. They withstood the storms.
I think there's a lesson for the whole league. I think for our society and culture in such a, 24-hour society where everything's ever changing, stability works, and provided you pick the right people. And the Rooney family has done a tremendous job. I've always watched the Steelers, and my team was always the Chargers growing up in San Diego. My dad was a 11th round pick of the Steelers in 1969, and so we've always had a little Steeler blood and an appreciation for the Rooney family. My friendship with Mike Tomlin really helps me appreciate who that organization is, all the Hall of Famers that I get to go back to Canton with every year. And it's like, you got all your guys, and then they've got like 2 tables that are all Steelers. I mean, it's a really iconic organization, just like ours here with the Niners, and should make for a great matchup.
Wait, your dad was drafted by the Steelers?
He was in 1969. They weren't very good then. I think it was Chuck Noll's first year.
Wow.
And he had a cup of coffee, had a knee injury early, and then went on to business career. But played with Mean Joe and L.C. Greenwood, all those guys.
Yeah, man.
Forgive my ignorance. Where'd your dad play?
Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa.
Oh. And what was his position?
He was an outside linebacker.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. All right.
Yeah.
Lynch family likes to hit. Yeah.
So how much of a? Yeah, I think you've told us before. Was he was an active coach in your youth football days?
Coached more baseball than football.
Oh, okay.
He was always my baseball coach. We dominated in Little League, and nice. He was fun. Everyone wanted to play for Big John he's a huge man, and everybody wanted to play for him. He was the guy that we go play Little League, and then he took everyone to dinner, and we go pizza or Mexican food down in his radio stations were always our sponsors. Those are some of my greatest memories.
Wow, that is. I was just down in Encinitas from the weekend. I was thinking, is John down here? Isn't that your turf down there?
Yeah, a little south of that, Del Mar.
Yeah,
and that's where we're from.
What was the Little League? Was it Del Mar Little League, or was it because Encinitas Little League is pretty good? I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I played in Solana Beach Little League.
Okay. Yeah.
We thought we had a team ready to go to Williamsport my 12-year-old year because I was pitching and there was another kid that was pretty dominant, and I think Encinitas actually shocked us and knocked us out early.
There it is. Well, a Southern California team did win it this year, El Segundo, but that's a little up the road from you guys. So, well, this is it, man. You after everything, you got Bosa in.
Here we go.
I mean, listen, John, if you think about it, the two biggest things: can Purdy's elbow be okay?
Check.
And can you get Nick Bosa in the building?
Check.
I mean, am I forgetting anything? Those were your grocery list. Your grocery list items.
Well, it's a whole team effort, right? And those things are obviously very critical. I think a big theme, we've played some really good football around here the last couple of years, but we've gotten ourselves in holes early. So I think getting the mentality right from the beginning, I think who better than the Steelers? Because when you're playing the Pittsburgh Steelers on the road, in their place, Renegade playing in the fourth quarter, you better bring it. And I think our guys are gonna be ready. It should be. I keep saying it, but I'm excited as a football fan because it's gonna be physical. It's gonna be one heck of a matchup. Two well-coached teams ready to play.
By the way, you're the second person. Papa mentioned Renegade, too. So that's like a factor over there. The Sticks, Renegade?
That's the thing. The place rocks when I don't even know what they call the stadium. They've changed the sponsorship.
Yeah, Acrisure or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't. It's lost its romance. Three Rivers.
Right.
You got
that place rocks.
It does.
So for you, it was a bit of a thrill to play at Three Rivers back in the day, huh?
Oh.
Yeah, except the seams you'd trip over as third base, second base.
Some of the worst turf in the league, right?
Yeah.
Was the vet
rough.
Was the vet the worst?
They say that was bad too.
The vet was the worst. Yeah. That was bad.
Oh man! All right. Well, listen, man. You guys got it done, and like you said, it was a twisting, turning, winding journey. But next thing you know, the guy's on the tarmac saying sorry about the scare, and then he said, "John, the second line, let's get some wins." So
we're down with that.
That was probably reassuring.
Yeah.
Hey, when he speaks, we all listen. So.
All right, John. Go sit next to him on the plane and try to get as cool as
Have
he
a good
is.
trip.
All right,
Yeah.
there you go. All right. All right, John. We appreciate the conversation as always. Be good. Thank you.
Thank you.
There he is, John Lynch. Always.
It's going to be a great year talking to John every Friday. Yeah, because he gets into it, man. This is it.
Copes with a great text. Last thing Murph wants on a warm evening in May is to pull into Boyle Park, and there's big John Lynch waiting to win another title and kick my ass.
Seriously.
True story.
I bet you he was
there's coaches out there, dude. I'll tell you.
Well, I wasn't even talking coaches. I was talking about John.
Oh yeah.
Like, imagine John on the hill just staring you down.
He was drafted by the Marlins.
I know.
Through the first pitch in Marlins history.
Great athlete, man.
Probably was a little league legend.
Oh.
One of those kids.
Well, you said they were undefeated, right?
Yeah, until Antonita shocked him.
Well, that's what happens.
Shocked the world.
There's always that one team out there.
All right, Susan Slusser, from one Stanford guest to another. Sluss, next on the Sports Leader.
Sorry for the scare.
Waterboy. This is the.
What are we doing?
Help me out, my brain.
Murph, this right here is some revolution for you, safe and sound.
Yeah. We heard this. I heard this all weekend. I was in a white boy reggae, house.
Murph, would you call it?
That's all we had.
Were you participating in a white boy summer?
I thought about that, actually.
Okay.
I was like, now I know what he's talking about, because that white boy reggae thing. And I never knew the phrase until my buddy Red Bear, who you'll see tomorrow at Sound
Bring
Summit.
him on, man. Let's go.
He said Malcolm's more into the white boy reggae because I prefer the roots reggae.
Okay.
So there's a difference. But hey, I think we can welcome them all, can't we?
Why
so
not?
Reggae Friday.
We're all on the
Reggae
same
Friday.
planet, yeah.
Hey, Tim Ryan joins Tolbert and Cope today at 4:30. And I feel like it's been a while since we talked to Celeste. Did we miss her last week, I think? Didn't we?
Well, no. No, I want to say we talked to Susan last week.
Susan, good morning.
Yeah.
You weren't there.
Because you were down,
that's where
you
I
had the
was.
day off. Yeah.
I was
Marcus
the one
and
who was
I.
gone.
Thank you, Susan. Yeah, it was
there.
Marcus. Yeah, you were there.
I was the one who was gone.
Susan's like, no, I was there.
Susan, my brain, man, it's toast. It is. Too many early wake ups and all that, So and too many Giants losses,
Well,
Susan.
that's the thing. That's the thing.
Oh,
Fried
man.
your brain.
I know. How about you giving John Shea that trip, and he's the one who had to walk into what he called the Pall of Gloom tour. How about that?
That's tough.
I like that. Yeah, you look at it and you go like, gosh, Susan, you're so nice to give him San Diego and Chicago. And as it turns out, wasn't that fun?
No, those clubhouses can get quiet, can't they? You've been around that.
Yeah, and they've got this interesting dynamic now where they've had a couple people speak up and it didn't work, which that can be the thing where you're like, okay, now what? Like, we've used all our tricks, right?
Yeah, you're talking about Tyro and Yaz,
Tyro
right?
on the end of the last trip, and then this time Yaz and Flores. And Flores to me is, that's big. He's very quietly a team leader, but typically quietly. And for him to step up and say some things, that's huge. I love that. But, they've kind of used up the bag of tricks that's like fire up the team and let's go troops. And that is why some managers are like, yeah, I don't go so much for turning over, flipping the spread and making speeches, stirring speeches, because, where do you go when that doesn't work? They really needed that win the second day in Chicago after, some guys speak up, and obviously that wound up being a absolute stab in the heart for them.
Yeah, and they did hit the next day. I mean, Yaz said we got to hit, we got to be aggressive. Kapler said we got to blanket, and they scored 8 runs, and Yaz homered, and then they gave up 11. Susan, there's really nowhere. When we had Mike on earlier, I said, Mike, there's equal blame. The pitching's collapsed and the hitting's collapsed, and Mike said, don't forget the fielding.
No, it was tough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's across the board. I mean, are there other areas in which we could also say and also
base running?
Base running, yeah.
Bunting? I don't know, Susan. I mean, listen, there's a feeling like Vegas said 81.5 wins. Vegas is, by the way, always right? So maybe they were a 500 team forever because they never had an established starting rotation, and they don't have the middle of the order meat that you can rely on day in, day out. I mean, you see where I'm going with this here?
Yeah, but you know what? They could have had an established rotation. We all, when they started the opener thing, we all kind of scratch our heads. This isn't second guessing. We did some first guessing at the time, right?
Yeah.
And then it works. It works for a good 2.5, 3 months. And we're like, all right, maybe this is the way they go. But even then we said, this might wind up backfiring at some point. And I think they realized that because Farhan Zaidi at the break was saying we'd like to have more of an established rotation. I think they saw that this was something that might not. You got a bunch of starters in the bullpen who kind of now are all over the map. They don't know exactly what their role is. They don't have the time to work between starts. The rest is very erratic, and I think that's taken a little bit of a toll. And especially, some of the younger guys had taken to it, but I think some of those guys are now really starting to feel the effects of it too. So, I think it would have been better maybe to just go with at least 4 starters for the bulk of the year.
Agreed.
They have them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I go back to they had Kevin Gausman. You know what I mean? You start thinking about moves like that going all the way back 2 years ago. And Rodon has not worked out for the Yankees, but, it would have been something to do. But, wow, Susan. Well, Kyle Harrison gets the ball tonight, and that's maybe the best thing going.
Yeah. He creates excitement. You know, he's that guy right now. This year has been, and honestly, if you're going to be a 500 team again, which such a disappointment for them because that playoff spot has been right there for the taking. But if you're going to be a 500 team again, you better be all about the rookies. And by and large, this season has been about the young players. So I will give them that. That part of the plan seems to be like a good one, right? You know, Kyle Harrison, absolutely no doubt talent. Pat Bailey, it's a bummer he's on the concussion list. Of course, you hate to see that, but he is tremendous. And then we've seen such good flashes from some of the other young guys, Mato, Schmidt. Like, these are guys who are going to be big leaguers. That's what you have to do this year. They just did it in kind of a backwards way where you're like, hey, they're playoffs too. Oh, no. Okay, well, at least these young guys are here.
Yeah, and it's right. In a way, doing nothing at the trade deadline and saying they wanted to keep all their prospects, I said, well, we got two questions for me coming out of that. One, are you trying to win the World Series? And if the answer is yes, then you blew it. But two, are you just playing for the future? And if the answer is yes, maybe just say that. Because to me, the answer was they're playing for the future. They didn't want to trade any of those guys you mentioned.
That third wild card spot, I think, makes messaging weird. You know, you don't want to signal to the team like, hey, we've kind of given up on this year because, wait, we're in a playoff spot right now. You can't do that. So maybe you just, they're very careful. And look, I've spent a lot of time the last couple of weeks with angry fans saying, you guys aren't holding the GM accountable. You aren't holding the manager accountable. What does that mean? You know, I don't think any stories have been positive. I don't think the lines of questioning have been positive. I think we've asked all the questions you could possibly ask. You guys know. You ask them. You have these people on your airwaves. I think the messaging has not been well received, but I don't know if you're the Giants brass, what you say, because certainly they wanted to win this year, right?
Yeah.
And I think they made some moves that made sense. Their hands were a little bit tied here and there with what they couldn't do, both at the break and last winter.
Well,
that's a big problem too.
Yeah, I agree in that, holding them to account. I mean, I guess they want like Philly style, fire Kapler, fire Farhan. That comes with its own thing. I've always been like, I've lived long enough now to know when you scream for somebody's head, it feels good, but you're like, whoa, what's your plan? Right. I mean, what's your plan? Who's lined up? Who's your next guy? And do you want to reset the organization again?
Right. And fans can call for that all they want. Mm-hmm. We know, Greg Johnson's been clear. Farhan's back.
Yeah.
Kapler's back. Like, what's the point of saying, like, fire these guys? It's not going to happen. From what I can tell, like, unless something's wildly changed, which I don't think it has. Now, if they feel like they're fielding a competitive team next year and they get off to a really bad start, I think all bets are off. I think we know maybe that the hitting staff is potentially do a shakeup this offseason, which I hate to see. Fabulous bunch of people who work really, really hard, but obviously that has been a big, big problem for many months. But beyond that, I'm not sure what calling for any changes is going to do at this point, particularly if it's not going to happen. Maybe it makes you feel good. Maybe this is all about messaging, and the messaging has not been necessarily in line with reality, but I don't, I don't know what you say. Like, you go like, yeah, actually, we're playing for future years, not this year. When you're in a playoff spot, it's just, you can't do that.
That sixth playoff spot is something else, man. That's to be the sixth best team in the National League and be in the race is, as we were just tweeting to each other the other day, very not that compelling.
It's not. It's not. This is the worst race. Yeah. Yes, exactly.
I mean, it is the worst race. And in a way, it gives a guy like Farhan an excuse to not have to go. He can tell management, hey, man, we can win 85 and get in instead of trying to win 100, I
don't like that.
No, I don't think anybody does.
No. So that's kind of where we're at. I mean, the Braves are out there trying to win 100. The Yankees, I think, are trying, but they're not succeeding. The Dodgers are trying to win 100. And it's funny about the Dodgers. They were supposed to take a step back this year, right? Look at that. How'd that work out?
They're just a machine.
Not quite.
They're a machine. Yeah.
And then, I mean, look at the Padres, right? The other part, and Susan, last one for you here, is attendance. Like, if that's the one thing, we were thinking the one thing that should get Greg Johnson's attention is they've fallen to 17th in attendance. Like,
that's brutal. Is that?
How about that?
Wow.
Yes, 17th.
Yeah, 17th.
Man,
that's a fact.
That's a long way from where they were.
Padres are third. So, I mean, that's the one thing you wonder. I know Greg Johnson seems to be a very circumspect, careful guy, but I wonder when that will get their attention.
I mean, I think it's got to right now. I mean, I didn't realize, and you got my attention. That's brutal. But the lack of star power we have been talking about since they didn't get judged, and then things went weird with Correa. They don't have star power. Some of these guys are going to turn into stars. That I guarantee you. But that's going to take a couple of years. And you need to hang on to these guys. And they've got some really nice pieces. Obviously, Logan Webb is superb. They've got talent. They just don't have 80 big star power. That has to, if you want attendance, and this is just strictly from an attendance thing, you need a big star. You have to.
Yeah. So we'll see what they do. All right, Susan, that was uplifting. That entire conversation
wasn't
was
it?
very
Yeah.
uplifting.
It was a real pick-me-up.
Hey, at least are you going tonight? You can enjoy the drone show, E40 drone show, right?
All right. Hey, that's fun. That's different.
Okay,
I'll take it.
good. We got that to look forward to. All right, Susan, I'll be here next Friday, too, for you. So.
Oh, wow.
All right.
2 weeks in a row.
We're going to double down, yeah.
Enjoy.
Thank you, Susan.
Take care, Susan.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Hey, Murph, I got to remind you that yours truly was in the yard earlier this year, around the fifth inning, full house Friday night, waiting for that E40 drone show, when all of a sudden the mysterious voice, I'm still trying to figure out what happened that night. No, Renell, but some guy came on. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to do the drone. We're like, whoa. So, but then when I saw the Dead & Company shows, they finished their 3-night run with a really cool drone show. So I can tell you, if they get their act together tonight, you guys are going to love this. Those drone shows are super cool.
Give you something to look forward to.
Yeah, and Kyle Harrison, too.
Yeah. Okay, Mike Lombardi,
Let's go.
who, of course, was a former Raider GM. He's got a new book out. We'll talk NFL with him next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, Amici's. Yeah, Amici's. Let's go. We got football this weekend. You got pizza this weekend, and it's Amici's. Okay, so if you can't go to, I don't know, Cal in person or maybe just looking to watch some games on TV, have that pizza delivered. Favorite Amici's thin crust pizzas. Ooh, the good pastas, the crunchy salads, and the flame roasted chicken wings. Those are so good. That's made for football. While you watch the games on TV. Now, you can go pick it up, too, at any of Amici's 12 locations, including Oakland and San Jose, or take advantage of Amici's great delivery service. 100% no contact, direct from the kitchens to your location, fully sealed, insulated bags, sanitized, or the third option, drop in. Go to an Amici's and catch the games on the big screen TVs in their well-ventilated indoor or outdoor dining areas. All sounds good to me. So whether you prefer to order for delivery or pick up at Amici's.com or meet up with family and friends at an Amici's restaurant, sharing that awesome pizza and catching the football on their TVs this weekend. Amici's delivers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think it was collaborative. You wish it was moving faster, but there's a lot of things that go into that, and you're talking about a monumental deal. I mean, it made history, and so there were a lot of different variables to it, and we had to stay patient yet aggressive. Was there frustration? Sure. But that's all forgiven. And, he's here. He signed this morning, had a big hug and just told him how proud I was of him. He's earned it, and excited to have him back in the fold.
Well, there he is, 49er GM John Lynch on our show just about a half hour ago, talking about the signing of Nick Bosa. Something we can address with our next guest, former general manager, NFL analyst, and now author Michael Lombardi, who, of course, used to be a scout for the Niners back in the 80s. And
heck yeah.
Of course, the Browns, too, wound up being the senior personnel exec with the Raiders and the Eagles director of pro personnel. Listen, the guy's been in the NFL forever. And now he's written a book called Football Done Right about all his experiences. So, Mike, we've had you on before, the Murph and Mac Show. Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey, happy to have you back. Congrats on the book. How you doing?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of the book is about, my first book was about the great Bill Walsh and what I learned there, but this book also has a lot about what Coach Walsh was able to do and why he was such an incredible coach and influence on the league then, and he still is today.
Yeah.
Wow, still is today.
How about that?
Hey, before we jump into some of the book stuff, if you were writing the book on Nick Bosa getting signed by the Niners to the richest non-quarterback contract of all time, what would your analysis of that be?
You can never overpay greatness. The problem we get into in sports is we overpay good. We overpay good players. They're not great. We pay them like they're great. You can't overpay a great player. And Nick Bosa is a great player. I mean, this, to me, I heard John Lynch before I came on, how complex the contract was. In a sense, it was complex, I'm sure. But the fundamental question that was going to always have to get answered is how much above Aaron Donald's contract was the 49ers willing to go to pay for this elite talent? He signed this contract, I think 5 years ago, and he averaged $31.6 million per year with only 65 guaranteed. So really, what was the number going to be? Is it going to be 32 a year? Was it going to be 33 a year? It was not going to be 28 like T.J. Watt. It was going to be above Donald because Donald's contract, A, is old, and B, Donald plays tackle and dominates, and Bosa plays a more critical position at end and dominates.
Yeah, well, you're right. And overpaying, don't pay greatness. And you're absolutely, and they did. And he is great. There's absolutely no denying. In fact, I wonder if you wrote a book like 20 years from now where he would fit into your Football Done Right. This is a fun book to have. I have it in my hands. It's called Setting the Record Straight on the Coaches, Players, and History of the NFL. Just for fun, Mike, as we kind of spitball around your book, your Lombardi top 10 coaches of all time. Oh. I think people would be surprised by number one, mostly, Mike, because most people don't know their history as well as they should. I would have thought you would have gone with Walsh because you worked for him. You didn't. He's number 6 between number 7, Tom Landry, and number 5, George Halas. But and then others say, people say, it's got to be Vince Lombardi then, right? Because they named the trophy after him. No. You want to reveal why and who you picked number 1?
Well, I didn't think it was a hard conversation, and all of them are great. Look, you're not in the top 10 because you're a bad coach, and I have great respect for every one of them. I have respect for some that I unfortunately couldn't put in, Bill Parcells being one. Look, we would not have the profession of coaching if it weren't for Paul Brown. He is the Bill Gates of the coaching profession. He provided the operating system for coaches. He made it a profession. He created everything that we still do today. He trained Bill Walsh. He trained Don Shula. He trained Blanton Collier. There's so many people from his tree that have gone on to have excellence, and they learned it all at the seat of Paul Brown. The Coach of the Year trophy should be named the Paul Brown Trophy, to respect a man that was so dominant in his era and revolutionized the coaching profession that went from part-time and you got to sell used cars and insurance in the off-season to being a full-time job.
And I think, to me, he doesn't get enough credit for that. And we run, I had a GM in the league call me after they read a couple of the chapters of the book, said, I had no idea how the 40 time came about, because the 40 time, Brown figured that's a punt. Most punts are going to travel 40 yards. So how fast do we travel over 40 yards is a good measurement for players. So for me, it was pretty good. And he was able to win. He started a franchise in Cincinnati. Also, I write in the book, a lot of people think Art Modell should be in the Hall of Fame for bringing Monday Night Football to the NFL, and certainly that's a great achievement. I have a whole chapter on television in the book about Howard Cosell's influence and Brent Musburger and Jimmy the Greek. But for Modell, he fired 3 of the winningest coaches of all time: Paul Brown, Marty Schottenheimer, and Bill Belichick. You can't get in the Hall of Fame if you fire 3 of those guys. You cannot.
Oh, the Hall of Shame. Oh, poor guy. Well, poor guy. I shouldn't say that. He's not not too much love for him in Cleveland, right? Wow. There's so much fun stuff in this book called Football Done Right for any football fan out there, setting the record straight on coaches, players in the history of the NFL. Mike Lombardi, of course, who had a high-level role with the Raiders and, of course, the Eagles and the Niners and the Browns and the Broncos and the Patriots and all these guys. And of course, when you do any list, here, Mike, you know the deal. Pull up a bar stool and start arguing, right? Because
that's what I hope so.
Top 100 players of all time.
Oh, good. Here we go.
And I'm here to tell you. So I covered the Niners from '94 to '02 as a writer, and it was taught to me by the great Ira Miller that there probably will never be a football player as great as Jerry Rice, and you have him number 5.
Ooh, baby! Wow.
Mike, you got to defend that.
Yeah.
I mean, he is. He's Babe Ruth to anybody who played his position.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was in the draft room when Coach Walsh told me to turn the card in. Told me to call.
Wow.
Nice.
Roy. He told me to call Roy Gilbert at the Marriott or wherever the hell it was. It might have been the Sheraton still, and tell him we're going to take Jerry Rice. I mean, look, I love Jerry Rice, but Reggie White defensively, I put 3 players ahead of him. I put Brady, but then it was all defense. Lawrence Taylor, Jim Brown, who dominated the era, and Reggie White. I mean, look, we're talking about the top 10. We're splitting hairs here. I think it's very challenging, and I love Jerry. I have in my office here where I'm sitting, I turn around and I look at Jerry Rice holding the AFC Championship trophy from when he was with us at the Raiders. I mean, I take great pride in Jerry Rice. I mean, Walsh told me to write a report. I had to go down and call people and go to the library. This is in '84 before the draft, and give him all the information I could on 3 wide receivers: Jerry Rice, Al Toon, and Eddie Brown. And I did, and he read those reports, and we were getting ready to pick Eddie Brown and the Cincinnati Bengals. I can remember standing right next to Coach Walsh.
Wow.
And he was on the phone with Paul Brown, and he said, "Paul, would you be interested in flipping this?" And Paul said, "No, I'm going to take Eddie Brown." And Coach handed me the phone, and we hung up, and he said, "We'll take Jerry. That's not a problem."
Oh, my goodness.
And we went on.
That's incredible. What a story.
Isn't that funny? Because you have a whole chapter on the draft in the book. And that, I mean, listen, we're talking about a draft story here in San Francisco where they took a guy at number 3 after trading 3 first-rounders and a third, and then they took one guy at 262 in the 7th.
And he's a starter. Yeah.
I mean, Mike, do we overrate the draft? Like, is it too much? Like, you know what I mean?
I think in that building, I don't think they hear Walsh's words loudly enough. And Walsh used to say all the time, we must scout inside out, not outside in. And I think they got carried away with, if we can bring in somebody who can advance Kyle's offense and change it and add more to it, we will become a better offense. Well, the reality was that wasn't the case. The player that did that helped Kyle's offense, that changed Kyle's offense, was McCaffrey. Because Kyle's now running a positionless offense, which is going to be one of the first offenses in football like this. Because he can take Deebo Samuel and put him at running back. He can take McCaffrey and put him at wide receiver. He moves pieces all around, and defenses have a hard time making that adjustment. You know, what happens is we forget that for his offense, he needs somebody who's a quick decision maker, who's very accurate, who can run bootleg and buy a second look, and then deliver the ball inside the numbers, because that's where the Kyle Shanahan passing game is going to occur, and do it on time and in rhythm. Purdy's feet and arm are tied together to each other. He would be the guy that Walsh would look at and say, wow, that guy's really good, and that's how he got to Joe Montana. I'll tell you a great Joe Montana story, and I don't think people in the Bay Area really know it or understand it. On the morning of the draft in 1979, Bill Tobin, the general manager of the Chicago Bears, wife gives him a kiss on the cheek and says, Bill, promise me you will draft Joe Montana if he's there. And Bill Tobin says to him, I promise you, if he's there in the third round, we will take him. Well, in the third round, for some reason, which I couldn't uncover, they decided to take Willie McClendon, the running back from Georgia, and Bill was able to take Joe Montana. It's always about system and fit, and I think that story is symbolic of why Purdy is better for what they do than Lance.
Wow. Great stuff. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and Mike Lombardi's telling that story. A couple more minutes here. Everybody should check out this book, Football Done Right, setting the record straight on coaches, players, and history of the NFL, all sorts of little vignettes like that. So it's probably a good Christmas gift coming up here into the holiday season, not too far. Hey, Mike, congrats on the book. We can't let you go without a thought on last night. I mean, the Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs, they're missing Kelsey, they're missing Chris Jones, they're missing Eric Bieniemy. They looked a little mortal. They dropped a lot of passes. Yeah. Conversely, here come, for the first time in forever, the Honolulu Blue and Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions, who look like they're just sort of riding a wave of belief and speed. What was your reaction?
I think Detroit didn't play their A game. They averaged 0.2 points per play. They had 70 plays, scored 14 points. I think they got really lucky. Mahomes struggled. I think it's a proof that, sometimes you need your guys around you. 2 of the 3 best players on Kansas City weren't on that field. And the Kansas City this summer, we always talk about, preseason's meaningless. It's meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. You watch Kansas City in preseason last year. Mahomes threw 27 passes. He averaged 8.6 per attempt. This summer, he threw 17 passes. He was down to 7.1. The moral of the story is he struggled in preseason to be offensively explosive. The receivers for Kansas City are not to the level they were last year or the year before. This will be an ongoing problem for the Chiefs. And they almost won last night because of it. So I don't take much. Week 1, it's early. Detroit's going to have to get a lot better. You're not going to win games scoring 14 points with your offense. And they were fortunate at the end of the game. When they went for it on 4th and 2 and gave the Chiefs the ball at their own 45, they were staring down the abyss of losing 23-20 on a field goal, and they were able to get off the field. So it's great to have it back, guys. We can talk about it and second guess it all the time.
Do you think Campbell, the bravado of Campbell, the fake punt early, the going for it on 4th and 2, there's a point where it's like, it's great and it's gutsy and it's ballsy, but does he walk off the cliff sometimes?
Yeah, well, that fake punt, they don't tell you on television, but that fake punt is really predicated on the look. It's a check with me. They just don't go out there and say, hey, we're going to run a fake punt now. They looked at the defense. They saw that they put their punt return team on. They saw that they had a punt return game set up, and they called the audible to run the fake punt. They would have never run that into a loaded front, or if Kansas City would have kept their defense on the field. So give them credit, well prepared. But the execution of it was more predicated to what Kansas City didn't expect than what Detroit did.
Mike, it's good stuff. Everybody get the book, Football Done Right, by Michael Lombardi, of course, 3-time Super Bowl winning exec and strategist. And by the way, your foreword was written by our great friend. We have a long-running, decades-long friendship with Jim Nance. He comes on our show a lot, so...
There's no one, I tell people all the time. This is what I tell people. I've known Jim Nance since 1999.
Yeah.
And I tell him this, as nice as he appears on television, and we know how nice he is, he's nicer in person.
Correct. He's unbelievable.
Correct.
He's unbelievable.
He's like,
and we've had just dozens of stories to back that up, so... Good choice. That's fun. All right, Michael, congrats on the book, and we'll talk to you down the road.
Appreciate you having me.
Yeah, happy to have you, man. It's a good book. You should check it out.
He's got Lawrence Taylor up there, though, too. I got to agree with that one, Marcus, sadly.
I stick with Jerry number 1.
He used to. I'm not ranking him. I'm just saying, Lawrence Taylor belongs up there near the top because he used to,
He has Lawrence number 2 all time.
Yeah, no, he was I'm
never going to buy his number 1. That's 7-time Super Bowl champ Tom Brady. 7.
Played in 10.
7.
Imagine that 10. Guys went to 10 Super Bowls.
Five Super Bowl MVPs.
Yeah.
He only won 3 NFL MVPs.
What's the matter with him?
It's something that I was thinking about after the show. What was it, yesterday or the day before?
Yeah,
we were talking about if you could change one play in sports history, what would it be?
You said the tuck.
Now, for me, obviously, it was the tuck rule, but I started to think about the layers behind that. if the Tuck rule doesn't happen, are we still calling Joe Montana the greatest quarterback of all
Well,
time?
I mean, dude, here you go. He just told us that Bill Walsh would have taken Eddie Brown.
How about that? Whoa, dude, I wasn't ready for that.
History is a funny thing.
Yeah, it really is.
What
would the Niners
Winter in Leningrad or whatever?
What
You know
would
I mean?
the Niners
1941?
have looked like without Jerry Rice? Because he bridged a huge gap as Dwight was getting phased out. Enter Jerry Rice. He became the greatest weapon in the NFL. But without Jerry Rice, you got to wonder what that Niner late '80s period would have looked like.
Rice made it all himself. When they drafted him, I don't think they knew. I mean, they knew what they were getting. They drafted him in the first round. But, but who knew that this guy's Jonathan Gannon, Cardinals? Do you have a fire in your gut? They didn't know that this Jerry Rice had a bonfire, like a 5-alarm barn fire in his gut.
Based on
fire in your gut.
Oh God!
I mean, Jerry Rice is the most driven guy.
I think he still is today. Like right now, he's still like that.
And he was just, what are you going to say?
Yeah,
I mean,
we remember. Yeah.
By the way, we would keep looking for Curry's running mate. Maybe it's Nance.
Not a bad kind of calm the waters. Let Gentleman Jim kind of calm the. Well, listen, we can be reasonable.
Yeah, and I think he could bring you maybe some southern states.
I think everybody would just take a deep breath and exhale if Gentleman Jim came up to the podium and be like, okay, you know what? Let's get this thing back on course.
Yeah, he'd be like, gas prices, Ukraine. Yeah. Well, let's be reasonable.
Surely
friends.
there's a solution.
We can talk about this.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so we're going Papa? Papa Mooch?
Let's go.
Papa, then Mooch? Oh, man. On the Sports Leader.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
San Francisco Giants president and CEO Larry Baer stopped by the afternoon show yesterday to talk about the Giants' recent losing streak and their weekend series against the Colorado Rockies. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
Hey, Murph and Mac. Time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Papa.
Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle and its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
No, it's not the face-off. That's like 30 minutes from now, 45 minutes from now. This is Pop on a Friday. It's football season, G-Pop.
Hell yeah.
It's football season, brother. Good morning.
So what we've been waiting for, Greg?
Forget about come to Papa. It's here comes Bosa.
There he is.
Sealed and delivered.
Yeah.
I saw him yesterday. He didn't sign his contract until this morning. So he's going to practice today. And, boy, what a boost for the team. A lot of tension around there. A month of August was hard with the Trey Lance deal, what's going on with Jake Moody and Nick not being there. Long 44 days, but he's there now and arrived in Santa Clara in a nick of time, you might say.
It's funny. You're right, Greg. It feels like, and I know, obviously this wasn't the plan, but it almost feels like the jolt of energy they need going into the season. It's almost like a trade deadline pickup. You know what I mean? It's like, no, it's not ideal, but in a way, it sort of juices up the end of a long camp, like you said, that was rife with some weirdness.
Yeah, totally. But, the thing is, there's such a level of expectation for this team. And it's really been that way the last couple of years. When Nick arrived in 2019, and they got off to the 8-0 start, we knew they were going to be better, but did you think they were going to be that good? They kind of, all the innocent climb, as Pat Riley called it in his book.
Yeah.
And then the next year, a pandemic. So, football became secondary or not, wasn't even on the list. We're trying to save lives, play the games. No, it was weird. Nick gets hurt, Jimmy gets hurt, George gets hurt. They'll have a good year. The last 2 years, they had a shot to win the NFC Championship game. They had the game in L.A., so there's a level of expectation. Now, you have McCaffrey for a full year. You bring in Javon Hargrave. You sort out the quarterback situation. So there's such an immense expectation level here, and it's hard. But you cannot win the Super Bowl in August. You can't. It's a process. It's a week to week. You can lose it, though. If somebody gets hurt, or something goes wrong,
right?
Season's railed just with one misstep. But no one's winning the thing in August. But the thing is that Wednesday, when they signed Nick or agreed to terms, signed him this morning, Kyle comes in the auditorium at 12:40. He's skipping in. He's so giddy.
Yeah.
The locker room, and I went in the locker room, and the guys were just like a tension was released. And then I went out to practice, and it reminded me a lot of the first Wednesday of Bosa's rookie year, because Nick had an ankle injury. D. Ford had something going on as well, where he had a PRP injection. But when I first saw D. Ford, Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, DeForest Buckner together, I was like, whoa, here they come. Here's the gold rush.
Yeah.
They're gonna take over the league, and they did. When I went to practice Wednesday, and we saw them last year, but they're fresher right now. Debo's in insane shape, the best shape of his life.
Awesome.
Brandon Ayuk is whipping off routes. You cannot cover him right now. And then you got McCaffrey. Do you have any idea how good this guy is? And Juszczyk, and and George, and it's just, and they got a quarterback who gets the ball out on time, on target, great decision maker with precision. So I'm looking at the 5 eligibles. And I could even take it out to the history of pro football. You know, the Steelers and Franco and Rocky and Lynn Swann and John Stallworth, and, you know, they drafted that big tight end Cunningham. He got hurt. Randy Grossman's there, not as good, but a good player. I mean, let's just take it, you know, we could go to the greatest show on turf and Marshall and Holt and Bruce, but who's playing tight end? Did they use a fullback? Let's just say the history of the franchise, because you guys know the Niners inside and out. Where would you rank McCaffrey, Juszczyk, Kittle, Debo, Ayuk?
I heard you with Tim. I think you went 94. Ricky, Brent, Jerry, John. You know,
I don't know.
Floyd.
You could do William Floyd, bar none.
That's
Steve.
about it. The first one that comes to mind is that 94, and that 94 offense was insane.
They were a force.
How about Roger Craig, Tom Rathman,
Joe, Jerry, John. Yes.
Yeah. And then who do you got at tight end?
Brett Jones.
Francis,
Well, later,
Brian, Brent Jones.
This is where,
I mean, take the quarterback out of it. I'm not saying Brock's Joe or Steve.
I got you.
But the eligibles.
Yeah.
Is it Joseph and Kyle? The one thing is that, though, you know, Bill Walsh is he set this all up, but they were pretty much in, you know, it was Roger Craig and Rathman were either in a true high or an offset. Hell, Juszczyk could be out at X wide receiver or Z.
It's true.
Who the hell knows?
It's true.
McCaffrey slot. I mean, you're moving them all around like chess pieces. So, and I know Pittsburgh's playing great and they're good, and I love this history of this game. But let us not forget McCaffrey, Juszczyk, Kittle, Debo, Ayuk, and then you go third, Juwan. I mean, seriously, who's got better 5 eligibles, chess pieces in the franchise history? And this is one of the greatest franchises in history, or any team in the history of pro football that had 5 guys like these guys.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if you really want to play that game, 89 Niners, when you're going Joe,
that team
Tom,
was loaded.
Roger,
they were loaded.
Jerry, John, and Brent. Like that's
all
where you're
at their
at.
peak too. Yeah,
that's where you're at. Because I mean, Ricky,
take the quarterback out. I'm talking the 5 eligibles.
Okay, so we're just going. So we're going Roger, Tom, John, Jerry, and Brent.
Boom.
Those 5 versus Christian, Kyle, Debo, Brandon, and Kittle.
It's formidable, Greg. Though I feel you. I know. I hear what you're saying.
That's. I mean, that's tall cotton, man.
No, it really is.
You know what I mean? That's
even to compare them. Yeah.
Mike Tomlin, when he puts on the tape and he's watching these guys, he goes, guys that win in space or space winners. I mean, Tomlin's always got the standard is the standard, all those lines. I never heard that one before. Just how you going to cover him? How you going to cover McCaffrey? How you going to cover Kittle? How you going to cover Debo, Ayuk? And then the way they use them, the way they interchange the pieces. It's the Miami Heat. It's the Warriors. It's positionless football. How are you going to do it all? So good luck to you.
Well, I mean, to your point, and you keep saying take the quarterback out, but I think, didn't Brock in his last 5 starts score over 35 points in 4 of the games, I think, wasn't it? And like he averaged 32? I mean,
he averaged 33.8 when he became a starter.
Yeah, I mean, that's nuts.
I'm not saying this, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying the quarterback's a pretty stationary figure in this. You know, they stay in the, you know, you can involve them in the running game and zone read. Football's evolved, obviously. But I'm saying, really, it's how you going to cover those 5.
Yeah.
Now, you're going to do 7 and rush 4. You're going to put 7 over 5. It's hard. You know, so that's where we're at. So I think we kind of lost track with some of the drama associated with quarterback and kickers and Bosa, just how loaded this team is. And then I haven't even gotten to the defense yet. And what you got there when you put Nick Bosa next to Javon Hargrave, next to Eric Armstead. I mean, we're talking a numbers game there. How are you going to block those guys? You got 5 linemen to block those guys. What, are you going to double everybody? You're running out of bodies. You got 12 or 13 guys. So what I'm saying is, you know, everybody's picking Pittsburgh to win this game, and it's going to be a tough game. The field's going to be – they got a high school game tonight, a college game tomorrow. And then, the third game is the pro game, and it may rain all weekend and rain during the game, so that's going to be hard. But I'm just saying, I think we kind of forgot just how loaded this football team is.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you 100%. I'm very excited to watch it, and we're very excited about Brock Purdy. Really, really curious to see how he builds on all that. And I guess if there's only one negative thing, G-Pop, before we let you fly to Pittsburgh, it's the depth, right? Like, that's the one concern. I mean, maybe every team can say that. I don't know, but their depth took a hit.
Without a doubt. They lost 12 guys in free agency and a lot of good players. And so I would say it's not even your 11 against they're 11 on 11. And you got to, in the sub packages, you got to take it out to like 15 guys. So I would say the 15 on offense, the 15 on defense, the 30 guys, 1 to 30, they're as strong as any team in the league. Then where are you 31 to 53? And then on game day, and then, and then you got the practice squad. Mike McGlinchey, losing him, now all of a sudden Colton McKivitz is starting. And I think Colton's fine, but you don't have Colton McKivitz available if somebody gets hurt. You lost Daniel Brunskill, who could play anywhere. I mean, from left tackle to right tackle, how many guys can do that in the NFL? Play it well. You don't have Brunskill. Somebody goes down, so where's your backup in the line? Secondary, especially corner. If you ever lost Charvarius Ward, I mean, there's certain injuries you just cannot withstand. I think this team has been deep. But I heard John, talking with you guys today, they got how many guys they have on this team making $10 million or more?
Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah. It's a lot.
So, I mean, there's a hard cap in this league. It can't, it's not Joe Lacob and let's take the payroll to $400 million and pay the luxury tax. You can't do that. So, without question, they're not as deep as they've been before. And let's just hope the injuries don't pile up in one specific position.
God, knock on wood. My gosh. All right, can't wait, man. You got the call at 10 a.m.
Have a great call,
KNBR
Greg.
104.5 and 680. We'll be
listening.
We'll be listening.
Yep.
We'll be playing the cuts. Fly safe. Enjoy the hell out of Primanti's. I'd recommend drinking heavily into the night and hitting Primanti's at about 3:30. How's that?
Wow, tonight. We're doing that tonight on a Friday night?
Yes, tonight, because Saturday night you got to get your sleep before the game. So Friday night's your night to go out.
So Primanti Brothers is a late night spot.
So I think it might be 20. Come on, Greg. Come on, dude.
I've been to Pittsburgh as much as you have.
Whoa! I'm shocked. Former Raider voice. Wow.
We've been there a few times, not a lot. We don't go. The Raiders and Steelers don't.
Okay,
like the 70s when they every single year.
Yeah, Primanti Brothers. Yeah.
I've been there. I know Primanti Brothers. I know the coleslaw and the French fry. I've been there. But it's not,
we got. All right.
Sure, it's in Philly where you're nursing the hangover in the middle of the night.
Cheesesteak.
I normally go. I'm going to go there Saturday.
Yeah.
Probably around 5 or 6 o'clock to make sure I get a good night's sleep.
All right.
Is Primanti Brothers open at 3 in the morning?
I'm pretty sure it's open all night. I've been there at like 3, 4 in the morning. I've done it, so I'm pretty sure. But
Western PA's grub steak, is that what it's like?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. But Primanti's got a little bit of street cred over grub steak, but nice pull. Hey,
grub steak?
I'm okay with it. Primanti Brothers is a little more like kind of iconic. People don't say, "Hey, go to San Francisco and go to grub steak." You know what I mean?
Well, you're not hanging with my crowd, bro.
Okay, that's the thing. It depends on who you talk to.
I turned Maddie onto a good dive bar on Polish Hill called Gooski's with a great punk rock jukebox.
Oh, that place looks good.
You can go to that one too, all right?
All right, let's go to Goose.
Gooski's with Maddie. You guys look good on TV last night, the two of you, by the way. And Jennifer Lee Chan. And Dave Feldman.
And Feldy Bear.
Yeah, you guys look great. I needed you after a little Mahomes golf,
Not that game.
How about that game?
Fake punt on his own 17. Is he nuts?
Yeah, but Mike Lombardi told us, though.
7 out of that.
He goes, you guys see, most people think that's a crazy call. He goes, that's a read call. He goes, that once they went out, they saw the look and they knew they could get it. So that's what Lombardi told us.
How about it? Who said that? Which Lombardi?
Michael,
Vince?
Your buddy. Vince.
I love Michael. How about Andy Reid on 4th and 25 going for it?
When he had a 2-minute warning and 3 timeouts.
I don't know what was going on.
And their offense wasn't doing much. The Lions weren't doing much.
They started to melt down last night.
He choked.
Yeah, and what happened was they never got the ball back.
Yeah.
And they couldn't stop him. So maybe, and then after a false start.
Yeah. Well, the guy was that guy false starting all game?
And then you false start again? Oh, he lined up.
Hey, man.
Backfield.
Super Bowl hangover's a bitch,
You're not going to lose the Super Bowl in September either.
All right. You're the best, man. Fly safe. Be good.
All right, man.
Take care.
Be good, Greg.
Pop.
Thank you.
That was a snort. People were saying that was a snorkel phone. It was tough.
It was
tough.
an interesting conversation.
We fought through it,
Yeah,
though.
I was trying to pick out pieces here and there, but
He's
I think
hyped, though.
Yeah.
Do you put McCaffrey, Juszczyk, Samuel, Ayuk, and Kittle on the greatest 5 weapon list of all time?
No, I ain't doing that yet. No, I'm not. I'm sorry, because I've seen the results of the other two go back.
You want 55-10 in the bowl.
Then we'll talk.
Steve Mariucci.
And by the way, when they went 55-10 in the bowl, that was their repeat year. That was their second Super Bowl in a row.
And then
this team looking for their first. So
we don't talk about what happened
not,
next.
Not yet. Yeah.
Okay. Still the worst moment of my life.
Yeah.
Okay. Steve Mariucci. You want to talk Lions?
Give me some mooch.
Talk mooch.
Yeah.
Next on the Sports Leader.
Here comes Bosa. Here comes Bosa.
You know how we love the North Bay. I'm a native of the North Bay. I love everything North Bay. We'll be at Mount Tam Sound Summit tomorrow. Come see us. And let's talk about the world-class beauty of the North Bay matched by a world-class secret called Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to help get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
To the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Faithful just signed. I'm so excited to be a Niner for life. Let's go win as many rings as we can. Let's go.
That's brand new Nick Bosa because he actually finally signed his contract, which means he practiced yesterday without signing his contract. And there's John Lynch on the video the Niners have put out. And Lynch is wearing the red hoodie. He's signing it. And then there's I guess it's like a red feather pen. Yeah, red feather pen that Nick signed with. And a big old bro hug between Bosa and Lynch. That's a lot of strength in that bro hug.
They tried to do that with the Murph and Mac show when we re-signed last time. They wanted to do like an elaborate video shoot and everything. And Murph and I said, no, we'd rather do this on the low end. Keep this on the down low. I'm kidding, of course. They didn't care. Yeah.
Did you hear Tripoli's having a hell of an hour?
I don't know what's going on with him. What is he doing?
He said
he's got his hair cut and
Papa's
everything.
connection sounded good, he said. Number one.
I don't know what he was listening to.
We say, I see you've partaken of the glue. Okay, number one. And then number two, he just said, it's probably why Lynch moved in my ear. When Lynch, in fact, told us directly that he wanted to go to the run game meeting with Kyle, and that's why he went to 8:15.
The answer was right there all along. Yeah.
So, I mean, this kid's having a hell of an hour.
He is. It's a Friday. He's already checked out.
And in the background, all I hear him is him quoting OJ.
I'm just saying.
He literally just hit me. I'm just saying, boys. I'm just saying.
All right. Well, listen.
Where's old Mooch? He's not calling? You were waving me like frickin' Wendell Kim.
He was like, get out of this ASAP. Go.
The late, great Wendell Kim.
I got to tell you the truth, Murph. Sometimes dealing with Marcus can be very challenging. I don't know if it's more stressful to be here or working for Jimmy Fallon. But they're very similar personality types. I can tell you that much. That's a joke.
I knew Paulie would love that story.
I said,
they got Jimmy Fallon? He goes, what? And I turned him onto it, and he lost his mind.
I just saw the whole thing.
There's a crying room.
It
and
looks
all that.
crazy.
If they wrote the same expose about our show, it'd be the same thing. Toxic work environment at Murph and Mag. Bullying Triple E.
Well, we got to build
a crying room for Triple E.
We got a Triple E crying room. There's no question.
Murph snapping and yelling at guys. The whole deal. Murph attacking Copes on the PPR league.
Paulie Mac staring at his own reflection in the crying room. Yeah. That's what I'll be doing.
And guys, while we wait for Mooch, I got to say, I think Magic's gone to the next level. So, Paul, you're not on Twitter. Magic Johnson, who we absolutely adore.
I'm a big fan
one of the
now.
great Americans of all time, right? Mm-hmm. But he gets roasted for his Twitter takes.
Well, he
which
doesn't
are
write that stuff, right? Yeah,
I think he does. Because he writes the most simple, obvious things all the time.
The Lakers are a good basketball team.
He just wrote this. Ready for this?
Go.
Just watched the USA men's basketball team play Germany in the FIBA Cup.
Uh-oh.
I was very disappointed we lost 111 to 113. Now, instead of playing for gold, we will be playing for bronze. I mean, it's honestly, it reads like
That's it. That's all. It's like facts. Yes.
I was very disappointed we lost, and now we're playing for bronze.
I appreciate that, Magic. Thanks, man. Yeah.
Hey, we got him. Hey, man, one of our all-time favorites. You kidding me? NFL Network, our guy, Steve Mariucci. You see him every Sunday on NFL Network's game day morning at 6 a.m., and I would say he's forever Detroit Lion, Steve Mariucci. Mooch, the Honolulu Blue is back, buddy. How you feeling?
Restore the roar.
Yeah. Yes.
That was a heck of a game. I mean, I didn't know if I felt sorry for Patrick Mahomes because he didn't have his guy, his BFF, Travis Kelce, or just a crazy game. But you know what? The Lions are for real, guys. Look out. The Lions are for real.
Listen, you can speak to that culture. Well, first of all, you grew up in Iron Mountain, Upper Peninsula, although that's Packer territory. We know that because you used to worship Jim Taylor. But the question is like that culture. Everybody talks about the Browns, the dog pound, but we don't hear much about Lions and how much they're dying for a Super Bowl. I mean, is it real there?
They have improved their roster to a point at a time where the Brett Favres and the Aaron Rodgers are no longer in the division, and the Bears are trying to build up, and the Vikings are, I think they hit their high water mark last year. So this is a real good time for the Lions to be improved. They made the most of that trade with Matthew Stafford, starting with Jared Goff and all the draft picks that they got for it. So I love their offensive line.
Yeah.
Very dominating, very underappreciated, right? But and then Jared Goff, he gets no respect, and I don't know why, because he's playing his butt off. And I just like this team right now. It's a good time for them to win this division. They haven't won the NFC North ever.
What? Is that right?
That's crazy. That's
Look
crazy.
it up.
Oh my God,
Mooch,
that's incredible.
Watching that game last night, I agree with you. It was really exciting. And by the way, it was great to see Detroit Lion fans who made the trip. There was a fair amount of blue shirts in that lower level, and that was really impressive. But, Mooch, I want to go a little deeper on that Lions offensive line because Collinsworth was saying that over and over again last night. He goes, this is going to be the strength of their team. It might not be pretty, but they will come after you. They're physical, they're nasty, and they change their running looks around. And I'm just asking if you agree with that. When we watch the Lions this year, is that what we should focus on, is the strength of their O-line?
The answer is yes. Obviously, we watched the quarterback and we watched Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I knew his dad, John Brown, Mr. Universe. We were in Cal State Fullerton together. We'd go in the weight room together. He'd lift and I'd watch him.
There you go.
But Jared Goff is really good with his mechanics and his ball handling and his play action passing game. Okay, he's really good under center, and so his style of play really matches up with the talent that they have on that offensive line, because they will push you around, they will establish the ground game, and so I think that will work hand in hand, the run game and the play action game with the Lions offense. I really like how they play. Ben Johnson does a good job as the offensive coordinator, but this offensive line, Taylor Decker and Jonah Jackson and Ragnow, and Vitae, they got him over there from Philly, and Penny Sewell. I mean, he was a first rounder. This is a good bunch. There's a bunch of first round guys over there. 3 of them are first rounders, and so they're going to start with the big guys, and then we all look Jahmyr Gibbs, the rookie from Alabama, that everybody felt maybe they reached to go get the kid in the first round. Maybe you could have had him in the second round. Well, Bill Walsh taught me once, hey, if you like a guy, just get him. Don't worry about the round. Get him when you can get him. And so, and adding David Montgomery was good too. So, the offensive line is where it's going to all start. If they stay healthy, they're going to win that division for sure.
That is awesome. Steve Mariucci, NFL Network. Of course, you see him. And Mooch, it's great to see you doing the NFL game day on Sundays. And we just had Greg Papa on. He rolled out a fun one because that's what G-Pop does. Okay. The Niners are coming with the weapons. Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Juszczyk, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle. He said, for you Niner historians out there, does that have the potential to be the best 5-weapon team in team? Now, immediately you go to 94. Right before you got there, you go Steve, bar none, Ricky Waters, Jerry, John, and Brent. That's pretty good. Or a few years earlier, you can go Joe, you can go Roger and Tom, you can go Brent, Jerry, and John. I don't know. How do you feel about this group of 5 being compared to those guys?
Come on, where's Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens, man? 2 Hall of Fame guys.
Not bad, Mooch. No, not bad.
And then you had Garrison Hurst. He was not too shabby.
That's
either.
my guy.
He got hurt. Unfortunately, he got hurt.
Who was your full?
Brett Beasley.
Tommy Vardell at fullback?
He was good too.
Tommy was before that a little bit. Yeah,
right.
Touchdown Tommy.
Yes.
So, but you know what? This Niner team is, I spent some time at training camp over there with the training camps that I went to were Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs, the Nine, all the teams that are kind of Final Four potential. These teams are all possible Super Bowl contenders, right? And it's hard to say for me, and then the Eagles too, which team is the best. But the Niners are absolutely loaded. And I made the comment that if Brock Purdy plays like he did last year, they'll win the Super Bowl, because he played as a rookie off the charts. We all know that. And I was surprised. You were surprised. I'm sure he was surprised too. And to play like he did, coming from Mr. Irrelevant status, it was an unbelievable story. And so he's got a supporting cast like no other. You just mentioned it. And then a great defense to go with it, right? He's never really going to be playing much from behind. So, but I'm telling you right now, this opening game at Pittsburgh is going to be no stroll through the park. All right, this is going to be a tough game. They got to go back to Pennsylvania, Battleground State, and they got to play twice. They got to play at the Steelers and at the Eagles this year. Huge games when it comes down to home field advantage. They got to try to find a way to win one or both of those games if they want to be the number 1 seed.
I mean, it's a true story that maybe you could say that might. I mean, we're getting way ahead of ourselves because the NFL always surprises you. Some team's going to come out of nowhere, like the Lions, and maybe they're going to be the team other than the Eagles or the Niners. But right now, Mooch, it feels like the Niners and the Eagles are jockeying for who hosts the NFC Championship, right?
It seems like that. I mean, they seem to have the best rosters, and then the Dallas Cowboy fans will beg to differ. I suppose they got a tough one against the Giants, but. The Eagles and the Niners are supposedly the 2-horse race in the NFC. But you know what? You got to stay healthy. You got to win some close ones. You got to win on the road. All of those things have to fall into place. And quite frankly, the NFC has the easier path. I don't know, maybe easier is not the word, but it's a little bit easier path to the Super Bowl than the AFC. The AFC is loaded with good teams and good quarterbacks all over the darn place, and including Aaron Rodgers. Don't count the Jets out. They opened on Monday night, right, against the Buffalo Bills, division rival, and the winner of that game is jumps in front of that division. Wow, it's going to be crazy. But NFC, are we premature to be adding the Lions to that mix?
I don't know. I mean, Mike Sando of The Athletic does this anonymous poll of NFL execs, and most all of them had Eagles 1, Niners 2, but one of them said no, the Lions are better than the Niners. Had the Niners 4th. So
yeah, I don't think so. I mean, their defense isn't the same. I mean, they were last in defense in some categories last year, and now they got better. And Aiden Hutchinson you love the kid, and they got some guys. They added some free agents, and they're better, but they're not better enough to be better than the Niners defense. That's for darn sure. The Niners are legit on defense.
Man, oh man, Mooch. And that AFC is a wild situation where of these 6 guys, Josh Allen, Tua Tagovailoa, Aaron Rodgers, Joe Burrow, Pat Mahomes, Justin Herbert, 5 of those guys are going home. I mean, it's incredible,
Isn't
right?
it? Yeah.
Can you imagine that? Yeah. Can you imagine that?
Well, who's your pick out of that group?
I don't think it's going to be the Miami Dolphins. I think they're going to be the oddball out. I don't know that they'll make the playoffs. I think the Jets will make the playoffs in that division instead of the Dolphins. The Bills and the Jets in that division over there, and that's why it's interesting that they play in the first Monday night game. But don't count out Joe Burrow. He hasn't done anything. He had the calf strain, so we're all holding our breath to see if he's healthy. But man, he's got weapons. He's got these 3 receivers, and DeMar Chase and T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd. I mean, teams would love to have 3 guys like that. And he's got to do it now. I mean, this is the time. The Bengals have beaten the Chiefs 3 out of 4 times. The Bengals play very well against the Chiefs, even when they're healthy, right?
Yep, that's right.
But they got to do it now because Joe Burrow's going to sign the big contract. You know about contracts, and he's going to leapfrog all the quarterbacks. He's going to make $54 million a year, and he's going to go from a $9 million salary cap number to 53 or whatever the heck that is.
Yeah,
and that's hard to put a team together. Then that, and so this is their window of opportunity right now. But the Bills going to get everybody back healthy. They got hurt. They were the first and second best defense in different categories last year without Von Miller, Tre'Davious White, Micah Hyde. I mean, they were all banged up. They're back. They're all back healthy. So that's a veteran team too. Look out for them.
Man, it's going to be great. It's back, Mooch. We're back. And
we're back.
We're back, baby. We'll watch you Sunday mornings. Hey, I'm going to make a very personal remark here, Mooch, and I'm going to compliment you. Because I see you on the TV, and I see you just letting the gray flow. I love it. And I'm a guy, I've gotten gray, I've gotten silver, and people are on me. They're like, dude, you look at your gray. And you look at you out there. I said, I'm taking Mooch's lead.
That's how you do it, Mooch. I agree.
I'm going to go ahead and call you the Silver Fox, Mooch.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fine. So, so I used to put that, I'm just, truth be known here, okay? Table of truth. So I used to put that stuff in my hair like 98% of the people on television, right? People looking younger or whatever that reason is. I don't know. I drank the Kool-Aid. So I was putting that stuff. It's a pain in the butt. So I said, when COVID hit, and we start doing shows at home, and during COVID, everybody gets lazy, and I said, heck with it. I ain't doing that anymore. I'm going El Natural, and I'm old and gray, and I love it. So that I'm not going back. So
don't go back.
I think
you quit putting that stuff in your hair. You're just doing radio, man. You don't need to.
That's what I told you.
No, they got us on YouTube and Twitch now. Everybody can see. But dude, hey, good enough for the late great Ray Mariucci. Good enough for Steve.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Miss my dad. I'm sitting in my office right now. I'm looking at his picture on my wall. When we were playing bocce ball back in the day.
The best. Nice. He's the best, right? And he was awesome, and he didn't put that stuff in his hair.
That's all?
He walked around Iron Mountain as God made him.
Like a gentleman.
He's a gentleman, yeah.
Oh, man.
I never messed with him because he was a two-sport guy at Michigan State, boxer and wrestler.
Wow.
When he said be in at 10 o'clock, I was in at before that. Okay?
You don't mess with wrestlers.
You don't mess with a two-sport boxer wrestler.
Hell no.
Okay?
Is he not in the Michigan State Hall of Fame? Is he not?
He's in the Michigan Wrestling Hall of Fame.
How about that?
Oh, that's
He's in the
awesome.
Michigan Wrestling. That's so awesome. So great.
Yeah.
All right, Mooch. We'll watch you this Sunday.
Thank you,
Be
Mooch.
good.
All right, guys, fire up. Let's have a great season, okay?
That's
Cheers.
the great Steve Mariucci.
Perfect way to end the week, too. The good vibes of a Mooch. And way to talk. You got to let it go, man.
Well, you got Tripoli cringing back there. Don't ask him that. What do you mean don't ask him that? It was one of the best parts of the interview.
Why don't you let us handle the content? Murph, you take your cues from Silver Fox Mooch. I take my cues from Garcia. Same idea. You let it happen as it happens.
Steve Young joins Papa and Lund today at 11:50. I think Steve's going the other way. I think Steve's going the other way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Anyway, he joins Papa and Lund today at 11:50. How about Paulie staying dark? Just staying dark. Incredible. You know who's getting grace? Copes. I think the heat of the commish gig and that afternoon pressure is getting to him. All right. We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 the Sports Leader.
I'm going El Natural, and I'm old and gray, and I love it.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, well, I mean, like, we're supposed to have a face-off, but we just talked to Pops. Like,
we did.
And he gave us his A material, too.
He did.
So, like, I don't know if he wants to chime in.
Well, Greg Papa, Johnny Lund going to check in today down from Levi's Stadium, and they will be doing their program on location.
I mean, I see him on the screen. Is he like ready to go?
How are they doing?
We don't have to. We could go without. We could go within. How about just 408 texted in and said, if Greg Johnson brings back Farhan and Kapler, the Giants will have A's level attendance and we'll be like a new mattress, no interest till 2025.
Oh, damn.
How's that for just to end your day? Just to end your
Kyle
day.
Harrison on the hill tonight. Don't forget about the drone show.
831 always sends a positive one. That's our buddy. Another great Reggae Friday in the books, guys. Mariucci read my mind with the Rice TO targets being right there in the great types of all time. And I do think Hurst was not a good enough target to compare with McCaffrey and Craig. This week's particles definitely shifted with the Bosa signing. And I'm hope we're just as pumped on Monday after a win in Pittsburgh.
Let's go.
He said, meanwhile, the Giants look cooked. Take care, guys.
I'll see you in a few hours, Murph, up on the mountain. Enjoy Sound Summit.
I will see you at Sound Summit.
That's right, kid.
I will see you, Waterboy, at Sound Summit.
See all of y'all.
And you will see Greg Papa on the YouTube and the Twitch, Johnny Lund on the YouTube and the Twitch.
Cheers,
They're
y'all.
down in Santa Clara. Then we'll all listen to Greg and Tim in Pittsburgh. Can't wait. Football season's back. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Faithful just signed. I'm so excited to be a Niner for life. Let's go win as many rings as we can. Let's go. Sorry for the scare.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
36, Goff. Across St. Brown to the end zone. Detroit touchdown. Amon-Ra St. Brown, score one of the season. First and goal. Mahomes. Looking. Sidearm swing for the touchdown. Mahomes goes to Blake Bell. Rings it up. And the Chiefs take the lead.
The tight end is in motion. He looks into the nickel. It's a five-man rush. Mahomes throws a pass. Bobbled, intercepted on the ricochet and pulled down the near side. It's Branch, the rookie. He's down the sideline, 40, 30, 20, 10. He's in for a touchdown. Patrick Mahomes has thrown a pick six. The Lions have picked off Mahomes. And now within a point of tying the game. Holy smokes. Inside the Kansas City 9, Detroit second down and 4, receiver in motion under center. Goff. There's the snap, the spin, handoff and a burst, and it's Montgomery over the guard, the 5, touchdown! The Lions have tied the game. David Montgomery bursting over the right guard for 6.
Faithful just signed. I'm so excited to be a Niner for life. Let's go win as many rings as we can. Let's go.
There you go. He finally signed it this morning. The Lions hype train. You heard that one as well. We got the 49ers season preview, the poll that we do every time at this time. John Lynch detailed with Murph and Mac this morning how it went down, and a helpful call from Bob Myers. We'll get into that as well. One thing we're not talking enough about, the Deion hype train goes this weekend as well. Home run Harrison. It's a home run Harrison Friday. Remember last week?
Harry home run, is that to do? Because he gave up 4 bombs in his last one?
I guess we got the nickname wrong last week. Home run
we went Harry fastballs. Prince Harry, yes. Dirty Harry,
home run Harry.
Yes, home run
just
Harry.
Just kidding.
I guess the Colorado Rockies.
Welcome into a Friday, and you are back because you're off. You're traveling,
flying.
man. Today's
and you
the
are
day.
back because
I'm an idiot.
So, John, we left the show yesterday. The gambling guy was
about
here.
Your stuff.
So I left my laptop, which allows us to see Tim Ryan. Didn't even work yesterday. I know I brought it. Tim left his cell phone, which he's done a couple of times. He left it on the plane coming back from Vegas.
He's hanging around you too much.
Yeah, I don't know what he's hanging around. I think it was the fridge and Dan Hampton and Steve McMichael. So you text me, your laptop's
about
here,
your stuff.
cell phone. So I come back. I
What
tell
the hell's
Tim
in all this stuff?
So I come back to get it all, and then I see an iPad sitting by your station. I'm like, John, is that your iPad you left here? So you were not planning on coming here?
No, I was going to go to the San Francisco studio today, but
I'm glad.
But I
you
left my
it here.
iPad.
You know
and
what? I
so
stole it
I had
out of
to
your
come
bag,
down.
so you would come visit with me.
What I was doing was I was gathering everything up, and then I saw your stuff, and then I went to the bathroom, and then I thought I had my backpack with me, and I go, I guess I got everything, and then. What's funny is you get that notice from Apple, because all your products are from Apple because they got you. And I didn't even look until you texted me and you go, hey, I think your iPad's down here. And I looked at my phone.
No,
and
I didn't know it was yours. I thought
you
it
got like
was.
5 of them, so you never know. But
I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're
It's
here.
good to see you before you go. I see you
Glad
off,
to hear
which is
you.
nice. You'll leave us what, about 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock. We got to be out of here at 1:15.
Right on.
So I went to practice yesterday. Nick Bosa, when I heard he's just on the side with the performance staff, he was. And the reason being, he didn't sign his contract yet. And the thing is, you agree to terms. John Bosa laid it all out to us, and you agree to the numbers. Then you got to put a concept to paper. How many pages do you think Bosa's contract is? 175 pages for each million. I don't know. So whatever it is, so they got to get the language straight. So they got it straight this morning, and I loved his line. He went, how many rings? He went there. He went LeBron, not one, not two. And he would have one if it wasn't for 2-3 chip jet wasp. And he got held.
Jet wasp hold.
He got held on that play.
Eric Fisher.
I
mean, right in the. Come on.
There's no doubt.
It's like horse collaring him. Let's
so
go.
Mahomes got his first. He got out of that one, and then he got the second one. And last night, that's why the first games are weird. I was talking to Kyle yesterday, and you'll hear it on Game Plan and on the pregame. We're on KNBR, by the way, on Saturday or Sunday because the Giants are on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball against Colorado.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Weird? Isn't that weird? Why would you choose that one?
What do you think the national rating? Giants Cowboys versus Giants Rockies.
0.
And then the Giants are on against the Dodgers. They're twice on Sunday Night Baseball to end the year. So they, I don't know, maybe
Do the
ESPN.
Rockies have to be on or something? There's a minimum or something? Why would you put the Rockies on?
No. Have the A's been on this year? No. There's no minimal. It's not a minimalist. So anyway,
Rockies.
And then last night, talking to Kyle, the first games are weird. Because what do you watch last year? They're different. They have a whole new linebacking core, new secondary, new offensive line.
A lot of changes.
And then
for
last night, it was, obviously not having Travis Kelce on top of not having Chris Jones. I think it was weird that Chris Jones shows up in a suite at Arrowhead. What was he sitting in between his agents? I mean,
if I'm a teammate, I'm not happy with that.
Well, he wanted to be a part of Banner Night and all that. I could see that, but they wouldn't even let him on the field for that. I mean, it's a weird vibe. So thankfully, Nick's deal got signed, sealed, delivered. He's ready. They'll practice today. We'll find out what his workload's going to be. But then the game, and Dan Campbell, wow, fake punt on your own 17-yard line.
That was about as ballsy as it gets.
Wow,
right? I mean, you get stopped there, and maybe I'm not saying the game's over, but if Mahomes sticks it in the end zone there, you just lost 7. And the reason why teams don't do that is, okay, so you got that, you get the first down. It doesn't mean you're going to score. Like if you
they
do
did.
it, right?
They
They scored a
went
touchdown
boom,
and they
boom,
got going,
boom,
but
boom.
you don't, because if you're on their side of the 50, then it turns a field goal into a touchdown a lot of times, or at least you're in field goal range or something. But then you still got to get a drive together. But that gave momentum to do that, and they did score.
I mean, Tony just couldn't catch the ball last night.
Kadarius Toney was terrible.
It was just they were off. But then Andy Reid makes the decision to go for it on 4th and 25, going into a 2-minute warning with all. Do you have all 3 or 2 or 3?
He had 3.
All 3?
Yeah.
Wow. And this was at 4th and 20. They false start, and now it's 4th and 25. So I'm thinking he got saved by the false start. Now we'll just punt. And you know what? They couldn't get the ball back anyway. They could not stop David Montgomery in the running game and Jahmyr Gibbs. Remember when they drafted him? We what are they doing? They're running back. 2 running backs, Bijan and him. He's got something a little different.
Outside.
I mean, that's fire and ice.
Yeah.
David Montgomery's the sledgehammer. You see it with Detroit. We don't pick games, but we I felt like Detroit would win that game. I was kind of vibing off what the Rams were last year when Buffalo went into rolling, but Buffalo's a quality team. Stafford's elbow was wonky. you could kind of see that coming, but the Bills just annihilated them. But what a win for the Detroit Lions. The way they ended last year, especially going into Lambeau as they were eliminated. Remember, Seattle won. They weren't going to make the playoffs, and they just took it to them. As we look at the hierarchy in the NFC, and we think it's all 49ers and Eagles, and then who? Seattle, Giants, Dallas. I don't know. How about the Lions? How good are they going to be this year?
Yeah, we'll see. Because like you said, I thought it was just a weird game for the Chiefs. And I hate this term, but I'm going to use it. I thought the Chiefs lost it. I just thought a lot of drops, a lot of stupid plays. I think Mahomes trying to adjust without Kelsey, which, Gray's not a terrible tight end, but he just, third down where he normally goes with the ball. He had a bunch of young guys with, guys like Sky Moore and Kadarius Toney and just, they
were off.
Marcus Valdez-Scantling. I mean, it's just, look, it shows you, and this is what teams have to do. I mean, we talked about this with the 49ers. They did this to Tom Brady. They did this to Peyton Manning. Basically, they said, you're so good that we're not going to give you the skill guys. I mean, you lose Tyreek Hill, you lose Travis Kelce.
They won
for
last
the
year
night.
Without Tyreek.
It's tough, man.
Oh, Kansas City's going to bounce back.
Yeah,
Their next game's Jacksonville.
Right.
But he's got a bone bruise. When he hyperextended that knee, the way the action was, his bone is bruised. So how long will it be? But if Kansas City's going to bounce back. But Detroit's good. They are good. That 3rd and 12 that Jared Goff ripped, right before when they came back and took the lead back, that was a big-time throw. He made some big-time throws. They got the running game. Their defense is better. We'll see where it all goes. I think right now, in light of where Minnesota's at, John, we'll see what Green Bay and Jordan Love and the Bears really going to be able to do with this quarterback. Can he hit his bat? I know he can run, but can he hit his back foot and make a throw on 3rd and long when he can't play action? I don't know. I right now, I would think Detroit could win their division. So, and if you win the division, you get a home playoff game, you're in the playoffs. So that was an impressive performance. Kansas City was off, there's no doubt, and not having Chris Jones, they couldn't stop the run. If Chris Jones,
the ball off Tony's hands,
and then
Branch got the
Richie James Jr. flashing in front of Kadarius Toney. I mean, and the one that he dragged, the one he bobbled up. There was one behind him a little bit, but I think Patrick was trying to get him to slow down and settle into a zone. They were just off. I mean, that's what I'm saying. The first game. Now, is Pittsburgh going to be off a little bit? They 5 for 5 with their first team offense, but Buffalo didn't play their guys. Atlanta didn't play anybody at all. Tampa Bay didn't play anybody.
We're going to see sloppy ball. I mean, the one thing is there wasn't a lot of penalties last night, so I'll give them that credit. But like you said, both offense kind of sputtered most of the night.
I don't know if the 49ers are going to be sloppy offensively. Their guys are honed in. Brock is delivering it on time. These eligibles, I was talking to Murph and Mac this morning. I would put the 49er 5 eligibles up against any 5 eligibles in the history of the franchise. I'm talking about McCaffrey, Juszczyk, Kittle. We're going to go pro set. We're not going to go 3 wide. We're going 2 backs, 1 tight end, 2 receivers. I mean, the Niners have had some of the greatest ones of all time. Just, playing the Steelers, you're thinking of Franco and Rocky Blyer and
Swan Stallworth.
How about their 74 draft? They got Mike Webster and Jack Lambert and both of those wide receivers that are in the Hall of Fame. Now, did they have the tight end? They had that big guy, Cunningham. He got hurt.
Cunningham.
And then they, was the rabbi, Randy Grossman.
Yep.
Well, he had some big plays as well. But anyway, so I don't think the 49ers will be off in the past. I think they're going to be on point. These guys are honed in. Now, you got to put the Blitzburg Steelers up there, and, you got to block T.J. Watt. You got to block Cam Hayward. But first games of the year are weird, and I think we saw it last night. I mean, it's easy to say they lost because they didn't have Chris Jones and Travis Kelce. If those guys play, they lost, it was right down to the end. They could have won the game. But they were a little bit off last night. Even Mahomes was a little bit off. But I was impressed by Jared Goff, John. He made that 3rd and 12 throw that he made to pick up the first down. That's a big-time throw he made.
So that's what happened last night. We'll continue to talk about the NFL, and the rest of the games are going to affect not only the 49ers, but the rest of the league. The big matchups coming up this weekend, including Rams and Seahawks in the division. Cooper Kupp's not playing in that game, and he's probably not going to play in week 2 as well. He's actually seen a specialist over the hamstring issues that he's had, so that's going to be a huge one to get everything off the ground. And the Cardinals, who nobody expects anything out of, go to Washington. So that's what's going on in the division. So we'll get you caught up on that. A lot of news when it comes to the 49ers. Nick Bosa, as you heard to start the show, has signed the contract. What does that mean? We'll get the latest. John Lynch was on with Murph and Mac this morning. We'll describe some things that he said, which are interesting. And we got a tremendous guest list that starts up at 10:30. So we'll tell you about that next as well. We're live at Levi's Stadium, getting you ready for the weekend. Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss the latest on Nick Bosa and how the 49ers match up against the Steelers on Sunday. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, your old friend John Lund here from my friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Do you know that many of the ads, the attorney ads that you hear or see, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? They're fooling you, and some aren't even based in the state. Now, that's not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. That's nice. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the last year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children, they're all out there playing. They're all around us. So please be careful and let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. Also feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured over, get this, you're going to have to sit down for this, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. It's a lot of money. You pay nothing up front. That's the best part. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Faithful just signed. I'm so excited to be a Niner for life. Let's go win as many rings as we can. Let's go.
Yeah, you guys have had Nick on. You don't script Nick Bosa.
No.
There's that patient pause. I wish I were that cool, that much swag. You know, I think his heartbeat never moves, and so he's got man, if I had that skill to sit there and digest the question, take your time, he just always seems to nail it, and so nothing scripted about that.
There's John Lynch this morning with Murph and Mac. If you missed it, just go to KNBR.com. We'll play some of the cuts, including get some advice from Bob Myers in the midst of negotiating with Nick Bosa. That was.
I
Nick
have
Bosa
some
this
advice for
morning.
Bob Myers as well.
What?
Lower your speaking fee. Dear God. Kidding me?
You want to reveal that?
No. I'm going to have to negotiate with him.
Yeah, exactly.
Should I hire Brian Arol to get him
tough.
there? Wow.
Matt Miyoko is going to join us early. He's off to Pittsburgh, 10:30, so he'll join us in 10 minutes. Do not miss it. Max Starks, if you remember that name, he was an all-SEC performer, Super Bowl champion with the Steelers, and now does Steelers sidelines. He's going to join us at 10:50. We're stealing Steve Young from Tolbert and Copes for just one segment.
I think it's the first time we've ever had him on the show.
So.
I grabbed him when he was doing Monday Night Countdown, and we'd play a Monday night game.
Right, you do.
I'd grab him and put him on the pregame.
Yeah.
Well, we just talk.
Yeah.
He flew back. So last time I think we did that was in Mexico City, and then he flew back on the charter. I actually got him on with Chad, and he was. I think he was going to fly commercial that night or something, and it was going to be a gnarly. Anyway, so we missed him on Mondays, but you know what he's doing now? He's coaching his both daughters' flag football team.
It was hilarious. The other day he was on with Tolbert and Copes, and she came up to him during the interview and was like, "Hey, I think I got a bruise here." He's like, "You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Just get back in there."
She scored a touchdown.
Yeah, it was hilarious. So he's going to join us at 11:50. Regular conversation that we have weekly with Dante Whitner, which we enjoy so much at 12:30. You're going to take off, and then Bags and I are going to talk Giants at 1:15.
Andrew Bagley?
Yes. I'm interested
Bags
to get his
is better.
opinion.
He's back. We haven't talked about him.
Yeah, we missed him last week. So Matt Miyoko, Max Stark, Steve Young, Dante Whitner, Andrew Bagley. Awesome guest list. We'll start with Matty at 10:30.
And you never know about a Nick Bosa press conference that could
there
drop
should be,
in
right?
at any moment. Well, now that he's signed, sealed, delivered, he's your man. Did he say Niner for life? He signed a 5-year contract, right?
Yeah.
Is it an evergreen contract where when they get into the last year of the deal, it automatically?
No.
He's 25. He will turn 26 October the 23rd. What is he saying? He's going to retire when he's 30, 31?
No, he'd give him another contract.
Well, he said a Niner for life.
Yeah.
You have to take a man by his words.
Well, Kyrie Irving say that?
What, you
at
have to
mid-court in
franchise
Boston?
tag him?
Remember Kyrie said that mid-court in Boston?
Yeah, he also said the earth is flat. I don't listen to him.
I mean, John Lynch did say this morning when asked about that sounded pretty cool to him, but 5 years is a long time, and we'll see. I love Nick Bosa. I love 25,
He said Niner for
26-year-old.
life. Didn't he say that?
Sure. But
All
people
right.
say all sorts of things when they are handed.
He's going to retire at age 30?
No, but I think that you're giddy when you're handed a $50 million check.
I'm playing.
I know he's playing now. I know he's a Niner for now, which is good. It's a good thing. He's a Niner on Sunday against the Steelers, which is really good.
Maybe it's the language they added last night, a little evergreen clause.
In a tiny,
Immediately
tiny bit of
upon
writing.
expiration of this contract, it automatically renews for the sum of $1.
Trading places. Absolutely. That would be good if you could somehow.
I didn't see that at the bottom.
Right on.
Signed it.
Invisible ink or something.
Even
Look.
initialed right there.
If you just put this light on it, look what that says right
Hey, Rolls!
for $1. $1. So you were out there yesterday. Any significant things on the field?
Well, I mean,
yesterday?
Travarius Ward didn't practice, and
that's not great.
Talanoa Hufanga. I saw Mooney at the end of practice on Wednesday, and he was fine. I think he'll be fine. I guess. I don't know.
Calling it a heel, right?
Yeah, but it does speak to the lack of depth overall in this roster. Just the dominoes that fall. If Travarius Ward, hopefully he'll play in this game, he'll be fine. But if he doesn't, I mean, Emmanuel Mosley, and he wasn't even able to play coming off the ACL tear last year in Charlotte on October the 10th. Just a lack of veteran depth at cornerback. You got a lot of young guys but they're young guys.
Well, it reminds me of 2 years ago. Remember when they started the season in Detroit and Verrett got hurt?
Right.
And that was the season of Josh Norman and Ken Webster and trying to get, who can play
It was the
here.
season of the holding or defensive pass interference,
When you
number
were 26.
26.
Yeah, 26.
It went over. It was the DPI year. Demo's a good player, and I think he'll move inside. How many guys in the NFL play outside corner in the base, then move inside and play nickel? Chris Harris Jr. in Denver did it really well. Is they going to let Patrick Peterson, Pat Pete, do that? By the way, he's talking a little too much for somebody. He was a great player at one point. He ain't that guy anymore. They're going to put him inside the nickel and ask him to tackle inside. I don't think he can cover on the outside. So when I see Pittsburgh, I see vulnerability in the middle of their defense, and they redid the whole stack linebackers. But can Cole Holcomb really match up with George Kittle and Debo and McCaffrey and all the stuff over the middle? Landon Roberts, they got to use legendary Quan Alexander. But Patrick Peterson calling out, what's he seeing? He's saying the 49ers tip their plays by their formations?
Good luck.
I watch every snap backwards and forwards. I haven't seen it. But anyway.
Brock's response was, we'll see.
Yeah,
and
I know.
Had a smile on his face.
Whatever. Brock's fine. I grew up.
That's what I mean.
I grew up in Arizona. I love Patrick Peterson. But Pat Pete, you ain't that guy. You're on your third team in 3 years, right? So, but they may ask him to do that. The point is he's going to play boundary corner. And then who's going to play nickel? Shandon Sullivan, Desmond King. I don't know. Elijah Riley. They're going to move Patrick Peterson inside. So I
think to your point, if they can protect, because they're going to try to speed up to help those guys. If they can protect, there's holes.
I think there's holes to run it. I think there's a lot. They have good. Minka Fitzpatrick.
He's really good.
Just be careful of him. He's when then T.J. Watt. Has got to get block him. Colton will be fine. But anyway, with the 49ers secondary, they're going to ask Demo Lenore to do that, and he's fine. He can play outside corner and then move inside. He's physical.
So what is that going to be, Ambry Thomas then on?
Outside? But you lose Charvarius Ward. Now all of a sudden you got Sam Womack, you got Demo Lenore, and you got Ambry Thomas. You're young. Now Isaiah Oliver will mix in some there in the nickel, but as far as outside corners, so this team is loaded. They're top 11 on each side. I'd even go top 15.
Top heavy, right?
Well, they're top 30. I would put against any team in the NFL. And their specialists are incredible. I just cannot believe McCaffrey, Juszczyk, Kittle, Ayuk, and he's going to go off. The way he is running routes right now, he looks like John Stallworth's body, but he runs routes like Lynn Swann. He just snaps off routes. He's a great route runner now, and you can't cover him. They can do anything you want that way, and they're loaded there. And then on defense, you had a Javon Hargrave, the grave digger with Nick Bosa and Eric Armstead, and you got Fred and Dre and, Talanoa and T. Gip. There's just areas of the team where you're lighter, John. And, one thing, you got to keep Mooney Man healthy. And the game that he missed last year in Atlanta, the moment he went off the field, they went right at, Sam Womack. They went right at Ambry, and they attacked the weakness there. The minute he left the game, the first play, because he was going to man-match Drake London that game, and then the moment he went off, it was boom, and they came alive, and then Nick didn't play. And then the next week, Charvarius wasn't himself against Kansas City, and they lit him up. So it's just, they're loaded. I'd say the top 30 guys on the roster. How good are you from 31 to 53, and then even up on game day? And you also include the practice squad. But that was the main thing is, man, if you lose Charvarius Ward, that your corner play is really young. You got Isaiah in the nickel, but the other guys are young.
All right, Matt Mayoko is going to join us coming up next. I see from his social media feed he is already down here. They got all the signs. Congratulations, Nick Bosa, all over. Matty's down here. He's got some of those up on his feed. So he'll tell us what he expects to see on Pittsburgh, any surprises as far as the injuries, insight into Nick Bosa signing, all those with our 49ers insider, Matt Mayoko from NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports AR.
Time now for the Toyota Fan Zone. Grab the keys. Let's go to a Giants game.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Monday, September 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Sure, KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayoko.
Sponsored by UCSF Health, redefining health.
On the Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. We love talking to Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, the 49ers Talk podcast. Is your Twitter correct? At Mayoko NBCS. Is it year 29 or have you changed it yet? Year 29?
I think this is 29.
29.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what I was thinking?
My first full year round was 1995.
Okay.
I was doing
You're the
stuff
jinx.
kind of like
You're the jinx.
The year after.
You're the jinx.
Yeah, that very well could be. Very well could be.
I was thinking this because we've had you on in some way, shape, or form, Pop and I, since 2011 when our other station started, and I remember because it was Harbaugh's first year, and Alex had been pulling everybody together down here where we are, close to here at San Jose State. And we've got a poll up that's going to ask you predictions how far they're going to go. So we're going to ask you this, but I don't know why I remember this. I'm not saying it to call you out because this is what everybody thought. You said 6-10 that first year, and that was when Harbaugh turned everything around, and they had talent.
Hold it. You remember that?
I do. I don't know why I remember that, but the first so this is year 13, I think, in some way, shape, or form we've had you on of your 29. And the first year when Harbaugh came aboard and they, and the NFL was late, I think it was Greg Williams was blitzing. Remember they played the Saints in the preseason.
In the preseason.
And they're blitzing the Niners and they looked terrible. And
that was the lockout.
Yeah. And it was.
That was also, remember that was the off season. And I think at owners meetings where Jim Harbaugh goes to dinner with his brother John and Jim Schwartz. And Schwartz at dinner is talking about how no first-year program has any chance because of the lockout, and that was the backstory behind the kerfuffle at the end of that game and the backslap and everything else. So, I remember thinking
it was
the
crazy.
49ers would not have much of a chance.
Well, John Madden said that. I remember Madden said it because you didn't have a normal training camp and it was a lockout. And I mean, the year before they went 6-10, right? Yeah, 6-10 with Singletary and the coaching change. And then I thought they were just badly coached. I thought they could go 10-6. I remember saying that with you. Yeah. But I did not think they'd go 13-3 and host the NFC title game, which leads to, Matt, so we forget, the 49ers have had their hearts broken 3 of the last 4 years. I mean, 7-13 away from winning the Super Bowl in 19. 21, you have a 10-point lead going to the fourth quarter in L.A. And last year in Philly, you don't get a chance to compete because your quarterback has his elbow torn off in the first offensive series. As you look back on the heartbreak of 3 of the last 4 years under Kyle versus the Harbaugh years, those first years, 11, 12, and 13, it's lose the championship game at home in the rain when you can't field a punt, get to the 5-yard line in New Orleans in Super Bowl 47 and can't go the last 5 yards. And then, Richard Sherman and Crabtree and all that in 13 and then implodes after that. But that was 3 straight years of going to the championship game and a Super Bowl loss. How do you compare the heartbreak, or are there lessons to be learned on the Harbaugh first 3 years and the Kyle last 4 years?
Well, it shows me that what the 49ers stepped into, or, when they hired Harbaugh, that team was ready-made. And it was among, if not the worst coaching job I've ever seen leading up to that Harbaugh year. So he brought in competent coaching, a really good staff, and got those guys playing good football. And so everything was kind of there for Harbaugh in that iteration of the 49ers. This one is different in the sense that it's been the last 3 years. And the final year of Harbaugh, I've never been around a team more humorless and lacking in fun than that team.
Wow.
I'm being honest. It was dreadful walking into that locker room. And this is this is flipped. When Shanahan and Lynch came in, this was a miserable team. And, the locker room wasn't great. And it took them far faster than I ever could have imagined, or they could have imagined probably, to flip the script and become a team that ends up in the Super Bowl. So it seems to be that every year this team, it certainly doesn't lose much. I mean, the 2020 season is kind of an anomaly, but it just kind of seems like every year this team is either gaining ground or not slipping back. And so it seems like with this leadership, it's kind of built for the long haul. And so it's very similar, but different. And just hearing you talk about those games where the 49ers lost with Harbaugh, man, those are some brutal, crushing losses. Not that the 49ers of the recent years haven't experienced brutal, crushing losses. Last year I almost think was, the way the season ended, there wasn't a whole lot of second guessing or, oh gosh, if only this had happened or that had happened. I mean, they had no chance in that game as soon as Brock Purdy got injured. So it's tough. I've been around teams where, you get to that you get so deep into the season, into the postseason, and then to have the season end, and then you realize tomorrow you're 0-0. And it's a really tough hill to climb to get back to where you were. And that's kind of the daunting task that faces the 49ers. They've made it to the NFC Championship game twice and lost. And now, there's no guarantee that they're going to get back to that position. So the journey starts on Sunday when everybody realizes now that no one's probably going to run away with the number one seed in the NFC. So it's imperative for all these teams that have hopes of getting that far, getting that first round bye, to win games week 1, week 2, week 3, because those count as much in the standings as the games that might have higher profile later on in November and December.
Matt Mayoko joining us his 29th year covering the 49ers. We always love having him every single year. Provides you great insight. And, of course, the 49ers Talk podcast, all the stuff he writes. And, of course, you need to be following him on all social media fronts as well. Does a tremendous job. We love having him. In regards, we lost focus for a minute because of Nick Bosa's situation, but I am astounded by the fact that Brock Purdy has come back so seamlessly. We sat there for months and said, geez, it's 6 months to the day, surgery to the opener. Is he going to make the opener? Not only is he going to make the opener, doesn't seem to have any problems. But the thing that I'm wondering about with him is, I mean, he was really good last year, but he was a rookie and he was taking third-string snaps. And I know he didn't throw in the offseason, but I expect, a lot of times the first year to a second year is when the guy makes his biggest jump. And I don't think enough people are talking about the fact that Brock Purdy at least should know the offense better. Kyle should be more comfortable with him. Most of his quarterbacks have done better in the second year than they did in the first year. So how much better do we expect Brock Purdy to be in year 2 versus year 1, despite the fact that he was off all offseason not throwing?
I mean, frankly, I can't imagine statistically he can be better than what he was last year. But I think he can be better in the behind-the-scenes stuff, maybe how Kyle Shanahan views him. I mean, I think once he took over, his passer rating was like 107, or it was something crazy.
Highest in history for a rookie.
There you go. I mean, he avoided the turnovers. I think the only fumble that he lost was in the NFC Championship game on the play in which, as Greg so eloquently stated, he had his elbow torn off. Is that what you just said? He had it.
Yeah.
And
he was the one-armed man. He was fugitive.
Yeah, how they reattached that, seemingly amputated arm, and now he's
we
out
will
there
save
throwing.
him.
No, I just don't know how he can be any better than he was last season, except for just feeling more confident, more in control. Clearly, his teammates are more confident in him right now than they were, when he took over in that game against the Dolphins. I mean, what he's got to do is just make the plays in front of him, be quick with his decision making, hit the open guy, which he did so well. I mean, it seems so elementary, but there's so many times when you're watching a game and you see a guy running wide open down the field and the quarterback throws it the other way to a covered receiver and the ball's, batted down and broken up. And then if you ask, like, why didn't he throw it to that guy? It's like, well, that guy was like 3rd or 4th in the progression. So, his read took him to the other side. Brock Purdy has this incredible ability to find the open guys almost regardless of where they are in the progression. And sometimes, you find out later, on a play where he's able to keep alive and George Kittle is running down the seam and he hits Kittle. And like, where were you in that progression, George? Or even there was a Christian McCaffrey play. Where were you in the progression, Christian? And it's like, I wasn't even in the progression. You break the huddle and you're not expecting there's any chance the ball's coming to you. But with Brock Purdy, if you get open and you throw your hand up, there's a decent chance if the play, if he's able to kind of move around a little bit and buy time, that he's going to find you. So he just has this innate ability to remain calm and poised and see things very clearly. And that is probably the biggest aspect of being a quarterback in the NFL. We all see guys who are physically talented and have a lot going for them, but they just don't see it as quickly as some other guys do. And Brock was the final pick in the draft for a reason. He did not wow 32 teams with his physical attributes. But once the 49ers got him in here, it did not take them long to figure out that he sees the game the way Kyle Shanahan wants his quarterback to see the game.
All right, so I saw Maddie not too long ago. What about 16 hours ago? We were on Xfinity Sports Sunday on a Thursday. Really weird with Dave Feldy, the Feldy Bear, Jennifer Lee
We
Chan.
were on for 13 of the greatest
job ever, John. Per
TV
minute,
history.
Per minute. I love that job. Unbelievable. Anyway, but Matt and I, when I first saw him, I was like, because they put a graphic up, it both says sign, seal, deliver, whatever it was. And I said, well, he hasn't signed yet. And Matty, I think, was on it.
He's delivered. He wasn't.
Yeah, but the contract. They agreed to terms on Wednesday, but they had to come up with a contract language, and so anyway, they worked on that, and this morning he signed. And the 49ers are going to have a Nick Bosa press conference when they get off the field today. So they're going to be they're on the field right now, getting ready, and then 11:23 practice starts, and Kyle will talk to the media at 12:45, and we're going to take it all live for you, and then. Right after that, they're going to bring Nick Bosa into the auditorium, and he's going to meet the media. So you'll probably get the first question, being a 29-year veteran covering this team. What are you going to ask Nick Bosa when he steps up to the podium now that he's signed, sealed, delivered, Matty?
I haven't thought about that, but now the pressure's on. Would you give me a suggestion?
Well, he said this morning on social media he's a Niner for life. Did he sign a 5-year contract or a 50-year contract? He's 25. He's going to turn 30, and I'm already working on the next contract for Nick Bosa after this one.
I can't speak to this for sure, but I would think that once Nick Bosa's playing career is over, he's not going to be coaching or front office. He's going to enjoy the fruits of his labor, and he's going to be, living a life similar to the late, great Jimmy Buffett on a boat in southern Florida.
You are a parrot head, aren't you?
Yeah, I am a parrot head.
I know you are.
And so
cheeseburger and paradise with a margarita? That's me.
I guess my first question will just be, to have him kind of address the level of anxiety and the difficulty that he had remaining away from his teammates while the business part of it got sorted out. Because 4 years ago, before the draft, and I spent time with him and his family. This is before the 49ers selected him. And his mother, Cheryl, told a great story about how Joey started playing youth football. And their plan, the family's plan, was for Nick not to start. I think he was like 6 years old. The plan was, okay, let's start him the same year that Joey starts. So Joey started, I think, when he was 8 years old. They were going to hold Nick out for another couple of years and have him start at 8 years old. And Nick threw the biggest fit, like flopping down in the kitchen, kicking, screaming. And he literally, at the top of his lungs, said, if you don't let me play football, I'm going to die. And the dad, John, and Cheryl were like, oh my God, this kid is like obsessed with football at the age of 6. And they ended up caving in, and they sent him to this place where they had a good youth football program. And the coaches said, okay, what's your name, Nick? Okay, Nick, go over on the offensive side and work on offense. And he tugged on the coach's pant leg and said, no, I don't play offense. I want to play defense. The reason I tell this story is because from that age, whatever, 19 years ago, he's been wired to be what he is now. And so it wasn't about money, as a kid. Now, obviously, it's big business, but that had to be killing him not to be out there practicing. And any thought, and there was a thought, clearly, that he could sit out week 1 if that contract's not done. And that if the 49ers don't meet the salary demands that his agent provided them, there was a chance that he would not have been out there Sunday when the 49ers played the Steelers. So that part of it must have just been driving him crazy. So Nick is a guy of few words, but when he does speak, there's well thought out words, and he can be funny and insightful and all that, despite the monotone. So that's probably where I'll kind of go with the first question is just, what was going on inside of him? What was churning when there was the possibility that he wouldn't be out there week 1?
That's a great question.
It's a great story. I've never heard
that.
I probably won't do that whole setup.
I will
to
die.
ask the question.
Well, you know what you ask him. So, what did Schefter say? Schefter said that he came forward at the end and kind of did what you said to Brian Ayrault, his agent, like, get it done now. And we had his dad on, John, yesterday, and John got really emotional about the enormity of the contract. But he said the last week or so, Nick, it got to him.
He said they were doing
talking,
workouts and not talking.
at all.
They would do the workout, and Nick wouldn't say a word.
So Schefter reported that he kind of went to Ayrault and said, if I don't get to play football, I will die.
Yeah, and I don't doubt that for a second. And I think it's the similar thing that T.J. Watt did 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure.
Exactly.
The reports
Same
were
thing.
After,
right.
that T.J. Watt was a hold-in. So he was already at the Steelers facility, but he just wasn't practicing. But he went to was it the general manager? Is it still Kevin Colbert? Is he the general manager? Omar Khan.
But at the time it was Colbert. At the time it was Colbert.
Yeah. Right. So I believe he just kind of, I'm sure he gave a heads up to his agent, but he went in on the Wednesday before the start of the regular season and basically said, I'll take that last offer and I'm going to sign it. And I would love to sit here and chit chat with you, but you know what? Practice starts in 20 minutes and I got to go get ready. So and it wasn't the same, there wasn't the exact scenario that Nick Bosa went through this week, but I bet you it was pretty similar in the sense that Bosa was like, hey, whatever that last 49ers offer is, that's a pretty damn good offer. And it accomplishes the goal of being the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. There's nothing wrong with that, and let's get going.
Absolutely. Matty, good stuff, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you in Pittsburgh on Sunday, and again, it's great having you for another season. We look forward to it.
Well, I told you. I said, if you don't have me back on KNBR talking to Papa and Lund every Friday around this time, I am going to die.
There's a drop right there.
You always tie that
every
back.
time
That's
you
beautiful.
Join us every single week, we're going to play that from now on.
Middle of the season, he's be like, why did I say
and
that?
Deceit.
Exactly.
But you said it.
Great stuff. Thanks, Matty. Travel safe, man.
Appreciate it.
See you in Pittsburgh, brother.
All right, Matty, we'll have that press conference at 1 o'clock for you, or right around 1 o'clock when Nick goes up to the mic, and Matty will ask the first question, and you already know what it's going to be.
I think we just gave him a question. We crafted one.
Very good.
That's a great story. I never heard that.
All right, let's go behind enemy lines. Max Starks, two-time Super Bowl champion with the Steelers, is going to join us. He does sidelines for the Steelers. He'll give us all the insight we need for Sunday's game. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Center.
Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
Yes, we are preparing for Bosa. It's prudent for us to assume that he's going to be there and prepare in that vein as opposed to be surprised. We were in a similar circumstance with a dynamic rusher a couple of years ago in TJ. We got a deal done at the 11th hour. He showed up in the stadium, and he was TJ Watt that day. And so that's what those guys do. They show up, and they are who they are. And so we expect him to be there. It's the prudent approach to take, and if he's going to be there, we know the type of player that he intends on being, and so that's something to be dealt with.
As Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin, he doesn't mess around. It's going to be a good game between the 49ers and the Steelers in Pittsburgh, and bright and early on KNBR at 7 a.m. We'll have the pregame for you. Pop will have the call, and it's going to be great to get football underway. And we saw it last night between the Lions and the Chiefs. And let's go behind enemy lines. Let's talk the Steelers side of things. Max Starks, two-time Super Bowl champion with the Steelers. I was at Super Bowl 40, Super Bowl 40, Super Bowl 43, of course, the Santonio Holmes catch. He's got rings on both of those teams, and now he roams the sidelines on the Steelers radio network. Bill Hillgrove, longtime voice of the Steelers, and Craig Wolfley, former offensive lineman with the Steelers. And Max is on the sidelines, and Max joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi, Max. Good to talk to you. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing today?
We're excited, man. I'm sure as a player yourself. I mean, it's just as we saw last night, football's back, and it's great, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it is. It is. I mean, it started in earnest last night. What a thrilling finish to that game against the Lions and the Chiefs. And, of course, we got the appetizers, which is college football, the last 2 weeks. But now it gets real, and everything now counts. And I can't wait for it to happen.
Yeah, I can't wait to get on that plane and come to Western PA, and the 5-time Super Bowl champion 49ers come out to take on the 6-time Super Bowl champion Steelers. And obviously Chuck Noll got the first 4, and you were with Bill Cowher for 1. And then we just heard Mike Tomlin, Max, and he's different. I mean, the way he phrases things, the standard is the standard. I mean, not many coaches really command a room. So, you played for him. You observe him now on the sidelines. You're around the team. What kind of football coach is Mike Tomlin?
You know, Greg, I think one of the biggest things I look at when you're talking about coaches, not only the attention that they get from the guys in the room, but it's the understanding that comes along with that. Because you can talk to a lot of people, Greg, right? We can have these conversations with people, and sometimes, there's people that are talking to you that, they just don't grab your attention. And it becomes not to say unmemorable moment, but it doesn't stick in your mind. Like when Mike Tomlin speaks and he looks you in the eyes, like you could tell there's intent, there's meaning, and then there's also belief in it. And that's what the guys see on a daily basis. And he walks that walk every single day as he goes into the meeting rooms, as he's walking around the building or around campus when we're in training camp, the conversation he has on the field, everything is meaningful. And he also knows how to stoke the flames. He carefully crafts his matchups when backs on backers drill happen, O-line, D-line pass rush, the situational football scenarios that he'll put the offense and the defense in. It's a very carefully curated and intentional approach, and I think that's what players respect. And he's very transparent. He's going to let you know when you're doing a good job and when you're doing a bad job, and he's going to present it just equally. You know, one of his other phrases, I don't know if it's necessarily a Tomlinism, but it's, I don't report the news. I don't make the news. I just report it. And so he has these daily meetings where he shows the good and the bad and the ugly. And it is what it is, because this is who you are to everybody that watches this. You are what you put on tape. And I think that's a fantastic message. That's why it's lasted as long as it has, and why he's had 17 years as a head coach for the Steelers.
Well, that is really well described for a guy who played for Mike Tomlin at his Max Starks. Won a Super Bowl under Bill Cowher in Super Bowl 40 in Detroit, and that Super Bowl 43, of course, in Tampa, and won it with Mike Tomlin. And, you know, it's pretty amazing, as you mentioned, Tomlin, you played for Cowher, was Chuck Noll before then. That's it. I mean, those are the three coaches.
Since 69.
Right. It's amazing. And yet, as you look at this, and you know, because you played there and you're around it now, everything all the way back to Chuck Noll permeates the same, right? I mean, the linebackers, it used to be Ham and Lambert, and went to Greg Lloyd, and now the guys they have there with TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith and run the ball, and the big offensive line that you were a part of. I mean, all these things that the Steelers have held true for all these years hold true still now.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things, you know, and you reference that, right? 3 coaches since 1969, and, you know, I'll be hard-pressed to find a person that will say against that. It will be literally a lineage of Hall of Fame head coaches, because I think Mike Tomlin, when it's all said and done and his career is over, he'll be donning a gold jacket as well. But really, it starts with the Steelers organization. It starts with the Rooney family and what they impress upon and what they look for in not only the leader of a team, but also the personnel and the players that complement that style. And it starts with them, because they demand it from their own family. Like, if your last name is Rooney, and you are from the chief tree, so to speak, of the Rooney, because there's a couple of different Rooney factions, but if you come from Old Man Art, his tree, you have to work your way up through the organization. So that when you do get to the position like Art Rooney II is in, there's nothing new. There's no stone unturned, and you've also learned and earned the respect of everybody in that building, because you started out as a ball boy. Then you worked in some other position. You went to college, then you came back, you worked in the family, whether it was a scouting route or whether it was in the business route. You see Dan Rooney. I know it can get confusing. There's a lot of Dans and a lot of Arts. But you have Dan Rooney, who's the head of your college scouting, and then you have Dan Rooney Jr., who is Art's son, and he is the one that's actually in charge of business development on the business side. So that family is just inundated and interwoven into the fabric of the Steelers organization. So naturally, you're going to pick people that match that work ethic, that match that ideal, and that's what they've done since 1969 with the decision to hire Chuck Noll, all the way up until the decision to hire Mike Tomlin 17 years ago. They make sure they keep a consistent message, and that's why they give coaches time to earn and learn and become what they can be. And they've allowed Mike Tomlin to flourish, and Mike has taken that ball and run with it. And that's why you've seen the continued success of this organization as it passes from one coach to the next.
Yeah, I'm getting ready for this game already. Just this first game, Max, because I think we have, two of the most physical teams in the NFL going to bang heads on Sunday. 49ers missed the fewest amount of tackles in the league last year, under 100. Charvarius Ward, the corner, missed 1 all year. T. Gibson, the safety, missed 1. You guys are in the top 5 as well. So, but the first games are weird because the 49ers, they had the 3 preseason games, but a lot of guys didn't play. And then the one thing I want to ask you about is the Steelers. They got to be the only team in football that actually tackles to the ground. When you go to training camp in Latrobe, and they have the Friday Night Lights game at Latrobe High, you guys are tackling Najee Harris to the ground? I mean, they allow that in pro football today? And how do you think that impacts it? I think it comes down to Whoever misses the fewest tackles on Sunday, I'm not going to say it's that simple, but I think whoever misses the fewest tackles on Sunday will largely be in the position to win this game.
And I couldn't agree more, Greg. I think when you look at it, the Steelers always miss that invoice that says, okay, we ordered bubble wrap up to training camp. Where is it at? It seems to get lost in the mail. And Mike Tomlin, this has been his thing since he's been there about making sure that, the comment that he made after the Atlanta game, right? He said, if you want to spar, right? If you want to get in the ring with a heavyweight or a middleweight or any type of prize fighter, you've got to spar ahead of time. And that's the mantra that he's carried. And the Friday Night Lights has gone on even before when I got there with Cower and with the end of the Knoll era. They started doing these type of practices to bring it into the community, because that's just another way that the Rooneys and the Steelers organization ingratiates themselves into the community, is to have these type of exhibitions. But you're right. Listen, I don't want the first time that I take a full-blown pass rush to be week 1, against Nick Bosa. So I need to have some live pass rushes against T.J. Watt, right? I need to have some live pass rushes against Alex Highsmith, and I need to understand what Cam Hayward's bringing if I'm a guard, and also tackling Najee Harris. There's going to be big backs that you play against this season. Derrick Henry is on our menu, so you've got to learn to tackle a back that's like a Najee Harris, because that's like a Derrick Henry. And so if you don't do those things, it's tougher to rep them. And once you put it on film, you can coach more effectively. And that's how Mike Tomlin's always been. I remember year 1. He came in, we took the maximum allotted padded practices that you could possibly have in a season, and he took every last one of them. Some coaches are like, guys, we're good after like week 4, week 5 of the regular season. We'll take the pads off, or we'll only do it for a couple periods. No, we went all the way through week 9 of the season, hitting twice a week, Wednesdays and Thursdays, nonstop. And that's just the mentality he wants to breed, and that's where the iron sharpens iron comes from with him. And also the standard is the standard, meaning that, if a guy gets knocked out, next man up. You got to get in there, and the standard is the standard. You hold the standard of the previous guy. And so that accountability is kind of what the culture is. When you come to Pittsburgh, you know what it is, and when you hear about Pittsburgh, you know what it is as well.
Well, how does that work, though? Just one more point, because we don't tackle to the ground. You hit somebody here, you're going to get in trouble. And Kyle, there's a different way to do it, because you can fit it. And the 49ers are good tacklers, and they work on the form and the technique. They just don't want guys going to the ground. Will he do it like once a day, a period where they actually take ball carriers to the ground?
Yeah, we'll do it in a period, and it won't be the whole period. It'll be half of the period, and he'll split it between 2 separate situational football situations where they actually have a tackle to the ground. So it'll be like after play 5 or 6, like, all right, guys, everything's live, and you just go. And we lost some guys in training camp to injuries because of it, but at the end of the day, it's about you have to callous yourself to a certain degree to be ready for it. And I think that's just the way that Mike Tomlin's always done. Like you said, Kyle Shanahan has his approach to it, where it's like, no, we can wrap and fit and butt, and that'll be it. But sometimes, especially with young guys that are new, and we've had a younger team over the last couple of years, you've got to instill that mindset to where they can get to playing smarter, but you got to physically rep those things so you can feel it first and be ready for the attrition that happens during the season.
Max Starks is joining us. Great insight into the Steelers, getting ready for the 49ers and the Steelers on Sunday, bright and early, 10 a.m. start right here on the Sports Leader. Two-time Super Bowl champion. Now he roams the sidelines on the Steelers radio network. So give us some insight here, because there's a lot of different things that are going to decide this game. But T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith on the outside, and then a Nick Bosa back and going against the Steelers offensive line. So as a former offensive lineman yourself, T.J. Watt, how do you neutralize him if you can? Nick Bosa, I know you've seen all the film on him. What do you do when it's a Nick Bosa?
Well, here's the one thing. As a guy who's blocked my fair share of Hall of Famers in my career, you realize you can't stop them. That's the first thing you have to come to terms with as an offensive lineman. I cannot stop these guys. I can only hope to contain them or deter them from having continued success. And so you're going to get beat on a rep. How do you react after that? Does that bleed into the next play, or can you have short-term memory loss and forget about that bad play and play fresh again? I think that's going to be key for Colton McKivitz as well as Dan Moore, being able to not let it fester in your head, because there's going to be success. There's a reason why these last two guys, Nick Bosa, TJ Watt, have both been Defensive Player of the Year for the last 2 years. One had 18.5 sacks last year. The other one had 20.5 sacks a year before that. They have a knack and they have an art form to getting to the quarterback. So your job as a lineman is to make sure you win more than you lose. That's our game, right? We have to be, because we're out there every single snap. Those guys can rotate in and get fresh and come all hot and lathered up after having some Gatorade and a cooling towel on the sidelines, and then they come in for third down. I'm in first, second, third down. These guys don't really play as, they get a little bit of a break. So I have to be mentally prepared for this marathon of a game and know that I'm going to give up something. Something bad is going to happen, whether it's a tackle for a loss, whether it's a cross face and a quarterback hit. You don't hope for sacks, but they do happen. So you just have to be prepared to deal with that kind of setback and being able to make sure that it's not a longer setback than just one play. And that's just the best way to do it, because if I sit on the edge, both Nick Bosa and TJ Watt have a plethora of pass rush moves, and both of them like to go to the outside. They like the inside hard swipe to the inside move. They're very similar in what they're really strong at, and they do it with an unrelenting motor. So you just have to stick to them like flypaper as much as possible and pray the quarterback gets the ball out.
That's great stuff, Max. Max, thanks, man. That was a lot of fun. We appreciate it. Going to be fun on Sunday. We'll see you then.
My pleasure, and looking forward to seeing you, Greg, on Sunday.
I'll see you Sunday, brother. Thank you, man.
That's good. You can see why he does some SEC stuff. He does a lot of stuff with the Steelers and does the sidelines. You can tell why. He's really good. That was a really good insight. All right, we'll talk about a few things he said, plus we'll officially unveil what we do every single year at this time, Danny's Big Poll. You're going to want to be a part of this next. Steve Young, by the way, 11:50. Don't miss that. We're live from Levi Stadium, Papa and London on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers General Manager John Lynch, he joined Murph and Mack this morning to reflect on how the Nick Bosa deal got done and looks ahead to the 49ers matchup with the Steelers. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Always great on a Friday to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, of course, Moskowitz LLP, and he can help you with all your tax issues. And Steve, we have a new one today, the IRS going after construction companies. Tell us about that one.
Just the other day, the IRS announced that they are criminally as well as civilly going after construction companies that don't pay their payroll taxes. And what happens here is there's some construction companies that pay their workers under the table in cash. or they treat them as independent contractors when they're really employees. And now the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, scary sounding name, is going after them along with the civil part as well. And if you have a construction company or any company, but they're targeting construction industry, there's a way out. There's a special different program that you can come in under where basically, essentially, all is forgiven if you come forward and change things for the future. But you have to come forward before the IRS comes to you. If IRS comes to you, you don't qualify for that other program. If you're doing this, we have an attorney-client privilege, free consultation. Let me talk to you, explain what's going on, and tell you how we can fix this before the IRS does something really bad to you, especially now that the criminal people are chasing after you under this new program.
You got to get on it right away. Like Steve said, if they catch you first, no bueno. You got to make sure you call right now, 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. That was cool to be joined by Max Starks. He's a former player, won a couple of Super Bowl trophies, and he won one in Bill Cowers last year. And, of course, he played for Mike Tomlin, who's obviously still there. And, again, maybe the most unbreakable – it's not a record, but 3 coaches since 69. I mean, it's just amazing. They just stay with it, and they do the same thing. And Max Starks gave us some great insight. I just remember Super Bowl 40, I was living in Detroit, and I got a sideline pass to be a photographer, even though I wasn't a photographer. I knew somebody who knew somebody. And I can remember Max Starks. He was a massive man, and they ended up winning that. And Jerome Bettis was a Detroit guy. And so the whole week on Radio Row was Jerome Bettis back in Detroit, tons of Steelers fans. I mean, those fans travel like crazy. So if you're going back to Pittsburgh, it's going to be fun and all that kind of stuff. And it's not Philly. I won't say it's that nasty, but they're not overly kind to outsiders. So just enjoy yourself, but maybe keep to yourself. That's all I'm saying. It's going to be a little bit like
I am
Philly.
looking forward to going there.
It's fun.
I remember when I was a kid, my brother lived there and worked there, and I went to just coming through the Fort Pitt Tunnel.
And it all opens
and
up.
Coming out, and when I was a kid, I thought, wow, is this Manhattan?
Yeah. It's a little bit like the Bay Bridge coming out of that tunnel. And
well, I mean, it's not now. You go through the Robin Williams Tunnel, and you come out there, and you're like, wow, there's the city coming from Marin, which is different, and that view is incredible. So, it's not like we have here, but it's cool, though. And it's a great sports town.
It's a great sports town. You're going to have a great time.
I love going there.
It's cool. I mean, the fans are crazy. I don't know if this is the way it still is, but 25 years ago, I mean, they would open up the parking lot in the areas the night before, like almost like a race, like a race down south. And so these people would pull these motorhomes in there, and they're doing it all night long. And so by the time you even get there, I mean, it's a 10 a.m. start in Pittsburgh. I mean, they're lubed up. And then when it was a Monday night game, they used to start at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. I mean, it was just, I knew some police there. They were hauling lots of people away before the game even started because they'd lube all day. And I mean, it's just like you said, again, it's not whether some are worse or better or whatever. It's just, they are diehards. And that's just, they
love football.
They just care about the Stillers.
There's a high school game in that stadium.
Yeah.
And I told Kyle that yesterday, and he got mad.
Well, I got a
he
buddy
didn't know it. And when we were done, he's like, there's a high school game Friday, and the Pitt Panthers are playing Cincinnati in a rivalry game on Saturday at 3:30 Eastern time, and then 49ers and Steelers at 1 o'clock. You had 3 games in 3 days, and it's going to rain. I think it's actually clear today, but I think it's going to rain.
Well, I texted a buddy of mine, and again, this was years and years and years ago that I lived there, but they would have big games, especially early in the season. Yeah, there. And so,
how many stadiums now? I mean, SoFi or MetLife, but at their field
they
turf.
wouldn't let you play there.
Well, MetLife's got a game. The Giants and the Cowboys play Sunday night, and then the Bills and the Jets play Monday night. But it's a field turf. That's why you have it.
Yeah.
Or SoFi. That's why you put SoFi. That's why you put field turf. For a natural grass field like Acrisure Stadium, formerly Heinz Field, it's rolling now.
It's not even
Acrisure.
There's
not a problem.
You're rolling.
It's a natural grass.
Yeah.
I mean,
and if you're going to get
Pitt
weather,
plays
on top
all
of
their
it,
home games there.
They
right?
do. Mm-hmm.
But you got to put a high school game there on Friday tonight.
I texted a friend of mine who's been covering Pittsburgh sports and been there forever, and he said, "Yeah, there's games Friday night. This Friday night,
just one game, right? It's not like a doubleheader high school game.
No, but it's some big game. I guess it's some team from out of town, and we do that here too." So that's what he said. So you asked me to double check. I haven't gotten a text from him, but I texted him yesterday. He says, their game, high school game Friday. He said, yeah. So if it rains, can you imagine what that thing's going to be like? And then thank goodness it's not later in the year because we're talking about Jake Moody and talking
Who's
about
playing
the
there?
too
Central
much.
Catholic?
Yeah, right.
That Dan Marino school?
But it'll rain there, and then it'll freeze in the wintertime. I mean, it's absolutely crazy, and the field is terrible at that point. But at least, even with rain, at least it won't be as bad. But still, it's not great.
No.
3 games, and you're playing the third one.
I know. Please, great. Jake Moody, don't find a divot, is all I'm saying.
Anyway.
I'm going to go over to the Steeler Hall of Fame, I think, on Saturday.
Yeah, that's the only thing is that, and it's not like Pitt sells the thing out like the Steelers do, but still, it's an annoyance. I mean, so if you go over to the Steelers Hall of Fame, I know it'll be open, but it's just a matter of, getting through fans, having to do that kind of stuff.
They're all going to be lubed up.
Yeah, that's all they do. It's crazy. So we'll get the poll going to you coming up next. We do have the poll. We do it annually, so we'll do that coming up next. And then for at least
Young?
For one day, we are stealing Steve Young.
Wow.
From Tolbert and Copes. It's not like he won't make his Wednesday appearance next week. He will, but as he does every
I don't
Wednesday
think he's
weekend.
ever been on our show. I don't think so. I know he listens.
So
I know he listens. I hear him.
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever been on. We have a lot to ask him.
We do have a lot to ask. It's going to be great. He's the best.
Last time I saw him in Mexico City, he said, if I was in this offense, I'd complete 90%.
Oh, yeah.
He said 90? Why wouldn't it be like 99.999?
With all, you mentioned something earlier too.
We got to ask him about the eligibles.
Yeah, so that's what I would ask him. Like,
so
what
he
you had versus what they
had for who or for what? He had Ricky Waters. He had bar none William Floyd, and that guy was huge. I mean, that guy's different. He's a different fullback than Rathman or Juszczyk. I mean, that guy.
Different era, yeah.
He was, but he could run the ball.
Yeah.
And catch it. And Ricky Waters was, he wasn't quite Roger, but damn, he was close. So
T.O.
his eligible. Then he had T.O. and Jerry. So, I mean, what's the best duo? I mean, Swan and Stallworth in Pittsburgh and Bolitnikoff and Branch and Holt and Branch. Yeah, John Taylor was pretty good, but Jerry was younger when he had, I don't know. I mean, you can keep going back and forth.
Brent.
And then he had his buddy Brent Jones. I mean, those 5 eligibles, just that Steve Young had, where you had Ricky Waters, bar none, William Floyd, Brent Jones, and J.R. and T.O. versus McCaffrey, Juszczyk, Kittle, Debo, and Ayuk. Ayuk is on fire.
It'd be pretty hard to beat.
Well, there's
those
other guys already here in the Hall of Fame.
JRTO.
Well, Jerry's the only one. Do you realize that of Bill Walsh's great teams, only 3 offensive players are in the Hall of Fame?
Well,
Joe and Jerry and JR.
Yeah.
Think about that. None of the linemen are in. Roger Craig's not in.
That's a travesty. That's terrible.
I mean, John Taylor's not in.
Yeah.
Well, and Bill didn't coach T.O. But of the only 3 guys, that would have been interesting. He would have stayed in line more. No, he had a few crazy guys. He coached Russ Francis. They had a hard time with him.
Yeah.
But think about only 3 guys from that offense, the 2 quarterbacks and the wide receiver. How many Steelers are in the Hall of Fame? The whole damn defense.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Donnie Shell made it.
All
Mel
of them
Blount,
at some point.
Lambert, Russell or Ham? Which one went in? Russell.
Ham's in.
Russell was a great player, Andy Russell.
Andy Russell, yeah, he's good.
And then obviously the guy that turned the whole franchise around is Mean Joe Green.
Right.
I mean, you don't realize, Aaron Donald's a hell of a player.
I mean, who else on the defense is in besides Ronnie?
Nobody.
I mean, they were pretty damn good, right? They were pretty damn good, and that's about it, right? Trying to think.
Even George Seifert won, too.
Yeah,
He's not in.
Right.
So is Tomlin a Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
Really?
17 years, 2 Super Bowls?
1.
Oh, 1. Just they won over Arizona.
1.
Is that it? Oh, yeah, they lost to Green Bay.
Cowher
right?
got 1. He got 1.
Maybe not then. I mean, he's been really good.
He'd give a hell of a speech. I know that.
Well, here's the thing, though. You and I have talked about this before. Mike Shanahan's not in. Mike Holmgren's not in.
I don't know if Tomlin's a Hall of Famer.
If those guys aren't in, he's not. I mean, I still think they're grappling with coaches, because I think Mike Shanahan should be in. I think Mike Holmgren should probably be in. Although Holmgren didn't win a second, he just won the 1, right? He got to the Super Bowl with Seattle, but he didn't win it. So
right, because your boy Bettis.
That's right.
And some questionable calls.
Very.
Who was that? Ingram? Who was the receiver that got held?
Yeah, that one. Jeremy Stevens, the tight end. There was some weird.
What I remember about that game was Fast Willie Parker. Remember when he had the cutback run to start the 4th quarter?
Hines Ward had a touchdown pass. That was crazy. So, anyway. All right, we'll unveil the poll coming up next, and then Steve Young at 11:50. You do not want to miss it. We're getting you ready for the Steelers and the Niners. Pop and Lund live from Levi Stadium on the Sports Leader.
It's Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
Thanks for joining us. The Big Poll, we do this annually. Sorry, we're laughing because
Randy
Gregory of the Broncos was asked by their social media team why he hates the Raiders or playing the Raiders this weekend. He says, the owner's bowl cut pisses me off. That was his answer.
He likes smoking bowls,
Yes.
but he doesn't like putting one on his head.
Apparently does not like the haircut. So
yeah.
Anyway, there's that. All right. We do this every single year. How far will the 49ers go? We do this before
Funny, the former
season.
owner of the Broncos was named Bolin.
That's ironic. Yes, very ironic that would be the case. So very simple. We do this every single year. You can vote the 4 choices. It's on Twitter right now, so make sure that you vote. Here is how it is phrased. Football's back. Today's big poll. What are your predictions on the 49ers? Win the Super Bowl, make it to the Super Bowl, make the playoffs, miss the playoffs. Those are your 4.
Whoa!
Win the Super Bowl, make the Super Bowl, make the playoffs, miss the playoffs. So that's those are your 4. And Steve Young is going to join us at 11:50. Said that it's Super Bowl or bust. I tend to agree with that.
Right.
And you're down here all the time. I mean, you can feel it. It is Super Bowl or bust, right?
Yeah, the level, and it's winning. Let's be specific. It's not just going to the Super Bowl. They want number 6. They've waited since Steve got the monkey off his back in '94, and I don't know how you live in that world where, again, you know, I just felt the tension in the Trey Lance thing, and Jake Moody and Nick's contract. You cannot win a Super Bowl in August. It just doesn't happen that way. It's a process. It's a week-to-week thing, and there's ups and downs. And they started 3-4 last year and got hot, won 12 in a row, and had their heart broken, and 3-5. I mean, Steve will give you a perspective because it's like we're going back in time 30 years ago, and it's the early 90s, and it comes down to one game. It's 49ers Cowboys. It's in January, maybe in the rain, and we're going to play Philadelphia December the 3rd there. But is it coming down to, are we going to South Philly? Are they coming to the South Bay? Is it that simple? I mean, there's other teams that can get in there, and it's just a process. So I don't know how you live in that world because but it is that way. You can feel it. And, I don't know what's all on the line for people, but there's also, when they were winning and then you got into Plan B free agency now and can't keep them all. You make a mistake and trade a guy to Dallas, and now all of a sudden they're winning. And Steve's got to give perspective. How do you live in that world?
They did every year, right?
It's hard.
I mean,
it's a hard
if they
world.
didn't win a Super Bowl, it was not successful.
Well, look at Bills last year. They were 6-5 at one point, weren't they? Or and then they got hot, and the owner said you're gone, and then they wound up winning the Super Bowl, and he's done anyway. I mean, so even when you win at the end, the road to getting there. And when they started 3-5 in 21, John, we started to do a poll on this radio station that wasn't very popular, but it got hot around here. And then they beat the Rams on Veterans Day night, and the whole thing flipped.
Some higher ups were showing up at practice, and things got tense. I remember.
It's happened, and Steve will give you a perspective. I don't know how you live in that world. The Warriors kind of live in that world a little bit. It's a hard world to live in.
As a fan, though, I like it because this team is always trying to win the Super Bowl. Javon Hargrave giving Nick the deal every single year. It seems they're signing somebody to a big-time contract. And think about the teams that live in those worlds, like the Dodgers do and the Yankees do. And the expectation level is if you're not hoisting a trophy and not a conference championship, the end game trophy, if you're not hoisting that, then it's a disappointing season. And that's where the 49ers find themselves. But where else would you rather be? I mean, I don't want to be where the Giants are, where it's like, we're the 3rd wild card. All right. Like, who wants to live in that world?
Giants did win 3 World Series in 5 years.
Yeah, they did. But right now, they're like, we're not going to go past a certain tax, and we're going to be the 3rd wild card team. The 49ers are.
Dodgers have won 1 World Series, and that was a pandemic one, a 60-game season. Where the Yankees win 1 in 2009? They haven't won many.
But I think that when there's an expectation level, I think that's the best you can ask out of your team. So. But you can feel it when you come down here.
Baseball's different, though. I mean, there was a long time where people thought the Dodgers wanted to finish second. Because when you finish first, you got to pay everybody. And it gets expensive. You finish second, and And they won the National League West a lot, but I'm talking about, champion. They got lost to the Yankees a lot. Anyway, baseball's different. It's really more of a grind of a business, to pay the bills. And football is just, I think Buffalo's got that kind of pressure after going to 4 in a row and losing 4 in a row. I mean, it's hard. But what the Steelers accomplished to win 4 Super Bowls in 6 years, when they were the dregs of pro football forever, then they get Mean Joe Green. They hired, Chuck Noll. They finally figure out the quarterback. I don't know.
But don't you think, like we were talking, I forgot who we were talking to yesterday. The end game is worth it when you spend all this money. So you go out and get Hargrave and you re-sign Bosa and you re-sign all these guys from Kittle to Warner and next year Ayuk and the year after Purdy, and you do all these things at the highest level you possibly can to set your team up to win a Super Bowl. The Rams won it, so it's all justified. Tampa won it, it's all justified. But you got to win it.
That's just it. If you don't win it, the whole thing's a disaster. You lose the Super Bowl.
Isn't that where this team is?
That's a hard world to live in. It's easy to pop on the TV at 1 o'clock and live in that world. When you got to live here every day, that's how emotions get frayed. People fly off the handle. Coaches get dismissed middle of the year, and they win a Super Bowl later in the year. It's a hard world to live in. I'm just telling you that, and it makes it no fun. Even when like Steve Young, what was his reaction when he finally beat the Cowboys? The monkey's off my back. It's like that pressure, and he had to follow Joe. I mean, it's unbelievable. Steve can give perspective. I think that's a hard world to live in. I understand what you're saying and the reality, and they all get well compensated to deal with it. And it's even worse today with social media, and everybody's got an opinion, and we hear your opinion every second. It's hard. It's just, I'm just telling you, that's, it's a hard world to live in.
But it's funny because one of the first things that Nick said today was, let's go win some rings. I mean, that's just the mentality in the room,
his rookie year, he was 7th. He was 1 third down away, and then they went 2-3 jet wasp on you. One thing, I want to hear what people think of the poll, because that's, it's pretty extreme there. There's different layers. But so Rick Gosselin, the writer for years and years, we had him on the show.
Yeah.
We were talking about the greatest offenses in football, and it was the Bill Walsh's offense actually won with Steve Young and Joe, and we'll talk to Steve at 11:50. But he sends me this every week. It's his power poll, members of the media and executives and everybody. So this is interesting because I want to get Steve's perspective on Brock, and Steve was a backup quarterback. As far as backup quarterbacks, how many were better than Steve Young? I mean, you had a quarterback room of Joe Montana, Steve Young, and Steve Bono. And then the Raiders had Darryl LaMonica, George Blanda, Hall of Famer, and Kenny Stabler, a Hall of Famer. And LaMonica was shattering records. But this one poll, this is interesting. So it went out last week. The results just came in from Rick Gosselin. Franchise quarterbacks win Super Bowls. If you have a Patrick Mahomes or a Joe Burrow or Josh Allen, you have a chance. Although Josh Allen's never won a Super Bowl, and neither has Joe Burrow, but they got in there. So what happens when an NFL team loses its starting quarterback with an injury? Since 2000, backup quarterbacks across the league have managed to win only 41.6% of their starts. So what team has the best backup quarterback and thus the best chance to survive an injury to its starter? So I voted a certain way, and this is the winner. The best backup quarterback in the NFL, and people are going to be surprised, and he got 23% of the vote. It is Sam Darnold, who is considered to be the best backup quarterback. Jameis Winston, second, below 20%. Andy Dalton in Carolina. You got veteran guys, Teddy Bridgewater in Detroit. They're the only guys that get above 10%. And I voted for Sam Darnold, and I thought there's no way that he's going to win. 23%. So they think, and then there's also one about who's the second-year quarterback that could best make an ascension. I'll get the results. Kenny Pickett's on that list, and Brock Purdy as well. But, Steve's one of the best backup quarterbacks ever. And, after he got a chance, he won a Super Bowl. Earl Morrall was pretty good. There've been a lot of good ones. You think Sam Darnold's the best backup quarterback in the NFL?
I think he's in the best position. I think that says something about Kyle because, it's not that physically he hasn't shown it. He has, but he was in bad positions with the Jets and the Panthers. I can't fully go in with him because I haven't seen it, but I trust Kyle. And so I think that in this system with these weapons, I think he's in the best position to still succeed.
Yeah, the one thing that's hard, now you're into regular season mode and he's on scout team.
Right.
It's tough against this defense. It is,
no doubt.
It is hard.
Yeah.
It is hard. And that's where Brock would battle. And Jimmy was starting scout team for a short period of time when Trey was the starter. And Jimmy would just battle. But right away, you're like, Bosa would have sacked you. Play's over. But, you get away and you keep going. But Sam's fighting. It's hard. Sam like that. It's hard. When you're the scout team quarterback on this team against this defense, it's hard to complete a pass.
All right, let's talk to Steve Young coming up next. A lot of things to discuss. And again, he's with Tolbert and Coast every single Wednesday. We get him for a day, and it's a perfect day because we're going to preview the season with Steve Young. And like you said, there's a lot of different issues and topics that we're going to talk about with Steve and discuss as we get you ready for the Steelers and the 49ers. What time are you guys leaving? Like 1:15?
Yeah, bus rolls at 1:15.
Yeah, you may have to save your appetite. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love
Chick-fil-A?
Chick-fil-A, but man, a lot of stuff
What
to
do
eat.
you mean?
When you
In
get there.
Pittsburgh?
A lot of stuff to eat when you get there. It's going to be good. That's a good food town.
It is.
Yeah, absolutely. Pop and Lunch sponsored by good friends at Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast, 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Steve Young next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, I love that you've learned so much about, hold on, little aside, hold on.
Yep.
Okay, you'll recover. It'll be great. We'll take care of it. Yeah, it's part of the game, honey.
Somebody get dinged up.
Part of the game.
Yeah.
It's part of the game.
You'll recover.
We'll recover. That's awesome.
It's gonna be great.
That's awesome.
I lost my finger.
My daughter.
You know, your daughter?
My daughter's playing
nice.
number 8. She's like, hey, I think I really bruised my leg. I'm like, this will be good. We're good.
This will be good. It's a good bruise. Yeah. We're gonna be okay.
It's gonna harden. You'll be tough.
She's number 8.
That's so awesome, man. Steve's going to join us in a minute. That's pretty cool. Steve, the coach. Dad, I think I'm Brew. I'd get back in there. Let's go. It's amazing. All right, we'll talk to Steve. We're going to steal him for one segment from the afternoon show. You can hear Steve every Wednesday with Tolbert and Cope. So we'll talk to him and see what's going on with Steve and get a preview of the season, which we've been talking about. And again, by the way, while we're waiting for Steve, I did not give you the poll results. Let me give you that real quickly. Again, our annual poll, how far will the 49ers go? People love this thing. So how far will the 49ers go? And everybody is optimistic. Let me get this in front of you. Hang on a second. Everybody is optimistic, as I figure they would. Let's see. Here we go. Win the Super Bowl 61%. Make the Super Bowl 17%.
Whoa.
Make the playoffs 19%. 3% of the Raider fans have checked in with missed the playoffs. So that's where we are. 61% of the
61% say win the Super Bowl.
So there you go. The Hall of Famer Steve Young joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Bro, I haven't talked to you forever. How are you?
I know. I miss you.
Yeah, I miss you too, man. How you doing?
Your boy Walter. You know, he's got you put him. He says, Pop and Lund said. They request your presence, and I was like, I got to do it. There's no choice. So
You've never been on this show. Never one time. I've been doing this show for years. Never came on one time.
Years. How many years?
How many years have we been doing this, John? Since 2011.
Well, yeah.
12 years.
Shut up.
12 years. Yes.
Well, in the current edition, 2019. But yeah, you and I have been working. Then I worked with Tom, and then I'm back with Pop. So
come on.
It's good to have you. Good to have you. I saw you in Mexico City. You still stand by if you were in this offense, you complete 90%?
Did I say 90?
90.
I just said.
You said 90.
Okay, hold on. The game
90.
today.
Yeah.
Hold on. The game today is a wide open game. There's space all over the field, and that if you are well trained and have a sense of finding all that space, and you have the innovation and the people to go. You know, the offensive line and all the things the 49ers have, it's like, yeah. I mean, you can risk-free a lot of the times. Risk-free. Go 9 of 12 for 140 in the first half and 2 touchdowns. Risk-free almost. So I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's a walk in the park. I'm just saying the game has become significantly better for quarterbacks.
Without a doubt.
Look at their efficiencies. Look at the ratings. Look at yards look at the production, look at the game today that used to be you could get a great defense, killer defense, and run the Super Bowl table. You cannot do that anymore because in the biggest games, the game is so wide open that no matter how great of a defense you are, you're going to run into Patrick, Josh, Aaron, you know, and somebody, and who knows, maybe Jared at some point after last night. But, you know, you're going to run into somebody that can go make it happen in the fourth quarter. You're going to get beat.
How about a Brock?
So the game,
How about a Brock? Could Brock be that guy?
I physically, he was drafted last because they don't rate you know how I'm big on the force, right? I saw that in the page.
I love that. The force be with you.
Yeah, the force. But that's the most important piece to quarterbacking, which he has in spades. The things that made him be drafted last aren't disappearing. Like, he's not the biggest guy in the world. He's not going to throw it all over the field. but he's going to, like he told you. I mean, all of us, when he's asked me the other day, he said, I'll figure it out. And so you're going to say, and that's why I said, let Brock cook. Like, you think that Brock's not the guy that can maybe figure it out? No, he is not the physical presence of these other guys I'm talking about. He is not the prototype that is going into the future. I said recently that the prototype of Dan Marino and Peyton Manning, somebody who cannot go get those yards. They're not going to go run and get all those free yards that quarterbacks can go get. And you saw Patrick Mahomes yesterday. Did he run for 40 or 50? Just spit it out, because you know that they're there. They're easy first downs, even touchdowns. You got to go get them. You have to have someone that can do that. And that's why I said into the future, there will not be another Peyton Manning or Dan Marino who cannot go get those yards, who's in the Super Bowl, who's winning championships, who's going to the Hall of Fame. They'll be around, but you have to be able to, in this game today, go get those yards. And so can Brock go get those yards? Yes. Can he, so he's got to go figure out what he doesn't have compared to those, the big six. And then in the big game, make sure that you figure out a way to, make it happen in your own way. Because that's where the 49ers, it'll be a disappointment if we're not in the championship game. That's just where we used to live. That's where we are today. And I love living there. It's awesome. But that means that you got to go through all the regular season, go through the ups and downs, the bumps and bruises, get through it to get to that ball game. And then most likely in the fourth quarter and a couple of drives, you are the reason that it gets done in today's game. It always was that way, but now even more so, because the quarterbacks are, what did I say? Somebody gave me a stat. The most fourth quarter vicissitudes, I don't know what the right word is, where change of 10-point or more change in the fourth quarter was the most by 2 times ever before in the NFL in the last couple of years. So it's like the NBA. It's a wide open game. These big studs come in the fourth quarter, and they can change. They can make it. You can be down by 10, no problem. Be up by 14. That's what can happen now in the NFL. It used to be, Greg, you know this.
Yeah.
That you're up by 10 in the fourth. It's over. Lock it down.
The clock, yeah. Right.
No longer.
Well, in the NBA, you had the 3-point shot. What is it? Mahomes and the arm strength? Why is that now living in that world in football?
The game has changed.
Run
again.
After the catch,
There's
right?
more space.
Chunk.
So the yak is more. There's more space.
Right.
And if you know what you're doing, and you can go get it with your legs, and you're a superior thrower of the football.
Right.
People say, "Oh, he can run." Well, who cares? Is he excellent in the pocket? You still have to be excellent. The job is to be excellent in the pocket. And then, oh, by the way, I can go spit out and go get these yards. You have to have that. And they always say dual threat quarterbacks are runners who can throw. That's a college version. The pro version are sophisticated throwers who can run. And those are hard to find.
Well, one thing you just mentioned, Steve Young is joining us, Pop and Lund here on These Sports Leaders. We're getting ready for the opening of the season Sunday in Pittsburgh, which you'll hear right here on These Sports Leader. You were just mentioning living in the world, which is the world that you lived in, that when you go into a season, that it's championship or bust. And I think you used that term the other day. And I get that sense being down here that it's not getting to the NFC Championship game again. It's not getting to the Super Bowl again.
Right.
It's winning the Super Bowl for the first
off our backs.
Right, for the first time since you did it.
Guys, that's what I'm talking about. There's either a championship or there's not. And that's where you want to live. And you'll take the beatings for being in that space and not getting it done. 20 years, 7, 8, 19 conference championships and 12 championship games and 5 Super Bowls, and we won them all. But you think about the 12 championship games, maybe we should have 12 Super Bowls. Like, in other words, living in that space. Clearly, the last couple of years, they've been living in this space. Got to the Super Bowl, got beat. Got to the championship game, got beat. But they're in the space. So that, of course, why in the world would you suit up today as a 49er and not say, we got to go the distance? 100%. And look, you got to go do all the things. You don't want to get ahead of yourself. But that's in the back of your mind. And that's the space you want to live in. That's what Bill brought to the 49ers in 1981, was the sense that that's where we want to, that's where we hang out. That's our home. And that's where we are. I love it. Now you got to go do it.
Yeah. And you got to take it week to week. You're not winning the Super Bowl in August and September.
No, you can't do it. That's the whole point. Bill was very clear back then.
Yeah.
Look, you got to take care of your business, but that's where you have a goal. That's our goal.
Yeah.
That's our expectation. Now go earn it. Earn it daily, weekly. You remember there's years, there was a span there. I don't remember what it was, 90, 89, 90, 91, 92. I don't remember. We had 19 road victories in a row.
I mean, it's amazing.
I mean, that's how you do. In other words, you have a goal, but you don't miss what gets done every week and every practice and every Wednesday and every having that expectation does not get you out of getting the job done every day.
All right, so you were talking about Brock and the force, and the way he kind of likens it is that he's not Steph Curry, he's more like John Stockton. He's just a pure point guard, get the ball out on time and on target, make the right decisions because of the weaponry around him. So the other day I go to practice, Steve, and they're fresh now, so they're flying. But when they break the huddle, you got Christian McCaffrey, all-pro halfback. You got Kyle Juszczyk, all-pro fullback. You got George Kittle, all-pro tight end. You got Deebo Samuel, all-pro, whatever the hell he is. Z wide receiver, running back, and then you got Brandon Ayuk who's about to go off. And I'll keep Trent Williams out of it, all-pro left tackle. But the 5 eligibles, I'm thinking, wow, who has ever had a group of 5 eligibles in the history of football? Well, I'm thinking you did. You did.
Well, hold on. I would, but William Floyd was a fullback. Ricky was a halfback.
I'm going there.
Yeah.
I'm going there.
But my point with Dave's deployment is that almost everyone you said there could line up at wide receiver.
Right.
Almost everyone you said there could carry the football.
Right. Interchangeable.
And so with that in mind,
right.
That gives Kyle, and now he has what he believes is a quarterback that he just got self-described by what Brock said about himself, that you call a play, call whatever you want. I got your back. I got your back as one of the most innovative minds in the game, deploying all those guys. Now you don't have to worry. There's no governor. Just call it. I'll figure out a way to not have some disaster happen. And so that's where this space is that you saw the 7 games in a row last year. It was incredible, but it was not a fluke because the deployment of all those, the innovation and the deployment of all those assets, you need somebody who could be trusted. And that's the key. Why did Kyle want Kirk Cousins? He's like, just give me someone I trust. And you say, well, Jimmy didn't get you. I don't really want to belabor it. It's just they vote with their feet. You and I don't have to have an opinion about it. Kyle believes that Brock is trustworthy, and that's why he's on the field.
So you went through this process where Brock was great last year. There's no question about it, but there's only 8 games. There's things he can definitely do better, and they say that the first year to the second year is the biggest jump. So what happens from the time you're kind of just learning it to then the time that you're getting better? Maybe it slows down, whatever, because as weird as this sounds and as good as he was, I expect Brock to be better because he's a year into the system now.
Yeah. Within a range, Brock's the kind of guy with the force, the way you described, which is indescribable, right? That's why you call it something you can't figure out. He has this ability that the range of outcomes for him as he plays week to week is a pretty tight guardrail. Like, I don't see a 4 interception game or some kind of crazy strip sack, and there are things that will happen, and I can see him not playing great some weeks. I get all that, but it's all within a pretty tight range. And so in many ways, you don't have to worry about how, year 2 is going to be within a range. And that's good enough right now because of the talent, because of the offensive line, because of Trent. You have maybe the best tackle that ever played, ever. I mean, I hate this. I mean, there's bar fights start over that, but it's like he might be the greatest tackle to ever play the game. The domination in the run game and the pass game is like, who else are you going to say? Anthony Munoz? I could see that. Or like, there's just so few humans that have, and now that's like the corner that's shut down, like Dion or Revis. Like you don't realize that a tackle that shuts it down creates all this other space. The game has a lot of space. Now you've created so much more space because of these incredible talent around you. And then you deploy it in such a unique, crazy way that defenses are always confused, even though it's the same people running the same routes. I mean, it's different people running the same routes that for Brock is pretty straightforward. Same play, different formation, different people running it. So it makes the defense all confused and wacky and everything. But for me as a quarterback, it's the same play. I read it the same, look for the same reactions from the defense, and now the defense is on their heels, they're on their back, and then the game's over. And that's kind of where we are. So I think year 2, do you really see Brock just, kind of devolving and like all of a sudden losing his confidence and things go haywire? Look, it's the NFL. You can't say it can't happen. But most likely, within a range, what you're going to get.
Yeah, I would listen to you talk about Trent. I mean, Joe Staley was pretty damn good, but to go to Trent is just a next level.
That's no disrespect.
No, I know. He's just that good.
Tackles,
he's that good.
It's the most impossible job in the world.
I know.
And to do it in run and pass, and the best athletes in the world have taken a crack at it.
Yeah.
And we admire them, and a lot of them are in the Hall of Fame. But I got to be honest, I don't know that I've ever seen the domination like I see.
I just got a text from Harris Barton, and he's saying, "Tell Steve I was pretty damn good."
That's what I'm saying. Harris Barton was a Hall of Fame guard. A Hall of Fame guard.
You said lineman. You're saying anywhere in the line.
Yeah, but willing to play tackle.
Yeah.
To go up against Reggie White.
Right.
I'll never disrespect Harris Barton because he gave his body and soul to go out there on the toughest job in the world when he could have been literally the best guard that ever played. He was that talented. And the position for him was guard was the best possible place to play. But we didn't have a tackle. And Harris was a great all-pro tackle for years. So Greg, do not try.
I'm kidding.
I'm a little sensitive.
I'm kidding.
My boys.
I know you got an event with Harris Barton, so it's called a segue. I was just going there.
Now say something about Steve Wallace or Jesse Sapolo. We'll fight. Right?
You'll get you. No, you know what? I want to start a bar fight because I just looking at the 49 eligible.
You started one.
No. We're not going to do that. We love it. It's just good talk. If you had to compare your 5 eligibles from when you first got here, and it was Roger Craig, and it was Tom Rathbun, and it was Jerry and John Taylor, and pick whoever you wanted tight end, Russ Francis, John Franks, Brent Jones, versus when you won the Super Bowl and you got for who, for what, you got Ricky, you got bar none, William Floyd, Brent Jones, then you got T.O. and an older Jerry. Could you even go there on which fivesome's better?
No, you don't want to because
I do. It's fun.
Suit me up right now.
Yeah.
With the 5 you just talked about in 1994, 95. With T.O. as the third receiver, as a young kid, yes. The answer to that question is yes, not which one. The answer to that is which one, not which one. What do you think about those 5? Yes is the answer. So the 5 today, the answer is yes. The 5 then is yes. The 5 in 1987 is yes. So that's your point. Is if you want to try to figure out which one you'd rather have, you're missing the paradigm's not the right place. It's like yes is the answer to every one of them.
Because I don't have the force. That's the problem. I lack the force.
Yes. Okay, I know this isn't monk fruit, which is what we used to promote, but Broadway SF presents Unscripted, the San Francisco 49ers, featuring Harris Barton.
Starring Harris Barton.
Dwight Hicks, Brent Jones, your old favorite, Ronnie Lott, and you live on stage in conversation with Olympic gold medalist and 49ers fan Christy Yamaguchi.
Wow.
One night only, September 27th, 7:30 at the Curran Theater. Very cool.
It's fun. So Harris's parents both passed away from brain disease, and UCSF and Harris have been working for years to kind of create a better environment and more healing, and it's amazing what Harris has done. And Ronnie Lott has joined him in this effort to do this through Champions Charities, and so this is a benefit for that effort that's been ongoing for 20 years. And it's just it's a cause that's close to all of our hearts, and so that we're coming together for an alumni moment, which we always love, to raise money for an incredibly important cause, and for the people to come, fans of the 49ers that talk about what they have today, can relate back to what they had in 1995, can relate back to what we had in 1984 or 87. It's all that connection all in one night in San Francisco. So Come on.
By the way, BroadwaySF.com, BroadwaySF.com, at BroadwaySF. And like you said, a portion of all sales will go to Champion Charities founded by Harris and Roddy to help fight brain cancer and brain disease, as you pointed out as well. And it's going to be a great night. That is September 27th, 7:30 at the Curran Theater. Again, BroadwaySF.com. Make sure you get your tickets. That's very cool, man. And I bet it's really fun when you guys all get together, because I know that Matt Miyoko has done a lot of those events in the Dwight Clark series and all that. When you guys get together, I've been to some of those events. It's awesome. You guys have a lot of fun.
It's the tragedy of playing a young man's game that you don't, like, you build these incredible relationships that are forged in, down by 4 in Lambeau Field with a minute left and you go get it done. Like, those are, you can't, life is sublime and wonderful today for me, but you can't replicate that. You can't be with those guys again. Like, that was a moment or a time that goes by so fast that it's too fast. And so it's like, that's the tragedy of professional football. It's a young man's game. You're out and you don't have enough time together. And those groups of 5 you just talked about, like, if we were together for 10 years or 15 years, I mean, it'd be amazing. But you get this brief time. So now this is our moment. We've trying to sell some fundraising tickets for people to come, but this is our moment to kind of, get back together again and kind of remember. So we'd love that.
Yeah, I want to go to this. This is amazing. So right after you retired, Steve, you went into broadcasting and you did it forever and ever at the highest level. What's it like? I know you're enjoying time.
Highest level.
You did.
Greg, come on, man.
You're on national TV every Monday night.
Pregame. No. The highest level is to do the games.
They do the Super Bowl. Did you ever want to do that? Did you ever want to do games, or did you?
I wouldn't have minded it. Just raising young kids. There was no way that I could disappear for 4 or 5 days a week in the fall. I just couldn't do it. So I made the choice, and I was building a business that that in private equity I got started right when I left, and I was building that business. And there's no way I could do both of those things, but I could do, kind of pregame on Mondays. And so that's why I started in 2007. And then over the years, I just kind of created an environment where I did less and less. So I wouldn't go to the East Coast. I wouldn't go. Then I started, I won't go to Chicago. So pretty soon I was doing like 10 or 12 games, and I ran myself out of town, I guess.
So the point is, I know coaching your girls playing flag has got to be great. But are you just enjoying life? Even though it's just a pregame, you got to work at that, and you were always on point. What's the fall like for you this year?
Not that much different. I've got a full. I mean, I started a private equity firm back 17 years ago, and so we're now quite a burgeoning group of people now with 70 and 80 employees, and all that. So that's all happening and been happening. So that's my job. And then I always loved Monday night was perfect, because I was connected. I loved it. Like you said, I tried to be on point. I still love the game. Is my game, Greg. This is my game. The game today, strangely, crazily, because of safety protocols and the rule changes, has now become my game. I'm the prototype. Who I was and how I played is now the prototype.
Absolutely.
I was the oddity. Back in oddity, I was lefty in a scrambler. Like Ray Perkins, when he took over the Tampa Bay jobs, like, I hate you. He literally said, I hate lefties and I hate scramblers. And so it's like,
love you too, man.
Wow.
But I set out to prove to him that you can say I'm not going to change that I'm lefty, but you will no longer be able to say and kind of brush me off as a scrambler. Like, I am going to be the most efficient passer in the universe. And that was my everyday fixation.
And you were.
You can't define me because of my mobility. People wanted to throw you away because you were mobile. And I was always say, what if you were the most efficient passer in the game and were mobile? What do you think about that? And no one had actually believed that was possible. And so to me, that's what today's game of Patrick Mahomes is, an incredibly sophisticated passer of the football, but he can run. And that's it's a beautiful thing. So the games come to me. I love chatting about it because it feels so familiar.
Yeah.
If you played today, you'd complete 90%.
I did not
you
say
said
90.
90.
I did not say 90. 80's reasonable.
Okay.
80.
I thought you were low.
Doable. 80's
I thought you were low.
What is it today? What's average today? 72?
Yeah, if you're not in that range.
What was Drew Brees?
Right? I mean, it's not.
Drew Brees' numbers were insane.
Yeah.
Right. So it's the way the game is today, I'll stay with 90 then. All right.
Why not?
Just let it ride. Yeah. Let it ride.
Yeah. By the way, is the flag football thing going to turn into what Deion's doing?
Oh no. John Pay, who broke into, he's a dual threat. He was a basketball and football player, a quarterback at Stanford. He was drafted by the 49ers in 87. Drafted or signed, I was free agent, I'm not sure, but he joined my
10th round draft pick, number 275.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah.
My first year training camp, he was in the room with us, with Joe and who else was there? Bob Galliano was there. I can't remember. Anyway, we broke camp, and I forgot, to get a place to live. I was like, it's like camp broke, and you got to go. I was like, I got to go find a place to live. John said, I'm living at my home. My mom, we got an extra room, so I lived in the Pay's house for a few weeks while I tried to find a place. Before I got Greg Beatty's, he was a tight end from Stanford in Miami. He had bought a house in Menlo Park, and I rented that 3-4 weeks later. But I lived with John for 3 or 4 weeks, and he was during the strike was coaching Menlo women's basketball. So I would go there. And so people remember, it's funny, enough years go by, you coached with John Pay. I'm like, well, I kind of handed some towels out, but I don't know, much else. So John called me this year because the women's flag football is brand new in California, which is amazing. By the way, the girls who are playing feel so empowered that they're playing football. It means so much to them. I was shocked how meaningful it was to them. So that inclusion thing I said on tape the other day, it's very real. And so John said, can you come by? I said, John, I can, every once in a while my girls are playing. Yeah, I'll try. And so that has been really fun to pop by and, work with the quarterbacks and try to teach them how to grab the ball.
That's cool.
What do I look at? There's 5 people. How do I look at them all? And the questions from the girls are so fascinating. They're so probing. They're like, and they get it right away. And I was like, man, if the guys could get it as fast as the girls get it, it'd be amazing. I told the snap count story, right? We told them, hey, look, you can go on any snap count you want. Like, they were like, you're kidding. We go on 4. Yeah, you go on anything. They're like, oh my gosh. And then he would go on 4, and no one would flinch. No one. The first time
you could go on 4 with your group.
We couldn't go on 4.
Harris Barton would have jumped on 2.
We would break the huddle and go 2 now, 2. Oh, wait, the line of scrimmage, 2. Now remember, 2. Then we'd go on 2 and somebody
jump on 1 for sure.
Just go on first sound. It's easier.
Yeah.
But there's a part of it that has been really kind of full circle in a way to go all the way back to when I was learning the position. And what I looked at, how would you describe to someone who had no idea that there's 5 people on a route? Where do you look? She said to me, Paige goes, I look and I see 5 I don't see anybody. I go, that's the whole point. You can't see 5 people at once. So pick somebody. Start by picking one person and stare at them and get used to looking at one person. And then what will happen is that you'll start to get peripheral vision in that, and you'll start to get a sense of all 5 people as you now are focused yet open. And so it was just fun to describe that and have her go, oh yeah, okay, like that was super cool. So that
just look at fun. Jerry Rice. Just start with him.
Just start with Jerry. I use Jerry all the time to the girls. I'm like, Jerry Rice. I said the other day, he always told me that when you're running fast, your eyes bounce, and if you don't flex your eyeballs, that's how you don't miss the ball in the long balls, because you're running and so quickly your eyes are moving. You have to flex your eye. So I was telling this story. You got to flex your eyeballs.
How the hell do you do that?
Well, try it, Greg. You can flex your eyeballs when you're running.
Can I?
Yeah.
Keep your head still, I thought
there's muscles. No, there's muscles in your eyes, according to Jerry, that you can develop that your eyes don't bounce when you run. So another small little.
Because he drinks that goat fuel. That's how that happens.
The great goat fuel, Jerry Rice.
That's awesome.
He's got a lot of stuff.
And again, remember, unscripted, the San Francisco 49ers, and again, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, Brent Jones, Ronnie Lott, Steve Young are going to be there. And again, it is Wednesday, September 27th, 7:30, Current Theater. Tickets on sale now, BroadwaySF.com, and on social media at BroadwaySF. Great catching up with you, man. Thanks, bro.
You guys are great.
Come to a game, brother. Come to a game. When are you coming?
You just don't see me.
You're there.
Oh, I'm
you
sorry.
slide in, you slide out,
and hang out with you. Oh,
you're in the owner's
suite.
Is
not coming to the radio booth and not being on the field pregame. That's the 2 places I need to be. radio booth
right.
or on the pregame field, or else I'm not there.
So you're there, and I don't know you're there. That's what
That's
you're
always
saying?
where Jerry is.
I need to. I'm not going to run the. I'm not going to do the Jerry Rice run the 100.
Exactly.
You don't have to come to the Lon Simmons broadcast booth. It's on the 8th floor. But when you're on the field, I want to see you. Come to the field.
Don't make me come and beat Jerry Rice again in a race.
He breaks another tackle. He breaks another tackle. Young won't go down.
That's beautiful. Hey, thanks, Steve.
See you, boys.
Take care, man.
Thank you, Steve.
That is the great Steve Young. And again, that is going to be a cool night. Wednesday, September 27th, Current Theater. Unscripted. The San Francisco 49ers. Again, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, Brent Jones, Ronnie Lott, Steve Young, Christy Yamaguchi is going to be there as well, live on stage. BroadwaySF.com. BroadwaySF.com. Or at Broadway SF for more information. Wednesday, September 27th, 7:30. Make an appointment to be there.
Let's
cool
go.
Charity. Very cool. Yeah. Champions Charities. That's founded by Harris Barton and Ronnie Lott to help fight brain cancer and brain disease. So be there. All right. Dante Whitner's going to join us in about 10 minutes. We'll get back to previewing the Steelers and the 49ers are live at Levi Stadium. You're leaving in less than an hour.
And when I leave, you're going to hear Kyle Shanahan. I think he'll answer questions about Bosa's first practice and Nick Bosa.
Freshly minted.
Right around 1 o'clock today. Kyle at about 12:45 and Nick at about 1 o'clock.
All that next. Only here on the Sports Radio.
You've been years. How many years?
How many years have we been doing this, John? Since 2011.
Well, yeah.
12 years.
Shut up.
12 years.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss the latest on Nick Bosa and how the 49ers match up against the Steelers on Sunday. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What did I say? Somebody gave me a stat. The most fourth quarter vicissitudes, I don't know what the right word is, where...
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. It's great to be joined by Steve Young and a great event that Steve's got going on. KNBR.com for any and all of the interviews on all the shows. We've had some great ones. John Lynch was on with Murph and Mac this morning. Kyle Shanahan was on yesterday with Tolbert and Coast. We had Steve on. We have Max Starks on from the Steelers side of things. It's been great, Matt Miyoko. And we still got more. Kyle Shanahan is going to speak about the Bosa contract. 1 o'clock hour, Nick Bosa is going to speak. You guys are going to take off after that, so we'll have that for you. And Dante Whitner is going to join us in a minute. So very, very cool.
We got to get Steve on more often, but he won't come on. It's a Tolbert and Copes thing.
Yeah.
After that great interview, you know, the actual line from Lon was, Steve gets away!
Yeah,
he gets away again!
That's awesome, man. All right, Dante Whitner is going to join us coming up next. Not only will we talk a lot of Niners and Steelers, but before Joe Burrow was an LSU Tiger, he was an Ohio State Buckeye, and he has reset the number at the position again, at the quarterback position. We'll ask him about that as well. He'll take credit for it as a Buckeye. We'll talk to Dante next on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
You know, we've played some really good football around here the last couple of years, but we've gotten ourselves in holes early. So I think getting the mentality right from the beginning, I think who better than the Steelers? Because you know when you're playing the Pittsburgh Steelers on the road, in their place, Renegade playing in the fourth quarter, you better bring it. And I think our guys are gonna be ready. It should be. I keep saying it, but I'm excited as a football fan because it's gonna be physical. It's gonna be one heck of a matchup. Two well-coached teams ready to play.
That was John Lynch this morning, general manager of the 49ers, who's going to join Murph and Mac every Friday, so make sure you stay tuned. But they had a lot of Nick Bosa talk, which we'll get into, and Nick, of course, went to The Ohio State, and Dante Whitner went to The Ohio State, and Dante joins us every week during the football season, and he's back again, and we are excited about it, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening, Dante? How are you?
We did it again, baby.
Nick of time. Nick of time.
We did it again, Pop.
Man.
You got him here in time. So, and he's going to talk to the media. Kyle's going to talk at about 12:45 off the practice field, and then Nick and we'll take it live. So what do you expect? I mean, he's been working out like Nick Bosa. His quads are quadzilla. He looks ripped. I mean, he's got veins popping out of his neck, but he didn't go to training camp. So, you know, how many snaps do you think he can play on Sunday, Dante?
I think he can play upward of 60 snaps. When you think about what T.J. Watt did last year, signing his contract, 1 day of practice, I believe. And then he went out there and had 2 sacks. I believe that Nick Bosa can do the same thing. But I kind of worry because there's a reason why when you come into OTAs and mini camp and the first couple days of training camp, they implement you very slowly, right? They go helmets and shorts. Then they go shoulder pads. Then they go full pads. That's so that the nervous system can catch up with what your brain is telling your body to do. So hopefully he's prepared, he's hydrated, he can go out there and play like the normal Nick Bosa. If he didn't hit that normal 60-plus snap count, I would truly understand.
So what is the challenge for him as a guy who played yourself where, they always say I wouldn't know, but you certainly would, football shape and being in shape. You've always been in shape. Nick is in great shape, but there's a difference between football shape and being in shape. So what is that?
The difference is everything leading up to the season is simulation. When you're running and training, they call them gassers. One half of the field, cross to the other half, come back. Yeah, you'll feel good when you step on the field. But any player that's ever played at a high level, college, Division I, or in the NFL, they can tell you when you get out there in that first series and it goes 8 to 10 plays, you feel like you haven't worked out all offseason. So when we were here with Harbaugh, he would call it building callus, right? Where he would throw the ball on one field, he would put another ball on another field, and he would say defense versus offense. Let's just run as many plays as we can run to get into football shape. When you're coming off a long layoff like Nick Bosa had, it could be difficult for him. So you have to watch him early, make sure they have the oxygen mask for him on the sideline. But with the way that he plays the game, all out effort all the time, it's going to be difficult to maintain that level of, cardiovascular ability to go out there and play his normal game. So expect for him to sub out, but on those big third downs, you can surely expect to see Nick Bosa.
Yeah, I know a group that loves having him back, no matter how many snaps he plays. Everyone he's out there, they're going to love it, and that's the corners. So just give me, I know you've been watching a little Pittsburgh, and normally we talk to you on Monday to review a game, but now we get to preview a game. And, George Pickens, the 50-50 balls, just the ball in the air is big time. And then they've got the great route runner of Deontay Johnson, Allen Robinson, the former Ram, will be in the slot, so Demo will have him a lot. They got Freiermuth. And what have you seen from Kenny Pickett? We'll get to their run game and Najee and all that, but just this young quarterback, Kyle was saying it reminds him a little of Brock Purdy. Do you see that? And then how do you think they match up the 49ers secondary with Pickett to Pickens and Deontay Johnson and Robinson and the big tight ends?
He does remind me of a poor man's Brock Purdy. And I say that basically because he can't really operate from the pocket. When you watch the games last year with Kenny Pickett, he had his most success when they limit his ability to throw the ball. They go to the boot game. Najee Harris is running wild, and he's able to utilize the RPO, and they cut one half of the field off when they're booting him out after they have a lot of success on first and second down runs. There's multiple games last year where he threw 3 interceptions. And that was mainly because he was playing against veteran groups that showed him one thing pre-snap, and then they were able to maneuver and get to where they were supposed to be post-snap, along with, the Philadelphia Eagles and that pass rush that, they displayed. They put consistent pressure on them, and Hargrave sacked them twice. So what I'm seeing from Kenny Pickett is a very simplified game plan, a lot of outside isolated throws on first and second down, but I tell you where he can hurt you. He can hurt you with his mobility. There are many times last year in big games and on big down and distances where he stepped up, stepped out, and, picked up first down with his legs. Similar to last year's game versus Justin Fields in the Chicago Bears game 1. Remember, Justin Fields didn't have a lot of success throwing the ball through the air. It was inclement weather. It started to rain, and he took over the game with his legs. That's the only thing that worries me about the 49ers defense versus this offense is, will you allow Kenny Pickett to improvise, step up in the pocket, and pick up those first downs in front of that fan base? If they let them stay in the game early, that's where they could have issues.
Dante Whitner joining us, as he will every single week during the 49er season. Pop and Lunds, we're live from Levi's Stadium. So we do a poll every year, the Friday before the Sunday, and we ask 49ers fans how far they think they'll go. obviously all the way up to winning the Super Bowl, all the way down to missing the playoffs. Where are you on that scale of winning the Super Bowl, not making the playoffs? How far do you think the 49ers will go this year?
After watching the Kansas City Chiefs last night, I think the 49ers are the front runner to win the Super Bowl. I understand they have the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC, but when you look at the 49ers roster, the continuity and how many guys have been here and understand the 49er way, having a quarterback that, had a lot of college experience, and he showed the magic that he brings to this offense. And then we're not even going to talk about the top-tier playmakers that they have on the offensive and the defensive side of the ball. The only thing that I think that could, hamper those hopes is if the secondary doesn't play well. And I'm a little concerned opposite Trevarius Ward, and I'm concerned with the slot. If they can figure those two out, if they can get Christian McCaffrey the ball in the run in the pass game, the 49ers are clear favorites, in my opinion, to win the Super Bowl this year.
All right, so obviously this stadium's been around a long time. 2001, Heinz Field. It's now been known the last couple of years as Acrisure Stadium. You being a member of the Cleveland Browns, you went in there and played this team a little bit. Just give me your thoughts overall, Dante, about what the 49ers are walking into on opening day going to Western PA.
Well, first and foremost, they're going to have to deal with the time differential. It's going to be an early game. You have to travel to the East Coast. And then you have to deal with a bunch of fans that have probably been up since, 6 a.m. because it's the opening weekend NFL season, and fans just love it. So they'll probably be up and, getting a little saucy very early. And, they're looking for something huge out of this team this year. So they're going to be as loud and as rowdy as possible. You might get some middle fingers on the bus ride over there from a lot of that fan base, because that's what they do. They line the streets and they stick their middle fingers up at you, and they pull their pants down. And it's just going to be a hostile environment. And it's one of the significant, stadiums in the history of the NFL. A lot of lineage and great players and great teams. So, if I was a 49ers player right now currently, I wouldn't want to start the season in any other arena versus any other team, and especially against a well-coached team like Mike Tomlin. This is actually going to be a measuring stick game, because no matter what happens at the quarterback position, they have a brand of football that they play over there as well, and it's just physicality. So you'll see which team is the most physical, and I'm expecting it to be the 49ers.
Dante, you're the best, man. We're looking forward to another fun season with you. We appreciate it. By the way, the Ohio State, not only Nick Bosa, but that's where Joe Burrow started, and he just reset the quarterback market as well. So you guys aren't doing so bad.
Yeah. And there's more to come. Don't worry. We got a couple of receivers in New York with Aaron Rodgers. Probably going to set some all-time season records this year and, reset their record book. So, just keep watching The Ohio State University. We're going to continue to do it.
You're the best.
And in the TV world too, guys. Don't forget that.
Generational wealth.
That's
Dante's got.
You're the best, man. We look forward to it. Talk to you soon.
And he's gone.
Dante.
We're going to talk to him on Monday when we get back?
Yeah, sure.
Tuesday.
Okay, Tuesday. So there we go. All right, Kyle Shanahan to speak and Nick Bosa to speak.
Here comes Bosa.
All next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers General Manager John Lynch, he joined Murph and Mack this morning to reflect on how the Nick Bosa deal got done and looks ahead to the 49ers matchup with the Steelers. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Papa and Lund, thanks for joining us.
We're ready to crank it up, John. We're going to Pittsburgh. Renegade!
You have to wait till it cranks up?
We're coming down from the gallows, John. So they've been playing this on the practice field all week. Because when you go from the third quarter to the fourth quarter,
dudes are like, who the hell is this?
At Acrisure Stadium. No, the guys love it.
Do?
They love it.
This starts cranking.
And then after that, they were going with Running with the Devil. Here we go.
Right there.
Steeler Week.
Big time.
We're going to hear this Sunday.
All right, Kyle is speaking to the media right now about the Nick Bosa deal, and then Nick Bosa right after that. So we'll have it exclusively on the home of the 49ers, KNBR, the sports leader. Here's Kyle.
Charvarius Ward will be questionable. George Kittle, questionable. Everyone else is good to go.
Is Ray McLeod?
Yep.
Will he be back there returning kicks?
Not sure yet.
Obviously, everything's fine with Huff.
Yes, yeah, he had a personal matter. He was out there today. Good to have him back, and he's in good shape.
You seemed pretty confident yesterday on the radio about Charvarius. Any setbacks or anything?
No, we went half speed today, and he was able to go out there, and hopefully it keeps getting better for Sunday.
How has Nick looked, and what's sort of your updated expectation of?
He looked exactly how we were expecting him to look. Looks in real good shape. Looks ready to go.
Have you informed anybody of a roster move that'll?
We're doing that right now. Yeah, so can't say right now.
Did George have a setback after that Chargers game?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was he able to do much in practice this week?
He was able to do enough to be limited.
Have you been able to formulate a plan for Bosa? I know you only saw him. This was his first real practice, but do you have a sense of how you're going to use him, and how do you think you will?
Yeah, we got an idea how we're going to use him, and I think he'll do all right.
Is there a level of concern just because he hasn't been hitting, throwing him into a first game like that?
There always is. I mean, the hitting is less of the concern. Hitting, it's just more. It's more about the stamina of the game and things like that. I go back to 21. Bosa towards ACL in 20. Didn't get any training camp in 21. We activated him for practice, I think, that last week. So he got a week of practice. And then versus Detroit, he played, I think, like 60 plays. Was able to stay healthy and do stuff like that. We had him in practice a little bit more. We got that last week and stuff, but at least we have some stuff to go off with him. But the hitting and things like that don't concern me too much. It's more just positions you get the body in and things like that, which you're concerned with in general. So we got to be smart with him and everything, but we'll see how the game plays out.
What's your plan in nickel back?
Not sure yet.
Do you expect to be? I guess you guys haven't faced him in 4 years, but do you expect to be in your nickel more than maybe in the past, just because of perhaps their kind of change of philosophy offensively?
It really just depends how they play. We try not to make too many assumptions. You try to plan for everything, especially in week one, and then you get an idea how the game goes, and then you adjust, and then they adjust, and you see where it ends up at the end. But we got a plan to adjust to whatever it is, but we got to see what they're doing too.
Forrester was talking to me, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, about said the most tired he ever sees on offensive line is after the first long series of the first game of the season, because you just simply can't replicate the kind of stress and strain, not in the preseason or training camp or anything else. Is that true for the whole team pretty much?
Yes, very true. And I think that gets stronger and stronger each year, just the way the off seasons have become for everybody. The no off season pretty much, especially for big guys. The smaller training camps. When you do have those smaller training camps, it's just how you got to build them up and things. It's hard to go on long drives in practice. We're used to do that a lot. You just had more time, and you try to get 10-play drives just for conditioning. Sometimes guys get so tired out there, it's hard to get hurt because they're not moving that fast. You don't get that as much as you used to, just with the time constraints and things like that. So I think that does show up more now than it used to.
Can't go Sunday. How significant or difficult is it to replace a guy like that? Not just in the passing game, but how instrumental he is as a run blocker as well.
Yeah, definitely, in both of those, because he's a great pass game tight end and he's a great run blocking tight end. So obviously, anytime you're missing a great player, it does change things. But it's you always are prepared for that when you have an idea. It can be a possibility too. So it's better than being surprised.
Take two more guys.
Does Matthew Wright make the trip, or because Moody is off the list, no need for?
I believe he's making the trip.
So what have you seen from Moody and just how his leg is?
I think he's looked good enough to be full.
That's good.
He's good. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, that is Kyle Shanahan. It's Pop and Lund here on these Sports Leaders. We're live from Levi Stadium. We're going to be heading out of here in about 12.
As soon as
minutes.
Nick Bosa starts talking.
Yeah, so we're going to have.
Get up.
We're going to talk. We're going to hear from Nick Bosa. He was waiting in the wings, so when the guys give us the indicator, we'll let you hear exclusively from Nick Bosa and how he's feeling. And you heard Kyle there is evasive. That's smart. Your Friday press conference. But the big thing to come out of that, besides having a plan for Nick Bosa but not revealing plan, cleared to play Ray, Hufanga, Oren Burks, Gibson, Mason, Moody, Bosa, all that. Questionable Kittle and Ward. Big ones.
Charvarius, yeah, those are big. And George has got a groin, and Kyle did say it was a setback. He played the 12 snaps in the preseason game. That was 2 weeks ago tonight against the Chargers, and we talked to him after. He was fine, and then he had some kind of a setback when they reconvened after that, and then Charvarius Ward as a heel. So, George had a groin last year, and he missed the first couple of games that had set him off, but then he wound up playing like 18 in a row to close the year, and he had 11 touchdowns. But you need him, obviously, in this game. He's already been looking at tape, but not just how to block T.J. Watt, John, but Alex Highsmith on the backside in the run game. If you're running that T.J. Watt and the cutback comes his way, Highsmith he's a good player. And, they've got Herbig, the rookie, behind him, and then Marcus Golden. They're a good defense. So Charvarius Ward would be a major problem if he can't go. Then you're going to be young everywhere. Then you're going to be, maybe Isaiah Oliver goes in the slot, Demo's outside. Ambry, you got Sam Womack to mix in. But that's what I was talking about, just watching him practice without Charvarius yesterday. I don't know what he did today. But without Charvarius Ward, it's a very young group on the outside. You can put Isaiah Oliver, the veteran, inside, but your boundary corners are all young guys.
Well, the other thing about the tight end, too, is with those really good edge rushers, I just think that a lot of the game hinges on the fact that they got a ton of, obviously, as we've talked about, a ton of great skill players, but up front, you got to block those guys. And what that can do is you've got McKivitz out there, and you want to use a tight end sometimes. We saw in the Philadelphia game, they had Croft, who's now in Miami, but you use that tight end. He's going to block on occasion. He's going to chip on occasion. And if you don't have George Kittle doing that, then who's doing that? Because it's not really what Ross Dwelly does. It's not what Willis does.
Charlie Warner can do that.
Warner's the guy, right? I mean, that puts a ton of pressure on Charlie
can hit him. I spoke to Colton McKivitz at length. You'll hear it in the pregame show on Sunday morning. He's going to do all right.
I don't think he's going to be bad. You do use that tight end, though, regardless.
Well, but if you start going towards T.J. Watt's side, Highsmith can light you up on the backside, and they bring in Marcus Golden, and they've also got Herbig. I mean, I don't think all four will be on the field at once, but they can keep guys fresh. T.J. Watt he's a try-hard player, and he does have a little bit of a spin move back towards the middle. But they're going to have a plan. T.J. Watt just can't wreck the game, but he does have the ability to do that. I think Colton will be fine. The one thing Tim Ryan was saying, they're lighter too. T.J. Watt's fast, and he's got a good spin move, tries to get upfield on you, but you can run on T.J. Watt. So I don't know if you run away from him or run at him. But I think that's the edge where the 3-4 linebackers are, they buzz him out into coverage. Last time we saw him in 19, he had an interception against Jimmy Garoppolo. The ball Matt Breida bobbled up in the air. So I think McKivitz's strength is going to be able to lean on him a little bit in the run game. And then Colton, frankly, John, I think is better in pass pro than McGlinchey. If it was McGlinchey, maybe you would have to think about sliding help his way. And remember when Brock got out last year, it was McGlinchey's side, and he would run out the other way and get to his left. I think in pass pro, Colton will be fine against T.J. Watt. And in this particular matchup, because of the size factor, T.J.'s a smaller end. I think they feel like they can run at him as well.
Yeah, so we'll keep you up to date, but that is the only 49ers who are even questionable. George Kittle with a groin, Charvarius Ward with a heel. I know that John Lynch was optimistic this morning when he talked to Murph and Mack and did say that he thought Ward was going to play, but we shall see. Good news, Jake Moody with the quad. It looks like he's going to kick. Everybody else is good to go for Sunday. So, again, those are the two.
How you feeling on Jake at Acrisure Stadium?
A little nervous. I do. I hope
he
I'm
was
wrong.
blasted him in practice. I think he'll be fine.
We're talking about practice.
I know.
No, but look, I don't want to be right on Moody. All these people are hit me up on social media like I'm hoping the kid fails. I don't hope the kid fails. I just get nervous with rookie kickers. That's all. I've been consistent with that. I hope he kicks them all right down the middle. I hope
he's got in the kickoffs. He has a much stronger leg than Robbie. There's just no doubt. I mean, Robbie would not touch it back. He'd directionally kick it, and then we got to see what they're going to do with the new fair catch rule. How they're going to handle that. So, but Kyle wouldn't say it. Ray McLeod is
huge.
I have to assume he'll be back fielding punts and kicks. Kyle wouldn't. Well, he didn't want to tell Pittsburgh, but he's got a little wrap on his left wrist. A few years ago, he broke the right one, and he did fine with it. He's been You have got to give him credit to come back and play in this game if he does play, because it was Pittsburgh, his former team. So he did not want to miss this game. So he worked really hard to get back and to get over that. Because initially, John, they thought it was going to be like 8 weeks when he did it. Remember, it was right before we went to Vegas. So I thought for sure he was going to begin the year on IR and have to miss the first 4 games.
Well, the other thing, too, is again, it's nothing against Ronnie Bell. He was fine back there. But, again, another position where you really don't want to have a rookie back there returning kicks and punts. They're just a little nervous his first game. Whatever.
He's a really good catcher of the ball.
I like him, but I don't totally trust rookies, especially in a first game like that. So I like that Ray's back. I think that's a big deal.
Brock Purdy was a rookie last year. Yeah. He was fine, wasn't he?
He's an exception to the rule. He's like a tank. I mean, he's up there like mentally.
Did you feel that way when he came into the game against Miami? His first ball went in the sideline?
But when Patrick Peterson was saying he's going to pick him off, and he just kind of stood up there and he just said, we'll see, and kind of this sly smile on his face, like, he's an assassin. He doesn't look like one. You know what I mean? But he is.
What he should have said is, "You're the game plan, Pete. We're going right at you. Wherever you line up, we're going at you."
So
because you ain't that guy anymore. But he's not going to say that.
You might have that opportunity because we're going to throw it.
I thought he was done in Arizona.
Yeah, and like you said, if he has to break into the slot, good.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to do that.
Can't even.
They got Shannon Sullivan, and Desmond King can go in there if they could. I mean, the thing about Patrick Peterson, when you go on the slot, you got to tackle. You want a piece of Trent Williams in there and the 49er run game in the slot?
No.
For someone who's not played in the slot? That's kind of hard. How many guys have done that? He's 33 years of age. All of a sudden, they're going to move you inside. It's not like moving Ronnie and Rod Woodson from corner to safety late in the career. It makes sense. How many corners are asked to go play in the slot late in their career when they didn't do it?
A lot of them are taken out of the slot because it's such a quickness position. Change of direction, quickness, those kind of things. As you get older, those, hasn't affected me, of course, but because I never had quickness or athleticism. But I mean, you get older, you don't have more of that; you have less. So
We'll see how it all goes.
So anyway, we're expecting to hear from Nick Bosa at any point, and it's kind of cool if you come down here where we are right now at Levi's Stadium. They have banners everywhere. They have on the big boards in the stadium. Congratulations, Nick Bosa, with pictures. I mean, it's like I don't know that I've ever seen that. I mean, everybody is giddy to get him back in. If you missed the press conference with Kyle said he's good to go. He's asked how many snaps. He declined to answer the question, but they all sound
he doesn't
optimistic.
want the Steelers to know.
Of course, yeah, you're not going to tell him. Plus, the one thing is, too, is, I looked at past, and everybody's mentioning T.J. Watt and all these kind of things. It's all dependent on the game and the game conditions. That's just what it's going to come down to.
3 games in 3 nights, so I'm going to leave you on this note, John.
What do you got? So are you guys going to be up in the booth, like, getting all jacked up to this?
This is not anything we're bringing.
Yeah,
this is
quarter.
The Steelers.
Yeah.
They do
this.
This
is like their thing. Oh, believe me. Were you a Styx fan growing up?
I did like Styx.
Tommy Shaw.
I like the way they spelled it.
STYX.
All right, I got to blow, boy.
All right, man. Have a safe flight.
You ready?
There you go.
Yeah.
So you guys going to be in the booth, like, holding 4 fingers up and all that?
This is what they do in Pittsburgh. Yeah. They haven't played it on the practice field all week. We're going to crank this out of the Fort Pitt Tunnel.
You are? When you're
tonight.
Coming in the bus?
I guarantee you.
Yeah. All right, man. Enjoy.
Bye.
Have a great flight.
Bye.
That is that is what happens. And I'm telling you, man, it's been a long time, but it's I'm not saying it's Philly and nastiness, but there's this misconception of Steelers fans. Believe me, it is going to be crazy on Sunday. So again, okay, we'll come back and we'll play the Nick Bosa for you coming up next. If you missed Steve Young, we're going to play that at the bottom of the hour live from Levi's Stadium, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Fortinanders head coach Kyle Shanahan, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss the latest on Nick Bosa and how the 49ers match up against the Steelers on Sunday. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Do you really want my answer? I don't like the owner's haircut. Yeah, I don't like the bowl cut. Like, kind of pisses me off.
Wow. And people think I took personal shots at the owner of the Raiders. My goodness, man. That's Randy Gregory, the Raiders and Broncos. He was asked what he doesn't like or what he likes least about the Raiders, and he came up with the haircut. That's Randy Gregory. All right, so here's what's going on. We're live at Levi's Stadium. We just had you hear from Kyle Shanahan. He just had a press conference talking about who's available, who's not. The big story that comes out of that, everyone is available except for George Kittle, who is questionable, and Charvarius Ward, who is questionable. And those are huge questionables because of the depth. And again, this is going to happen all season long. Football is different, as you well know, than any other sport in that it's not our injuries going to happen. It's how often they're going to happen against two, and being a top-heavy team, and they just paid Nick Bosa all this money. They don't have the depth of previous years. So behind George Kittle, Ross Dwelly's obviously more of a pass catcher, and Charlie Warner's more of a blocker. Cam Latu is on the third-round pick out of Alabama, is on injured reserve. We will not see him this year. And Braden Willis, if you've ever seen him, he is a move tight end. He's a little bit thinner. He's not going to be blocking as well. So whether you like it or not, they're going to have that tight end sometimes like Tyler Kroft on Hassan Reddick that injured Brock Purdy. That's just part of this offense. You saw it in the Kansas City game last night where they had an end on Hutchinson, and that didn't work out so well. It's just kind of what it is. Plus, you're going to have to double up a little bit on T.J. Watt. So if there's no George Kittle, and that's not even George Kittle in the pass game, that's a problem. And one of the places they are most thin, and it reminds me of a couple of years ago in 2021 against the Lions, in that opener, they lost Jason Verrett. And then all season long, they were fighting uphill with guys like Josh Norman, which did not work out well, to say the least. And they just don't have a ton of depth on the outside, so much so that Dima Lenore is going to be outside, then inside, and possibly a guy like Ambry Thomas, who I don't trust. I don't know about you, but last year he was in the doghouse. So, corner-wise, they don't have a ton of depth, and that's what happens when you're paying everybody. You can't have everything, all parts of your team covered, and those are a couple of positions they're the most thin. So hopefully Ward can play, and hopefully Kittle can play, but that's what came out of Kyle Shanahan's press conference. It did say that Jake Moody's good, the kicker. Did say that Nick Bosa's looking good. Declined to say what the plan is going to be for Nick Bosa. And I said this yesterday. First of all, anybody who's predicting it, it's just how the game goes. Who knows? I don't know what the field is going to be like. I was told by a friend in Pittsburgh that they have a high school game there on Friday. There's potential rain. Pitt's going to play there against Cincinnati on Saturday, then an NFL game on Sunday. So if they get rain, it's not going to be great weather. And if you're the 49ers and you're looking at Nick Bosa going, look, I don't know how much we're going to play him on this wet track. I'm not saying he's not going to play. I'm just simply saying it might be limited. So that there's part of that to determine it. But Matt Maiocco did a good job. T.J. Watt a couple of years ago played a lot of snaps after holding in. Nick Bosa in 2019 played against Tampa, and he had an ankle injury, which happened on August 7th. They played the game in 2019, his rookie year in Tampa Bay on September 8th, so he missed the last month of training camp. And he played in 55% of the snaps in that game. He played 38 snaps in that game, had a quarterback sack, couple of TFLs. So to me, that's maybe more accurate. I mean, I think that Nick would play 35 to 40 snaps. We had Dante on before, and he said he could play a ton. But remember, in his career, Nick Bosa's played about 75% of the snaps for the 49ers. Last year, they averaged 63 defensive plays, and Nick played in 47 of them. So normally, anyway, he's going to play in about 47 a game if there's 63 snaps, which was the average for the defense last year. So I'm thinking off that, maybe 35 to 40, but it just depends. So if you're betting guys, say 35 to 40, but it just depends on what the weather conditions are. How much is Pittsburgh throwing the ball? What's the whole situation? If the Niners get up a couple of touchdowns, I'm just not going to chance Nick Bosa. So a lot depends on exactly what happens, what the field's like, what the game is going like, all those kind of things. But I would say it's kind of safe to assume maybe in that range, maybe down 10 or 12 snaps. And then what do the Steelers do in those snaps? So anyway, we're expected to hear from Nick Bosa. And as I told you before, we're down here at Levi's Stadium. And the minute you go down Tasman Drive, adjacent to the stadium, there's all these screens. The screens up in Levi's Stadium. I put this out on Twitter. Congratulations, Nick Bosa. So they're all into it. And I would imagine that the media wants to talk to Nick before they head off, because I think once they come back from this game, win, lose, or draw, they're going to be like, look, that's over. And I think right now they want it to be over, but they did say that Nick was going to speak after Kyle, and we did hear from Kyle. We have not heard from Nick, so we'll keep you up to date on anything as far as that goes. We ran a poll today, and it's going about as predictably as I thought it would as far as the optimism. We talked to Steve Young about this, and by the way, we're going to play Steve for you at 1:30. No, he's not moving to our show from the afternoon show from Tolbert and Copes. He had something to promote, a great event that he's doing with a bunch of 49ers as well, and so he came on the show to talk about that. But we asked him about this mentality of, and this is where he lived as a 49er, as he put it, of it's Super Bowl or bust. And so just I'm saying that as along the poll, because right now about 65% of the respondents say that the 49ers are going to win the Super Bowl. And again, that doesn't surprise me. But as you come down here, you feel, and I'm not going to call it a tension. It's not a negative thing, as Steve Young told us. It's not a negative thing. It's not a tension. It's an urgency that you feel, I think, when you come in the building down here, because they're paying all this money to Nick Bosa for good reason. But over the last number of years, whether it's Kittle, whether it's Warner, whomever it is, whether it's Debo in the future, I mean, this just keeps going. And this is a great testament of how you are drafting, developing. I mean, this is how you're supposed to do it in every sport, right? You're supposed to draft, develop, re-sign. Draft, develop, re-sign. Well, that's what they're doing. And for a lot of years, they didn't re-sign because the guys weren't any good. But now it's every offseason. And next season, it's going to be Ayuk. And the season after that, it's going to be Brock Purdy and Hufanga. And you're going to go on down the line. And at some point, and I'm not saying that's now, maybe it runs out, maybe it doesn't, whatever. But that's where you live. And the reason why you're paying all these guys, and the reason why you bring in Javon Hargrave and you go to Jed York and you say, hi, we need a bunch of money. We need upfront money, and that's what people don't realize too. This isn't funny money. They got to hand them a check, and the money better be in the account. But the reason why they continue to do this and do this and do this is there is an urgency to win a Super Bowl down here. There's no question. You can just feel it. And so when the Rams won the Super Bowl, you justify it a couple of years ago. Now they're in cap hell. Just how it is. Tampa Bay a couple of years ago. By the way, they've got a cap number on Tom Brady this year that they're carrying that's over $30 million. It's just like, we won the Super Bowl. We can justify all those things. By winning, you can justify everything. By winning, you can justify, the Trey Lance trade didn't work out. In any other market, you wouldn't have a quarterback. You wouldn't be very good because you were picking at the top of the draft. You blew it on the quarterback, and you're trying again and again and again, and your team's bad. Your fan base is pissed. The media is all over you, but you look at the 49ers and you say, well, we got lucky with Brock Purdy. We're still winning. We got a great roster, and it's still Super Bowl or bust. And that's the sense you get down here. But the caveat to all of that is you have to win it. The Rams, you're not very good now, but you won it. Tampa, you're not very good now, but you won it. 49ers, that urgency, not tension, but the urgency right now is you've got to win it. And it's not, and Mike Silver was saying this the other day when he joined us, there's been salary cap discussions, and they're going to have to tear this thing apart and blah, blah, blah for years and years and years. He was saying since Dion in 94, and I agree with him. But at some point, you just can't. At some point, you can't. And so people talk about the 49ers as an aging roster. I don't see it so much as that. I know Trent Williams is 35 and Juszczyk's getting older and Kittle hits the magic 30 and all these kind of things. It's not that to me. It's that you can only do this for so long. It's a little bit like the Warriors. Now, the NBA rules are different than the NFL rules. I understand that. You can manipulate the salary cap a lot better in the NFL than you can in the NBA. There's a hard line in the NBA and the NFL. You can kind of manipulate, and you can move money around like they did with Trent Williams and George Kittle. And it was funny, by the way. The way that it gets reported is that they've converted money into signing bonuses and everything. And somebody asked Kittle about it yesterday. It's hilarious. I don't know if we have it back in the studio, but he basically said, "Look, man, I didn't get a $10 million check by converting it into quote unquote a signing bonus. I didn't get that money." He's like, "It would be really cool, but I didn't." But anyway, you've got to do financial gymnastics, and the reason you do it is to win it. And there's an urgency down here to win it. And everybody is looking at all this, a lot of the so-called experts, and saying, I think that Peter Schrager, who's called the Super Bowl 4 years in a row, took Kansas City over the 49ers. And just because it's one game doesn't mean Kansas City isn't going to be back in it. That's just kind of the opening night, what we saw last night. But there is an urgency for the 49ers. The Chiefs don't have it. They've won, 2 of the last 3, whatever it is. I think the Bills have it. The Niners have it. The teams like that who haven't won it in a while. The Jets, because the clock is ticking on Aaron Rodgers. But as Steve Young said, that's where you want to be as a player. That's where you want to be as an organization. That's where you want to be as a fan. Part of my frustration on the Giants is that they don't seem to have that. And I know they won it in 10 and 12 and 14, and that's all grand, but we're going to go on 10 years on that. Next year, it's going to be 10 years. And it seems to me that they're living, let's get that third wild card. That'd be good. Like, as a fan, think about the difference between what the Warriors and the Niners, kind of the mentality they have, championship or bust, and the Giants seem to be, hey, the third wild card's cool. Keep coming to the park. In baseball, the Yankees, the Dodgers, there are certain teams that are like, it's championship or bust, and if we don't get a championship, it's a disappointing season. And that's too bad. And the one thing I would say from a fan standpoint, the journey is always so much fun. In 19, it was fun, even last year up until the game in Philly. I'm not saying you got to jump to that. Enjoy the whole ride, but there is definitely an urgency that everybody can feel down here in regards to this whole thing. It's a reason why they got Hargrave. They didn't have to go out and get Hargrave. They knew all the contracts that they had coming up. But they looked at their defense and they said, we need somebody in the middle, and Javon Hargrave or Javon Kinlaw's not getting it done. Let's go get Javon Hargrave. Got to keep those split. But that's how it is. And they go to Jed York and he says, yeah. And Jed has said this. I mean, he doesn't talk as much as he used to, but it's like, look, it is a championship or bust mentality. And I think going into the season, that's what it is. So it doesn't surprise me to loop this thing all the way back to the poll. It doesn't surprise me that most fans are saying 65% say that they're going to win a Super Bowl. Only 2% checking in from Oakland saying they're not going to make the playoffs. And then the other ones are make it to the Super Bowl, make the playoffs. And we didn't even break down the playoffs. And again, with other teams, you would. How far are they going to go in the playoffs? Well, from a standpoint of the 49ers, they've been to the NFC Championship game 2 of the last 3 years. That's not going to suffice. A few years ago when, we're in Miami and I'm looking at Tim Ryan and I'm looking at Papa, I'm sitting behind him at Hard Rock Stadium, and Kyle Juszczyk had just scored a touchdown in the fourth quarter. We're early in the fourth quarter. We looked at each other and we thought, this might happen. So they've already experienced that. They've already experienced that recently. They've already experienced going to the Super Bowl. They've already experienced going to championship games. For certain franchises and organizations, no matter the sport that they play, taking those steps are cool. Taking those steps are cool for the organization. Taking those steps are cool for the players, for the fans. But they're beyond that. Anyway, give me your thoughts. All right, we'll continue to monitor if Nick Bosa is going to speak. I'm thinking he's not, only because Pop just left for the airport with the rest of the organization, and I don't think Nick's going to speak unless I'm wrong there, and then we'll figure it out. So we're either going to play some Nick for you if he's still in the building. If not, we'll let you hear Steve Young. Had a lot of great things to say, and there's a tremendous event that he's got coming up on September 27th that we talked about as well. So one of those two things, either way, you're going to want to stay. We'll do it all coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Shut up.
12 years.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Bro, I haven't talked to you forever. How are you?
I know. I miss you.
Yeah, I miss you too, man. How you doing?
Your boy Walter, you got you put him. He says, Pop and Lund said they request your presence, and I was like, I got to do it. It's not a choice. So
You've never been on this show, never one time. I've been doing the show for years. You never came on one time.
Years. How many years?
How many years have we been doing this, John? Since 2011.
Well, yeah,
12 years.
Shut up.
12 years. Yes.
Well, in the current edition, 2019. But yeah, you and I have been working. Then I worked with Tom, and then I'm back with Pop. So
come on,
it's good to have you. Good to have you. I saw you in Mexico City. You still stand by if you were in this offense, you complete 90%?
Did I say 90?
90.
I just said
you said 90.
Okay, hold on. The game
90.
today.
Yeah.
Hold on. The
All right.
game today is a wide open game. There's space all over the field, and that if you are well trained and have a sense of finding all that space, and you have the innovation and the people to go, the offensive line and all the things the 49ers have, it's like, yeah. I mean, you can risk-free a lot of the times. Risk-free. Go 9 of 12 for 140 in the first half and 2 touchdowns. Risk-free almost. So I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's a walk in the park. I'm just saying the game has become significantly better for quarterbacks.
Without a doubt.
Look at their efficiencies. Look at the ratings. Look at yards. Look at the production. Look at the game today. That used to be you could get a great defense, killer defense, and run the Super Bowl table. You cannot do that anymore because in the biggest games, the game is so wide open that no matter how great of a defense you are, you're going to run into Patrick, Josh, Aaron, and somebody, and who knows, maybe Jared at some point after last night. But you're going to run into somebody that can go make it happen in the fourth quarter. You're going to get beat.
How about a Brock?
So the game,
How about a Brock? Could Brock be that guy?
I physically, he was drafted last because they don't rate how I'm big on the force, right? I saw that in the page.
I love that. The force be with you.
Yeah, the force. But that's the most important piece to quarterbacking, which he has in spades. The things that made him be drafted last aren't disappearing. Like, he's not the biggest guy in the world. He's not going to throw it all over the field, but he's going to, like he told you. I mean, all of us, when he's asked me the other day, he said, I'll figure it out. And so you're going to say, and that's why I said, let Brock cook. Like, you think that Brock's not the guy that can maybe figure it out? No, he is not the physical presence of these other guys I'm talking about. He is not the prototype that is going into the future. I said recently that the prototype of Dan Marino and Peyton Manning, somebody who cannot go get those yards. They're not going to go run and get all those free yards that quarterbacks can go get. And you saw Patrick Mahomes yesterday. Did he run for 40 or 50? Just spit it out because you know that they're there. They're easy first downs, even touchdowns. You got to go get them. You have to have someone that can do that. And that's why I said into the future, there will not be another Peyton Manning or Dan Marino who cannot go get those yards, who's in the Super Bowl, who's winning championships, who's going to the Hall of Fame. They'll be around, but you have to be able to, in this game today, go get those yards. And so can Brock go get those yards? Yes. Can he, he's got to go figure out what he doesn't have compared to the big six. And then in the big game, make sure that you figure out a way to, make it happen in your own way. Because that's where the 49ers, it'll be a disappointment if we're not in the championship game. That's just where we used to live. That's where we are today, and I love living there. It's awesome. But that means that you got to go through all the regular season, go through the ups and downs, the bumps and bruises, get through it to get to that ball game. And then most likely in the fourth quarter and a couple of drives, you are the reason that it gets done in today's game. It always was that way, but now even more so because the quarterbacks are, what did I say? Somebody gave me a stat. The most fourth quarter vicissitudes, I don't know what the right word is, where change of a 10-point or more change in the fourth quarter was the most by 2 times ever before in the NFL in the last couple of years. So it's like the NBA. It's a wide open game. These big studs come in the fourth quarter, and they can change. They can make it. You can be down by 10, no problem. Be up by 14. Like that's what can happen now in the NFL. It used to be, Greg, you know this.
Yeah.
That you're up by 10 in the fourth.
It's over.
Lock it down.
The clock, yeah.
Right. No longer.
Well, in the NBA, you had the 3-point shot. What is it? Mahomes and the arm strength? Why is that now living in that world in football?
The game has changed.
Run
again.
after the catch,
There's
right?
more space.
Chunk.
So the yak is more. There's more space.
Right.
And if you know what you're doing, and you can go get it with your legs, and you're a superior thrower of the football.
Right.
People say, "Oh, he can run." Well, who cares? Is he excellent in the pocket? You still have to be excellent. The job is to be excellent in the pocket. And then, oh, by the way, I can go spit out and go get these yards. You have to have that. And they always say dual threat quarterbacks are runners who can throw. That's a college version. The pro version are sophisticated throwers who can run. And those are hard to find.
Well, one thing you just mentioned, Steve Young is joining us, Pop and Lund here on These Sports Leaders. We're getting ready for the opening of the season Sunday in Pittsburgh, which you'll hear right here on These Sports Leader. You were just mentioning living in the world, which is the world that you lived in, that when you go into a season, that it's championship or bust. And I think you used that term the other day. And I get that sense being down here that it's not getting to the NFC Championship game again. It's not getting to the Super Bowl again.
Right.
It's winning the Super Bowl for the first
off our backs.
right, for the first time since you did it.
Guys, that's what I'm talking about. There's either a championship or there's not. And that's where you want to live. And you'll take the beatings for being in that space and not getting it done. 20 years, 7, 8, 19 conference championships and 12 championship games and 5 Super Bowls, and we won them all. But you think about the 12 championship games, maybe we should have 12 Super Bowls. Like, in other words, living in that space, clearly the last couple of years they've been living in this space. Got to the Super Bowl, got beat. Got to the championship game, got beat. But they're in the space. So that, of course, why in the world would you suit up today as a 49er and not say, we got to go the distance? 100%. And now, look, you got to go do all the things. You don't want to get ahead of yourself. But that's in the back of your mind. And that's the space you want to live in. That's what Bill brought to the 49ers in 1981, was the sense that that's where we want to, that's where we hang out. That's our home. And that's where we are. I love it. Now you got to go do it.
Yeah. And you got to take it week to week. You're not winning the Super Bowl in August and September.
No, you can't do it. That's the whole point. Bill was very clear back then.
Yeah.
Look, you got to take care of your business, but that's where you have a goal. That's our goal.
Yeah.
That's our expectation. Now go earn it. Earn it daily, weekly. You remember there was years, there was a span there. I don't remember what it was, 90, 89, 90, 91, 92. I don't remember. We had 19 road victories in a row.
It's amazing.
I mean, that's how you do. In other words, you have a goal, but you don't miss what gets done every week and every practice and every Wednesday and every having that expectation does not get you out of getting the job done every day.
All right, so you were talking about Brock and the Force, and the way he kind of likens it is that he's not Steph Curry, he's more like John Stockton. He's just a pure point guard, get the ball out on time and on target, make the right decisions because of the weaponry around him. So the other day I go to practice, Steve, and they're fresh now, so they're flying. But when they break the huddle, you got Christian McCaffrey, all-pro halfback. You got Kyle Juszczyk, all-pro fullback. You got George Kittle, all-pro tight end. You got Deebo Samuel, all-pro, whatever the hell he is. Z wide receiver, running back, and then you got Brandon Ayuk who's about to go off. And I'll keep Trent Williams out of it, all-pro left tackle. But the 5 eligibles, I'm thinking, wow, who has ever had a group of 5 eligibles in the history of football? Well, I'm thinking you did. You did.
Well, hold on. Would, but William Floyd was a fullback. Ricky was a halfback.
I'm going there. I'm going there.
But my point with Dave's deployment is that almost everyone you said there could line up at wide receiver.
Right.
Almost everyone you said there could carry the football.
Right. Interchangeable.
And so with that in mind, that gives Kyle, and now he has what he believes is a quarterback that he just got self-described by what Brock said about himself, that you call a play, call whatever you want. I got your back. I got your back as one of the most innovative minds in the game, deploying all those guys. Now you don't have to worry. There's no governor. Just call it. I'll figure out a way to not have some disaster happen. And so that's where this space is that you saw the 7 games in a row last year. It was incredible, but it was not a fluke, because the deployment of all those, the innovation and the deployment of all those assets, you need somebody who could be trusted. And that's the key. Why did Kyle want Kirk Cousins? He's like, just give me someone I trust. And you say, well, Jimmy didn't get trust. I don't really want to belabor it. It's just they vote with their feet. You and I don't have to have an opinion about it. Kyle believes that Brock is trustworthy, and that's why he's on the field.
So you went through this process where Brock was great last year. There's no question about it, but there's only 8 games. There's things he can definitely do better, and they say that the first year to the second year is the biggest jump. So what happens from the time you're kind of just learning it to then the time that you're getting better? Maybe it slows down, whatever, because as weird as this sounds and as good as he was, I expect Brock to be better because he's a year into the system now.
Yeah. Within a range, Brock's the kind of guy with the force that you described, which is indescribable, right? That's why you call it something you can't figure out. He has this ability that the range of outcomes for him as he plays week to week is a pretty tight guardrail. Like, I don't see a 4 interception game or some kind of crazy strip sack, and then like there are things that will happen, and I can see him not playing great some weeks. I get all that, but it's all within a pretty tight range. And so in many ways, you don't have to worry about how, year 2 is going to be within a range. And that's good enough right now because of the talent, because of the offensive line, because of Trent. You need to have maybe the best tackle that ever played, ever. I mean, I hate this. I mean, I there's bar fights start over that, but it's like he might be the greatest tackle to ever play the game. The domination in the run game and the pass game is like, who else are you going to say? Anthony Munoz? I could see that. Or like, there's just so few humans that have, and now that's like the corner that's shut down, like Dion or Revis. Like you don't realize that a tackle that shuts it down creates all this other space. The game has a lot of space. Now you've created so much more space because of these incredible talent around you. And then you deploy it in such a unique, crazy way that defenses are always confused, even though it's the same people running the same routes. I mean, it's different people running the same routes that for Brock is pretty straightforward. Same play, different formation, different people running it. So it makes the defense all confused and wacky and everything. But for me as a quarterback, it's the same play. I read it the same, look for the same reactions from the defense, and now the defense is on their heels, they're on their back, and then the game's over. And that's kind of where we are. So I think year 2, do you really see Brock just, kind of devolving and like all of a sudden losing his confidence and things go haywire? Look, it's the NFL. You can't say it can't happen. But most likely, within a range, you know what you're going to get.
All right, that was our conversation with Steve Young. In the meantime, Nick Bosa did speak, so we're going to let you hear from Nick Bosa. But do remember, Broadway SF presents Unscripted, the San Francisco 49ers, and that features Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, Brent Jones, Ronnie Lott, Steve Young. They're live on stage and in conversation with Olympic gold medalist and 49ers fan Christy Yamaguchi. And it's only one night, Wednesday, September 27th at 7:30 p.m. at the Curran Theater. And a portion of the sales will go into the Champion Charities Foundation, and that is founded by Harris Barton, who is directly impacted by that in his life, and Ronnie Lott to help fight brain cancer and brain disease. So for tickets, simply go to BroadwaySF.com, BroadwaySF.com, or on social media at BroadwaySF. And again, that is Wednesday, September 27th at 7:30 p.m. Thanks to Steve Young for that. We'll let you hear from Nick Bosa after signing his big contract. How much can he play? What's his first purchase? All those kind of things, the things you need to know about Nick and the new deal next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us on a Friday. We're live from Levi Stadium. Pop just hit the plane, as did all the 49ers. But before he left, Nick Bosa spoke, so we'll let you hear from that in a moment. And do remember, Super Bowl champion Dennis Brown and I and Adam Copeland, who you hear at the top of the hour, 2 o'clock, we'll have the pregame show for you very, very early on Sunday. So make sure you tune in 7 a.m. on Sunday for your pregame with Steelers and 49ers, and directly after the call with Greg and Tim, who are back on the radio after their foray into TV for the preseason. They're back on the radio, and we'll be back after that. So all of it on the Sports Leader coming up this weekend. Meanwhile, you want to hear from Nick Bosa. How much can he play? How does he feel about the contract? How did it all work out? The first time Nick has spoken to the media. Here it is.
Get it done. I don't care what it looks like.
I think that's always the goal. But I kind of defer to Brian A-Roll. He's the best there is, and I trust him to tell me when it's time. He's as good as it gets. It was fun to watch him do his job.
Kyle was saying that as it came down to it for last weekend, he just resigned himself to the fact that you weren't going to be here, just so he would quit going back and forth in his mind. Did it get to that point for you? Did you think that there was a good chance you were not going to be here the first game?
It's hard. I mean, you don't know what people are thinking. You don't know really what's going to happen. You're just getting updates every once in a while, and the closer it got, the more it seemed like it was a possibility. But I'm very appreciative of this organization, obviously, for believing in me, and the York family for believing in me, and I just want to thank them for doing that, and John Lynch and Kyle for believing in me. It's definitely an honor to be able to be with this organization for the majority of my career.
Was 2019 a guide for you in that you could, go right up until the start of the season and still perform well?
Yeah, I think I did kind of the same thing in 21. I was around, but I wasn't really practicing as much. I wanted to get out here, at least get a couple days in, and I've been training the whole time, but it's different just doing all football stuff, and the past 2 days it's felt really good, so I'm really confident.
Closest you've been able to do to kind of duplicate what you can do on the field, or what you'll be asked to do on Sunday? Is there anything in training that can really get you ready for what you're going to go through on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, my trainer, Todd Rice, we work with him, me and my brother, and all the stuff we're always doing is training to play the game. Obviously, it's strengthening everything, and just improving upon mobility and strength and speed and all that stuff, and strengthening your hamstrings and being ready to take on a 17-game season. So I've been doing all that, but you can't necessarily do the reps. Obviously, you don't have offensive linemen to go against, and you're obviously managing risk. So there's a little bit of a difference there, and it takes a little bit of time, but I'm confident.
Princeton playing for a new contract to get the contract, and then playing with it once you have it?
I haven't played yet, but I'm definitely thinking that it's going to be a weight off my shoulders, and I'm just going to be able to really not really think about all the negative thoughts that come along with playing this game, and just be free out there and play for one reason, and to win games.
What do you expect? What are your realistic expectations for Sunday in terms of what your workload? How close to normal can you be, do you think?
I'm confident. I'm not sure what Kyle's plan is, but I'd be up for normal workload for sure. But I haven't talked to him yet.
experience after the days after the first game in 19 and 21? I mean, did you feel more sore for not having had gone through training camp?
I feel like maybe like your neck and just like the initial like contact that you go through playing football and that stuff, but overall your hip flexors, your groin and stuff will probably feel a little more sore, but it's all just adapting to playing the game.
What was the reaction like from your teammates when you came back, and what did it feel like for you to be around the team again?
It was unbelievable. I've been waiting for that moment. That's probably one of the biggest things I was excited for, is to walk in the building and see all the guys. I know they have my back. Players have each other's back in this league because it's business at the end of the day, and it was really cool to see everybody.
On back-to-back days, agreed to terms. I know he's a friend of yours. I think same representation too. What was it like going through this process with him going through a similar one at the same time?
It was interesting. We would shoot texts back and forth and be like, you almost there, and a lot of it was not much update for weeks on end, and then finally he sent me the eyes emoji, and I knew it was time for him. I forget what I sent him when I got it, but it was cool.
With everything you've been going through, have you had any time to prepare for the Steelers and what you're going to be going up against in their offense?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in meetings the past couple days, and I've practiced today, so should be good.
You got a big contract. Anything on your first purchase? Your first big purchase?
Definitely get a house out here, which will be a pretty big purchase in this area. Good. Thanks.
There's Nick Bosa. It's not like this is his first contract. I know the real estate market is expensive. I know the interest rates are crazy, but he probably doesn't have to worry about interest rates. He's probably buying cash. I think he'll be fine. I thought he would have already bought a house, but maybe not. Maybe he didn't think they were going to get this deal done. But anyway, good for him. There is Nick Bosa, pretty much the same. I mean, if I had gotten, what was the signing bonus, $50 million, I'd be a little bit more giddy, but he's just, Nick is Nick. He's chill. We had John Bosa on the show yesterday. He doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low. He's just cool. Let me get on the field. All good. And like I said, his agent, Brian Abrault, just did that deal with Joe Burrow, and we haven't talked a ton about it because we've had so much stuff going on today, but $275 million deal, which moves the quarterback market up to $55 million. I mean, I think it's moving quick. Remember when Jimmy was the highest paid? What was he making, like 25 or something? We're up to 55. What is that, 5 years later, 4 years later, whatever the case may be? I think it was 18. So 5 years later, we're up to from about 25 to 55. It's not bad. Teach a kid to be a quarterback. That's pretty good money if you can get it. Today's big poll, very simple. Denny's big poll. We do this every single Friday, and this is the deal. Predictions for the 2023 49ers. Miss the playoffs, 2%. Make the playoffs, 20%. Make the Super Bowl, 18%. Win the Super Bowl, 60%. And I've said this, and this is the day to say it. It wouldn't be bad to be doing it this year in Vegas. And we go every single year, but it would just be nice if we had the 49ers in tow, so that'd be a pretty cool place. And as we were talking about yesterday, like the Chiefs play one game. I'm sure they'll get Travis Kelce back, and they'll be fine. A lot of people still think that they will represent the AFC. And by the way, and I don't want to take credit away from anybody, but Kansas City wasn't very good last night. The Lions hype train after the game was absolutely crazy. And I'm glad for Lions fans because they've had nothing to cheer for. So for a night, they're really good. I don't think they're a contender in the NFC, but I could be 100% wrong. There's a lot of good teams in the NFC, Philly and Dallas and Seattle, and I don't know what's going to come out of the Central. Is Minnesota going to do the same thing? But the Lions are okay. But Kansas City was terrible last night, so that's what I took out of that game. But $55 million for the quarterback market. And again, 2%, 20%, 18% on make the Super Bowl, 60% on win the Super Bowl. So that's what the 49ers fans have spoken. And as we were talking about with Steve Young a little while ago, that's where they live. And you can just feel it. I'm down here at Levi's Stadium right now. There is just a sense of urgency that this is the year. So just hold your breath. Shavarius Ward may or may not play. He was out on the practice field. He is questionable, and George Kittle is questionable. Not bad for an opener. So And I just did see a weather forecast. I hope it's not like last year in Chicago. The monsoon that they had, there is 60% chance of rain. Pitt plays there on Saturday. It's going to be chewed up. And a friend of mine in Pittsburgh said that there was a high school game there on Friday night. So they could have a chewed up field, which again, as we're all trying to predict how many snaps Nick Bosa plays, that may play a part in it as well. 7 a.m. for the pregame show. We'll be there with Adam Copeland, who's coming up next with Marcus Thompson, which is very cool from The Athletic. And Dennis Brown will be there as well. So make the next show the next time I talk to you, 7 a.m. on Sunday. Copes and Thompson coming up right now for your Friday pleasure. Only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Years. How many years?
How many years have we been doing this, John? Since 2011.
Well, yeah.
12 years.
Shut up.
12 years.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. It's got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
When Marcus in the crib, huh? Drop it like it's hot.
Tolbert and Cope Sands. Tom Tolbert on a Friday afternoon. Tom is somewhere. He may be getting close to Pittsburgh. He's like getting ready to land in Pittsburgh. He's going to the game on Sunday. I think he's actually doing a tour of PNC Park tomorrow. Niners and Steelers Sunday. Then Monday, he's going from Pittsburgh up to New York. They're going to the Monday night game. Right? Who is that? Giants and is that the Jets game is Monday night? Derek? I can't hear you. Yeah.
Jets Monday night.
Jets are Monday night. That's right. Then he's turning around and he's going to the Thursday game. Bills Jets. That's right. He's turning around and going to the Thursday game in Philadelphia. It's Phillies. Excuse me. He's going to Phillies Braves, but then he's also going to go to Lincoln Financial and he's going to see Vikings and Eagles. So a lot of games for Tom coming up. And Marcus Thompson in from The Athletic hanging out with me today and then a couple of days next week. Dante Whitner will be in on Monday and Dieter Kurtenbach for a couple of days as well. Got a good show for you as we are into week one. Patrick Mahomes already 0-1 to start the season to Dan Campbell and the Lions. Some weird play calling in that one. We will be joined today by Dennis Ranahan. We'll get some football picks for you coming up in about a half hour at 2:30. Charles Davis, NFL analyst, is going to join us at 2:50. We'll talk to Charlie Batch, former quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, at 3:30, and then Tim Ryan for his weekly hit at 4:30. What's up, Marcus? Long time no see, man.
It's been a long time.
Since I've seen you.
I shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to.
Let's go, Danny. Pull it up.
Yeah,
Step two.
Danny ain't about that Timberland life, is he? No, Danny know about Aaliyah for sure.
Yeah, come on, dude.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, but he's even young for Aaliyah, though, Danny is. Because I was in like 7th grade or 8th grade.
He scours the internet, though.
Aaliyah was young for Aaliyah. Just saying. There's no way I'm the bad guy. There's no way I'm the one going down for that.
Nah, but you.
The guy already went down for that.
Yeah, that's the problem. I
didn't say anything about after the hotel and what we do in the lobby or anything. I just said she was young for her. This is your normal day, though. We normally have you on Fridays anyway.
I don't have to call in, do I?
No.
I've done that before, by the way. I've called in on the day I was supposed to be in when I was here.
You filled in the morning and then you had to call in and do the hit after?
No, I left into another room and called in.
For your hit. Marcus Thompson on in an hour with us. Actually, Dante Whitner, who's filling in with me Monday, he normally does a hit with us. No, he normally does a hit with Papa and Lund on Monday. And Derek was like, nah, screw it, dude. Just still have him do the hit. I was like, no, dude, let him do it Tuesday. Let him come in and host a show. Derek doesn't care. He's like, we need our football. So you watched the game last night?
I did. I did watch the Jared Goff coming out party. The
second one?
The second one.
So the first one was with the Rams after
it's only against Kansas City. Like he just owns. It's so weird how that works, right?
Yeah.
It's so weird how that works. Some dudes just have your number. That's just the way it goes, right? Some people just have your number. But we saw that kind of Lions thing developing. It just felt real finally. Where it wasn't like the cute rah-rah, Dan Campbell's good. Like, they're going to lose anyway.
Because we expected them to compete a little bit.
We thought they would compete, but they didn't even play that well. Like, it wasn't great.
Play calling was bad all across the board.
It just wasn't great. I'm real curious about the noise Detroit could make in the North. Like, you can see the program coming together.
It's a winnable division.
I also think it was kind of fluky on KC's part. Ring nights are never good. Ring nights are never good for the team getting the.
Haven't the Warriors just been just shellacked on a few wing nights?
Always get your mind to somewhere else. It's a celebration.
Yeah.
Like Chris Jones is in the box. It's like, dude, I ain't even getting paid to be here.
Yeah.
Like, why am I here?
Could you imagine if they handed you your diploma after you walk across the stage of graduation and then you sit down and take a final? How do you think you do on that final? You're like, I already passed the test. I've got the diploma. It's over.
It's over. Yeah. It's just an odd, especially it's just NFL. You gotta be so locked in. It's such a hard thing.
Yeah.
That any little moment can really do you in, right? So it felt like Detroit, the end of the first half, when they were driving and Mahomes throws a touchdown, it's like, they're gonna win, right? They're gonna win. But
it felt that way. That's as bad as he's looked in a week one or in an early season game, I feel like.
They're dropping balls. They're
he's overthrowing dudes.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that. You hear it, right? You hear that. I mean, obviously, they don't have Travis Kelce.
Chris Jones. I wonder.
You're already hearing they don't have Bieniemy. Whoa.
I question. Would they have punted if they had Chris Jones at 2:09 left and 3 timeouts? How big of a difference does that make? Does Andy Reid go, well, we're probably not going to get the stop anyway?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right? I mean, I still would have.
Chris Jones is there. It's like, you get the ball back.
Yeah. I would have made Jared Goff make some plays. Instead, they came out, ran it twice.
I think that's more of the ethos of the Chiefs, though. Man, we're going forward.
Yeah, and they did it early on the punt, and they ended up getting it. So,
I just paused. I don't think it's a fluky first week. Yeah,
people are
Thursday night. Yes, it was just this is what happens when you lose. Be careful before they run off 13.
Remember the Rams last year?
Yeah.
The Rams just got their asses kicked. Was it Josh Allen and Diggs?
And Diggs, yeah.
Showed up and just whooped them, dude. I think Singletary might have got in, too. Everybody was eating on opening night last year. Adam Copeland, Marcus Thompson with you all afternoon today. Giants baseball coming up. Pregame at 6:15 against the Rockies. Kyle Harrison is on the mound down at 3rd and King. Nick Bosa, good to go. He's back. He's here. Kyle was pretty hype yesterday when he was on with us. You can hear the grin.
Hype, yeah, it's a trip seeing how they let you know how nervous they were by how excited they are when he signed.
Well, he also kind of flipped quick because he said for months. I mean, he told us, he told publicly, he was like, and I wasn't really worried either. Then that last preseason game ended, and I walked down from the press box down to the show, and I was like, he's not here, is he?
Yeah, they were shook.
When's that guy showing up? So, exponentially different with Bosa. Your general thoughts entering the season? My first thought, and again, I'm not trying to take anything away because I think they're the best team on paper in the NFC, probably the most talented group they've had, but top to bottom, I don't know if they're as good as they have been in the past because they just aren't as deep. I fear a couple of, they had a game last year where they were missing 9 defensive starters in Atlanta, right? And they still had a chance to win that game, but how are you ever going to win if you're missing 9 starters on any side of the ball? You miss 2 or 3. Your linebacking room isn't as deep as it was. The nickel corner position's a little bit questionable. There's really nobody on the D-line behind the starters.
Well, the funny thing about the 49ers is you think that, and then when you need somebody.
Yeah, here comes Demetrius Flanagan.
Here comes somebody.
Here comes T.Y. McGill, right?
Yeah. You're like, well, who are these
Here's
people?
Hassan Ridgeway, big dude in the middle, big man.
This is how it works with them, especially on the defensive line with Kasarik, right? And who knows, Mook Dog might turn into an all-pro one year, right? It's just like, all of a sudden, this is the Javon Kinlaw they drafted.
Drake Jackson's a guy all of a sudden. Right?
Yeah. So
maybe. Who knows?
It tends to work that way. To me, the biggest question mark is secondary. That's that, and Bosa.
I fear it less because of Bosa.
That.
Right.
Bosa is a huge boon to that secondary because, if we're being frank about it, Isaiah Oliver has not looked good at all.
And he was brought in to play that position.
Yeah, he brought
an experienced guy. They wanted another vet. They wanted to go K1 in that situation.
And Nichols, man, you need somebody good at nickel. You can't just throw out a guy. Womack, remember they tried Womack last year, rookie coming in.
Because he had the 2 picks in the first preseason. He might be like an all-time 49er preseason corner.
He might be.
Seriously, Sammy Womack,
and Taylor Hawkins in the second. They just make plays.
I think Jalen Hurd might have had a 2-touchdown game against the Cowboys a few years ago, and that's the last time we heard from him. But Jeff Wilson Jr. made a team that way, running for over 100 in camp. So, it's funny because you're right. D-line, maybe with Kasarik, you have the most – it's like the Giants picking up scrap heap starters. You're like, that guy's going to It's going to be all right.
They just do it.
They can
man.
just
That's what they do. Yeah.
That's the confidence you have in that position. Now, George Kittle, a guy, he's a weird case this year. He's a guy I'll be watching. He's banged up, like he always is banged up. You're going to need him on that offensive line in the run game for sure, because I don't think Colt McKivitz has proven any confidence in anybody. And then behind Pharrell Williams, who's maybe the best player still in the league, certainly at his position, Jalen Moore is not all that helpful. I mean, he's not been good at left tackle. So you've got big fall-offs from all the star talent you have to the number 2 guys, which serves to reason when you've got superstars at each position. But when it comes to protecting Brock Purdy this year, particularly on Sunday, that's going to be paramount. I mean, I don't want Brock taking big hits from T.J. Watt and then heaving it up into the secondary where you got Minka Fitzpatrick standing.
If there is a way to deal with that, right? Because it's obviously going to be something we watch, right? How does that line hold up?
Yeah.
But if there's a way to deal with it, it's Christian McCaffrey as your dump off, Deebo Samuel as an easy option, Brandon Ayuk, like that's how you handle it, is get the ball out quick. And then also a quarterback who isn't just going to stand there and die, like when they get to him.
You liked Brock, didn't you? I felt like when we were sitting in the press box last year, you liked Brock a lot.
I liked Brock.
You were high on. You thought he had because he does have a little bit of, when he got confident enough, and it was clear pretty early on when Kyle's throwing with him at the goal line and throwing instead of kicking field goals at the end of first halves. After that Bucs game was the one that did it.
You know what I like about Brock? Kyle likes Brock.
Yeah.
And that means Kyle won't be scary.
Did Kyle like Jimmy?
Nah, he didn't like Jimmy.
I think he liked Jimmy. I think he didn't like stuff about Jimmy.
I just feel like there's going to be a ceiling if Kyle isn't comfortable.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to put a cap on what he can do. Remember the Minnesota game where he's like, yeah, look, we're running it every time.
Yeah.
We're done with this potential pick stuff, like the jump ball.
Because he threw one. He threw one early. Somebody fell down.
He threw one, and he was like, yeah, we're done with this. Yeah. But Kyle can get conservative when he doesn't feel comfortable. I like Brock because Kyle likes
He's more aggressive.
Yeah, and now he's aggressive. He's opened things up. He's more creative. And, to be fair, that's probably not just Brock. There's this other player who probably has something to do with that, Christian McCaffrey, who's like a defensive magnet who can just move pieces around. So it definitely helps that way, but I just feel like they can't have Kyle being all, shook.
No, they can't have Kyle being shook. It's sort of a new secondary for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I talked to Tim Ryan, actually had the hit with him earlier. He had a good breakdown on how this Niner offense is they know each other. They know the timing. They understand it. Brock looked good in the preseason. Sometimes you can put guys in a blender, he said in the secondary. We'll talk to Tim Ryan a little bit later at 4:30. Charlie Batch, former Pittsburgh quarterback, going to join us at 3:30. Charles Davis, 2:50. Dennis Ranahan giving us some picks for this weekend at 2:30. When we come on back, Nick Bosa spoke to the media. This is going to be good. I'm stoked. Sorry for the wait. Sorry for the little scare. We got Nick Bosa meeting with the media.
He's so good at it.
He's on his off. He's hitting quarterbacks or he's asleep. That's all he does.
Nah, he's in the mirror practicing it. He's
Baker, you good? We'll hear from Nick Bosa what he had to say.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
I don't think that's what he said, but we'll hear what he did have to say just a little bit ago. Nick Bosa is back with the Niners. The Niners are headed out to Pittsburgh to take on the Steelers. Marcus Thompson is hanging out today. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's Sports Leader.
John Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss all the details of Nick Bosa's mega contract. Check out that podcast trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Faithful just signed. I'm so excited to be a Niner for life. Let's go win as many rings as we can. Let's go.
There he is, undoubtedly, Nick Bosa, after signing his contract, $170 million guaranteed, $170 million contract, $122.5 guaranteed, richest ever for a defensive player. How about his agent? The next day, turns around and gets the Joe Burrow contract done. Same agent.
Like,
that's a Scott Boras of the end, whoever that is.
All I do is win, no matter what.
He's done. Like,
what's the cut on those two? Woo!
Yeah, agents have got to have. One of these sweet. If you're like Scott Boras, and like you just know, because now he's got the reputation that every top free agent wants to go to you.
You hear what Bosa said? Like, just leave it. He's the best in the business.
He just did it for me.
He's the best.
He just told me not to play football. He said, "Don't play football, and I'll get you cashed out, dude. Just make sure whatever you do, don't play football." And he didn't.
Yeah,
and they got it done. So, and deservedly so.
I need a week like that, Copes. I need a win. I need a week like that, back-to-back wins. I need you to make that happen for me.
Yeah, Brian Arald is the guy's name. You need to get an agent like that is what you need. You need a literary agent like that, Marcus. Do you have the Brian Arald of literary, yeah?
I do not.
No. That's why you're sitting here with me on a Friday afternoon. So Nick Bosa met with the media today. I love it doesn't matter if he's upset. It sounds the same after a Super Bowl loss as he does getting $170 million and walking off.
It's incredibly entertaining, by the way.
We were saying that the other day. That's what's so incredible about him is like you hear Jeff Wilson say, I got to go to a dark place. He's not Ray Lewis out there, right? Couldn't agree more. You got Fred Lewis firing everybody up, and he's steady as she goes. There's something to that. Here's more from Nick Bosa, meet with the media just a little bit ago. He was asked how close he was to actually missing week one. Was that like ever in jeopardy, Nick?
It's hard. You don't know what people are thinking. You don't know really what's going to happen. You're just getting updates every once in a while, and the closer it got, the more it seemed like it was a possibility. But I'm very appreciative of this organization, obviously, for believing in me, and the York family for believing in me, and I just want to thank them for doing that, and John Lynch and Kyle for believing in me. It's definitely an honor to be able to be with this organization for the majority of my career.
Whoa. The first cut he said my whole career. First cut he said Niner for life.
Then he thought about it.
Now
he
he's
was like, wait
it?
a second,
Because I thought about it. Sounds like 5 years. That's the rest of your career, huh? Or are you planning the extension?
He thought about it. He's like, yeah, hold on.
Majority of my career.
And the first one was rest of my career, so I get it. It's a big long-term deal. They'll figure
imagine like doing that like on the altar. Be like, I want to spend the rest of my life with you, and then a few minutes, I want to spend the majority.
Yeah. You say your vows, but when it's time to say I do, you're like, kinda. Yeah, sort of. I'm in for a while.
The majority of my life.
Can we check back? Do I get an exit ramp after like 3 years? Can we check back? Can I get an out in the contract?
Move by Bosa.
I wonder with contracts like this, because we've gotten to the point now where, and Aaron Rodgers is like a good example of, and Tom Brady too, of guys who were in an NFL that is completely different at their position than it was when they started. Dante Whitner talks about that all the time. That like, he said guys like Tyler Lockett didn't exist in with the production level they have at their size when he was playing, because you could hit him differently coming across the middle. You could destroy guys then. And now the game is built for offense to be protected a little bit. So J.J. Watt, like he's a different example than Bosa. He was a freak of nature, one of the all-time great defensive players. His body broke down. He had a lot of structural stuff. Bosa hasn't really had that, though in college he had some injuries. He did the knee injury, but it's like Tommy John in baseball now. It's like when you turn your knee and get it fixed.
Yeah, right, exactly. It is. You know, there's something like sustainable about Bosa's version of chaos.
Yeah.
Right? Like it doesn't feel like, even though like JJ Watt is like a massive dude, but he just kind of looks like that's a lot on you, buddy. Right? It's a lot of size. It's a lot of length.
He's lean and he's long. Right.
It just feels like, all right, I can see it's in the way he plays. But Bosa, I don't know, maybe he just feels lower to the ground. Maybe it's the fact that his base is so
technique from
thick.
So far out too. What's it? The wide nine. What do they call that? The wide nine. Is that what it is? When he's all the way out and he's coming in at the left tackle there.
It just watching him, it doesn't look like it's not sustainable, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the quads that are like from another planet.
They're tree trunks.
Yeah. He just like his base just feels so strong. And maybe part of it is like his whole nonchalant disposition. He's not like foaming at the mouth. He doesn't have the eye black, and he's not out here. Yeah,
he's not hitting a home run or the club or anything. He's I did it again. I got you.
It just
There's an emoji with the Nick Bosa sack celebration. The two palms up into the air. That's it. It's incredible.
It is incredible.
It's all matter of fact. Yeah. Even like, did you watch the quarterback show?
Oh yeah.
The scene when Mahomes gets sacked by him twice in the first half, and then Mahomes, by the way, is insane. He goes, "Well, they're playing me too shallow. Let's just go for the top 10." That's why I'm not getting balls down. I love
Mahomes' little beef with Crosby.
That was fun.
Yeah,
that was fun. But then he respected him after too. I like Crosby taking shots at Mahomes too. But Bosa's he's nice to Mahomes, like when he sacks him. Hey, sorry, man. It's good effort, man. Good effort.
He did take an L.
He did. He did. You should give some respect, man. More from Nick Bosa here. How about this one? Good answer from him, too, there. They're like, were you ever in jeopardy? Look, man, there's a lot of different people doing a lot of things. And I just want to thank all the ownership for the money. Here's more from Nick. Asked about training away from the team, which, personally, I thought the longer he's away training not with the team, the better for Nick Bosa. Whatever they do in the Bosa compound, they should make that happen year-round as much as they can. Here's what he had to say about training away from the Niners.
Yeah, I mean, my trainer, Todd Rice, we work with him, me and my brother, and all the stuff we're always doing is training to play the game, obviously. It's strengthening everything, just improving upon mobility and strength and speed and all that stuff, and strengthening your hamstrings and being ready to take on a 17-game season. So I've been doing all that, but you can't necessarily do the reps. Obviously, you don't have offensive linemen to go against, and you're obviously managing risk. So there's a little bit of a difference there, and it takes a little bit of time, but I'm confident.
I mean, is this guy working out in training camp for the rest of his career?
Would you?
No. I mean, once you get paid like this, why would you? I mean, the team probably doesn't want you to. Trent Williams never practices.
Yeah, you just hear for them camaraderie.
I forget he's there because McCaffrey didn't play in preseason. Right? We didn't see Mitchell, did we? He was hurt in a adductor strain.
When Aaron Rodgers played, they were like, "This is his first preseason game since 2018."
That was
like,
crazy.
Geez, before the pandemic.
That's wild.
That's really like 10 years ago.
2018 was before this year, right? Before the last preseason game. The Jets also played 5. Or no, they played 4, because they played the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah. It was just like, wow.
Yeah.
Like, just to see that was crazy. Like, dude, you haven't played a preseason game in 5 years? But why would you? Yeah, he's getting 30 plus a year. Like, you're invested in him getting you 18 sacks a year.
And you only want him out there for that. It's kind of like with those DNs now. Like D Ford, he was the specialty pass rusher. That'd be nice to have one of those right now, too, by the way. Just an extra guy you can put in there. I hope Cleve Farrell has a good year. I mean, I think that's an intriguing...
If he's going to have a good year.
This is the place to do it.
The part that's worrisome about Cleve was he wasn't able to get to the quarterback with Crosby on the other side.
Right. But I'll take Bosa and Hargrave and Armstead.
We'll see if the 49ers defensive
somebody's going to be
so
open.
Loaded that, yeah.
Right? Devin George made some buckets on that.
Absolutely
Devin
right.
George had some games on that.
If he can't get to the quarterback now, he's probably not getting there.
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of what we can tell from there. But I don't know. And Drake Jackson feels like a far more natural pass rusher. Like, I could see Drake benefiting from this as much as anybody. To me, that feels like the move.
Younger, more athletic. He's a little bit bigger than Cleve.
Yeah,
Cleve's a much different, was a weird draft pick. was a weird. That was two after Bosa.
Number 4.
2 after Bosa. You went Kyler. Who was the third pick in that draft? Derek, you got that? Who went right before Cleveland? Oh, Quinnen Williams. That's right. Dude, that D-line in New York. Quinnen Williams is a monster. I love, by the way, in Hard Knocks, he was upset that they were calling him fat. You see that? He's like, I lost weight, man. I lost weight. I'm trying to look like strong.
But, hey, man, that won't really hurt me, man.
Mike Evans, Mike Evans was talking to him. Yeah, he's like, no, man, I'm serious, Mike. He's like, no, man, you look all right, man. You look good. Mike Evans.
Really hurt me.
He's not even showing up anymore. How much do you think Bosa plays this weekend? Like, what? I don't even know what would be normal.
Normal
I
is
know
about
70% of the snaps.
Yeah.
75.
40, 47 would be normal. I think he ends up getting like 35.
You think he gets 35? 35 total snaps.
35 snaps.
Here's Bosa on what he thinks a normal workload would look like relative to this weekend, or is it the same?
I'm confident. I'm not sure what Kyle's plan is, but I'd be up for normal workload for sure. But I haven't talked to him yet.
He's excited about it.
I think they start him slower, and then if he looks like all right, he's good. Second half, they run him out there, but you've already lost a nice portion of snaps.
I think he wants what T.J. Watt did. I think if T.J. Watt got that contract last year, days before, walked out there, forced a fumble, what did he get, 2 sacks last year, week 1? I think Nick Bosa's looking at that. I think he's going, I can do that. T.J. Watt can do it, I can do it, and I got more money. It's 2 years ago, not last year. I think that could be a motivator for him. He wanted to be on the field. He made sure he was ready. He wasn't holding out for the money, and then I'll wait 3 or 4 weeks. So this is a big one. Biggest test for the Niners, probably on paper until week 5 when they play the Dallas Cowboys. So it's a 10 a.m. kickoff on Sunday. We have a 7 a.m. pregame right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680. Myself, John Lund, and Dennis Brown. When we come on back, another Dennis, this time Ranahan from Quackside Sports and PicksFootball.com. Quackside Picks and PicksFootball.com. He'll join us for his weekly conversation. We'll get some thoughts on the Niner game. How much did Nick Bosa come back affect the spread and the odds for the Niners on Sunday? Dennis Ranahan next on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Monday, September 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back into Tolbert and Copes here on a Friday afternoon, and a Friday before football means one thing and one thing only. It means that Dennis Ranahan, not of the Shanahan coaching tree, of the Ranahan betting dynasty. That's where we're going, Dennis. Picksfootball.com, Quackside Picks. Dennis, how long you been doing this with Tom, and how long you been placing bets on the NFL? This has become a way of life for you.
Yeah, well, Tom's been a client since 2005, and I think it's interesting, we started doing just a show here and there during the season. And then a few years ago, a guy I knew since he was 4 years old, your former producer, Daniel Ogden, mentioned they'd like to do it every week. And that was, I guess, 5 or 6 years ago. And I went, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's very cool. And as you know, Adam, it's all about Tom. He is so good. He is so good to work with. It's all about him. He's just great.
Who is that? Who are we talking about? He's Tom. you got a jab
I'll tell you what I want to talk
Yeah.
about. I'm a fan of your shows, and I was listening to it on Wednesday. And you had a caller call in who was an 8th grade history teacher.
Yeah.
And he had stepped out of his classroom to go bet on the Steelers because he didn't think the 49ers could win without Boso. And then he said that he thought it was his $200 bet on the Steelers that 2 hours later had Nick sign the contract. And I'm listening to him, and I'm just laughing out loud that we've got a history teacher leaving his classroom to go bet on a football game, and I'm thinking, that's my kind of guy.
Well, go ahead.
I thought if Tom would have been there, he should have thrown him a headband. I think Mean Joe Green would have tossed him a jersey.
Yep.
I want to toss him a year subscription on Quackside. If you can track him down, or if he's listening, I give out the phone number for him to call. I'd be really happy to just give him a free year on the site. He's my kind of guy, Adam.
Dude.
He's my kind of guy.
That's why we loved it. And Dennis, I just got to correct you because this did happen. It was a Dave Bosa sign, and it's even better than the way you described it. I don't believe he left the classroom. I believe his class was doing their like in-class assignment.
Oh.
And remember he made it very clear that our caller that he didn't place a bet. He said that's illegal here in Texas. He said I Venmo'd my brother $200 for services. Is what he did. So far, I forget the gentleman's name. I don't know if it was Mike or Matt or something out there, but he called us from Texas. And hey, if you're listening, give us a call. And Dennis, we got your number, of course, but we'll send him your way because we want to take care of him. That's what this is all about. And Dennis, it's not like some of the other stuff where you call a number, you figure it out. Dennis has been doing this for a long time and has got good insight, and he's going to shoot you straight. If you don't have a play on a game that we talk about, you'll tell us right now. That's not one you're looking at. I do want to start though, being that we got the Niners and the Steelers. That should be a fun one, I think, on Sunday. A little test to start the year for the Niners. I want to ask you about when Bosa signed. So that day on Wednesday we're talking about, it was a 2.5-point spread favoring the Niners. Had he not signed, what happens to that line, Dennis? What is he worth?
Actually, the line didn't move much. At the moment he signed, it was the 49ers favored by 2 in Pittsburgh, and then it went up to 2.5, but it had been bouncing back and forth between those two numbers all week anyway. So there wasn't an overreaction, except for the gentleman in Texas, to the Bosa signing. Maybe not surprising. I'm always interested in where the public jumps on based on an injury or a case. There was no big movement on it, but it certainly does help the 49ers. And this game against Pittsburgh, this is going to be a real challenge. And it's actually more important for the Steelers than the 49ers. And I say that only because teams that lose at home on opening day don't win Super Bowls. Only one of the 57 Super Bowl champions lost at home on opening day. That was the 2002 Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Are you kidding me? In Super Bowl history, only one has won the Super Bowl, a team, and they lost week 1 at home?
Only one team out of the 57 winners. There were actually 24 of them, and they're 1-20, and they're 23-1.
Yeah.
Teams that won the Super Bowl and opened at home. And yet for teams that opened on the road, like the 49ers are, there were 9 of those out of 32 games or something. I don't have the numbers right in front of me now, but that's the kind of number it is. And so, it's 47-10. Teams that win the Super Bowl win on opening day. And only one of those teams that lost was at home. And as I said, it was the 2002 Tampa. And they actually had an excuse. They had beaten the team they lost to in overtime that day, the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
They had beaten them the December before in the same field, like 48-21. And so, it was – anyway, that was John Gruden's year to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and Bill Callahan made it easy. You know what I mean? By the time he got there, he was like, hey, I know the playbook, man. That was a hell of a game.
Unbelievable.
Right?
There was so much drama going on around that game with the Barrett situation.
Oh, yeah.
And then the playbook. I mean, John Lynch said, we know what they're going to do.
Sluggo seam. They were yelling it.
Yeah, I mean, Gruden had coached that team. He had put in pretty much the system they were playing against him.
Yeah.
It was and the score reflected that advantage for Tampa Bay.
As did the 5 interceptions when they knew they were going Sluggo seam to the fullback almost every time down. So you said it's a big game for the Niners and the Steelers. And I know sometimes when we talk to you on Fridays, and I said you're always honest about it, you don't necessarily have the play yet or you haven't gotten all your information. But week one for a season, I feel like Tom frequently will say week one is one that is dangerous. He stays away. It's up in the air. You sometimes don't know what you're getting with players moving teams. There's a lot of different guys in that Steelers secondary. For week one in general, is there a trend? Is there a focus? You've been doing this for so long. I feel like you must have something tabbed for this week, either game-wise or philosophy-wise.
Well, the idea is we've done real well early in the season. In fact, over the last 4 seasons, we're 15-0-1 in the first 4 weeks on our top picks.
Let's go.
And the reason for that is we're ahead of the public. We should be. We work on this 12 months a year. So we have an opportunity to know where the advantages are that the public is not aware of yet. So the public's going to start a season, certainly for the first few weeks, pretty much bet on last year's result.
Right.
And there's always a shift in talent. If you look at the ratings in the magazines that came out during the past few months, I can name the team they're going to say these are the 5 best teams in football. Let's see. They'll have the Chiefs, the Eagles, the 49ers, the Bills, and, the teams that were in the championship game pretty much last year.
Pretty easy, yeah. That's fine.
Yeah, it changes. Every year, there's 12 teams that go to the playoffs, and usually 5 of them weren't there the year before.
Happens every year. Tom and I were talking about that yesterday, and there were a lot of teams that got close to it last year. I mean, the Lions looked like a team that were up and coming. You mentioned Pittsburgh got hot at the end of last year. Pickett looked really, really good. 6 touchdowns, 1 interception to end the season. So definitely going to be a year where some teams are coming. A lot of movement, though, in terms of some quarterback stuff. Is there a game you're focused on this week? Is there any big situation that you're looking at? I know it's early in getting some of that money in, but where do you have a lean either way on anything here, Dennis?
Well, I am. We have 3 games pretty much this week, and we lost last night talking about the Detroit Lions and how impressive of a win that was for them.
Yeah, it was. And
because the Chiefs are at home.
Yeah.
And they were the favorite to win the Super Bowl. That was one of the reasons. The other reason was that Kelsey was hurt and Jones hasn't come into camp yet. Mm-hmm. So the public money, not the public money necessarily, but the wise guy money always gravitates to the injury situation. And I often read it a different way, that in case with the Chiefs last night, I figured the loss of Kelsey and hasn't got Chris Jones, their best defensive lineman, I thought that would just motivate the Chiefs to a peak performance. And so I think they were ready to play. Of course, the receiver number 19 dropped a few passes that would have helped the Chiefs' cause. But
it's a few.
Nevertheless, you got to look at that Lions team, because I would think that they'd be in a prime position to have a little bit of a letdown after winning 8 of their last 10 games last year, and they looked impressive to me. Yeah. They look good, and winning on the road on opening day. That's big. That's very big for them. If I'm looking at a game, it's interesting. Sometimes I think I look at games so different than other people from a motivational standpoint.
You do. I like that, though. I like that angle.
And so if I lose a game, and I'll lose about 30% of them, people say, how the heck could you have had that team? And the reason was I was looking at a whole different set of circumstances to pick them.
Sure.
And if they lose, there's no justification to pick. How can you have, that team? Well, I may have that tomorrow, or Sunday, I should say, and that would be the Los Angeles Rams. The Rams are playing the Seattle Seahawks, and the Rams just came off a year where they had the worst record in NFL history for a defending Super Bowl champion. I would think that they would be pretty motivated against a Seattle team that was anticipating a bad year last year, the first year without Russell Wilson, and went on to have a great season, made the playoffs. I think for the motivation to overcome last year has now been replaced in Seattle by overconfidence. And so I love the Rams in that spot up in Seattle on Sunday.
I think I saw it open at 5.5. Did it come down to 4.5?
Here's interesting. The very first line on that game 5 weeks ago before the preseason started,
early line, yeah,
was the Rams getting 5. Then they stunk up the whole preseason. They lost their last preseason game 41-0 to the Denver Broncos. And so you'd think, oh, well, what's that line going to do? The books brought it out at -4.
and no Cooper Kupp. And no Cooper Kupp either.
There's your clue.
Yeah.
You know, that what the books are doing. And what were they doing? They shaved that line down to attract Seattle money, and they got it. The public is betting on Seattle, and the line's back up to 5.5. But they dropped that line down to 4 to lasso Seattle money.
Voice you hear is Dennis Ranahan. He joins us every Friday from PicksFootball.com. It's Quackside Picks. He's been doing this for many, many years, both with Tom and in general. Tom's been a client since 2006. This might be the year, Dennis. I think when we get off here, I'm gonna talk to you about becoming a client because I'm looking for some of this advice. I like getting angles from different places, and then you make your decision. You get picks from here. You look at it yourself. I think it's good communication to go through it. Tell everybody what are you looking at? What are the services you offer? If you're going to sign up for this week 1, is it a week-long thing, full season? What are the services, Dennis?
Well, the thing that I think distinguishes us from anybody else is that we have an account manager on the site where clients would plug in their opening account balance, and then each week the picks would be there, and based on their opening account balance and picking one of the 5 strategies we offer online, money management strategies, it tells them exactly what to wager on the picks. And so it's designed to weed out those gambling tendencies where people wager more when they're ahead,
yes,
which usually feeds the book, or less when they've lost a couple in a row, which seems to also work in the book's favor. And so the account manager is really important. So clients get that online. And, you know, I just think that's a difference between gambling and investing.
You're absolutely right, yeah.
Following that kind of consistency. And as far as the service is concerned, you know, it's the website is $19.50 a year, and the phone service that we offer that also text early releases, because sometimes we'll know we've got a top play coming up on Sunday, and we anticipate that the line available today, it might be Wednesday, is going to be better than the line that's available on Sunday, and yet we don't release our games on the site until a minimum of 2 hours before the first kickoff, 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. The reason for that is we want to know everything going in. We want to know the weather. We want to know any late injury reports and then make the final call. But if we know we've got a better spread, last year there were 39 games when I texted people early to say, get this game now, and 36 of those did have the better spread on the early line. Only 2 of them made a difference. But that made a 9.5% difference in the bottom line on the basic strategy. And so those are the kind of advantages we offer on the site. It just, and so, yeah, we offer a week and we offer a month subscription, but I really want people to have an opportunity to get a whole season. And I think that'll give them a better feel for what's available with us.
I'm glad you said that, and it was a good explanation, too, because for me, you start gambling. I definitely was not under the age of 18 and not in the state of California, Dennis, when I placed my first wager. But that changed for me, too. It doesn't matter how much you're wagering. It's about, you talked about the consistency. You know, you think you're down, so you lost 3 in a row, so you go maybe half as much, and you're never going to make it back. You lose that one, then the book is still collecting on you. It's almost like they're collecting the vig and the total there at the end. So that money management stuff, I mean, that goes a long way, and it doesn't take that long to start to see the trends and the waves sort of change in your favor if you're following that sort of consistent management. Quackside Sports, Quackside Picks, and picksfootball.com is the website. You can get the information. One more sort of general one I want to ask you about, Dennis, because we've been poking Tom, Derek and I have, because he drafted Anthony Richardson as his starting quarterback.
Is that where Larry David was laughing at him?
That's exactly right. Yeah, well, his son put it into like a grading system, and he gets a Larry
David laughs at you, Adam.
Yeah,
it ain't good.
It's time to hang him up, dude. It's time to get out. Who's the rookie quarterback you think maybe who has the best opportunity from a betting standpoint to maybe cover some games this year?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, obviously, Carolina is playing the first pick, and there's 10 different starting quarterbacks for the NFL this year.
That's right.
Yeah, that's about 2 above the average. There's usually about 8, but there's 10 this year, and 3 of them are rookies. Bryce Young with Carolina, and then the Houston thing. I really like the Houston thing. We got to see Coach Ryans here in San Francisco. You know, he's just great. And I think he's going to do a great job in Houston. And so C.J. Stroud, who was, the second pick in the draft, I think he would have a pretty good year. And I'm really interested in what's going to go on with Anthony Richardson because he earned that job in camp. You know, Houston had pretty much decided they were going to go with their rookie, as was Carolina. But in Indianapolis, Anthony Richardson earned that job. In fact, I think he's going to have a good debut with the Colts against Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday.
Could be a fun one. I mean, that division rivalry has been a funky one, lopsided last handful of years. And Trevor Lawrence, another one, just another AFC quarterback to pay attention to on the rise. Dennis, it's going to be fun all season long, man. I'm really, really looking forward to it. Again, if the gentleman out there who's the 8th grade history teacher is looking to make some extra coin, Dennis is looking to help out. Dennis says, you are my people. I want to help you out. It's picksfootball.com, Quackside Picks. Dennis is going to be with us all year, giving us the information. Dennis, always fun, man. Thanks for coming by.
Hope Tom's going to enjoy his trip to Pittsburgh this week. I'll be rooting for the 49ers. I'm not on the game, but I know how important it is, to both those teams' prospects. So good luck. I'm a Brock Purdy fan. I hope he does well.
All right, Dennis. We'll talk to you next week, man. Thanks so much. Enjoy the games.
Thanks, Adam.
Dennis Renahan, Quackside Picks, and picksfootball.com. Get your action with Dennis at picksfootball.com. All right, let's get into some of the games from this weekend. Charles Davis, one of our favorite guests. Do you know Charles at all? No? You got to turn your mic on, Marcus.
I don't know Charles. It's been a while.
Marcus Thompson hanging out with me as Tom is on his way to Pittsburgh. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic sitting in today. We'll catch up with Charles Davis, who's actually on the call this weekend with Ian Eagle for Bengals-Browns. That's a good one. That's a fun division game. Charles Davis next on The Sports Leader. Hall of Famer Steve Young joined Papa and Lund today. Wait, joined Papa and Lund today. Derek, what the hell is this about? Tom's out. You start booking our guests for your dad and the other shows. This is ridiculous, man. Absolutely, completely ridiculous.
What?
Anyway, check out the great podcast with Steve Young and Papa and Lund trending, the all-new KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 1045 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes, Marcus Thompson hanging out with me on a Friday afternoon. It's week one. We're one game in, and Patrick Mahomes leads the league in interceptions. I was going with that yesterday. That was the big note on Twitter. Here to talk about week one. We can talk about a bunch of games, and the game that he's on this week, Bengals and the Browns with Ian Eagle. It's our friend Charles Davis on the UMA guest line. What's up, Charles? How are you, man?
I'm doing well. How are you guys today?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I want to get to the football so we can get to the pop culture.
Can we call you Chuck D? I mean, that feels kind of Chuck D,
listen,
baby.
Hey, I appreciate that very much, but the real Chuck D,
some respect, Marcus.
Would look at me and go, "What a poser!" So the real Chuck D, you talk about making him angry. My goodness.
Well, when he starts breaking, go ahead.
He'd come at me with that Pirates hat and be like, "Really? Really?"
Yeah, you're going by Chuck D. It's you.
Really?
And you go, well, how many gauge eights have you broken down in Madden, Chuck? You know.
But I'd be like, hey, I appreciate the compliment. You know, I don't want the real Chuck D to come for me. Probably our modern day professor of protest. So there he is.
You down with that?
I'm down with that.
All right, good deal.
That's an incredible answer, by the way.
Yeah, you like riffed a bit and then he brought it back. That's the.
I would have 1,000% like, yeah, call me Chuck D.
hey, Marcus, believe me, I do it in my mind every day.
Yeah, right, right. Somebody just starts doing it, you're like, I'm not going to correct them. Well, we'll let it go.
Hey, listen, if they want to go with it, I'm cool. But in this forum, I better keep it straight because he might come looking for him.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. It's a radio. We're good, man. Charles Davis with us on the UMA guest line. So let's just start with last night's game, man. What'd you make of the worst we've ever seen Patrick Mahomes in an opening night?
Yeah, and it's the worst because of the standard and the bar that he set previously. Look, I'm going to start with Detroit, to be frank with you, because I don't think there were very many people who didn't think that Detroit was going to go in there and challenge and play well. Is there doubt about them winning? Of course. You're playing the defending champs in Arrowhead, and not many people go in there and come out with a win. But this Detroit team also had to prove to the world that the hype was real. I think they did a good job of that last night. I love their head coach's answer after the game. There's none of this, I believe in this team. They just kind of proved to me what we expected. That's what this team needed, that quiet confidence, not, oh, my God, we shocked the whole world and our coach too. They didn't need it. Flip it to Kansas City. I thought there were times during the game, and I think it was natural, that Patrick Mahomes was looking around and expecting number 87 to come off the bench and catch the pass that he was going to throw. That's normal. But I also think that he answered the bell in terms of, okay, I don't have my best guy here. I don't have my number one safety blanket. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a chance to step up and be that person. 11 different people caught a ball last night. Okay? One of them should have caught multiple passes and couldn't manage to get it done. And that's on him, and that's Kadarius Toney. This is a very talented young man who has got to get it figured out about consistency. It's not part of his game. The Giants got rid of him for a reason. He's too talented to just get rid of because, okay, probably need to do a little more investigation into that one. The Chiefs took him because, hey, he's uber talented, and in their culture, locker room, people, you can bring a guy like that along. But did he not miss most of training camp again? Dinged. Came up, about the week before the game. Here he goes again. Consistency has to become part of his game. Otherwise, what we saw last night, there'll be more of those days rather than less of them. And that's the unfortunate part. I'm hoping last night is one of those fork in the road games that, hey, that's the low point, and he takes off from here because the talent is certainly there. But I have to tell you, the Chuck D in me is going to take a step back and have an arched eyebrow and wait and see if that actually develops.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah,
he's got the clock on his neck and everything. I see you, Mr. David. I'm curious. I'm always curious about these first games, especially teams we haven't seen like actually crest the hill before.
Yeah.
How real is this Detroit team? Because you look at this defense and you can see like the formidability of them, right? Like this defense can play. They've got some playmakers, but then the offense gets you 2 touchdowns. This is you're not going to win most weeks that way. Like, is this real? Is this the start of something? Or is this just like one of the week one flukes on a ring night?
Yeah, I don't think it's a fluke. I think it's more real than it is not, because they've been building towards this. And that offense is not going to score as poorly as they did last night throughout the season. Go back and look at how they finished, 9-10 games last year. Jameson Williams will come back to this team and give them an extra deep threat when he gets done with his suspension. Jared Goff continues to take care of the football very well and make some big throws downfield. Like, he's over 300 throws now without an interception, right? But last night, everything wasn't a check down. Okay, he wasn't just throwing a little 3-yard swing. He was throwing with timing, anticipation, and touch. There've got to be some other guys who are going to make plays downfield for them, though, besides Amon-Ra St. Brown. So that's got to continue to develop for them. But did you see the size of that offensive line? Yeah. Those big hulking people? If you're David Montgomery, if you're Jamar Gibbs, the rest of that crew, you're going in with Dan Campbell and saying, hey, we got to get these big boys hit people and give us holes. Because that's how they ended up, that drive that put them ahead. They took control of the line of scrimmage. Kansas City's defense played better last night than I think we all expected. Chris Jones can sit in the box with his agents and have that shot all he wants. He wasn't missed as much last night as they expected. Over 17 games, he will be missed greatly. But last night, that defense gave them a winning effort. Okay, that wasn't the issue with how it went down. But all in all, if I'm playing Kansas City and I have a line like Detroit's, I'm going to test Kansas City for 4 quarters in the run game.
Charles Davis is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. He'll be on the call with Ian Eagle this Sunday, Bengals and the Browns. I do want to ask you about that game, but because you brought up the Chris Jones situation, easy segue to Nick Bosa. We knew all along, man. No big deal. No sweat. He's here. Rich contract. He's showing up. I love he said sorry.
They drew it up.
Sorry for the scare. We talked to Kyle Shanahan yesterday, and he was audibly more excited, it seemed like, than he had been, even though he was saying he wasn't thinking about it. Where do you come down on the Niners? Because we've been discussing, obviously, the talent is incredible. The number one in almost every position could be up there with some of the best in the league. Maybe not as deep as they have been in the past, but that's what happens when you get an expensive roster like this. Where do you come down on them coming into the year?
I think they're as good as there is in the NFC, right there with Philadelphia, Purdy coming back and the confidence that they have in him and the elbow being okay tells me a lot. But I don't worry as much about them at the quarterback position as I do other teams, because Kyle Shanahan in his years as a head coach, even when they were losing games, he made Nick Mullins, C.J. Beathard look viable as quarterbacks. And by the way, they're both still in the league. Okay, they may not be frontline starters, but they actually fashioned offense and did some nice things. Nick Mullins, didn't he set like a 6-game NFL record for the most yardage thrown in the first 6 games?
Yeah,
I mean, these are things that can be done by Kyle's teaching, and I'm not going to take all the credit away from the players. They have to have some talent to get this done. But then you couple it with other guys who are better players. Purdy has the confidence of everyone there. Darnold, of course, has been there before and is playing the best football he's played over the last, X number of years in terms of how he finished at Carolina, what he's doing in San Francisco now. I think that they are super talented. Don't forget, they also have some guys with some things to prove. Deebo Samuel kind of gave a year away last year. Remember? He talked about not being what he should have been, maybe not in the shape he should have been. All the distractions on the off field and in terms of, should I be doing this? Should I be doing that? I think he's going to be different this year. Okay? I think he's going to be the Deebo that we're used to seeing, and boy, is he a weapon. And I can just go right down the line, but I think San Francisco's loaded. And the last thing I'll say is this. When a guy has a hold in rather than a hold out, my feeling is that they play differently throughout the season. The holdout guys who aren't in camp, who aren't with the team, you're training and working, but it's not the same. In the hold in, it's not the same because you're not doing full-scale stuff, but you're around, you're doing things. I had T.J. Watt did the hold in with Pittsburgh a couple of years ago, signed, the Thursday before the Buffalo game up in Buffalo, and he had 2.5 sacks and wreaked havoc all the game long. So I like those kind of guys' odds better than the guy who shows up. He may play really well that first game, but how many times do we see it kind of go down the tubes? So I like Nick Bosa's odds of being Nick Bosa a lot quicker than I like what's his name, Chris Jones's odds once he joins Kansas City.
You know whose odds I like? Joe Burrow.
you. Oh, you. Listen, I'm going to see him this weekend, and if I could, we'd be going straight to dinner. There'd be no question about it because I know who's picking up that tab.
Right. I'm curious what you think about. Obviously, the reason you give a guy money like that is because he looked like his knee falling off, and next thing you know, he's back out there. Right. He's gonna play. He's gonna put some dirt on. He's gonna play.
He's gonna wear a chain too. He's gonna show up with some turtleneck. I mean, the dude is so cool.
He's cool. Yeah. He's literally like the coolest quarterback since Joe Montana. But also, you just gave him $275 million. Do you want him playing? That's the quandary it feels like. But obviously, I think he's gonna play, but it feels a little risky.
Play. He's gonna play. It was a strained calf injury. They did the abundance of caution phrase that we will take with us forevermore from our COVID days, and he is going to play. Now, is there a risk of him playing? Absolutely. I actually talked with a doctor this week, Dr. Jessica Flynn, and she does diagnosis sports injuries as well as anyone out there. She said there's always a risk, but he's going to play and he should play. You don't sit him down to avoid the risk because otherwise no one plays on Sundays in the NFL because everyone's beat up in some form or another. 275, 219 guaranteed. We knew it was coming. Surprised it happened on opening night, but hey, it happens when it happens, right? And we knew it was coming because of Herbert's contract, et cetera. But remember this, Patrick Mahomes signed that first mega deal in recent years. You remember that when he signed and we all gasped and we all went, oh my God, how's Kansas City going to function? What we learned was he signed a deal that allowed them to continue to function. Because during that time frame, think of who Kansas City's acquired to help make him better. All right, they acquired people. Remember, they got Orlando Brown on the offensive line to make him better. We can go on and down the line. He wants to make sure his team is great because he's chasing trophies. Joe Burrow is built the exact same way. Would not shock me at all. In fact, I'm pretty well convinced that this contract he signed gives them flexibility because Jamar Chase is going to be coming for money soon. T. Higgins is coming for money. He would like to keep these guys intact so that he can chase trophies. He hasn't gotten the first one yet. I don't think many of us doubt that he will get one. It's just a matter of when, not if. And then after that, can he join that chase that Mahomes has every day? But wakes up thinking about Lombardi trophies more so than contracts.
Hey, 49er fans, we're talking to Charles Davis on the UMA guest line. Bengals fans, I think, are looking at the same deal. It's like Super Bowl or bust for them, too. They got the contract now. Yeah. You got the big weapons. They've been to 2 AFC championship games and lost a bowl. This is it for them. They want to get this done. It's about who they're going to have to play in the playoffs. So AFC is just a gauntlet, man. It's easy for the top two on paper entering Niners, Eagles, and then you can sort of poke around with the rest of the conference. But there's going to be some good teams or some talented quarterbacks that are left out of the playoffs this year in the AFC just because of how tough it's going to be. What storyline in the AFC are you following most? What are you most excited to see enter in the year?
I want to see some of the guys make the next jump, all right? Trevor Lawrence and Jacksonville got to the playoffs last year around a 500 record in the division, and Tennessee helped them as much as Jacksonville helped itself because Jacksonville made that big run at the end, and Tennessee had the big collapse. We thought that division was done around midseason. Tennessee was 7-3. Okay, so Jacksonville wants to be the front runner this year, and they want to take it to the next level. And I've seen some people pick them to win the AFC and have the best record and the whole deal because of schedule. Well, they're going to have to go out and prove it. And by the way, guess who they host next week? Kansas City. So if Jacksonville can win on opening day, I believe they're at Indianapolis, and come home with Kansas City, that game takes an even bigger leap because we always talk about in the NFL not being 0-2. The other thing is we have two quarterbacks matching up on opening day that will be forever linked, and that's Tua Tagovailoa and Justin Herbert. Miami and the Chargers. Not just them, because they're both good quarterbacks. Tua has to make the jump in terms of health, being able to play 17 and be there for his team. Herbert's got to make the jump in terms of, hey, when you're up 28, that's got to be closed out. All right? The playoffs, you got to step on someone's neck and snap it. I think Justin Herbert has that potential to do it. He does need a little bit of help from his defense, but the next leap is there for both of these teams. Let's see if they're able to make it happen. Miami in the AFC East, and the Los Angeles Chargers in the is giving me the AFC West.
That's going to be fun, man. The AFC East is going to be a blast. The game you've got on Sunday, Bengals, the Browns, is going to be a blast. Should be it's always a fun start to the season, man. We're back. Yeah. Charles Davis, always fun when we get to catch up, man, and you're still checked in our heart, man. You are.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And remember this on the NFC side. People are going to jump up and become challengers that we didn't expect to see. And football, similar to boxing, styles make the fight. Because this game I've got on Sunday, I'll just put it this way for an example. Cincinnati and Cleveland. You think in Cincinnati, back-to-back AFC title games. Cincinnati's lost his last 5 in Cleveland. And Joe Burrow's 1-4 against Cleveland as a starting quarterback. No one would have thought that, anticipated it. Burrow's been sacked 18 times by Cleveland, and now here's Jim Schwartz running Cleveland's defense. Styles make the fight. Cincinnati, better team over the long haul, but for some reason, this Cleveland team gives them a lot of trouble. That's what you worry about in the NFL when you get to the playoffs. Do I get a team whose style will screw with my team's style? And if so, that can be a problem, even if I have the better team.
That defense for the Browns is going to be no joke. We'll see what Deshaun does this year in a full season,
no doubt,
as Browns quarterback. Charles, great catching up, man. We'll do it again soon when Tom is back in town, man.
That sounds great. I appreciate it. I'll work on my protest while we're
Please do, man. Please. We're going to need something. We're going to need a chant when you come on back.
All right.
Yeah, something to repeat.
You guys be good.
See you later, Charles. Charles Davis, he'll be on the call with Ian Eagle for the Bengals and the Browns. He brought up a good point, though. Every year there are teams that flare up. There's always like 5 teams on average or something that were in the playoffs last year that miss it this coming season.
Minnesota last year won every single close game possible. Yep. It was unbelievable.
And Phillip Rivers lost every close game possible for his whole career. He could have been 13-3 every season.
Who's your sleeper team?
It's a good question. Why don't we talk about that next? And to follow that up, do we buy the Lions as a contender in the NFC? It's so funny how carryover in the NFL goes year to year. No other sport works that way. The NFL, you buy into it. Are the Lions contenders, and who's your sleeper team? We'll talk about it in week 1. Adam Copeland and Marcus Thompson with you, Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's Sports Leader.
NFL analyst Steve Mariucci and Michael Lombardi joined Murph and Mac this morning to preview the NFL season and the 49ers' expectations entering week 1. Those podcasts are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Mahomes through the air, 14 at 22, 159, 2 touchdown passes. 3rd down and 6 in the gun. Ball is at the Kansas City 46. Chiefs are moving from left to right. The tight end is in motion. He looks into the nickel. It's a 5-man rush. Mahomes throws a pass. Bobbled, intercepted on the ricochet and pulled down the near side. It's Branch, the rookie. He's down the sideline, 40, 30, 20, 10. He's in for a touchdown. Patrick Mahomes has thrown a pick 6. The Lions have picked off Mahomes. And now within a point of tying the game. Holy smokes.
Kevin Harlan, dude. Doesn't matter week 1, can be preseason. Obviously, anything funky that happens in a game, he's the best at calling it. But there was Mahomes' interception last night. There was a pick 6 the other way for Detroit. Detroit, so funny, man. Tom and I were talking about this yesterday, that in no other sport, and I've always had this gripe in baseball. I think, by the way, there's more Harlan that we'll hear in the Sound Soiree. There was some good Harlan on the radio call from last night. But with the way things carry over season to season, I've always hated the baseball hitting streak that carries year to year. Like a guy, I think Jimmy Rollins had a long one time. It was like 30 games or something, and he went from like 04 to 05. It's like, we played playoff games in between that don't count for the hit streak. So I've never been a fan of that. What's weird, though, is football is the one sport, at least major professional sport, in North America that it feels like, where the way you finished last season carries over if you were good at the end of the year and you weren't a playoff team, right? I mean, the hype on the 49ers after going 5-0 with Jimmy G, and we don't really know because the 18 Niners, he comes in and, week 2 in Kansas City, goes out and tears his ACL, and it's Bosa, then you get Bosa for that the next year, and then you take off. You probably still needed a couple of pieces. You were probably still about a year away from being a legit contender because they didn't have the edge rush. That 2018 season, they have 11 sacks from DeForest Buckner on the inside, pushed the pocket out, didn't have anybody to clean up. They also had 2 interceptions the entire season, which was my fear in not having Nick Bosa ready for week 1, is guys like Talanoa Hufanga, a little bit of a questionable secondary at the nickel corner. Ambry Thomas wasn't fantastic in the preseason. He had a couple of moments, but having that pass rush is what makes guys like Talanoa Hufanga look that much better. I mean, you get better by playing with better talent, but it's a domino effect. And when you have a guy like that and now Javon Hargrave, if they're out there for 75 to 80% of the snaps, like, I don't know, Bosa said he's feeling up to, he says, I think I'm confident in a normal workload. They're going to be a major threat. By the way, kickoff on Sunday is 10 a.m., and 60% chance of rain right now. How many times is Tom going to go to a week 1? Just sit in a storm. So Tom's on his way out to Pittsburgh. He's probably there now, actually, in Pittsburgh, getting ready for that game on Sunday. 7 a.m. pregame. Myself, Dennis Brown, the Super Bowl champion.
Tom, are you there? Hello?
And John Lund will be with you. The momentum, though, for the Detroit Lions is sort of funny because they started the year last year. Well, the Hard Knocks year 2 years ago is when Dan Campbell was like, this guy's going to be fun. He's going to be entertaining. And oftentimes these coaches, it goes one of two ways. He didn't seem, often, how many tight end coaches, first of all? You got to go back to like Ditka for the best ever tight end coach probably, but he comes in as a former tight end, and he was like a rah-rah dude. He was saying weird stuff, the biting the kneecaps, biting ankles, and you wonder, like, well, what type of leader is he? And there are guys who are football maniacs and football geniuses. There are the guys like Kyle Shanahan who never played it down in the NFL. You've got your former players, right, and Mike Vrabel, who dudes will run through a wall for. We saw Robert Saleh, what he was like as a head coach. But Dan Campbell, I had no real read on. He just sort of seemed like a clown, and it was Detroit. Then they trade Matt Stafford. Like, what are they doing? They're not going to compete with Jared Goff, are they? And then they did. Then they found a way to win last year. Goff figured out a way to not turn the ball over. Amon-Ra St. Brown has developed into a legitimate number 1. So I don't think it's fair to call them a dark horse team. But it is wild to me that in the NFL, you'll have a team that finishes a season like they did. They were 1-6 at one point last year. And they finished 9-8 and just missed the playoffs, didn't get the help they needed. But then coming into this year, much like Pittsburgh had the same sort of run at the end of last season, 6-1 to wrap it up. And Pickett was fantastic at the end of the year. It fixed his turnover ratio, had a real high completion percentage, looked really good at the end of the season. So when teams are sort of trending in the right direction and then the season ends, you sort of feel like, well, if they had 5 more games, maybe they'd keep going. Maybe they'd keep on that trend. In the NFL, it does carry over. If you trend up and then don't go to the playoffs and the core comes back, you're kind of an upstart team.
Man, that's what the 49ers did, right? Like, next thing you know, they're like 13-3. Like, what? Where
It's
does
the
that
schedule.
come from?
You get that third place schedule, and
Yeah.
your team is ready to compete. You make the jump.
You know who my squad is?
Who is it?
I'm going with the Commanders. The out of nowhere, pretty good. This might not be the year they make it, but this could be the year before.
This is their Lions year.
Yeah, this is their Lions.
This is their Lions 2022 year.
Now I wouldn't be surprised. The only question I have about them, about whether they could actually pull it off,
are they tough enough to run the offense?
Quarterback.
Remember that they were complaining about Bieniemy running
Yeah.
too tough of practice, and I think Andy Reid and the Chiefs are known for like running the toughest training camps.
They'll get used to it though.
It's like we won Super Bowls, man. He won't.
The thing I like about them is when you have a defensive front, you got a shot in it. And they've got Chase Young, they've got Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen. I mean, I remember them giving the 49ers problems up front. Like that, they've got some monsters up there, and we saw.
You're talking about when
Jets.
they went out there a couple years ago.
Yeah.
The slip and slide game.
No, what was it? Wasn't it just when was this last year?
They played him again. More
Taylor,
recently.
what was his name?
Last year. Taylor Heineke
was cooking them dudes. I mean, they ended up losing
they were hurt,
37-20, but it was still they just were a problem. They were a problem up front, and we hadn't seen anybody give them a problem. Remember, before that game, I think they had like blown through some teams. It was like the peak of Purdy mania, but the defensive front was a little bit of a struggle. They had to overcome that. What year was that? That was last
season. That was last season. Yeah, that was last year.
So I feel like if you got, I mean, we see this with the Jets, right? You establish 49ers defensive front. You get some good tackles, you get somebody off the edge. Remember, Chase Young was hurt, and he came back, and I think he might have come back against the 49ers. I think that might have been.
He played in that game.
Yeah, he played. That might have been his first game back. Those, like, they've got that core. They've got some playmakers. The question is a quarterback, which is,
it's a question on every team.
Question.
I mean, so here's the thing, and Tom and I were discussing how the NFC stacks up, right? Because that might be a team, like you said, they could be an upstart. That division's not great. They could steal some games. I'm not in on the Giants yet. I haven't bought into them. I like Brian Dable. I know they went in. Did they extend or they picked up they extended? They gave him a contract to Daniel Jones, didn't they? They gave him a pretty decent sized contract.
No, they paid Daniel Jones.
Yeah, they paid him, and that was the big question: was the 5th-year option? Or are you going to pay him? And they gave him the contract. So he had a prove-it year, and he proved it. A couple other guys with prove-it years. We were talking Tua earlier, but with the way the NFC stacks up, it's pretty obvious it's Niners and Eagles at the top. After that, is every other division wide open? Is it Vikings? I mean, I don't think it's absolutely Vikings. I think the Lions could make some noise.
Lions could make some noise.
Packers aren't any good, or have to prove that they're a contender.
We're not writing off Love like that.
I'm not writing him off.
We're gonna rock with Love a little bit. We're gonna see.
You saw the talent that was around Aaron Rodgers last year, right? They were like, "Hey, Devontae left. How about we get you Alan Lazard?" Again, didn't work out. So
good 8-9 action.
Yeah, I don't know if they will go 8-9. There's a chance they finish last. I don't think the Bears are like as good. I don't think Fields is going to have the season people are talking about. But I've got the Lions. I think after we saw them last night,
killing the
Bears,
the hope of these upstart
these upstart teams. What's upstart about?
Killing Jordan Love. You killing.
What did you see from Justin Fields? Why are people so high on Fields?
He's pretty good. What do you mean?
Pretty good. He's a good run. Yeah, he's getting run the hell out of the ball. He's like Troy Smith.
Nah,
switching to receiver.
Better than that. He's better than
I'm joking. Yes, he's better than that. I think he's better than that.
Nah, he's pretty good.
And I think the moves they made in the front office and a head coach are beneficial, I think, to him.
I just feel like he's a playmaker.
He's a playmaker, but he's not a quarterback yet. It's like pitcher versus thrower, right? It's like Lamar that first year and they lose in the playoffs. And then they sort of
But you need a quarterback to win the Super Bowl. You need a quarterback to win games. You just need a playmaker to win games.
I don't think he's a good enough decision maker. I don't think he's an accurate enough passer. The 2 touchdowns he threw in week 1 of the preseason, everybody was hyped on. He had -2 air yards on those. He was like dumping it off to the right, and guys were going. That's a playmaker,
that counts too. Yeah, that counts too. Still,
right. He's out there. I've got to see it. I haven't seen enough from him to think he's a great fantasy quarterback because he can run. But I don't know that he's winning you football games. You buying into Lamar in that offense this year, Todd Monken?
How do you not buy into Lamar?
I buy into him. He gets hurt all the time. I mean, last year he had a 75-yard run and a 75-yard TD pass in the same game against Miami, and they lost.
He's a video game dude. He's a video game freak. But he's got weapons now, right?
Yeah.
Like they've put some pieces around it. I don't know what Odell
can do, but Zay Flowers is intriguing.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some action. I just don't like. Baltimore's built on defense, and you start getting diminishing returns from that defense. Every season, it seems towards the end, that defense isn't as good as what it was. To me, they investing in the offense is like, obviously you got to do that with Lamar Jackson, but that's not how the Ravens win. They win on defense, and that's the question mark I have about them.
We can talk more about that division, about the Steelers. Former Steelers quarterback Charlie Batch is going to join us on the other side, talk a little bit about this game on Sunday. What does Cody Pickett look like? Who's going to have a better second year, Cody Pickett or Brock Purdy? He was the only first-round quarterback taken in that draft. Brock, Mr. Irrelevant, and then goes to an NFC championship. Charlie Batch joins us next on the Sports Leader.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
All right, week one of the NFL season, Niners and the Steelers, a fun one to start off the season. A couple of classic teams. It's a good uniform helmet game is what Tom was calling it. Good helmet game. Here to talk about that, former Steelers quarterback Charlie Batch joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Charlie, Adam Copeland, and Marcus Thompson here in San Francisco, the 49er flagship in San Francisco. How you doing, man? What's going on?
Not much. How you doing, fellas?
Pretty good, man. You this time of year, you get amped for it. You get pangs for it. What's the feeling for you this time of season?
I actually get amped for it only because not just because of the Steelers, but I get a chance to watch my nephew play some high school football. So
nice.
that typically takes my Friday evening. So I'm actually en route to go watch him play. So it's pretty cool.
So do you get amped and then like thankful that you don't feel any joint pain?
That's where I was going next.
You're like,
absolutely. That's exactly what I was going to say. I'm just the uncle. I'm the favorite uncle in the stand, so I get a chance just to relax and not have to worry about nothing, regardless of what happens during the game. So I'm okay with that.
It's fantastic, man. So this should be a fun one on Sunday, where it's two second-year quarterbacks. Brock Purdy starting for the 49ers after the injury last year. Pickett, who was fantastic at the end of the season for Pittsburgh. Marcus and I were just talking about how in the NFL it's funny. If you don't make the playoffs, but your team improves and gets hot at the end of a season, going into the next year, you're kind of looked at as an upstart team because you can get that third-place schedule maybe. Your team is improved. You get a better draft slot. And then you can maybe make something happen. We see it happen all the time. What are the thoughts around what Pittsburgh can do this year and who they can be?
Yeah, they're excited around here and having the opportunity to watch them throughout the entire offseason and training camp. You know, you mentioned getting better, and then you talk about Kenny Pickett and him playing and doing the experience that he gained last year. It does nothing but get better for you because the game seems like it slowed down by studying everything that he did last year. You have to credit General Manager Omar Khan for strengthening the offensive line here and making position battles throughout training camp, something that hasn't been done over the last couple of years. So they feel stronger, they're confident, and then the performance that they had throughout the preseason. So they just can't get to the point where they're starting to read the press clippings and starting to think, oh, here's what they're saying about us, because about a month ago they weren't saying anything about you.
Can you, a lot of Bay Area people are about to get, the first experience with these Steelers. And, we're very familiar with your running back out here. He's a local kid. He's a superstar out here. But tell us about George Pickens, because I feel like people are going to wake up like, yo, who is this guy catching every single thing thrown his way? Like, it's unbelievable. How good is he? What do you think his ceiling is as a receiver?
Yeah, he's only scratching the surface, and the acrobatic plays that you see throughout last year, he's doing it consistently throughout. So everybody wondering, okay, what's that next evolution for him? And that was working on the middle of the field routes and working on the in route, something that he did against Tampa Bay, and was able to turn that into a 33-yard touchdown. And everybody's like, oh, now we have a really good complementary receiver to Deontay Johnson, who's not many people are talking about because of the excitement of what George Pickens brings to the table. But everything that I've seen thus far, it would not surprise me if this guy is talked about as it relates to a Pro Bowl receiver.
Charlie Batch is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. A 10 a.m. kick local time here in the Bay Area for the Niners and the Steelers on Sunday morning. Pregame at 7 a.m. Jumping back to Najee Harris just for a second here, entering his third year. Last year had a bit of a down year relative to his first season, 1,200 yards, same number of touchdowns, 7, but 1,200 his first year, 1,034 is what he had last season. Didn't seem like they threw him the ball as much, like half as many receiving yards, 33 fewer receptions. What do you think the usage looks like for him this year? What was the usage down for last year? What changes do we expect entering 23?
Yeah, those numbers are definitely going to increase, and not many people knew, but last year at the beginning of training camp, we actually heard it.
We're gonna try to reconnect with Charlie there real quick. He went robo on us for a second. Sometimes it'll happen, and then it'll reconnect. I was trying to look up Charlie Batch, some of his numbers. I just remember him year after year saving the Pittsburgh Steelers season. That's what it felt like. It's like somebody go down. It's all right, dude, Charlie's here. Sometimes you didn't even know if he was around, if he was on the roster. He's just hanging out. He's like, yeah, I'll come in. I'll come help you out.
He was 14 years is a long time to play.
Quintessential backup. I want to get some thoughts on him or from him on that, because guys like Geno Smith, Geno had a 30-touchdown season last year. And I wonder about situations guys end up in. But like Sam Darnold could be a reclamation project. I know people aren't thrilled about him, but he was a number 3 pick in the draft. If you thought Trey still has ability, I don't know why we'd shut down another guy like Sam Darnold who's got some experience and at least at times in the preseason looked like a professional quarterback. Not that Trey didn't in that final outing. We reconnected with Charlie Batch. Charlie, we lost you. You were jumping into Najee's usage last year and how we could see an uptick this year.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I'm not sure why exactly I broke up on you. But, no, to the point of Najee, last year, not many people. I expect those numbers to go up because not many people knew last year. He actually injured his foot early in training camp and really was limited throughout, and they were just trying to get him through the season, missed some practice time, so they were just getting him ready for actual game days. But now, where he is physically, you can see him back to where they expected him to be. Of course, it's a contract year potentially for him, so you know the fire is going to be lit for him. And I like where he's at in addition to what Jaylen Warren brings to the table. So I think the Steelers really do have a nice 1-2 combination at the running back position.
I'm sure you remember from your days the value of just having weapons around you. And the 49ers got like 15 of them dudes, right? Just almost interchangeable, can go all over the place. To me, it feels like this is going to be a big Minkah Fitzpatrick game. What are you seeing from him in the preseason? Like, he's clearly one of the best in the league. And to me, I know we're hype about Purdy, but I'm curious now how the rest of the league responds. Now they've got tape on Purdy, and guys like Minkah Fitzpatrick, he's gonna figure some things out. Like, I'm looking forward to this chess match between Purdy and Minkah. What are you seeing from him as one of the better safeties in the league?
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. And like you mentioned, when you're a young quarterback and not much tape, you kind of surprise and sneak up on people. But now that people had an off season to kind of see what you're doing, some of your tendencies, and that's what Minkah is best at. He's going to find those tendencies. It's not necessarily what Brock is doing, but what are the route combinations that he feels that he can jump on? And I think that right now, he had a really good training camp, very limited in the preseason games, but he's one of the best. This is why they paid him in that manner, and he's an unquestionable leader on that back end. So it's really going to be a tough task, and Brock Purdy is literally going to have to move him with his eyes. If he's staring down receivers, I promise you Minkah's going to have a big day.
I mean, Brock started a handful of games last year. We're talking to Charlie Batch on the UMA guest line. So he got a lot of experience. I think for us to solidify, you want to see another season of it. You want to see that what we saw last year wasn't fool's gold. I'm wondering for you, like, you come in, you start 12 games, it looks like your rookie year. Jumping to the second year, is it like a pitcher going through the league a second time in baseball? Do you guys have a book on you? What are the challenges for a guy like Pickett who's going to look over and Nick Bosa's there, and then Brock Purdy's got TJ Watt to deal with?
Right. I mean, you always have to account for where both of those guys are. But, of course, that's coaches and schemes, making sure you give them a body presence, making sure you give them help with the running back to make sure that they're not singled up. Because in both of those guys, if they're singled up, they're going to get to the quarterback in a hurry. But I think where you're looking at it from both quarterbacks, to me, and I haven't had a chance to see Brock, but I can only imagine it's a very similar situation in what Kenny Pickett is in. This is where the game slows down. You can see him getting through the reads methodically, 1, 2, getting to 3, and then back to 1. And that's something that Kenny has been able to do, and you can see that translate. But where Brock is at, San Francisco let everybody around the league know that they are totally comfortable where Brock is at by trading Trey Lance in the manner that they did. So there shouldn't be any question as it relates to where he is in this particular point and what the expectations are, because when you make a move like that, that's letting you know you feel that you have a quarterback of the future on your roster. So I'm excited to see him in person for the first time, and man, it's going to be a battle between these two young quarterbacks.
So I'm imagining you're wishing you had a $275 million deal, right? Like, is this? I know we talk about the big quarterbacks, but you see a guy like Geno Smith like resurrect his career last year. Sam Darnold is trying to do the same with the 49ers. With the kind of career you had, we were talking about how, man, you were like always there. You were like Mr. Reliable.
It's like every year, man. I was like, Steelers are cooked. Oh, no, here comes Charlie. Here he comes.
Do you kind of warm to those comeback stories and the OGs kind of refinding their way again?
Oh, you absolutely do, because it's hard to stick around. Because the longer you don't play, that means the coaches are wondering, can this guy still play? Or maybe they get excited about this fresh, shiny new toy that they have on the roster that they can get excited about with potential with these younger quarterbacks. So anytime that you get a chance to play, you want to go out there and prove that you can do that. So I was happy with Geno Smith in the season that he had last year. He was able to finally get a payday. And based off kind of where you are now, especially with the roster of the 49ers and all this money that they miraculously come up with, you're like, oh, they are setting themselves up to win now, because you do have a rookie rookie on a quarterback on a rookie contract. So now you can build around him. But ultimately, when it comes time to paying him, they're going to have to break that roster up. So both of these guys, Steelers are in the same situation as the 49ers, because they know, you have to build around this young quarterback. And that's something that really, based off the season that Brock had last year, it doesn't surprise me why everybody's excited about him.
Charlie Batch, longtime quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Steelers and Niners kick off on Sunday. Real quick then, just because the contracts have been handed out and you said you were on your way to your nephew's football game, I always say, Mama, raise your kids to be quarterbacks. It's quarterbacks and DNs, though, right?
Offensive tackles. I mean,
left tackle. Yeah, it's a good one.
Anything but running back, Charlie.
I was just about to say that. Anything but running back. And it was funny because there was something trending on social media today, and they had all these thick running backs that are trying to drop back and hold the football as if they're quarterbacks right now, because you're like, hey, I need to switch my position to get paid.
Right.
So this is the manner that's kind of where it is, unfortunately, at this particular point. But, man, to your point, every other position but running back, that's what you want to play.
It is wild, man. The money's wild. But, hey, Joe Burrow's still not yet to Damian Lillard. He's almost there. Charlie,
you keep trying, young man. You'll get there.
Keep after it, Joe. Hey, this is going to be a lot of fun on Sunday, man. Great division for you guys, too. Pittsburgh and Baltimore and Bengals and Cleveland should be a really, really fun division this season. Have a great time this weekend, man, and we'll catch up with you later, Charlie.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me, fellas.
Good stuff, man. The agreeable Charlie Batch. That was nice, man. Charlie Batch is he was a fun player. I feel like in 05 and 06, he came in and won a couple of big games for them.
I remember him from Detroit, though.
Yeah, because he got drafted there first, and then he gets benched and becomes a backup. I mean, really, it's the Geno Smith thing, but he never became a starter again. Hung around for a very long time.
It's a good gig if you can get it.
Hell yeah. Well, you weren't a Blue Mountain State guy, were you?
No,
but you know the show.
Oh, yeah.
And you know the premise of it is the backup quarterback on a college team is the best job to have. One heartbeat from the presidency, just don't become the starter, or it's all on you. And everybody hates you. All right, we are still going to catch up with Tim Ryan for the weekly conversation with Tim. We'll get his breakdown on what he thinks the 49ers' chances are this week. Tim, always fired up. We're going to party with Lombardi this year, bro. Tim Ryan getting hyped for the game on
David Lombardi?
Sunday.
My colleague at The Athletic?
No, Michael Lombardi, different one. There's all sorts of Lombardis.
There's a lot of Lombardis.
And there's a
NFL,
terrific.
baby.
That's it, man. All right, we'll do that with Tim Ryan coming up at 4:30. When we come on back, though, let's get into this game on Sunday, Niners and Steelers. We'll get your thoughts on how do they figure George. Well, let me just put this out there. George Kittle is now questionable after they said he had a tweak after the Charger game. I was like, was he in? He didn't play that much. The Charger game. So we'll talk about their chances on Sunday and can they get the offense clicking? Things were sloppy last night for Kansas City. More on this, and then we got to tell you about the secret weapon who got Nick Bosa signed. That's all coming your way. Tolbert and Copes with Marcus Thompson on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan says George Kittle listed as questionable for Sunday after suffering a setback after the Chargers preseason game. That story and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, I think the same is pretty generic because I'll probably say this every week, but it starts with turnovers. But they're very good at getting them. Yeah. And when they win the turnover battle, I think they were 6-1 last year when they did it. I forget the numbers, but with their secondary doing it, I talked about their D-line and how many tips they get and stuff. And when they get the turnovers, they're extremely hard to beat, especially when they're at home. And if you look at all their games at home last year, every single one of them came down to the last possession. So to go to the road, play in this atmosphere, to play against a physical team and a team that can really that really likes to get their hands on the ball, you got to make sure you don't give them freebies. You got to make sure they work for everything. We got a real good team and we're tough to stop too. But when you start giving them some easy ones, some easy turnovers, some easy points, this team, how disciplined they are and the environment we're going into, that makes it a real uphill battle.
Head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. That was with Tom and myself yesterday right here on The Sports Leader. You can hear the full interview on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app. We're also streaming live video. Myself, Marcus Thompson. Can you see Tim?
Tom.
I can see Tim. No, it's Tom. Tom's in Pittsburgh. He'll be back after next week. He's seen a whole bunch of football games, and he may call in on Monday after the Niners and Steelers game, which he'll be at. Let's talk more about this game in particular. How big of a deal do you think it is to get off to a good start this year? Like, I like to think it is a big deal. However,
they usually don't.
the year they went to the bowl, they did. They started 7-0, right? The year they went to the Super Bowl and had that crazy middle of the season stretch with Baltimore and Green Bay and New Orleans. They went 2-1 in that stretch and lost in Baltimore. That was a really dark, hazy game where Justin Tucker kicked the walk-off field goal. I think it's a big deal to get off to a rhythmic start, specifically for the offense and Brock Purdy, because again, for me, I believe in Brock. I think what we saw last year wasn't fool's gold because we saw him do it in different ways. We saw him come out and beat Seattle in Seattle on a short week where he couldn't practice and he had broken rib. And an injury is what ended his season. It was nice to see him come out and have good timing in the second preseason game and take some hits and get right back up. So I think there's some encouraging stuff, but is it key for them to get off to a good start because of Brock?
Well, are we defining good start as a win?
Yeah, I would say a good start would be, I think at worst you should be going into week 5 against Dallas because you're going, and again, you don't want to get ahead of yourself week to week, but if you look at games the Niners should win, and we're saying they're one of the best teams in football, this is a game that they're favored in. You lose on the road to open the season, it happens. It's tough. Pittsburgh's going to be a tough opponent. But then you go Rams, that's a game you should win. You go Giants at home. It's a short week Thursday night, but it's your home opener against a team that was a playoff team in the NFC last year. And then you get Arizona before Dallas. So I think a good start means not going 1-3 like they started last year. It's losing to teams they shouldn't have, because you win that Chicago game, you're hosting the NFC Championship. You win the Denver game, you're hosting the NFC Championship. So one game is a big difference now with just one bye.
Especially knowing Philly, right, will be...
They're going to be there.
Yeah, they're going to be right there. It's going to come down to one or two wins or losses.
Tie breaks in division, all that stuff.
I think more important, they need to get Purdy into a rhythm similar to last year. They need to make sure this offense is clicking. I think they'll have a good start because they just have so many weapons on offense. It's like if you get buckets in the NFL, you're gonna win most games, right? And last year they averaged 30 once they got McCaffrey.
It's hard to put up like a big number. You can't have like a Devin Booker 70-point performance and lose in the NFL. It doesn't really happen that way. Yeah. If you throw 7 touchdowns, you're probably going to win.
I mean, they're going to get you to 4 scores a game, right?
Yeah.
So you figure the question will be, can their defense, it may not be as good as we're used to, but they don't have to be. So to me, if you just get some things in order, I wouldn't be surprised if they lost this game at all. But that puts a lot of pressure on the Rams games. You don't want to start 0-2. But I do feel like you get through that gauntlet, yeah, you should be winning games. And they will, just because they're just so dynamic offensively. They're going to be able to score on most teams. And then they'll probably be able to stop a lot of teams too. So, I mean, we saw this formula. The question is, was it real or was it not? But we saw it last year. They're scoring 30, 35 points, and the defense just got to hold you to less.
And Brock changed the second half. I mean, because remember the first, 6-7 games of the season, probably into the Kansas City game, they were awful in the second half. I mean, that Kansas City game, they were terrible in the second half. Mahomes picked them apart.
Yeah,
McCall Hardman had a big game. Juju Smith-Schuster had a big game. Then Jerick McKinnon just started catching touchdowns left and right for the Chiefs out of the backfield. Pacheco becomes the guy for them, and then they run it to a Super Bowl. So I think.
But then they had a bye week, right?
Of course, they have the bye. McCaffrey played 22 snaps. He got off the plane like 2 days before that. The fact he was even in that game was sort of wild. And then
I think it helped that they just owned the Rams, right? And that was a game that was like, all right, they just got waxed, and you get the Rams.
McCaffrey just played him too, like 3 weeks before with Carolina, and he gashed him. It was one of his best games of the year. Was that the game where he had 3 touchdowns? Is the Rams game the one where he caught one?
You talking about with the Panthers?
With the Niners.
Oh, with the Niners?
Remember McCaffrey had the 3 touchdowns? He threw one, caught one, passed for one?
Oh, yeah. You're right. That's the game he did that.
That's his big breakout game, yeah.
But he was incredible that game.
He did the Ronnie Brown Wildcat game, yeah.
But look at these, like 31, 22, 38.
What are these?
Like
these are points
they put up. They hit 13. They beat New Orleans 13-0. Then it's 33, 35, 21, 37, 37, 38. Like that. This offense puts up points. It's a lot of pressure. I mean, you have to deal with Christian McCaffrey. You just cannot not deal with him. He will destroy you if you don't. And the moment you do that, you just open up all kind of other stuff. So unless Purdy is like really struggling out there, like they're going to be able to move the ball. They're going to be able to score some points. The question is, what will the defense give you? If the defense is anything like it usually is, they're going to be they're going to be really good.
Yeah, and I don't know who rises to the, like we had no, again, it's like any season where a team puts together a year that is unexpected. And not that the Niners had an unexpected, I don't know, they had aspirations for a Super Bowl last year, but it's Trey Lance's first year starting. So even if you believe that that's your goal and you're like, we're good enough all around the roster to do it, it's still a guy who hadn't played. Brock, what he did is still,
just talking. Yeah.
It's unprecedented. Nobody, there's not, to a man, there's nobody who believed that when Jimmy's season was over, that Brock Purdy was going to take the Niners to the level that he took them. Even if he kept them afloat, even if they were good enough to get into the playoffs, you're not thinking, I mean, Connor Cook comes in to play that playoff game, right? After Matt McGloin goes down, after Derek Carr gets hurt for the Raiders against the Texans, and it's like, as a rookie, just didn't have anything. Now, had he been starting for 7 games, probably still wouldn't have been as good, right? So it's situational, but they found a guy who fit their system. And because he fits a mold that it seems like Kyle has worked well with throughout his career, more of the pocket-style passer, a guy who has some mobility but is not a straight runner.
That's the difference. Yeah.
That's the difference. Is Jimmy didn't have that mobility. And I don't think that Kyle viewed Jimmy as an extension of him. I think he thinks Brock is just a maniac about it. And I think Brock wants to be.
He loves Brock.
He had to be.
But to me, that's a little bit about Brock that makes you feel like it wasn't a fluke and it won't go away. He's got a gunslinger mentality to him. Like, he's not afraid. Man, I mean, how many quarterbacks get in that situation and you just don't want to blow it?
Yeah.
Like they turn into Trent Dilfer, right? Let's just not make mistakes.
Sean Hill, your game manager.
Yeah. He's out here like scrambling, moving, making plays with his feet. There's a wild confidence to him. Like it's almost like delusion because it's like, dude, you were at Iowa State, you were like last pick of the draft. You know, it's like Tom Brady on the other side.
Right.
He's like out here cooking. Like,
but he cooked him.
Yeah, he will cook. That to me, that's where it's like there's something a little bit moxie like about this guy.
You said that actually. You said that to me at the Buccaneers game last year. You said he's got moxie.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, kid, you're gonna make it in this league. You got moxie. You're a star. You're a star, Brock. You're gonna be one, kid. By the way, best thing about that Buccaneers game. Remember after what happened? When Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw like rolled up on Tom Brady.
Yeah, deboed him for an autograph.
Yeah, they're like, yo, give me sign the ball I picked off from you.
Yeah.
Didn't Dre Greenlaw call his shot? Then he walks up on him. I said it was like Friday. What size shoes are those, dude? Give me your shoes, Tom.
Wasn't Brady like, man, what was I supposed to do?
He's like, dude, the linebackers walk up. Even Tom Brady's like, look, I'm not stupid. Yeah, man. These guys roll up on me. Adam Copeland, Marcus Thompson with you. You're listening to KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We got Giants pregame coming up at 6:15 tonight. Tim Ryan's still going to stop by. Giants are opening a 3-game series, but all focus right now, I think, is on the 49ers. So in terms of other elements of this team, we just spent a lot on the quarterback. 49ers lost to opponents last year. We just mentioned some of them. Bears, Broncos, Falcons. Falcons one is weird because they were missing 9 defensive starters. Do you remember they had the ball at the end of the game, and they had, I think it was like 1 step forward, 3 steps back, 1 forward. I think Brendel had like 2 or 3 tough penalties. He had one really rough holding call where he like got thrown to the ground and pulls the dude with the jersey on top of him and they get pushed back a little bit. But that one's tough. The Broncos one was inexcusable because they were terrible. The defense gave up 9 points. You scored 10 and you lost 11-10.
Yeah, that one was bad. But you know, what's the commonality between those games?
Between what? Broncos and?
The Broncos.
Well, they'd won the
Falcons,
week before against
Chiefs,
Seattle.
Bears, Broncos, Falcons, Chiefs. And even throw in, I mean, I'm not counting that Philly game, but
it's tough too. It wasn't a game.
Mobile quarterbacks.
Yeah.
That's
something we've talked about for years.
Always, because this pass rush is so aggressive, so gets uphill so fast that if you can just get by them, like now you're out of shape, right? Now you discontorted, and people can take advantage of that. But that's where now we want to see. To me, that's why this nickel is going to be critical. Like I want to see what Isaiah Oliver looks like, and they better hope he's better than what he looked like in the preseason. But quarterbacks that can get out of the pocket. The Warriors, I mean, the 49ers don't do a good job setting the edge at all, right? Like this is what they just go. They just go and they get the quarterback. But so I feel like the rest of the league is figuring out, we know these dudes are going to pin their ears back and come. How do we counter that, right? Screens, like dump offs, like quick outs.
You got Debo and McCaffrey who can virtually do the same thing. It's why I was talking in the offseason, and again, this wasn't the year for it. It's probably at the end of this year is where this is going to become an issue. All the contracts shoot up. George Kittle's they just restructured, but it was going to get real expensive, and he's still going to be expensive for how much older he's getting. He's not in the peak of his prime anymore. He's still better than most anybody else you can have out there. But for the guys who the guys who are getting banged up like that are going to make it real tough. The pressure is going to be heightened on, especially Kittle. For me this year, it's more about the blocking on the offensive line, right? It's more about where those contributors can help the guys like Debo and McCaffrey get into open space, because really your best receiver is Ayuk. So I was looking this offseason going, if all the contracts are going to rocket up and guys come out of this year healthy, Debo and McCaffrey are kind of a wash in skill set. It's not that they don't do different things or help you different. I want both of them. But is it get rid of Ayuk then? Is it move on from somebody? There's going to be somebody that can't be here.
But Ayuk's number probably won't be as big as Debo.
It's going to be a different number.
Yeah, so you're going to have to choose.
He's also coming off an 8 rushing touchdown season or something. Debo
or, Jed just got to make it rain and figure out another way.
Talk to Joe. Call Lacob.
You know what I'm saying?
Call Joe Lacob up.
Figure out, yeah.
You just do it. You say, I don't care about the rules. You just pay it.
You figure it out.
You don't care who you piss off. Doesn't matter.
I don't care what the rules are.
That's what he said.
You just figure it out.
That's him.
What you do.
He said, Bosa, figure it out, dude. I don't care what the rules are.
This is NFL. You got somebody. You can't pay everybody. Like, that's just the way it is. Somebody's going to have to go. That's why they got to win this year.
It's why it's Super Bowl or bust, because this is why you set yourself up for this. Now, I still have a tough time saying the year's not successful if you don't win it, even though it's tough. One team wins it. But if you go to the postseason again.
Why do you have a hard time? Why do you have a hard time saying that?
Because I don't say going to a Super Bowl and losing to Patrick Mahomes is a failure. Like, it's a failure as a champion, sure. But if you're losing to like Tom Brady and Mahomes, and if you're losing to teams in the Super Bowl and it's a game, you got beat last time. You can be upset about it. You got beat by a team that went back 2 more times after that.
I really want to counter that. I just don't disagree.
It's hard to, because there's so much talent in the AFC.
I do think, like, structurally we miss that. Like, Jim Kelly is a legend, bro.
Nobody's been to 4 straight
unbelievable.
Super Bowls.
Like
4 consecutive
you can't
bowls.
Possibly diminish what they did. Like, so it feels like in our modern rings culture, like, man, there's some great talents. To me, there's something pretty special about making it in and of itself. Like
Marino
that kind of gets lost. Yeah.
Like, for a long time, Peyton Manning. I mean, Peyton Manning was the best quarterback skill-wise I had ever. Probably still. Maybe Mahomes is getting that. He's different, but in terms of who he was and what he did on the field, it didn't matter. Like, he was the best player, hands down. But he didn't win couldn't get a Super Bowl, and you go, what? So he's worse than Brady? Like, it's how you're defined, I feel like, in the pantheon of greatness.
But you're still great.
I'll take Peyton Manning over almost anybody for 16 games, 16, 17.
No question.
They were going like 15-0 every year, it felt like.
I agree, though. There's no shame in losing to. Like that, to me, if you're a 49ers fan, you definitely feel better about the Super Bowl loss knowing that might have been the greatest quarterback of all time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You just might have. like in the end, you're gonna look back at that and be like, well, like, you know, what is Reggie Miller supposed to do? It was Michael Jordan,
right?
Like, what are you supposed to do?
Not make a documentary about like winning a first-round series. I mean, it's a great winning time's a great documentary. Don't get me wrong. Good 30 for 30, but then it gets after they finally get past the Knicks, and they're like, by the way, that was the first round. They get bounced in the second. You're like, come on, man. Yeah, Ewing, no legs, missing layups and all that. It's tough.
Charles Smith, like 15 attempts, 15 cracks.
Dude, Reggie and Spike, though, the choke on the sideline. That's just one of the all-time great moments. One of the all-time great trash talk moments. Niners and Steelers, 10 a.m., and we'll have it on KNBR for you because the Giants and the Rockies got pushed into prime time. Nice prime time Sunday night baseball game. Giants,
Rockies.
Yeah,
oh man,
Giants and Rockies. So you can have some counter programming opposite your Sunday night football. You get the Bills and Jets or something, right? That's Monday night. It's an NFC East matchup here on Sunday night. Before we get to the basketball element and the Bob Myers element of the Nick Bosa contract signing, just a thought on the hardest matchup for the Niners starting the season against a team like this. If they play well and don't win, I still think
I agree.
I think this is again, nothing's going to end this week. I will say Dennis Ranahan, who was on with us earlier, giving us his picks, Quackseye Picks and PicksFootball.com. He had a note of all Super Bowl champions to this point. The only team to ever win the Super Bowl and lose Week 1 at home is the 2002 Buccaneers. No other Super Bowl champion lost Week 1 at home and then went on to win the Super Bowl. On the road, 9 times or something, or 10 times it's happened. It's a more frequent thing. That's, it's almost more than a sixth of the Super Bowl. So if you're on the road, it happens. Niners started 2-0 and 19 on the road and in 21, right, in Philly and Detroit. So it can be done. I think this is it's a week-to-week process thing, but Nick Bosa going out there trying to top what T.J. Watt did maybe right after he got his contract. I can't believe that Brock Purdy's out there healed like Wolverine. I think you were the one who said that. Got out there quick, dude, but I didn't think he'd be there Week 1.
If they just play well, what you don't want is to go into Week 1 and realize, wait a second, this is not what we had last year. Like, we got to go back to the drawing board.
We won't know that, though.
No, what I'm saying, if you go in Week 1 and you play well and you lose, you still feel like, oh, yeah, no.
We're a team, yeah.
Yeah, this thing is rolling. Like, we're still here. Yeah, we got work to do, but this is still going. The only way this is a failure is if you're like, hey, this isn't working. What we thought wasn't real. Our defense is terrible. Our quarterback isn't good. Like, if you start getting in, it's like, But I just have a hard time seeing that happen. I don't have a hard time seeing them losing. I have a hard time seeing them coming out looking like a completely different team than the last time we saw them.
They won't. I don't anticipate.
They're just too loaded. Like, they have so many weapons that, if nothing else, it'll just be a competitive shootout that they may or may not win, right? Like, but in the end, it's like, all right, we're still good.
It's like you lost that Saints game. You're like, well,
absolutely, yeah, no question.
Yeah. George Kittle took care of business there, man. Okay, we got to get into the details of the Nick Bosa contract because Bob Myers leaves the Warriors. He's like, I'm going to ESPN, but I'm going to stop by Santa Clara real quick and sew up this Nick Bosa thing. Bob Myers played a role in Nick Bosa signing that contract. I don't know if Joe Lacob did. Get him here. I want to see him on Sunday. John Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning. He did. John Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning, and we'll play the sound for you when we come on back.
I don't care what the rules are.
Let you know how Bob Myers got involved. Tim, you're fired. Marcus Thompson hanging out with us until 6 o'clock or 6:15 when Giants pregame starts. Still Tim Ryan to come at 4:30, but Bob Myers got Nick Bosa back. We'll tell you next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
John Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss all the details of Nick Bosa's mega contract. Check out that podcast trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
A little shout out to Bob Myers, my good friend. There's one point we were at an impasse, and Bob called, and Prague happened to be in my office, and just had really good counsel on it. Sometimes you need some outside perspective, and I think it kind of kept us going. So there were so many people, and I don't want to undervalue the internal. So many people were working on this, but I don't know why I just popped out, but I'm very appreciative. You need friends when you're struggling, and from family, and I thought about that last night. Bob, at a time where we were pretty frustrated, called and had some really nice perspective.
How about that? John Lynch with Murph and Mac this morning.
You want to know what's crazy? I was talking to Bob Myers, and we were just chatting, and I was like, hey, man, the 49ers are struggling. You should give John Lynch a call. And he actually did it.
So really,
I expect a thank you from John Lynch, because I kind of set that all up.
I like that he felt like he had to go back to, because he's like, I don't want to take away from all the people in the organization that got stuff done. He's like, the former Warriors president. He's like, look, big thanks to Bob, a good friend of mine, but
you kind of didn't buy my story, by the way.
I don't buy your story. I don't.
A little shout out to Bob Myers, my.
I'm waiting can we get Farhan? Can we get Bob involved in the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes? Is he gonna take a look at those? I don't think that's fun.
I'm trying to get Bob involved. Like, Bob, hey man, I'm got a contract negotiation coming up.
Exactly.
Bob, you ain't got nothing to do. You ain't got nowhere to go. It's Friday.
I really do wonder what John Lynch meant there, because he said it was about. He's like support and all that. Again, it's the agent world.
I bet you. I don't know. If I had to guess, if I was writing a script to this, Bob Myers called him and said, hey, let me tell you a story about this guy named Steph Curry, and how when we had him, before we got him, we were a $450 million franchise, and then after him, we paid him, and then now we're a $7 million franchise. You pay your stars. Yeah, how about you not mess around with this one? That would be my guess.
What do you think held it up? Because to me, looking back logically, it makes sense. Somebody was on with us the other day and said, would have liked to see him sign maybe a week or 10 days earlier and get a little extra bang in there and get out there and work. I said, but if you wanted a week or 10 days more, he probably would have held out a week or 10 days more, if that's what you had. I just think he was never going to set foot anywhere until it was time to play, and he was paid.
Well, I do think they have a very serious cap situation to deal with.
Absolutely.
Right?
They had to renegotiate within minutes of it.
Absolutely. They had to figure out, even if we pay this dude, how can we do it? That means you're saying goodbye to somebody eventually, probably as soon as next year, right? So that was a tough thing. And, if you're the team, you got to look at both and say, hey, man, don't you want to keep a team? Don't you want to be a champion? Man, you'll be all right with 28.
Look at your brother down there, man.
Yeah,
your brother's playing for Staley, a defensive coach. He's coaching him out of games, out of playoff games.
So it's you try it, but at some point you probably just got to say, all right, let's figure out how to get this done. I agree that if they're coming to you, if you're a Bosa, especially Bosa's super agent, right? He's coming to you with 10 days left, talking about, all right, we're ready. Then I'm like, well, what else can we get if we wait? If we wait 10 more days, right? What else can you? Why not? That's how this stuff works.
Was it about guarantees, maybe? Guaranteed money, $122.5. He was going to be the richest defensive player anyway. But it's just you're not going to say yes before it's time. And you're right. You hold the leverage. You hold the cards. Why wouldn't you just get everything you could? I don't know what else you get out of it, but it's a pretty good deal.
This is the thing. This is his first one.
Yeah.
He hasn't had two of these. He's not 37 years old. Right, that little hometown discount, take one for the team, all that stuff, that's usually for OGs, right? That's for people who've gotten their money. This is his first one, and they've become a Super Bowl contender almost directly on him. So
it is. It's on his shoulder. He's just sixth in MVP voting last year.
Exactly. So that's where it's I don't know, obviously don't know what Bob said to him, but as someone who's been through this negotiation with Steph Curry, with Draymond Green, with Klay Thompson, and somehow every time them dudes manage to stick around, it's hey, if you got one of these guys, you keep them. That's just what you do. If you got one of them, if they're a draw, if you go in with them, you keep them. You do what you can to keep them. I know that's Bob Myers' philosophy about it. You don't, and remember, he dealt with this when Steph's ankles were shot.
$11 million. He's wearing those gel casts on both of his ankles.
Like, remember his ankles? He's like, hey,
those
man.
Little translucent turquoise things that were coming up the side.
Absolutely,
the
right.
Velcro plastic. I remember those. Yeah.
And Bob was saying, like, hey, we believe in him. We bet on him. And at the time, I know it sounds crazy, but at the time, it was like, yo, Steph, that's a lot of money. Steph took it, right? Steph didn't say.
Warriors were spending money, man. They gave $50 million to Corey Maggette. You know what I mean? Like, that was it.
It's making
5 and 50.
For them, that was making it rain.
But he was getting to the line 6 times a game. You know what I mean?
I have a hilarious Corey Maggette story.
I'll take it.
In Boston, that's in the Celtics arena. That's when we sit closer, and it's like you know how the Warriors would do. It'd be like it's close for like three quarters, right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
they're within 6 at the end of the third.
Yeah,
right?
you feel like all right, they about to do it. Then the
it's like a 14-4 run to end the third.
Then it's a run. So it's like,
Then Claxton starts the fourth and you're cooked.
8 minutes left. Maybe 8 or 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Game's over, And then Corey Maggette gets in line, and Kevin Garnett screams, all right, it's your time now, Corey. Go ahead.
Kevin Garnett, from the lane?
No, he's on a bench. They already pulled him. He's like, all right, it's your time.
It's your time now, Corey.
Yeah, go ahead.
Game's over. Oh, dude.
I was just like,
that was his export.
Yeah.
That was tough, man.
Hey, Corey did rack up like 15 points in that last 8 minutes.
That was a tough offseason for the Dubs. That was like when the Giants got Barry Zito. Because they were like, we're going to get Gilbert back. Offered him 100. He's like, no.
No, because remember, at first it was like Barron. It was Barron. They had Barron, and then he backed out. Yeah, Barron goes to the Clippers.
I got a TV deal or something.
And then they threw all that money at Gilbert, and then Gilbert
said no.
And Gilbert and Barron talked, and they were like laughing, like about they think I'm really signing there. Like it was just all bad, and it wasn't even like Chris Mullin wasn't even doing it. It was like Robert Rao calling people making moves. Like it was.
A little shout out to Bob Myers.
Yeah, dude, actually, second thought, shout out Bob again.
Yeah.
Never remembering these stuff. Remember Elton Brand? They're like, we'll give you $100 million. The Sixers were like, we'll match that. Thank you. We're going to match that offer sheet. He's ours. And then Corey Maggette, come on down. I was like, what, Cuttino Mobley wasn't available? Like, what are we doing, dude?
Hey, so does Bob get a ring if they win?
It's not oh boy. I don't know, maybe. He's not employed, but he's a good friend of Lynch, I guess. So, I mean, how long does he do this gig? This was his background, is the agent stuff too. So I do wonder, who he knows. Does he know Bosa's agent?
Oh, Bob knows everybody.
That's what I mean. And Bob these agencies, they represent all different athletes across different sports. So this might have been more of even. I've got contacts over there. I can not mediate, but he knows both sides potentially. And how much are players involved ever with actually talking to the team ever? Does Steph ever sit down with Bob in those times? Or I'm sure
in that situation they have that relationship. Yeah, no question. Like that's what you do it with.
NFL, it feels like it's not the same.
NFL is like, hey man, here's the game plan. Here's what I get. That's a lot of people like that. Like if you got Rich Paul, he's like, don't you say a word. Stand over there. I got this.
It's like me and Adele. We're gonna take care of this.
If you're close though, like Steph, Draymond, and them, they're close. They're gonna. They're going to talk to. They've been through stuff together. But generally, it's like, nah, you go over there. Because you need somebody to be a jerk for you, right? You need somebody to. I mean, is Nick Bosa really going to not play football? Like, if you talk to him, he's going to be like, man, I'm playing.
I want to play.
Yeah, I want to play. Yeah. You need him far away so you can make these threats and you can talk your talk.
He's got to hit quarterbacks. It's the lifeblood.
Yeah, so it's like if you can put the player involved, a player is going to be a player. Especially, can you imagine, like, Bob Myers working Nick Bosa? You know how that dude signing on them?
He's out there. He's like, look, man, don't look at the Kevin Durant situation. That was unique.
He's just like, listen,
you got Kevin Durant to come, dude. This guy's a wizard.
Yeah, Bob Myers will talk that signature about you quick if you let a player talk to him. You need a shark. You gotta have a shark.
I mean, he's the what do they call him? The swindle god.
The swindle guy. And you see, like, Bosa. His parents was doing the talking. Like, oh yeah, no, we'll be done. You know how we roll.
Yeah, dude,
we will walk away. Yeah, absolutely.
I said, but that funny. By the time Tuesday came around, he hadn't signed. We had a narrative nationally that the Bosa family.
You know the Bosas, yeah.
I was like, I mean, you know the Bosa family.
Absolutely.
Like, they run
how we do.
They drive a hard bargain over there, man. I was telling Tom, I said, there's a better case than leaving him out in Florida. Like maybe that's all by design. He's gonna be better working out there with his dad, hitting trees or whatever he's doing, running into boulders. I imagine he trains like Rocky in Rocky IV.
no question,
chopping trees down, running through snow. He's like running away from communists.
Got like dry aged ribs. He's just punching like
it's like the Incredible Hulk TV show. Dude, he's lifting that car off of people. Yeah, Nick Bosa. He'll be out there trying to hit Kenny Pickett on Sunday. Yeah, the Drago montage. He's like punching that board, and all that receipt tape is flying out, and all the doctors are writing crap down.
He's punching like a scale, where it's like
he's got all these things plugged into him. He's just sprinting. Quick question about the Niner offense. I forgot to ask you earlier because we were talking about receivers. Because I think skill-wise, as a pass catcher, number one is Ayuk. There's a case, and I don't think it's a hard one to make, that your second best pass catcher is McCaffrey.
Yeah, that's not a hard case to make. No. Yeah.
So
you could line him up outside.
I would say
put him in the slot.
I would say Kittle's 3. I would say Debo's your 4th best receiver running routes. Or Pat catching the ball.
You could make a case for Juwan Jr.
You could make a case. Well, any situational more. I wonder if they carve out a bigger role for him this year. If he has more red zone targets, he's a big guy, and they're not really, really deep at receiver. But you got Kittle and McCaffrey. Who's the second leading receiver on the team? Let's say Ayuk is number 1. Who's the second leading receiver? Is it McCaffrey?
I think it's going to be Debo, mostly because, again, McCaffrey terrifies defenses, and that's where the extra man is going. When he go out wide, it's like you just have to stick to this dude because he can do it.
Then move Debo back into the back. But I'm saying, you may be able to just go back to the Debo runs.
I figure if you got, and Kyle's great at this, using McCaffrey as the magnet to draw people where you want them. And now you got a wide receiver screen for
It's
Debo.
Like Steph. You got to follow him over there.
Yeah,
just go stand on the corner.
He's just got this gravity. Kyle can use that, and the beneficiary is a guy like Debo. Get him in space. I feel like the yards after catch for Debo this year are going to be pretty impressive.
They have to be because he's not a deep ball guy. Yeah. I feel like he catches he bends his arms up near his body.
He can hit them. He can hit them slants. If you hit him on the numbers, but he's more of a
drop into his hands.
Yeah, give me the ball in space, and I'll make you proud.
And if there's not space, I'll run through somebody to create space.
Absolutely, I'll make you proud.
I'm ready for some Debo runs. I'm looking for McCaffrey to open up space for him, and then we're going to see. I think we're going to see more Debo running. We saw it early last year, and then they just went away from it because they got McCaffrey, and we'll see what role Mitchell plays. He was huge in the second half of games for them last year, long as he stays in bounds. We will talk more about this. Tim Ryan, I had a conversation with him earlier today as part of our weekly hit with Tim. He's going to come by. We'll play it for you next. His scope on how the Niners are looking entering camp. What role does Nick Bosa entering the season? What role does Bosa play with Javon Hargrave, and what kind of chemistry can they rack up starting this weekend? Then we got a sound soiree for you. I want to talk to you about the culture with the Niners as it relates to the Warriors and the Steelers as well, going generationally. So we will catch up with Tim Ryan, and we got about another hour till Giants pregame only here on the Sports Leader. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the Tolbert and Cope Show. Tim Ryan will be doing it every week throughout the football season. It's always a nice primer to get you ready for the game coming up on Sunday. Niners and the Steelers kicking off 10 a.m. local time. We'll have pregame at 7 a.m. right here on the Sports Leader. Tim, the quest begins again, man. Good to have you on, man.
Copes, it is great to hear your voice. And, yeah, 1 of 21, and it's going to be a week-to-week journey, man, and it's going to be a fun one. And this matchup this week to get it going is not going to be an easy one. Monumental challenge, really on both sides of the ball when you look at the matchup. It's going to come down to really execution and line play and being able to exploit some of the matchup advantages the 49ers, I think, have in this game. But at the end of the day, when you look at these two teams and what the 49ers were able to do last year and 12 consecutive wins and then falling short at the end with, the challenges that they had with the quarterback position. The Steelers are an ascending football team. I think people forget because they were not a playoff team last year. This team finished with 4 consecutive wins, and they were 6-1 down the stretch. Kenny Pickett got out there week 5, and really after the bye week, I think they lost to Cincinnati and Baltimore in both of those close games. So 49ers will have their hands full in Pittsburgh on Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. That's a team that's expecting to start to make that ascent, as you said, start to make some noise in that division. That's going to be a tough division, though, for them. And this is going to be the toughest opponent, it looks like, at least on paper, for the Niners until they get to Dallas. But you don't want to overlook anything. I want to go back to the first thing you said, which is week to week is important. I've been like, dude, every time football season comes around, I grease the skids by watching America's games and NFL film stuff. I start getting into the theatrics of the NFL. And what becomes a common theme with teams that are trying to get over the hump and get to that Super Bowl is when they go into that season where they came so close the year before, it's focused week to week. Is that a common theme throughout teams?
Well, it has to be. Yeah, I mean, there's no gimmies in this league, no matter who you're playing, and everybody knows that. But you got to have tunnel vision week to week because the game plans change every week, and these guys understand that it's a journey. And every game counts the same up until the playoffs, until you lose and you go home if that happens. So, and that's what I like about this team. I mean, so many of these guys were here for the 19 season, the Super Bowl run, and you look at the leadership on this team and the captains and what Fred Warner and all these guys understand is how it is a week-to-week journey and how you have got to just think about, today's game, and you have the 24-hour rule, win or lose, and then you move on and you get into next week's opponent. So they understand the mindset, and I just love the humility of this football team and understanding big picture is really 17 microcosms and 17 snapshots until you get to the postseason. So, I think the frame of mind is right. I think the expectation is right. I think the demand of the players from themselves and reaching that bar, it was really a good training camp when you go back and look at it. And then you get Nick Bosa in here, as I like to say, just in the nick of time. And we'll see how many plays he plays on Sunday. But there's no doubt he's got a matchup advantage against those offensive tackles. And we all know what Bosa's mindset and his skill set and what he's all about. So, they understand what's going on, and they understand. They've watched the tape just like everybody else, and I went back and watched a lot of last year's games and watched, Kenny Pickett in the preseason. And, the big thing for the Steelers is they've got an elite receiving core. They got a good offensive line. They got versatility at running back with 2 different styles and 2 different guys. They'll be committed to the run game, but they want to get their explosive plays going down the field because I think we all know if you've watched the 49ers enough, and all of our fans and the faithful have, is teams are going to go out, and because of that pass rush, they're going to try to run it up the gut, and they're going to try to get the fast pass going and get it out of the quarterback's hands so he doesn't get hit before the rush can get there. And that, to me, has a shelf life. And if that's how this game goes, I think, not giving up the explosives and forcing everything underneath, I love that for the 49ers because they are body-rocking tacklers with Greenlaw and Fred, and everybody's in the right spot, it seems like, in terms of their landmarks and where they are in their drops to be able to drive up on those underneath throws and then have those body-rocking tackles and big hits and hopefully jar that ball loose. That to me has a shelf life because it works and they can move the sticks and they'll get 4, 5, 6 yards. But in the second half, those those shots start to pay off. Now guys aren't finishing routes. Now guys are turning their heads and expecting a big hit and to get knifed out from underneath them by one of the safeties or one of the linebackers. So my hope is that they can stop the run and then get them into that fast pass game. But easier said than done, especially when you look at, how the 49ers are going to line up in the nickel, and we'll see how it goes and who's going to be out there in terms of the three defensive backs. But they've got some advantages when you look at Pickens and his ability to go get a 50-50 ball. Covered or not, Kenny Pickett will throw it to him. And he can go get it, and he can go high point at that second-year pro out of Georgia. So and I promise you're going to see 3 or 4 deep shots to him, even when he's covered, whether it's Charvarius Ward or Demo Lenore or Ambry Thomas, if he's out there. They're going to take shots to number 14 out on the perimeter.
I like that, whether he's covered or not. Those quarterbacks are fun to watch, and those receivers, like when those guys get going, because it can be a little gunslinger-like, but it's going to be a test early on here. Talking to Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. I've been wondering, so Nick re-signs with the team, or not re-signs, he signs the extension. He's back with the team now. One of my most, I think, and 49er fans' most anticipated debuts is going to be Nick Bosa alongside Javon Hargrave, right? And then Eric Armstead's there, too. It's going to be, I think, a lot of fun on that defensive line. When we talk about chemistry on, offensive line and knowing where your guys are going to be, and you know that with receivers and quarterbacks, does chemistry like that exist on the defensive line? Is that something that'll grow?
Absolutely.
And what will we see?
Absolutely.
How's that going to develop? Yeah.
Well, especially when you're running, twists and stunts in games. Those guys are working as a tandem, or if it's a 3-man stunt, they all got to work together. One guy's got to set it up. One guy's got to, get the gap, and then the other guy's got to wrap at the right time. And there definitely is some synchronicity to it, no question about it. Now, all those guys have been, and Nick can run games all day long.
Right.
We know that. Those guys have been doing it all training camp together, and Hargrave is really, really good at it. And one thing about Javon is not is he just a natural pass rusher, and he's built, from a leverage standpoint. He's short, he's quick, and he's thick, and he's strong, and he's got good, the hand swipes. He can get the arms down, and he's always moving towards the quarterback. But what I love about him is he knows how to run those games and knows how to set it up, knows how to finish if he's the wrap guy, and to be tight and to take the right angle. And so now when you talk about he and Armstead in there together, and the 49ers, and look, I love DeForest Buckner. Wish he was still here.
Yeah.
He's a great player. They have not had an interior pass rusher like this, that in terms of just a legit, year in, year out, double-digit sack guy. And if you follow Javon from his college career all the way through when he was with the Steelers and then to Philadelphia, the guy gets to the quarterback. So if you one-on-one him, and whether it's, Seumalo or James Daniels, he's going to have an advantage because he's one hell of a pass rusher. But when you talk about, all those games and how all those things work, and they will run some games. And again, we'll see if Nick's on a pitch count and how many plays he's out there. But I think one thing where it really helps that doesn't get talked about enough is how Steve Wilks now can attack protection.
Yeah.
And if you know what the protection is, it's a lot easier to send the extra guy on the weak side or the strong side or away from where the protection is going. And when you got Hargrave and you got Bosa out there together, where do you think the protection's going? They can't leave either one of those guys one-on-one because they're going to win. So to me, that is the really the icing on the cake. And I don't know how much they're going to blitz. Look, I think when you play a guy like Kenny Pickett, a young quarterback, and I think quarterbacks will tell you this, it's harder when you're dropping 7 in coverage and then you're mixing and matching looks, and you can get and generate pressure with a 4-man rush. But I do know this, there's going to be a high capability to blitz when you watch this team in camp, when you study the history of Steve Wilks, who, the defensive coordinator, I call him strong side Steve, weak side Wilks. Here it comes, whatever he wants. And he knows how to dial it up and when to dial it up to get a free runner that can get on the quarterback quick. So there's going to be so many opportunities to do that this year because the protections are going to be more transparent. You know where they're going, and then you can dial up the right looks to exploit them.
It should be a lot of fun. Steve Wilks, what changes with a guy like that in terms of the defense themselves? I mean, I feel like you hear a lot of times that defenses, and I guess offenses too, but defenses sort of take on the attitude of their coach. Felt like that was the case with Saleh, right? Even watching some of the hard night stuff with the Jets, he gets with his guys and they sort of get on the same page that way, and they're all with the same heartbeat. With Steve Wilks, what kind of guy is he? What kind of coach is he? What should we expect from him? How much is different when he's the guy from the outside?
Yeah, well, I've said this several times. Is the guy's got a PhD in secondary play. That's where he's made his hay his whole career as a coach, and so he understands, really understands how to get into the zones and the mans, and it's going to be a challenge for Pickett trying to diagnose these things. And what looks like cover 3 may be this, what looks like cover 4 may be that on the post snap. And I think when you look at him, what's going to be different this year is he's going to be up in the box, and because that's where he's always been, and until he was a head coach. He's been up the box, and he's getting that bird's eye view, that perch view from up there, where he can really see the whole field and see the whole grid. Solid down on the sideline, and the fire that he brought was contagious. Yeah. And you'd say the same for D'Amico Ryans and what he did down there for the players. But I think it's great for Steve, because that's where he feels the best in terms of calling the game and trying to diagnose what they're doing with their personnel groupings and their concepts, and that's where he's going to get his best perspective. Where I think it's going to add to the 49ers when you talk about, without that presence of the coordinator down there and getting fired up and that fire and that enthusiasm, is we know Kasarik can take care of all that. The defensive line coach, and he handles so much of the run stuff anyway, and the games and some of the stuff on the inside when you're talking about the combat zone and the box play, and he's fire all day long. He's raging for 4 quarters down there on the field. But I think for the first time, and we saw it in the preseason, you're going to see the secondary coach, Daniel Bullock's former player, and does a great job with the secondary down on the field. He's been in the box. That's an advantage. And I think when a player's been down there his whole career, I think he sees it better from down there, from a different perspective. You're going to see those guys that were up in the box are going to be down on the field doing their thing and bringing that emotion to the players down there. And you'd say the same for Sorensen, who's coaching the safeties and is a very good football head and a smart guy. He's been up in the box. Now he's back down on the field. So I think what they're losing without the coordinator down there, I think they're gaining with a couple of players down there who are going to bring a lot of fire to the table for this defense.
That's good insight, man. That's stuff that I'm looking for, the psyche of that stuff, because he's now the guy from the outside coming into a team that had success last couple of years on defense. Got to get a thought from you, Tim, before we let you go on the Steelers defense. Brock Purdy's out there for week 1. I said he's healing like Wolverine, dude. He's like, it doesn't matter. He gets banged up, comes right on back, Brock Purdy. He's out there for week 1. TJ Watt and Minkah Fitzpatrick, of course, over the top. It seems silly to say what's the game plan for those guys, but what does Brock have to do? How does the offense find success here?
Well, I think the biggest thing for him is just read the coverage. And look, they're going to load the box anytime the 49ers have, use check or 2 tight ends on the field. They're going to roll, Keanu Neal up in the box as a run defender, because they're not going to be a man short in the run game. They're going to be hell-bent on stopping the run, especially if it's raining. This game, a lot of it will come down to running success to get into those 3rd and shorts so that they can get the ball out quick and move the chains. There's no doubt, Coach, that the strength of this Steeler team is with their front and with those 5 guys at the line of scrimmage. Running is going to be a challenge. TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, who had 14.5 sacks last year. This guy is relentless. And for the fans who watch him on the field, he's number 56. He's a 4th-year player. He plays his ass off. And like TJ Watt. And the Steelers have always had those edge guys. But I think there's opportunities. They both go 245, 250. There's opportunities to spill it over the edge, whether you're getting around them or you're kicking them out to the edge and running it just outside of off tackle. So, they've got to be able to run it. I think that's important. And then get into the play action game. And then I love the matchups. So, Cam Hayward is going to be a freaking handful. He is a full-grown man. There's no drop-off in year 13, and he'll be lined up on the left side of the offensive line really for the whole game. And watching him and Trent Williams go at it when they're in that traditional 3-down, 4 linebacker look, and he's out there on Big Trent, that is going to be a heavyweight fight. That is going to be fun to watch. And then they get into the 4-man front and the nickel stuff, and he's going to be over Aaron Banks, which is going to be a huge test for Aaron, because I'm telling you, this guy, 10.5 sacks last year. There's no drop-off in his game, and he plays all game long. He gets after it. If they can run it some and they can handle those guys, I think there's great matchups with the passing game, the tight ends, the running backs. One thing about, you look at this Pittsburgh defense, and they were very good last year in a lot of areas. Didn't give up a lot of points. They could stop the run. 20 interceptions, which was tied for the 49ers with most in the NFL, and Fitzpatrick had 6 of those. He is what you call a robber. He takes chances and is very smart and knows when to take chances. That's why he's an all-pro. But when you look at them, they'll have 3 new linebackers in there. When they're in their base stuff, it's going to be Landon Roberts and Cole Holcomb, who's a very good athlete. And then I think they'll be bringing in Quan Alexander, if I'm right, in the passing stuff when the 49ers get into the 3 wides. I love that matchup for the running backs and the tight ends, being able to get after those linebackers. Patrick Peterson is new. Keanu Neal is new. So you're talking about, then when they bring in Shandon Sullivan at nickel, he's new. There is a lot of new moving pieces on the back end of that defense. And the challenge for those guys, and they're all veteran, obviously veteran NFL pros with experience, played a lot of very good football. But, it's a lot of it's new for them in this Terrell Austin system. And when you look at the 49ers and the firepower that they've got with the weapons, and then the versatility with the formations and the positions to be able to move those guys around, there's going to be opportunities to get those guys in a blender mentally. And if Kyle can achieve that, look out. Because if Brock can read the coverage, there's going to be guys open. And from what I've seen in training camp and from what we saw out of Brock Purdy last year, his strong suit is reading the coverage, processing the information, getting through his reads and throwing it to the right guy and letting those guys get yards after the catch. So I guess to sum it all up, handle that front 5 and let Brock do his thing and distribute the football, and I think there's going to be an opportunity to get a lot of points on the board.
I'm with you on that. So many new guys trying to figure out the system, and we just talked about